Welcome to Fiction Audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, like and subscribing would be greatly appreciated. If you have any recommendations for novels, comment below.
Please join my Patreon at https://www.patreon.com/fictionaudiobook.
Chapter 141, Narcissist. Lady Fubuki, did you need me for something? Lily rushed in, still with a ring of creamy soup on her lips. She had barely started eating when Fubuki called for her. Notify all members to temporarily suspend patrol duties. We need to search within City B for a spacious area with low foot traffic, preferably one we can buy outright. Fubuki couldn't help but smile a little as she handed Lily a tissue, then gave her the order. You want to buy land? But our funds? As Fubuki's personal secretary and the Fubuki group's housekeeper, Lily actually had a better grasp of their finances than Fubuki herself. Buying land. Their current office was just a rental. Due to the global population being concentrated in just a few dozen cities, property and land prices remained sky-high, even with frequent monster attacks. Only in districts completely overrun by monsters and deemed uninhabitable did prices crash to rock bottom. Don't worry about the cost. As long as you can find it, I don't care how expensive it is. Fubuki waved her hand grandly, sounding like she was about to buy all of City B. Kazaru was famously loaded, recognized in their cross-dimensional chat group as ridiculously wealthy. He even co-issued dimensional currency with Tony Stark. Buying a plot of land. Please. He could probably buy all of City B if he wanted to. Yes, ma'am. I'll notify the team right away. Lily suddenly had a realization, shooting a surprised and curious glance toward Kazaru. Super strong, crazy handsome, and rich. Could this kind of man really be interested in Lady Fubuki? Others might see Fubuki as young, beautiful, and refined, not to mention the leader of the Fubuki group, the largest faction in the Hero Association. A top-tier, rich lady, really. But in Lily's eyes, their Lady Fubuki was domineering, spoiled, and self-indulgent. She often borrowed team funds to splurge on designer heels and handbags. Sure, she always paid it back, eventually. But it was normal for her to drag it out for months. Lily just couldn't figure out what someone like Kizaru saw in her. The Fubuki group should be able to find a suitable place soon. Fubuki, totally unaware of Lily's silent judgment, was still trying to persuade Kizaru to join her group. He only joined the Hero Association as a side thing anyway, right? He could at least help promote the Fubuki group. Too bad even after all her efforts, Fubuki still couldn't convince Kizaru to join. She simply didn't understand him well enough. If it were Nami doing the persuading, she wouldn't even have to say much, Kizaru would fold instantly. As it turned out, finding a suitable site in City B wasn't easy at all. Especially with Kizaru's condition of nearly 1 square kilometer in size. Not even the central plaza was that big. They'd have to buy several buildings around the plaza, but that would clash with the low foot traffic requirement. Eventually, after combing through the city outskirts and practically running their legs off, the Fubuki group finally found a flat plot that worked. Area, 1,450,000 square meters. Originally designated for a Hero Association branch facility in City B. The project was abandoned after discovering an underground river connected to the city's drinking water source. Fubuki read from the freshly delivered site report. Usage restrictions: cannot be used for industrial purposes, no buildings taller than 3 stories, no underground structures, and no industries with pollution risks. Sounds good enough. Kizaru scanned the area. Since it was in the suburbs, the environment wasn't bad, pretty ideal for training. The only downside was the lack of water features like lakes. For techniques like Jeppo and Soru, having water nearby made early-stage training easier. Still, it wasn't a deal-breaker. Worst case, they could train in a bathhouse, or just build a pool. As long as you're satisfied, Lord Kizaru. About the price. A staff member from the Hero Association had accompanied them. The plot originally belonged to the association but had been left abandoned after the original branch plan was scrapped. Now that someone finally wanted to buy it, the City B branch couldn't be happier. Kizaru casually snapped his fingers. From the dimensional group space, a torrent of gold bricks rained down from mid-air, landing with loud thunks. They struck the ground hard enough to leave pits over 10 centimeters deep, forming a small golden hill. Will this be enough? Kizaru spoke calmly. No matter the world, gold was always a universal hard currency. This plot of land, with all its restrictions and its remote location in the suburbs, was more than adequately paid for with just half a ton of gold. It's enough. Definitely enough. The Hero Association staff member's eyes nearly popped out of his head. Even the Fubuki group members were wide-eyed in shock. Looking at Kizaru's back, he seemed to shimmer with a faint golden glow. Though the 50 10-kilogram gold bars weren't huge in volume, they were heavy enough to sink the wheels of the staff's vehicle into the dirt. After much pleading, Fubuki eventually sent 4 members to escort the staffer back to headquarters. He wouldn't dare travel alone with that kind of gold. What's next? Fubuki barely spared the gold a glance before shifting her attention. The monthly dimensional coins that Kizaru and Tony Stark distributed to the group were worth about a fifth of that gold pile. And even then, Tony Stark complained that the coins' usage was too limited, advocating for releasing even more coins to encourage frequent use among members. He even introduced financial services for the coin, but unfortunately, no one in the group took it seriously. Old-school types like Zhang Sanfeng and Jotaro Kujo weren't surprising, but even kids like Kobayashi and AI Hybra were calling Stark a vile capitalist. Orochimaru, on the other hand, was eager to collaborate. Apparently, Orochimaru had plans to introduce Stark's financial services to the ninja world, with Konoha acting as a middleman and taking a cut. Just some basic training equipment left. Have someone deliver it later. No need to build anything fancy, actually, a rough training ground is better. Kizaru said casually. The Navy's 6 powers didn't require high-end facilities. Back when they trained, it was on deserted islands. I'll notify headquarters to issue the announcement, then. Fubuki was starting to feel excited. Even though Kizaru's training camp wasn't officially affiliated with the Fubuki group, their involvement would help boost the group's influence within the Hero Association. The association's HQ also supported the idea of Kizaru's camp. Stronger heroes were a win for them too. So, they agreed to make a one-time announcement to all heroes when the camp launched, basically giving it free promotion. But that kind of benefit was only available once. The Hero Association wasn't in the advertising business. If it weren't for Kizaru being the newly promoted S-Class Rank 9 hero who had saved HQ, any other hero wanting to set up a training camp would have been lucky just to get a visit from a rep. The announcement quickly hit every hero's communicator. It wasn't a disaster alert, just a notice, letting them know a training camp was available if they were interested. Even so, the message sent shockwaves through the Hero Association. A newly ranked S-Class hero publicly offering to train others. That kind of opportunity was unheard of. Sure, S-Class Rank 3 Silver Fang had his flowing water rock-smashing fist dojo, and Rank 14 Tank Top Master trained daily with his crew. But none of those could compare to Kizaru's training camp, just 1 month of instruction, no faction obligations, and open to anyone who met the physical criteria. Especially those who had fought side by side with Kizaru during the A-City incident, they were the first to sign up. Even with Lily's physical fitness set as the minimum requirement, the 50 available slots filled up in no time. S-Class heroes weren't interested, but there were A, B, and even C-Class heroes signing up. What's with this guy? Fubuki stared at the list of enrollees, her pretty face full of confusion. At the top of the list was A-Class Rank 1, Sweet Mask. With his level of strength, he shouldn't even need to attend Kizaru's camp. What's wrong? Kizaru had just come out of the bath, wearing only a towel around his waist. The oceans of other worlds didn't reject devil fruit users, so he'd finally enjoyed a proper swim in the pool. Too bad little Nami wasn't around. Kizaru was actually hoping to enjoy a couple's bath with her. A troublesome guy signed up. Fubuki's cheeks flushed slightly as she looked at Kizaru's bare chest. Most men liked attractive women, and naturally, women weren't immune to charm either. Aside from his somewhat excessive 3-meter height, Kizaru's lean, powerful build and smooth, sculpted muscles made male models look like amateurs by comparison. And that face, handsome and striking, even Fubuki, who wasn't as face-obsessed as CP0 Stussy, found herself struggling to resist. Sweet Mask. Looks kinda familiar. Kizaru casually sat down beside her and glanced at the list. Sweet Mask's photo was right on the first page. Even in a simple ID photo, the guy was clearly trying to pose and look cool, narcissistic much. Then again, Kizaru's own ID photo had a similar vibe, so, fair enough. That's normal. Besides being the #1 A-Class hero, he's also a hugely popular idol. Inside the Hero Association, he holds a lot of influence. Definitely not someone to underestimate. Fubuki fanned her warm cheeks with her hand, picked up the remote, and turned on the TV. She flipped through a couple of channels. Sweet Mask was either singing on stage or starring in some romantic drama. Nearly a quarter of the channels were airing something with him in it. Kinda reminds me of Tesoro. Kizaru raised an eyebrow. It was easy to see, Sweet Mask clearly enjoyed being in the spotlight. That was very similar to Tesoro, the casino tycoon who couldn't resist performing on stage despite his empire. Tesoro? Fubuki asked curiously. Sweet Mask had a notorious rep even within the Hero Association. Most S-Class heroes didn't want to mess with him. A narcissist, Kizaru said flatly. So this Sweet Mask guy's got a problem with me. Did I piss him off or something? He rubbed his chin, trying to recall if they'd ever crossed paths, but nothing came to mind. It had been years since his dimensional travel began, and his memory of One Punch Man's plot was fuzzy at best. All he knew was that Sweet Mask was powerful. Maybe it's because you got fast-tracked into the S-class. That probably rubbed him the wrong way. Fubuki had once aimed for A-class, but only because she wanted to be number one. After digging up Sweet Mask's background, she gave up on that idea and stayed comfortably as the top B-class hero. Sweet Mask had the strength and achievements to qualify for S-class but purposely stayed at A-class number one to block unworthy heroes from advancing. With a guy like that, hostility toward Kazaru wasn't surprising. In fact, the association placing Kizaru straight into S-class rank 9 might have been their way of annoying Sweet Mask. Huh. What a ridiculous guy. Whatever, if he's got moves, let him use them. I'll deal with it. Kizaru was clearly unimpressed, but he wasn't worried. In the end, strength was what mattered. If Sweet Mask wanted trouble, he'd just flatten him. After all, he signed up for the training camp. Didn't he know it was easy to get in, but hell to get out? If needed, Kizaru was more than happy to spar with the guy 3 times a day for a month. Even the sharpest thorns get ground down eventually. Fubuki was still mulling over what kind of tactics Sweet Mask might use, and didn't notice how close she and Kizaru were now sitting. It's late, I should go, get some rest. She jumped to her feet. She did have some feelings for Kizaru after these last few days, but this was all happening way too fast. Sweet dreams, Kizaru said with a smile, not as pushy as she feared. Back in her room, Fubuki felt her face burning. Sure, she'd fantasized about fairy tale romances like any girl, prince and princess stuff. But now that something real was happening, all she felt was nervousness. Just having Kizaru sit a bit closer made her heart race and her nerves rattle. Degree. Chapter 142, Training Grounds. Huff, puff. 92 kilometers left. Gotta speed up. Under the night sky, on the highway from City C to City B, a figure pedaled furiously on a bicycle. Upon receiving the announcement from HQ, Mumin Rider, who had once stood against vaccine men in City A, immediately signed up for the training camp. Not just because he had witnessed Kazaru's overwhelming power firsthand, but because he didn't want to miss a single chance to become stronger. Blue Flame, is this guy really as powerful as you say? Like Mumin Rider, someone else was also en route to City B, A-class rank 7 hero, Magic Hand. But unlike the struggling cyclist, Magic Hand was cruising in a luxury sedan, looking far more relaxed. You've seen the footage HQ shot, haven't you? Sitting in the back seat, Blue Flame spoke in a cool, slightly distant tone. He and Magic Hand were friends, but also longtime rivals. Truth be told, Blue Flame hadn't planned to invite him along at all. Unfortunately, Magic Hand had picked up on something and insisted on tagging along, and even took the wheel. The footage was impressive, sure. But you know me, I don't believe anything until I see it with my own eyes. And just because someone's strong doesn't mean they can train others to be strong too, right? Magic Hand, being a top-tier magician, didn't take anything at face value. For him, seeing is believing meant seeing in person. And honestly, the level of power Kazaru had shown against vaccine men looked exaggerated. If it wasn't for Blue Flame's glowing endorsement, Magic Hand wouldn't have bought it. Then don't come. Blue Flame rolled his eyes. He would have preferred fewer attendees anyway, ideally, just him getting one-on-one training from Swift Flash. Come on now. This is the first time an S-class hero has agreed to train people publicly. Magic Hand gave a dry chuckle. He'd been stuck in the A-class for nearly 2 years, mostly thanks to that number 1 bottleneck, Sweet Mask. He only just clawed his way up to rank 7. If he didn't seize every chance to grow stronger, he might never reach the S-class. To some S-class heroes, that rank was just the starting point. But for many others, it was the ultimate goal. While some heroes were still racing to City B, others had already arrived, even before HQ made the official announcement. For Sweet Mask, there was hardly anything the Hero Association could hide from him. Even sealed S-class dossiers were accessible to him one way or another. He'd originally planned to confront Kazaru directly after locating him through that file. But then he received the announcement about the training camp. Rather than storm and guns blazing, Sweet Mask changed his approach, and had his assistant register him for the camp. Instead of forcing to reject Kazaru's promotion, he'd show, on live broadcast, that this so-called S-class hero wasn't worthy of the title. That way, next time HQ tried to parachute someone into the S-class, they'd think twice. Once they saw what happened to this newcomer, they'd remember, crossing Sweet Mask was a bad idea. To prevent more unqualified trash from slipping into the S-class, even if it means making Swift Flash look bad, it's a necessary evil. Standing in front of the floor-to-ceiling windows in the penthouse suite of City B's most luxurious hotel, Sweet Mask gazed out toward the training camp in the distance. Tomorrow, in front of the cameras, he would show the world, if someone didn't have his approval, they had no business calling themselves an S-class hero. The night passed quietly. Early the next morning, Kizaru sat at the breakfast table, leisurely sipping coffee and spreading jam on toast. Then, wearing her pajamas, Fubuki walked out of her room and sat across from him, still looking half asleep. This villa, situated right next to the training camp, had been purchased along with the land. Since Kizaru wasn't planning to stay in the One Punch Man world for more than a month or two, he simply transferred the property to Fubuki. Fubuki hadn't slept well. She looked a little dazed. She hadn't even noticed that her loose pajama top was slightly askew, giving Kizaru quite the view of her snow-capped peaks. Morning. Nice weather today. Great view, too. Kizaru smiled lazily. While Fubuki wasn't quite on Hancock's level of goddess-tier beauty, her figure was still exceptional. This trip was turning out to be quite the treat. Where's Lily? Fubuki hadn't realized anything was amiss. She'd been on a strict diet lately and was a bit hypoglycemic. Her brain felt fuzzy when she woke up. She brought us breakfast, then headed to the camp early. Apparently some of the equipment still isn't fully set up. She's rushing the staff to finish things up. Kizaru said casually, still spreading jam like he had all the time in the world. While everyone was eagerly anticipating his training camp, the man himself looked completely unbothered. So, we'll head over after we finish eating. Fubuki shook her head, trying to clear the fog in her mind. She missed the hot coffee Lily used to make for her every morning, but luckily, a cup of warm milk did the trick just as well. As Fubuki regained her focus, she realized her pajama top had ridden up, exposing quite a bit of skin. She quickly reached to cover herself, glancing up at Kizaru to see if he'd noticed. Upon seeing that he didn't, she let out a sigh of relief, but also felt a tinge of disappointment. How many women could resist a man like Kizaru? He was strong, handsome, and considerate. Fubuki couldn't help but feel moved. Especially after he bought the villa and casually transferred the property rights to her name. Even though she already knew how wealthy Kazaru was, it still felt like a mountain of gold had just dropped on her. No rush. Let them wait a bit longer, there's no shortage of people who signed up, Kazaru said, his tone casual. He always kept a clear sense of where everyone stood. He wouldn't help someone just because he felt sorry for them. Opening a training camp to teach the 6 forms of the Navy was already a huge favor from him. If the heroes wanted to learn, great. If they didn't, that was their loss. If anyone decided to quit just because Kazaru was running late, well, that only meant less work for him, and he'd be happy about that. Then I'll hurry up and do my makeup, Fubuki said, unfazed by Kazaru's attitude. Being well aware of what being an S-class hero represented, she had no problem accepting Kazaru's high-handed demeanor. The Hero Association worked efficiently. The training camp site, which had only been finalized the day before, had already made significant progress by the next morning, thanks to an overnight construction effort. Of course, Kazaru's demands weren't too high. Most of the training facilities were just basic steel, concrete, and rebar. They didn't even need a smooth track, just a bunch of workers and machines buzzing around for half a day had done the job. It was easy to imagine the mixed feelings of the eager heroes who had rushed to the camp. If the one running the training camp was an S-class rank 9 Swift Flash, they might have thought they'd been scammed. What's going on here? We drove all night to get here, and now you're telling me the camp isn't ready. Are you kidding me? A hero wearing large safety pins as earrings, looking a bit too edgy, stood at the entrance, furious, grabbing an engineer by the collar and yelling. Although Spiky Star was ranked 60th in B-class, his strength wasn't much weaker than the higher-ranked heroes. His low rank was mostly due to a lack of monster-slaying accomplishments. Hey! Let him go. A massive figure, Mountain Ape, charged over. Like a true gorilla, Mountain Ape was big and strong. As a member of the Fubuki group, Mountain Ape didn't need to sign up, he had automatic entry into the camp. Already well aware of Kazaru's immense strength, he and the others held him in great admiration. Hearing the taunts from the outside heroes had already upset him, but now, seeing this guy lay hands on an engineer, Mountain Ape's anger boiled over. No one was going to disrespect the Fubuki group on their own turf. Stinking gorilla. You want to fight? Spiky Star's hand was forcibly swatted away by Mountain Ape, who forced him to release the engineer. But the anger didn't stop there. Spiky Star turned to take his frustration out on Mountain Ape, shoving him with force. Mountain Ape, calm down. This is Fubuki Group's turf. You don't get to act like that here. Before Mountain Ape could retaliate, Eyelash, who had arrived almost at the same time, stepped in to block him, preventing any escalation of the conflict. She then turned to Spiky Star with a stern warning. By now, dozens of heroes had gathered outside the training camp. Aside from those A-class heroes who had first-hand experience of Kazaru's strength, most of the others were in a foul mood. If a conflict broke out, even though this was Fubuki Group's turf, Mountain Ape would still find it difficult to come out on top. Spiky Star seemed to heed Eyelash's warning, not pushing things further. The 30 B-class heroes of Fubuki group still had some presence, especially their leader, Hell Fubuki, whose strength was quite formidable even if placed among A-class heroes. Where is Swift Flash? According to the announcement, the training camp should be starting soon, Spiky Star asked, just as Eyelash was starting to breathe easier. But before Eyelash could respond, a voice from behind cut in. It was the tank top vegetarian, an A-class hero. Eyelash immediately felt the pressure. This wasn't just any A-class hero, tank top vegetarian ranked 9th, and he had the backing of his S-class mentor, tank top master. As a member of the tank top heroes, tank top vegetarian wasn't here on friendly terms. He had long held a grudge against Fubuki group, especially the audacity of a B-class hero organization calling itself the largest faction in the Hero Association. They didn't seem to show much respect for the tank top heroes at all. What Eyelash didn't know was that Vegetarian was also acting on his own, without informing his master. Even though Fubuki herself might seem like a minor threat, the true powerhouse behind her was her sister, Tornado of Terror, the S-class second-ranked hero. No one would underestimate her. Swift Flash and Hell Fubuki are on their way. Lily stepped in front of Vest Vegetarian, her voice loud and firm. If you have any complaints, you can take them up with them when they arrive. Despite the stark contrast in size and strength between them, Lily stood her ground without an ounce of fear. The tough-looking tank-top vegetarian hesitated. In front of Lily, he found himself uncertain. After all, she was the standard-bearer for physical strength set by Swift Flash himself. Even though she was simply chosen by him, no one could be sure if Swift Flash would intervene if Lily were harmed. He was an S-class powerhouse, just a rank below the highest in the association. I'll see how long you can keep this up, tank-top vegetarian scoffed, but didn't push further. Even though they were both members of the Hero Association, any personal conflict would be carefully weighed. If they went too far, and the situation escalated, there would be no place to appeal if one ended up on the receiving end of a beating. Tank-top vegetarian had come here without his leader's approval. If he were to get beaten, he certainly wouldn't dare tell his superior. Seeing tank-top vegetarian back off, the other heroes seemed to calm down slightly and return their attention to the training camp. The 10 or so construction workers who had been working for most of the day had still managed to get the training grounds in some shape. While it was still rough around the edges, the basic structure was now in place. Most of the Navy Academy-style training facilities were completed, with only some finishing touches left. Someone's coming again. Is that Swift Flash? It took this long to finally arrive. Wait, that car looks a bit familiar. Is that A-class rank 1 Sweet Mask? Why is this guy here too? The heroes exchanged surprised looks as they watched the exceptionally handsome Sweet Mask get out of the luxury car, accompanied by his assistant. If A-class rank 6 Blue Flame and A-class rank 7 Magic Hands had valid reasons to attend the training camp, then A-class rank 1 had the least reason to be there. If it weren't for Sweet Mask choosing to stay at A-class rank 1 and not wanting to be promoted to S-class, with his strength and achievements, he would have already been a member of the S-class heroes. In fact, IAI Iron ranked second right after him, and by merits alone, IAI Iron was already qualified to become an S-class hero. Yet, he remained stuck at A-class rank 2, blocked by Sweet Mask. This is such an ugly place. Where is Swift Flash? Sweet Mask said with visible disdain as he glanced at the training ground, which still looked like a construction site. He then impatiently shouted at the heroes guarding the entrance. He intended to prove to everyone that Swift Flash didn't deserve the title of S-class hero. Ideally, he wanted him to feel embarrassed enough to step down to A-class rank 2, so that those annoying swordsmen could be pushed further down the ranks. That way, they would stop dreaming of becoming S-class heroes and recognize just how far their strength was from that level. Degree. Chapter 143, Sweet Mask. Lord Swift Flash isn't here yet. If you want to join the training camp, just wait here, said A-class rank 8, Death Gatling, in a cold tone. He didn't particularly have a problem with Sweet Mask, but the guy's smug attitude really rubbed people the wrong way. He's late. Someone like that doesn't deserve to be an S-class hero, not even an A-class one. What, is he going to be late when a disaster strikes too? Sweet Mask's handsome face contorted with anger. In his mind, a hero had to be perfect, or at least strive for perfection. It was one thing if the person in question were some no-name hero. But for an S-class hero like Swift Flash to be completely lacking in self-awareness was an embarrassment to the title. You're going too far. Lord Swift Flash became an S-class hero because of his strength and achievements. It's not your place, even as A-class rank 1, to judge his worthiness. Lily stepped forward once again. Even though she hadn't known Kizaru for long, his decision to step up and save City A during the crisis and to start a hero training camp left a deep impression on her. To defend Kizaru's reputation, even against the A-class hero she once admired, Lily didn't hesitate to speak out. Bang. Before Lily could even react, Sweet Mask closed the distance of dozens of meters in an instant, grabbed her by the neck, and slammed her against the training camp's main gate. Another self-important woman. You think I stayed at A-class rank 1 for no reason? Sweet Mask frowned slightly, loosening his grip just enough to avoid killing her. Though he was doing his best to control his emotions, his increasingly extreme personality made even him uneasy. You bastard. Let Lily go. Seeing Lily attacked, Eyelash and Mountain Ape, B-class rank 2 and 3 respectively, lunged forward without hesitation. Though their high ranks were partially thanks to Fubuki Group's influence, their strength was genuinely among the best in B-class. Together, they could just about hold their own against lower-ranked A-class heroes. Boom. Boom. Unfortunately, before they even reached him, Sweet Mask delivered 2 lightning-fast kicks, sending both of them flying. Former Fubuki Group member Glasses, who had just rushed out of the crowd, was bowled over by the airborne Eyelash and Mountain Ape. Seeing this, even the A-class heroes who'd thought about stepping in decided to cool their heads a little. Don't act recklessly. That guy's just trying to make a show of strength. He's not actually going to hurt the girl. Magic Hands whispered, holding Blue Flame back. He didn't want to see his friend get beat down for nothing. It was a well-known fact within the Hero Association that Sweet Mask possessed strength rivaling the S-class heroes. Forget the Fubuki Group, even if every hero present joined forces, they likely still wouldn't be able to defeat him. That was why the Hero Association tolerated his frequent outbursts. As long as they needed his power, they would turn a blind eye to his behavior. Listen up, all of you. I'll say it again, I stayed at A-class rank 1 so that trash who overestimates themselves can't make it into the S-class. Trash needs to know their place. This so-called training camp is nothing but a scam. Before Sweet Mask could finish his sentence, a crescent-shaped flying slash tore through the air at incredible speed, slicing clean through the arm he was using to hold Lily and cutting the reinforced iron gate behind her in half. Renkyaku, Moonlight. Once the iron gate fell, only then did everyone hear a voice from midair. Kizaru, now wearing a floral shirt and beach shorts, was descending from the sky while carrying Fubuki in his arms. As soon as they landed, Fubuki quickly ran toward Lily, while Sweet Mask, ignoring his severed arm, locked his eyes on the men he had been obsessing over for days. S-class rank 9, Swift Flash. Sweet Mask's expression shifted from anger to solemn seriousness. Kizaru's display of strength had exceeded his expectations. That wind blade, moving at such speed, even if he were fully focused, he might not have been able to dodge it. As expected of someone called Swift Flash. What do you want? Kizaru asked lazily, with not a shred of S-class hero dignity in his tone. Had they not just witnessed him sever Sweet Mask's arm, no one would have guessed how dangerous Kizaru truly was. So that's the new S-class guy. He's tall. Seems like a powerful one. But Sweet Mask isn't a pushover either. You think they'll fight? I still want to attend the training camp. The surrounding heroes eyed Kizaru and Sweet Mask with growing tension. No one quite knew what to do if a fight broke out between two heroes of this caliber. Although Sweet Mask was officially A-class rank 1, no one doubted that his power rivaled S-class heroes. I want you to give up your S-class title and return to A-class. I'm willing to vouch for you to be promoted directly to A-class rank 2. As long as you pass my test, you can re-enter the S-class. Sweet Mask had realized that Kazaru likely did possess true S-class power. His original plan, to publicly prove Kazaru was unworthy, would have to change. Now, he could only hope that Swift Flash would understand his intent and voluntarily relinquish the S-class title. Otherwise, if people started skipping over him straight into the S-class, it would disgrace the honor of the entire rank. TCH, must be because it's daytime that you're daydreaming so hard. That's not a good habit. Kazaru chuckled mockingly. Aside from the repugnant celestial dragons, he had never met someone as full of themselves as Sweet Mask. Maybe Sweet Mask's intent had some merit, but who was he to decide who was or wasn't worthy of being S-class? At least the Hero Association judged based on strength and accomplishments. Sweet Mask's criteria were purely subjective, with no measurable standard whatsoever. If you won't agree, then don't blame me for being rude. Sweet Mask, now holding the severed arm his assistant had retrieved, simply reattached it, instantly restoring it to full function. His astonishing regenerative ability was one of Sweet Mask's trademarks. Losing an arm or a leg barely affected his combat power at all. You're welcome to try. Before Kazaru even finished speaking, the ground beneath Sweet Mask exploded, and a lightning-fast figure rocketed forward. Incredible speed, overwhelming power, and near-inhuman recovery, this was the power that let Sweet Mask dominate A-class rank 1. So fast. Sharp Star, who had nearly fought with Mountain Ape earlier, couldn't help but exclaim. The speed that left behind after images, was that even humanly possible? Boom. Sweet Mask's punch pierced straight through Kazaru's body, shattering the short wall behind him into dust. But in the very next instant, Kazaru reappeared behind Sweet Mask, casually gripping the back of his neck, ready to slam him into the ground. Ha! Feeling the grip on his neck, Sweet Mask reacted instantly, unleashing a whip kick from an angle that defied human anatomy. Rubberman. But even as the kick came, Kizaru's voice reached his ears, as if he had already seen it coming. Before Sweet Mask's kick could land, Kizaru's hand clamped down with brutal force and, in a flash, smashed Sweet Mask straight into the ground. Boom. The concrete cracked in a web-like pattern, and Sweet Mask's head was driven deep into the earth, like a rice seedling being planted upside down. In just a flash, the once unshakable Sweet Mask was taken down by Kizaru in what could only be described as a near-instant defeat. Amazing. Swift Flash Senpai. Before the others could react, a tall, high-ponytailed girl in a competitive swimsuit, her body brimming with muscle, shouted excitedly. She only glanced at the heroes before looking away. She was Captain Mizuki, B-Class rank 71, a rising star the Hero Association was heavily promoting this year. Rumor had it she had the potential to reach S-Class. He actually took down Sweet Mask that quickly. No wonder he's S-Class. Magician Hands, who had always harbored doubts about Kazaru, couldn't help but marvel. Any top-ranking A-Class hero hoping for S-Class promotion had likely suffered at Sweet Mask's hands at some point. That guy, under the guise of keeping weaklings out of S-Class, had constantly targeted those with promotion potential. So strong. Glasses, now independent from the Blizzard Group, stood in the crowd, gazing at Kazaru with admiration. He had left the Blizzard Group hoping that the pressure of going solo would push him to grow stronger. Even after working hard for so long, he hadn't made significant gains in strength. The only progress he could claim was that he now had the courage to stand up to monsters stronger than himself. Unfortunately, that kind of courage didn't count for much. When he saw Lily being attacked by Sweet Mask, he had wanted to help her, but in the end, he wasn't even as capable as Eyelashes or Mountain Ape. Is Lily okay? Kazaru walked up to Blizzard, who was helping support Lily. Aside from the hand-shaped bruise on her neck from Sweet Mask, Lily was largely unharmed. I'm fine, but Lord Kazaru, that guy. Lily swallowed nervously. Sweet Mask's entire head had been slammed into the ground, and the impact had shaken the earth itself. Such a brutal blow, unless his skull was made of steel, should have smashed it to pieces, right? Relax. He's still A-Class rank 1, after all. Didn't you notice? You're the only one worried about him. Kazaru spoke casually. With his observation hockey, he could sense that Sweet Mask's life force was still very much active, almost on par with a cockroach. Still, something about the guy felt eerily similar to Vaccine Man. Was he possibly a monster in disguise? There's nothing to worry about. Even if Sweet Mask had died, we could file a complaint with the association. Don't forget, it was him who attacked you first. Maybe she was tired of always being the big sister. Blizzard had always treated Lily like her own little sister. Seeing her almost strangled to death had ignited an uncontrollable rage inside her. Lady Blizzard, Lord Swift Flash, we're sorry. We failed to protect Lily. Eyelashes and Mountain Ape approached, full of guilt. If Kazaru hadn't shown up in time, who knew what would have happened to Lily? Lady Blizzard, long time no see. Glasses hesitated for a long moment but eventually mustered the courage to approach and greet Blizzard. Out of the 31 members who had joined the Blizzard Group, he was the first to voluntarily leave. If he'd gone on to achieve great success, that would have been one thing, but as it turned out, he wasn't doing as well as he had when he was still in the group. I've heard about your recent performance. You didn't bring shame to the Blizzard Group. If you ever want to return, just let Eyelashes know. Blizzard didn't see him as a traitor like some others might have. Instead, she acknowledged his efforts and achievements since leaving. We meet again, Lord Swift Flash. I'm sorry I didn't step forward just now. Blue Flame had actually been ready to act earlier, but his friend held him back. Still, he didn't make excuses, his character wouldn't allow him to claim credit for something he didn't do. Lord Swift Flash, it was me who stopped him. If anyone deserves blame, it's me. Seeing his friend take the initiative to apologize, Magician Hands quickly stepped forward, even at the risk of offending Kizaru, to defend Blue Flame. Relax. I don't hold it against you. If it were a monster attacking instead, I believe you wouldn't have stood by and done nothing. Kazaru spoke calmly. Unlike Sakazuki, who would execute deserters on the spot, Kazaru always believed that authority determined duty. Degree. Chapter 144, Training starts. Relax. I don't hold it against you. If it were a monster attacking instead, I believe you wouldn't have stood by and done nothing. Kazaru spoke calmly. Unlike Sakazuki, who would execute deserters on the spot, Kazaru always believed that authority determined duty. Ordinary seamen had a duty to uphold justice, but that didn't mean they were obligated to fight to the death against unbeatable foes. That kind of responsibility belonged to better trained, better paid naval officers. Those who received more should be expected to do more. The same logic applied to heroes. Especially since they received little in terms of perks, the Hero Association's stipends were laughable compared to the risks they faced. Of course, that was mainly because Lily hadn't been seriously hurt. If she had, with Kizaru's famously protective nature, his attitude would likely have been quite different. Puffed. Sweet Mask, whose head had been buried in the ground, struggled fiercely before finally managing to yank his now deformed head out of the cement. He then gave his head a hard shake, and the distorted skull rapidly returned to its original shape right before everyone's eyes. What incredible vitality! Is this guy really not a monster? Kizaru asked with curiosity. Even awakened Zoan-type devil fruit users couldn't match this level of regeneration. A severed limb could be reattached, a warped skull could return to normal. Kado himself relied more on durability than regeneration. Even if he were cut apart, it's unlikely he could reattach limbs and just keep going like Sweet Mask. Sweet Mask is extremely good at close combat. His regenerative abilities and pain tolerance are especially high. He might be a cyborg. Monsters wouldn't become heroes, and Sweet Mask has always been merciless when dealing with them. Blizzard didn't badmouth him, even though her group had clashed with Sweet Mask before. His personality and methods might be infuriating, but his actions were hard to criticize. Then let's leave him be for now. Let's officially begin the training camp. Kizaru didn't dwell on Sweet Mask and walked straight into the training field. The Hero Association's construction capabilities were impressive. Within just a single day, they had turned an ordinary open area into a basic training ground that met Kizaru's specifications. Lord Swift Flash, is this where we'll be training? A B-class hero named Bone, dressed in a bodysuit with skeletal patterns, couldn't help asking. He had already witnessed Swift Flash's power firsthand. Anyone who could easily defeat A-class rank 1 Sweet Mask was undoubtedly S-class. But the training field before him looked so plain, almost like a wasteland. He found it hard to believe it could produce meaningful results. That's right. This is where you'll be training for the next month. If there are no objections, we'll begin now. Kizaru scanned the crowd with a single glance. Excluding Sweet Mask, there were 62 people in total, 49 registered heroes, 12 eligible members from the Blizzard group, and Blizzard herself, who wasn't participating in the training. We're just starting like that. How exciting. I wonder what kind of training it'll be. No matter how brutal it is, I'll see it through to the end. The heroes were fired up. Some had already begun imagining the day they would become A-class, or even S-class, heroes after training. What I'll be teaching you is a set of techniques called the 6 powers of the Navy. The first is Moonwalk. Kizaru lightly jumped into the air, and under the stunned gazes of the heroes, began stepping on the air itself, rising slowly skyward. Sure, some heroes like Tatsumaki had psychic powers, and others like Metal Knight could fly with machines, but someone walking midair like this was beyond comprehension. Next, Tempest Kick. In midair, Kizaru casually kicked out. A visible vacuum slash flew forth, slicing the ground open with a trench over 10 meters long, more than a meter wide and deep. That's the move that sliced off Sweet Mask's arm. Magician Hands couldn't help crying out. The other heroes, hearing this, now stared with blazing intensity. They didn't expect to be able to cut off Sweet Mask's arm after learning this, but slaying a few monsters. That felt within reach. Finally, Shave. Don't bother looking, I'm already behind you. Kizaru's figure suddenly vanished, and not a single one of the dozens of heroes could track his movement. It wasn't until he spoke that they realized he was already standing behind them. So fast. This is Swift Flash, huh? The heroes were all visibly excited. It seemed they had mistaken all of Kizaru's abilities, including his faster-than-sound speed, for just part of the 6 powers technique. Did this mean? If they mastered the 6 powers, they'd become a weaker version of Speedo-Sound Flash. Moonwalk, Tempest Kick, and Shave. Once you master these 3, I'll teach you the rest. Kizaru decided to start with the 3 techniques that were most closely connected. Among the remaining 3, Paper Art was extremely difficult to train, while Iron Body and Finger Gun weren't ideal for fighting monsters. Besides, with just 1 month, unless someone was exceptionally gifted, most of them wouldn't even fully master the first 3. Senior Swift Flash. Can we start now? Rank 71 B-class hero Captain Mizuki shouted energetically. Though she didn't fit Kizaru's aesthetic preferences, her upbeat personality was definitely likable. Of course. First training activity, running. Start by running 20 laps around the field. Kizaru gave the order bluntly. The training ground was nearly 150,000 square meters in size, and the track alone was close to 5 kilometers. 20 laps would be about 100 kilometers, enough to drain most of the heroes dry. 20 laps. You're kidding. That's impossible. This kind of training will kill us. Just moments ago, the heroes had been filled with excitement. Now, Kizaru's cold splash of reality had washed it all away. They were okay with strict training, but this sounded like a death march. Oh, right, so you can actually finish the run. I'll get you a little running buddy. Kizaru clapped his hands and at the same time, sent a message to Orochimaru through their chat group. The next moment, under the horrified stares of the heroes, a giant white serpent appeared in front of Kizaru. It had a crown of feathers on its head, was over 50 meters long, and its head was larger than a heavy-duty truck. Feathered serpent, I assume Orochimaru has already explained things. I'll leave it to you, then. Kizaru smiled as he spoke. Orochimaru had originally suggested using Manda, but knowing Manda might actually eat anyone he caught, Kizaru opted for his old friend, the more friendly feathered serpent. Yes, I shall do my best to fulfill the mission. The serpent's voice was crisp and feminine. Even though only a short time had passed, she seemed to have grown noticeably larger. T the snake can talk. The heroes gasped in disbelief. If the feathered serpent hadn't remained calm and avoided destruction, they might have mistaken it for a snake-shaped monster. Anyone who strays off the track, or is last for more than a minute, get ready to be snake food. Of course, you can also choose to fight back. If you can defeat her, you don't have to run. Now, let the survival run begin. Kizaru waved his hand, and the feathered serpent immediately assumed a ferocious posture, charging toward the heroes. Although her temperament and appearance were much better than Manda's, her sheer size was still terrifying. Most of the heroes took one look at her and bolted. Only a few brave, or perhaps foolish, heroes chose to stand and fight. You bastard. Let me show you the power of the tank-top heroes. Tank-top vegetarian, muscles bulging, roared and charged straight at the serpent. He might not win in a head-on clash, but if he could dodge and leap onto the serpent's head. Swoosh. The feathered serpent opened its mouth and spewed out a thick cloud of white poisonous mist. While its venom wasn't as strong as that of other snakes from Ryuchi Cave, it had the unexpected ability to paralyze its enemies. Unless the target had an exceptionally large body or incredibly strong physique, anyone who came into contact with even a trace of this mist would be paralyzed and unable to move. Tank-top vegetarian, who charged straight into the mist, collapsed on the spot. Even S-class heroes might struggle against the serpent's poison, let alone a small fry like him. Keep your distance. Don't engage recklessly. Death Gatling warned in a low voice, raising his mechanical arm, which had a Gatling gun installed, and unleashed a hail of bullets at the serpent. Ding 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 ding. Like a storm, the bullets pierced through the poisonous mist and struck the feathered serpent's head, but were all blocked by its exceptionally tough scales. Still, the impact made the slightly careless serpent wince in pain. Strong defense didn't mean invincibility. If it underestimated these heroes, things might not go so well. Whoosh. Bam. A sharp wind split through the poisonous mist. Before Death Gatling could react, the serpent's whip-like tail slammed into him and sent him flying. Fortunately, the feathered serpent had held back. That tail strike only tore through his armor and clothes. Had she gone all out, she could have wiped him off the Hero Association's registry. Spring Rapier. Just as Gatling was sent flying, a spring-loaded rapier shot out from the mist and stabbed the serpent right in the head. Its scales, already weakened by the bullet barrage, were pierced clean through, and the serpent let out a cry of pain. But that was the extent of the damage. Compared to her enormous body, the A-class rank 33 hero Spring Mustache's attack was like a pinprick. Painful, sure, but dreaming of defeating her was pure fantasy. Stung and annoyed, the feathered serpent lashed out with her long tail toward Spring Mustache. This time it was personal, based on his physical durability. Even one hit would likely send him to the hospital for days. Smack. Her tail smashed into the special high-grade concrete tiles, shattering them like granite. But Spring Mustache narrowly avoided the strike with nimble footwork. My evasion skills aren't too shabby. He proudly stroked his signature mustache. Two heroes ranked above him had already been beaten by the serpent, but he alone was managing to hold his own. Unfortunately, he got cocky too soon. Before he could even decide how to use his agility to launch a counterattack, the feathered serpent had already lost her patience. She opened her enormous jaws wide. Wind style, great breakthrough. The feathered serpent's belly swelled as if it were pregnant, then a massive gust of compressed wind blasted from its mouth. Spring Mustache didn't even have time to react before he was sent flying. As a serpent from the Ryuchi Cave, the feathered serpent's venom was weaker than its kin, and it didn't possess the overwhelming physical strength of Manda. Yet, the fact that Orochimaru still saw potential in it meant it had talents worthy of praise. And in just the blink of an eye, 3 fairly powerful A-class heroes had been instantly defeated by the serpent. Any other heroes who had originally planned to fight now obediently started running laps, just as Borsellino had ordered. The feathered serpent lazily slithered after them. It actually enjoyed this kind of game. Unlike Manda, who liked to eat humans, the feathered serpent preferred to play with these 2-legged creatures. Drag those 3 aside. Once they wake up, they'll have to make up for the training they missed. Borsellino gave the order to some of the Fubuki group members who weren't participating in the training camp. Not all of them met Borsellino's strict requirements. While the Fubuki group members were all B-class heroes, the range within the B-class was huge. Ignoring the bald guy who would eventually raise the B-class ceiling to unimaginable heights, at present, the strongest among them could probably make a name for themselves in the new world, while the weakest weren't much better than ordinary Navy grunts. Because of this, less than half of the Fubuki group members qualified to join the training camp. The rest were relegated to handling camp logistics. However, after witnessing how brutal the training was for those who were accepted, some of the initially disgruntled members actually felt lucky they didn't qualify. Otherwise, they'd be victims of this hellish boot camp. Push through. Push through. Push through. Even if you collapse in the end, you must finish all 20 laps. The one leading the charge was none other than the top-ranked C-class hero, Mumen Rider. When the other heroes hesitated, unsure whether to fight or flee from the feathered serpent, Mumen Rider had already chosen to put his full trust in Borsellino, no hesitation. Not because Borsellino's words were especially convincing, and definitely not because Mumen Rider was stupid. But because he didn't want to miss any chance to get stronger. No matter how small that chance was, he was willing to bet everything on it. Unfortunately, no matter how strong his will was, it didn't change the fact that he was probably the weakest among all the heroes who qualified for the camp. As the number 1 ranked C-class hero, his physical strength had only just barely made the cut. His top ranking wasn't because he was the strongest C-class, but rather due to his tireless activity and heroic spirit. Even though he was the first to start running. After just 3 laps, Mumen Rider had, unsurprisingly, fallen to last place. Degree. Chapter 145, 145, laps. Not picking up the pace. If you end up in last place, I'll have to eat you. The feathered serpent slithered lazily behind Mumen Rider, occasionally flicking out its long tongue to intimidate the 2-legged creature in front of it. At first, it thought it wouldn't get to play with the humans until the final few laps, but to its surprise, one of them was particularly weak, and had already fallen to last place. Damn it. I won't go down in a place like this. Mumen Rider gritted his teeth and roared as he picked up his pace. Running over a dozen kilometers wasn't a challenge for him, but the real issue was not being in last place. Damn it. I'm not gonna get eaten by a snake. Just 1 place ahead of Mumen Rider was Bone, ranked 77th in B-class. Seeing that the guy bringing up the rear was catching up, Bone, clad in a skullprint bodysuit, suddenly pulled out a bottle of milk from who knows where, chugged it down, and somehow boosted his speed by 30%. Not only did he leave Mumen Rider behind, but he also caught up to Mountain Ape, who was ahead of him. Crap, he already caught up. Mountain Ape, a member of the Fubuki group, turned pale watching Mumen Rider desperately gaining ground. He nearly peed himself. Coming in last meant being fed to the snake. Even if Kazaru didn't seem like the type to go overboard, who could really guarantee that giant terrifying snake wouldn't actually eat someone? Mumen Rider pushed himself hard to catch up to Mountain Ape. The rule Kizaru set was simple: as long as you're not constantly in last place, you're fine. In theory, as long as everyone took turns being last and managed their time, no one would be in real danger. But, no one could guarantee that when they did end up in last place, they'd be able to catch up again. It was a classic prisoner's dilemma: once one person decided not to be last, everyone else had to push harder too. Damn it. Why are you all running so fast? Save your energy, guys. 20 laps isn't exactly a walk in the park. No need to fight over it. Oh, and I suppose you're not trying to pull ahead too, huh? It didn't take long before the heroes realized something was off. But once the first person started going all out, everyone else had no choice but to follow. Even those who thought they had plenty of stamina and could pace themselves found themselves speeding up, trying to secure a better spot in the race. Kizaru hadn't mentioned any rewards for running faster, but it never hurt to make a good impression. Especially when many heroes noticed they were leaving higher-ranked competitors behind, the subtle sense of satisfaction fueled them to run even harder. And those who got overtaken by lower-ranked heroes? Yeah, they were not okay with it. These punks really think we won't catch up. Why are they running so fast? Watching the heroes sprint neck and neck, Fubuki was stunned. This training field was crude and simple, yet they were all running nearly at their physical limit. The ones in front were racing to be first. The ones in the back were fighting like hell to avoid being last. Only the feathered serpent was moving at a leisurely pace, trailing behind the group. With the special sensory abilities of Ryuchi cave snakes, it could roughly judge the condition of its prey. Once these 2-legged creatures reached the final laps and were running on fumes, that would be the best time to have fun. Probably because they love running, Kizaru replied lazily as he reclined on a beach chair, sipping on a drink while a member of the Fubuki group served up snacks. Even heroes weren't all that different from Navy cadets. If you wanted them to compete, it took almost zero effort. Is this kind of training really effective? And at the rate they're going, how many of them will even last all 20 laps? Fubuki sat beside Kizaru. She had poor stamina herself, but she could make a decent guess based on what she knew about Lily's endurance. Even if the heroes were stronger than Lily by a wide margin, everyone has a limit. And even if they managed to push through all 20 laps, how much energy would they have left for the next stage of training? Fubuki knew exactly how hellish Kizaru's training program was. She had even thought about pulling some strings to get in on it herself, but the moment she saw the training regimen, she immediately gave up. Psychics should fight in their own unique way. As for all that Navy 6 style stuff, she had zero interest in it. Don't underestimate them. Every one of these guys has at least 200 power units. Oh, maybe not the one on the bicycle, but as long as he's willing to push himself, he should still be able to hang in there. Kazaru had more or less copied the Navy Academy's training curriculum, only with the training intensity tripled. Still, considering the solid foundation most of these heroes had, triple the intensity should still be within their tolerance range. If it weren't for the fact that this was another world, where even if the training program leaked it wouldn't affect the Navy, Kizaru never would have handed over something this valuable so casually. If they actually managed to finish the special training and learn that Navy 6 styles you mentioned, how strong could they get? Fubuki asked, still a little skeptical. But given that Kizaru was clearly a big shot from another world, and his strength might even surpass her sister's, his judgment likely held more weight. Watching the members of the Fubuki group still running, aside from Mountain Ape, who was about to fall to last place, most could still hold on. Fubuki felt a little more at ease, though she couldn't help being curious. If someone fully masters the Navy 6 styles, they'd be about S-class level. If they've got enough talent, they might even be able to go toe-to-toe with that weirdo from earlier. Kizaru rubbed his chin and gave an answer that left Fubuki rather shaken. Just mastering the Navy 6 styles could put someone in S-class. Even challenge someone like Sweet Mask. Since when did becoming an S-class hero get so cheap? There were only 16 S-class heroes total in the association. Even if you counted Sweet Mask, the uncrowned king, there still wouldn't be more than 20 people with true S-class strength. Yet now Kizaru was claiming that just learning the Navy 6 styles could give someone that level of power. That sounded way too exaggerated. You're not seriously thinking learning the Navy 6 styles is easy, are you? Seeing Fubuki hesitate to speak, Kizaru couldn't help but chuckle. Sure, if someone could learn the Navy 6 styles, they could gain S-class level strength, but the catch was, they had to be able to learn it first. Even in the Navy Academy or among CP agents, there were tons of trainees who spent years and still couldn't master even one move. Granted, those were extreme cases. Normally, after a few years, anyone could pick up a few techniques. But Fubuki's idea of a 1-month crash course producing Navy 6 styles wielding S-class heroes? Yeah, in that case, Rob Lucci, the guy hailed as the strongest in CP9's 800-year history, would be crying in the bathroom. Even someone as gifted as Lucci took nearly 10 years just to get the basics down. Unless you already had a monstrously strong foundation, like Kizaru himself, or Saitama from this world, then mastering it would be a long grind. For monsters like them, the Navy 6 styles was more of a finishing touch. Expecting a massive leap in power from it. That was a bit too optimistic. Huff, huff. Am I already at my limit? Mumen Rider felt like his heart might burst out of his chest at any moment. Every breath took everything he had, and yet he still felt like he was suffocating. You've been in last place for over a minute now. Can I eat you yet? The feathered serpent's voice whispered into his ear. Maybe it was just because he was getting used to it, but somehow. Mumen Rider felt like the serpent's voice had a weirdly cutesy tone to it. But one glance at that massive snake head, easily several times larger than a heavy-duty truck, was enough to erase all such delusions. Let's be real, with his puny body, he'd probably just barely be enough to wedge between the serpent's teeth. Damn it. I won't fall here. His vision was blurring, and every breath carried the faint taste of blood, but just as he was on the verge of collapse, Mumen Rider suddenly erupted with a final burst of strength, sprinting forward with everything he had. Even if he couldn't pass the test, he would collapse on the road forward. No way, how the hell is that guy catching up? Mountain Ape from the Fubuki group was already gasping for breath, and the only thing giving him peace of mind was knowing someone else was still behind him. Yet just as he was struggling to hold on, he noticed that Mumen Rider, who had been trailing behind him, was starting to speed up again. The heroes in front were all groaning in frustration. While Mumen Rider and Mountain Ape couldn't really threaten their positions, the others being forced to speed up by the pressure from behind were very much their direct competition. The break in the race due to exhaustion was short-lived, and the competition flared up again. The leading group had less than a third of the 20 laps remaining. But with all the bursts of acceleration they'd already gone through, even the heroes with the most stamina had less than a third of their energy left. Good thing all the heroes who could even get into this training camp weren't average people. Otherwise, after running nearly 100 kilometers, some of them might not even be breathing anymore. Hey! Blue Flame, do you really think Swift Flash's training is worth it? If just running ourselves to death could make us stronger, there'd be S-class heroes all over the place. Magic Trickman, who was running in the lead pack, felt like he was reaching his limit. But as the 7th-ranked A-class hero, he couldn't fall behind. He had to grit his teeth and keep going. If someone ranked lower than him ended up ahead, who knows what kind of gossip would spread behind his back. You'd save a lot of energy if you talked less. Just for the sake of Swift Flash's name, I'm willing to try. If you're not up for it, you can quit. A-class rank 6, Blue Fire, was the calmest among them. Even in this A-class ego deathmatch, there were few who could seriously threaten his lead. Compared to him, Magic Trickman was already panting hard, but Blue Flame's face barely changed, as if running another 20 laps would be no problem. Don't joke around. If I quit now, then all that earlier running would have been for nothing. Magic Trick clenched his teeth. He wanted to believe in Swift Flash's training like Blue Flame did, but when he looked at Kizaru, lying on a beach chair with a beautiful woman by his side, basking in the sun, he couldn't help but feel resentful. They were all heroes, so why were they running for their lives with a giant serpent chasing them, while Swift Flash got to lounge under the sun with a babe? Magic Trickster Senpai is right. Let's all do our best together. The only one still this energetic at a time like this was the main fighter Mizuki, wearing her competition swimsuit. Ranked 71st among B-class heroes. As the only B-class hero in the lead group, Mizuki's performance surprised quite a few A-class heroes. It was only now that they started to understand why HQ thought she had the potential to become an S-class hero. Hearing Mizuki's voice, even Blue Flame's expression twitched a little. If there was anyone who could challenge him for first place, it was probably this high-energy girl. Wait, why are those guys in the back suddenly speeding up again? Crescent Eyebrows, who had fallen to the end of the lead group, couldn't help but shout. By this point, most of the heroes had a rough idea of their limits. Since this lap running was just the first phase of training, they had to conserve some stamina for what came next. After realizing they probably couldn't break into the lead pack, most heroes had settled into a steady pace to save energy. But now, with those two stragglers accelerating again, the ones in front, who didn't want to fall to the back, were being forced to speed up too. The pressure was slowly creeping up on the lead pack. I'm speeding up too. Whether it was to himself or someone else, Blue Flame increased his pace again, despite still having several laps left to go. Even though Swift Flash never once said there was any special reward for finishing first, the competitive spirit of the heroes made them instinctively fight for that spot. Then let's all sprint together, Senpai. Mizuki's eyes sparkled. She loved this kind of competitive atmosphere. Getting to challenge so many respected seniors, she would have signed up even without Swift Flash's promised results. Degree. Chapter 146, Another Guest. I must be insane for joining this training camp. Magic Trickman cursed under his breath, but his body, traitorously, sped up along with Blue Flame. After all, he was the second highest ranked A-class hero here. How could he just let himself be left behind? The heroes sprinting with all their might didn't even realize that, without noticing, they had already broken through their previous limits. On such a basic training ground, with nearly all of them close to exhaustion, it was their drive to outdo one another that pushed them beyond. Hiss. How strange. These two-legged creatures are running faster now. The feathered snake was still sluggishly trailing behind the group, but what puzzled it was that the prey, which had seemed to be nearing its limits, was still accelerating. What made the feathered snake especially unhappy was that the slowest of the two-legged creatures was now actually catching up to the slightly larger one. Two creatures who had originally been slow were now chasing each other, and as long as neither of them stayed in last place for more than a minute, it couldn't have fun playing with them anymore. Has the limiter loosened? Is it because of the competition, or because of me, an outsider? Kazaru, who had been lounging on his beach chair, suddenly opened his eyes, gazing in confusion toward the training field. Through his Kanbunchika haki, he sensed an incredible change happening with the heroes running laps. The locks that existed in everyone from the world of One Punch Men, the restrictions that prevented them from progressing further once they reached their limits, seemed to be loosening slightly. However, this loosening was barely enough to raise the upper limit by less than 1%. It was nowhere near the level of unlocking the full potential, as Saitama had done, but for these still weak heroes, it was already a significant leap. The heroes still running desperately didn't notice this small change. With the finish line getting closer, even those who had no hope of reaching the top ranks were pushed by the competitive atmosphere, and unconsciously gave it their all. Not bad. Already someone finished. By the time Kazaru was awakened from his nap by Fubuki, nearly a third of the heroes had completed their 20 laps of warm-up exercises. But aside from Blue Flame and Mizuki, who still had some energy left, most of the heroes had barely completed the 20 laps, and both their physical and mental states were nearing their limits. Are we continuing with the training? They all look like they're about to die. Fubuki was extremely glad she hadn't been foolish enough to join this training camp. Kizaru's camp was absolutely killer. Mountain Ape, who usually looked strong and reliable, was now barely hanging at the back of the group, competing for second to last with the top C-class hero. Out of Fubuki's group of 12 members participating, only B-class rank 2, Eyelash, and rank 5, Lily, had completed the 20-lap goal. However, Fubuki was still quite satisfied. Aside from Eyelash and Lily, the only other B-class heroes to finish were Mizuki and Sharp Star. The rest were all A-class heroes. Mountain Ape's strength wasn't much worse than Eyelash's, but unfortunately, his large size was holding him back. If it weren't for Mumen Rider covering for him, he would have definitely remained stuck in last place. At this moment, most of the heroes were still pushing themselves on the track, and some were already showing signs of not managing their stamina properly, collapsing less than 2 kilometers from the finish line due to exhaustion. Of course, we're continuing. Now is the time to push the limits. Who knows, maybe one of these heroes could really master the full 6 styles. Kizaru looked at Mizuki, who was wearing a swimsuit, a bit surprised. The girl's stamina recovery speed was pretty extraordinary. Even among the best students at the Navy school, she would have been considered one of the exceptional ones, the kind that could even get Zephyr out to teach. Blue Fire, who had finished first, still showed no major changes on the surface, just slightly quicker breathing. But in Kizaru's perception, Blue Fire wasn't in a much better state than the other heroes who had completed the full 20 laps. If they kept running, Blue Fire might last another 1 or 2 laps, but there was no way he could finish a third lap. His stamina had been depleted, and while the limiter had loosened a bit, it had only raised his potential limit. It didn't mean he could break through his current state. In contrast, Mizuki, who had just crossed the finish line, had been exhausted, but now she was already cheerfully cheering on the other heroes. Not only could she do another couple of laps, but even if they added 3 or 4 more laps, she would still be nowhere near her limit. Are you interested in that girl? Fubuki, noticing Kizaru's gaze on Mizuki, frowned slightly and felt a twinge of unease. From the chat group's private conversations about Kizaru, he was at least a notorious playboy, if not a full-fledged womanizer. Although Mizuki's muscular frame didn't fit the typical beauty standards for most people, there was no denying that her energetic personality had a certain charm for some people. This girl has potential. If she were in my world, she'd probably get specially recruited into the Navy school. Kizaru felt a bit regretful. Aside from members of the dimensional chat group, people from other worlds couldn't use the group to travel across dimensions. If it were possible, he'd have loved to bring more talented kids like Captain Mizuki back to the One Piece world, then he wouldn't have to worry about the Navy's future anymore. So far, only Orochimaru had found a loophole and sent the snakes from Ryuchi Cave to work in other worlds. As for Kizaru himself, bored out of his mind, he had made several trips across worlds. He was the only one who dared to travel so recklessly and freely. Even though Hybera AI and Fubuki were as close as sisters, they still didn't dare recklessly step into each other's worlds. It wasn't about distrust, it was a primal fear of the unknown. After all, bold and supremely skilled individuals like Kizaru and Esteth were rare. The guy from Swallowed Star was a transmigrator and understood the group members' worlds quite well, but even he wouldn't casually venture into the One Punch Man world the way Kizaru did. She has that much potential. Fubuki instinctively sized up Captain Mizuki. She had, personally, witnessed Kizaru's true strength. Could that girl really possess a potential that even someone stronger than her sister, like Kizaru, couldn't help but praise? Maybe it was worth considering pulling Captain Mizuki into the Blizzard group. That way, the group could potentially have 2 S-class heroes in the future. She's definitely not on the level of Sakazuki or Kazan, but she's better than Vivian. Oh, Vivian's a giant girl under my command, one of the top vice admirals in HQ now. You can think of her as being about as strong as that dragon-level monster from the other day. Kizaru scratched his head as he said this. Truthfully, Vivian still wasn't quite at Vaccine Man's level, but among all the people Kizaru had encountered in the One Punch Man world, she was the closest in power to him. That's strong. Fubuki found it hard to believe. While Vaccine Men didn't cause as much destruction as some other dragon-level threats, that was mainly because he targeted the Hero Association HQ and hadn't gotten the chance to go on a full rampage before Kizaru instantly vaporized him. Still, the aftermath of Vaccine Man's attack had turned nearly a fifth of City A into rubble, even with dozens of heroes resisting him. Now, watching Captain Mizuki cheering loudly at the edge of the track, Fubuki couldn't imagine this girl becoming an S-class hero. But even mastering the 6 styles only takes you so far. If she gets a good devil fruit, though, she might be able to spar with your sister someday. Kizaru gave Fubuki a sly, knowing look. If Fubuki could bring Captain Mizuki into the Blizzard group, even without Kizaru's help in the future, the group could become the most powerful faction in the Hero Association. Of course, that would depend on whether Fubuki was willing to exchange a devil fruit for Mizuki. Kizaru had only given the group members a discount for their first fruit. With Fubuki's current finances, giving the first devil fruit to Mizuki would mean she probably wouldn't be able to afford another full-price one anytime soon. The pros and cons were hers to weigh. Did she want to become stronger herself, or build up the Blizzard group? Fubuki understood Kizaru's hint perfectly. If possible, she wanted to earn her sister Tatsumaki's recognition. But she also knew her own limits. Unless Kizaru personally picked out an especially powerful devil fruit for her, she would never be able to catch up to Tatsumaki in this lifetime. I'm going to go have a chat with her. Without hesitation, Fubuki made her decision, pressed her lips together, and walked over toward Captain Mizuki. Right now, Captain Mizuki was still a B-class hero, so recruiting her into the Blizzard group wasn't out of the question, especially since Fubuki now had the newly promoted S-class rank 9, Speedo Sound Sonic, backing her. Of course, whether this would work out in the long run depended on whether Fubuki could actually keep Mizuki in check. But considering most heroes tended to be relatively straightforward and simple in personality, the odds of success were still in Fubuki's favor. Kizaru silently nodded to himself at the sight. As the leader of the Blizzard group, Fubuki's decisiveness and leadership were nothing to scoff at. Without those traits, there's no way she could have grown her faction into the largest one in the Hero Association. It was just a shame that her own strength had become a bottleneck for the group's overall development. If she were as powerful as Tatsumaki, she wouldn't have to limit her recruitment to just B-class heroes. Still, she had found a workaround. Even if her own strength was lacking, as long as she could recruit strong enough members, she could patch up the group's lack of firepower. Now, what should I have them do next? Who's this guy trying to cause trouble again? Kizaru took a sip of his cold drink, then frowned and looked toward the entrance of the training camp, clearly annoyed. He could swear on the last shreds of his dignity, he really had just come to this world for a vacation, and to buy time for Orochimaru, Tony Stark, and Hybrid AI to finish researching the pure gold. Even the training camp had been a spur-of-the-moment decision. After the exhausting war at Marineford, even Kizaru wanted to take things easy for a while. But the more he tried to avoid trouble, the more it came knocking on his door. First it was Tatsumaki, then Sweet Mask, and now some new random dude had shown up. What, did they think he was some kind of tourist hotspot to check off their list? At that moment, outside the training camp gate stood a man dressed in flamboyant metallic armor, wearing a skin-tight bodysuit and a cape. His long hair flowed down behind his strikingly handsome face as he coolly surveyed the makeshift camp. This was Flashy Flash. After leaving his training retreat, he had gone to the Hero Association to inquire about the newly promoted S-class hero, Swift Flash, only to be surprised to hear that Swift had started a training camp. As someone who had been sold by his parents to a ninja village and subjected to cruel, cold-blooded assassin training since childhood, Flashy Flash instinctively harbored deep suspicion and rejection toward any place called a training camp. Initially, it was just Swift's chosen hero name that rubbed him the wrong way, but now, seeing this shabby little camp in person brought back all sorts of unpleasant memories. Swift Flash, let me see for myself who you really are. Flashy Flash didn't hesitate for even a second as he drew the sword at his waist. In an instant, countless streaks of sword light flashed, and the large iron gate of the training camp was sliced into a rain of shattered steel fragments. Clang clang clang. The sound of broken metal crashing to the ground immediately drew the attention of everyone inside the training camp. Unlike Kazaru, the newly promoted S-class hero, Flashy Flash had long been well known within the Hero Association. Formerly ranked 13th among the S-class, he had recently been bumped down to 14th, thanks to Kizaru. If it weren't for the fact that he rarely took the initiative to fight monsters, leaving his accumulated merits too low, there's no way he'd be ranked that far down. In truth, even if his strength didn't quite place him in the top 5 of the S-class, he definitely wasn't far off. Before Kizaru appeared, Flashy Flash was regarded as the fastest hero in the entire association. Wait, is that Flashy Flash? Why would he show up here? He's not looking too friendly. You don't think they're going to fight, do you? But I've never heard of Flashy Flash having any grudge against Swift Flashes. The heroes who had already finished their laps all looked on curiously. Everything about the S-class heroes was shrouded in mystery to them. And Flashy Flash, even among the S-class, was one of the most elusive. Even those few heroes who had seen him before rarely had any meaningful interaction with him. Swift Flash. Flashy Flash's gaze locked onto Kizaru, who was lounging by the running track. The moment he laid eyes on him, he frowned. Everyone else in the camp was in the middle of intense training. And those who had already finished, it was clear to someone of Flashy Flash's level of perception that they had just gone through a pretty grueling regimen. Only Kizaru stood out. The guy had been laying on that beach chair from the start, completely motionless and looking utterly relaxed the whole time. That's me. And you are. Kizaru let out a lazy yawn. He still remembered characters with strong visual traits, like Saitama or Tatsumaki, main characters or major supporting cast. But Flashy Flash. He barely rated above background NPC in his memory. He was clearly not a complete nobody, but Kizaru honestly couldn't recall who this guy was. Degree. Chapter 147, Flash vs. Flash. Of course, none of that really mattered. What did matter was the nearly undisguised hostility radiating from Flashy Flash. It was obvious he wasn't here for a friendly visit. To be honest, Kizaru wasn't particularly bothered by others harboring hostility toward him. After all, he wasn't some stunning beauty or made of gold. There was no reason to expect everyone to like him. But that didn't mean Kizaru was the kind to tolerate provocation lightly. Especially not from someone like Flashy Flash, who showed up uninvited and with no real reason. Kizaru had no problem teaching him a lesson. How arrogant. A newcomer who doesn't even recognize his seniors. Flashy Flash spoke coldly and expressionlessly. He wasn't the type to bully others or abuse his strength. And since Swift Flash was now ranked above him as the 9th S-class hero, while he himself was 14th, this couldn't even be considered picking on someone weaker. He'd let everyone see for themselves, only the true fastest in the Hero Association deserved the title of Flash. Sir, that's S-class rank 14, Flashy Flash. He's incredibly strong, and his speed is especially terrifying. He's a really tough opponent. One of the Blizzard group members carefully informed Kizaru, clearly worried a clash between two S-class heroes was imminent. Oh, it's old 14, huh? Can't count, can you? I'm 9th, you're 14th, who's the senior here? Kizaru let out a dismissive laugh. If Flashy Flash had just shown a little respect, Kizaru might have humored him for a chat, seeing as they were both part of the Hero Association. But this guy had clearly come looking for trouble, so he couldn't blame Kizaru for returning the favor. You arrogant fool. I'll show you just how ridiculous that so-called code name the association gave you really is. Time for you to witness what true speed looks like. The moment the words left his mouth, Flashy Flash vanished from sight. Even Fubuki, who had been closely watching, couldn't track his movement. Only a few heroes with exceptional eyesight managed to barely catch a glimpse of a blurry afterimage streaking toward Kizaru. As the former fastest hero in the association, Flashy Flash had every reason to be confident in his speed. Even without going all out, he was already moving faster than most heroes could even react to. However, just as he reappeared behind Kizaru, intending to teach this arrogant newcomer a lesson, he struck nothing but air. Oh. You may begin your performance now. Kizaru's voice suddenly rang out from behind him, still with that ever-casual tone, a chilled drink hanging from his mouth, and an expression that hadn't changed a bit. To be honest, Flashy Flash wasn't slow. But trying to compare himself to Kizaru, someone whose speed rivaled light itself. That was just wishful thinking. Wind Blade Kick. Hearing the voice from behind, Flashy Flash's expression shifted slightly, and without turning around, he launched a vicious spinning kick. Though it was just a simple strike, it carried such precision and force that it seemed capable of slicing off a man's head. Even ignoring his incredible speed, Flashy Flash was a close combat master in his own right. Back during his final exam in the Ninja Village, he single-handedly slaughtered every instructor, staff member, classmate, and related personnel, eliminating the village's dark legacy at the root. That was why his class, the 44th generation, came to be known as the Final 44. It was also the last class the Ninja Village ever trained. SHHK. And yet, that kick, capable of slicing through steel, missed again. Kizaru simply took a casual half-step back, effortlessly avoiding the attack. Unless someone had observation hockey superior to Kizaru's, borderline omniscient in battle, even the most advanced martial arts wouldn't mean much. Especially not against someone whose reflexes surpassed lightning and whose speed rivaled light. That's it. Kizaru muttered lightly, as if genuinely confused that an S-class hero had nothing better to offer. Shadow Step Kick. Flashy Flash's expression darkened as he dragged his right leg in a strange arc, striking again, this time aiming for Kizaru's chest. Given their height difference, aiming any higher wasn't really an option. Unfortunately, just like the last time, Kizaru dodged it with an almost otherworldly movement. If the first exchange had shown Kizaru's superior speed, then this one showcased his exceptional martial skill. Every single one of Flashy Flash's moves had been completely within Kizaru's expectations. He hadn't even needed to use observation hockey, he was toying with the proud swordsman as if it were nothing. With 2 strikes dodged, and counting the first surprise grab that failed, Flashy Flash had now missed Kizaru 3 times in a row. Now I'm getting serious. Flashy Flash stared deeply at Kizaru. As arrogant as he was by nature, even he had now fully realized, Kizaru was far from an opponent that could be dealt with easily. With barely a moment's hesitation, Flashy Flash drew the sword at his waist, ready to unleash his true strength. He simply couldn't tolerate the fact that someone might be faster than him. Only he knew how brutal his training had been, 11 years in the Ninja Village, followed by 9 more after leaving it. All of it for one goal, to become faster. Stronger. Oh. Kizaru still showed no signs of getting serious. His face, no less handsome than Flashy Flash's, perhaps even more so, remained unchanged. If it were Tatsumaki standing there, Kizaru might have actually been interested. But this guy. Not even close. Heavy flash slash. Flashy Flash's speed skyrocketed, several times faster than before. Moments ago, some of the watching heroes could at least catch glimpses of his movements. Now, not even a blur remained. Though his swordsmanship wasn't quite on par with Atomic Samurai, Flashy Flash had once been the fastest hero in the association. Countless monsters had fallen under his blade. His lightning-fast thrust pierced straight through Kizaru's body, only for Flashy Flash to realize, upon closer look, that it was just an afterimage. His eyes widened involuntarily, and at that exact moment, a light tap on his shoulder. Kazaru had somehow reappeared behind him. Flash slash. Startled and furious, the former Speed King spun around instantly. The sword in his hand, driven by speed that surpassed the limits of human ability, became a flurry of blinding slashes, aimed to obliterate everything behind him. This attack was lethal, even for a dragon-level monster. With this kind of Godspeed technique, Flashy Flash could easily rank among the top 5 S-class heroes. And yet, he missed again. This time, Kazaru didn't even retreat. Instead, he avoided every single slash at impossible angles, his body gliding through the chaos as if he already knew exactly where every attack would land. Fast. Unbelievably fast. Flashy Flash was stunned. He had pushed his speed to its peak, yet he still couldn't even touch the hem of Kazaru's coat. The speed and swordsmanship he once took pride in now felt utterly powerless in the face of this new speedster. If you're done playing around, then it's my turn now, yeah. Kazaru calmly reached out his hand. Just as Flashy Flash finally snapped out of his daze and attempted to leap away. It was already too late. Even though he retreated at top speed, Kazaru still caught up. With just one finger, he flicked Flashy Flash square on the forehead. And with that single flick, the S-Class rank 14 hero was launched through the air. Kazaru hadn't used any real force. Given that Flashy Flash was just a fellow hero, not someone reckless and antagonistic like Sweet Mask, Kazaru saw no reason to go all out. Boom. Even so, Flashy Flash slammed into a nearby short wall used for obstacle training. The concrete wall, reinforced with steel bars, cracked open from the impact. Thankfully, S-Class heroes were built tough, even speed-based ones like Flashy Flash had far greater durability than your average A-Class hero. Watching this, the surrounding heroes couldn't help but widen their eyes. The clash had happened so fast, they couldn't even see what transpired. And yet, the result was crystal clear. Flashy Flash had been thoroughly outclassed. He hit that concrete block so hard it cracked, and just watching it made others wince in sympathy. No wonder he's S-Class rank 9. Took down both the A-Class number 1 and the S-Class rank 14 with ease. So this is what true S-Class power looks like. That speed was insane. The former fastest hero and the new fastest, there's no doubt who came out on top. The crowd whispered among themselves. Even those heroes who had just staggered across the finish line, panting too hard to speak, couldn't help but look over at Kizaru and Flashy Flash. Cough. How did you do that? That kind of speed, how can a human move that fast? Flashy Flash struggled to get back on his feet. His metal-armored bodysuit trembled slightly. The sharp pain in his body didn't stop him from focusing on the one thing on his mind, speed. To Flashy Flash, his speed was basically the definition of human limits. Unless it was that bald guy who had broken his limiter, no human should be faster than him. In fact, in many ways, Flashy Flash had already gone beyond the peak of what should be humanly possible. With overwhelming talent and 2 decades of relentless training, at age 25, his physical prime, no one should have been able to outrun him. And yet, here he was, utterly crushed in speed by this new, swift Flash. Even in his wildest dreams, Flashy Flash could never have imagined such absurd speed existed. That speed just now. It was alright, I guess. Around the level I had when I was 16. Kizaru said casually. Before he even finished speaking, he vanished without a sound, and reappeared directly in front of Flashy Flash. His voice echoed after the fact, catching up only after he had already moved. Just a few dozen meters, and Kizaru had crossed the distance faster than 10 times the speed of sound. Even Flashy Flash hadn't seen it happen. Only someone like Flashy Flash, who had devoted himself entirely to mastering speed, could understand just how insane that really was. This wasn't just a battle between strong and stronger. This was the limit of speed, being shattered by something beyond. Kizaru knew exactly how the other man felt. He had encountered many opponents like Flashy Flash on his path to the top. All he could do was pat him on the shoulder. This one had come to pick a fight, sure, but unlike Sweet Mask, he wasn't looking to die. No reason to be too harsh. I'd like to apply to join your training camp. Kizaru blinked. That, he hadn't expected. Just as he was getting ready to send this would-be challenger on his way, Flashy Flash sheathed his sword and spoke seriously. The man who once thought he had touched the ceiling of human speed now realized, he'd been staring at the sky from the bottom of a well. Kazaru's speed wasn't just faster, it dwarfed his own. It was clear now, Kazaru was the rightful fastest man in the Hero Association. Only he deserved the title of Flash. Flashy Flash wasn't someone who couldn't accept defeat. If anything, losing made things more interesting. It meant there was still room for him to grow. And right now, Kazaru was the best teacher he could ask for. You serious? My training camp's not gonna teach you how to go faster. Those guys in there already learned everything it has to offer, and they still couldn't touch you. Kizaru raised an eyebrow. For a true powerhouse, even the Navy's 6 styles were just icing on the cake. Even if Flashy Flash mastered them, it wouldn't make much difference to someone already at his level. Yes. Please let me join. Flashy Flash said with quiet determination. After witnessing true Godspeed firsthand, he had made up his mind. Even if the camp wasn't helpful, he could still observe Kazaru up close and maybe pick up something deeper. Suit yourself then. Start with the others, go run 20. No, make that 50 laps around the track. Kazaru didn't really care either way. With Sweet Mask booted out earlier, a spot had just opened up anyway. 50 laps. Understood. Flashy Flash glanced at the track and strode toward the group of training heroes without hesitation. 200 kilometers meant nothing to him. He didn't know what purpose this running served, but since it was Kazaru's instruction, he was willing to give it a shot. Wait, is this for real? Flashy Flash is gonna train with us. Ranked 7th among the A-class, Magic Trickster was in disbelief. Until now, aside from Blue Flame, he'd always been second place in the training camp. Forget about those B-class nobodies, even most A-class heroes didn't earn his respect. But now, even an S-class hero had voluntarily joined the training camp. He felt a mix of absurdity and overwhelming pressure. That was one of the top-tier elites, the exalted S-class, and he had silently stepped onto the track to start running laps. Even more shocking, he began after everyone else had nearly finished, and still planned to run all 50 laps from the start. Many A and B-class heroes were quietly waiting to see Flashy Flash embarrass himself. Even if he was an S-class, after a fight like that, there was no way he could immediately run over 200 kilometers. It just didn't seem humanly possible. But very quickly, the smirks on their faces froze. From surprise to shock, from shock to outright fear. On the nearly 5-kilometer loop track, Flashy Flash moved like a howling gale, lapping it in less than a minute each time. Compared to Kazaru's speed earlier, where even his afterimages were hard to perceive, Flashy Flash hadn't even broken the sound barrier now. But at over 100 meters per second, his movements were fast, steady, and consistent. And yet, lap after lap, 15 minutes later, he had already completed 20. Meanwhile, the slowest runners, Mumin Rider and Mountain Ape, still had 1 lap left to go before finishing. He's so fast. Insanely fast. That guy's basically a monster. Magic Trickster couldn't hold it in and blurted to his friend nearby. He already knew S-class heroes were on another level, but seeing it with his own eyes felt like a heavy blow. He himself specialized in speed. Maybe Blue Flame had him beat in long distance, but in short bursts, Magic Trickster always thought he had the edge. But now, watching Flashy Flash maintain that kind of average speed over hundreds of kilometers, it completely broke him. His confidence shattered. So this is what an S-class hero is like. Blue Flame let out a long breath. The feeling in his heart was hard to put into words. When he watched Flashy Flash get absolutely destroyed by Kizaru earlier, even though he knew it was because the man was too strong, he still instinctively looked down on Flashy Flash a bit. But now, comparing his own previous performance with what Flashy Flash was doing, he finally understood why he was only an A-class hero. See that? That's an S-class hero. If you join the Blizzard group, I promise you'll have regular access to Swift Flash's training. And that's not all, there's a huge surprise waiting for you too. Riding the momentum of Flashy Flash's performance, Blizzard immediately tried to persuade Captain Mizuki to join her group. Swift Flash Senpai joined the Blizzard group too. Captain Mizuki asked curiously. This was her first time seeing a battle between S-class heroes. Even the defeated Flashy Flash had displayed power far beyond her imagination. If he was part of the Blizzard group, then maybe she should join too. He's still thinking about it, but I'm sure it won't be long before Swift Flash accepts the invitation. Blizzard covered her little slip, but her mind was made up. No matter what, she had to bring Kazaru into her group. If the Blizzard group had Kazaru as their poster boy, getting new recruits would be a breeze. Even S-class heroes are joining, what are you waiting for? Okay then. I'll join too. Captain Mizuki tilted her head and nodded enthusiastically. Her thought process was simple. Swift Flash was strong and trustworthy, and Miss Blizzard seemed genuinely welcoming. Besides, the Blizzard group had a good reputation. Joining didn't sound bad at all. Welcome aboard. You're officially a member of the Blizzard group. Blizzard beamed, already itching to take Captain Mizuki to her walk-in closet to share her beloved designer heels and handbags. This was someone even Kizaru acknowledged as a promising newcomer. She had to find a way to get him to personally give Mizuki some extra guidance. After all, if other heroes got stronger, it didn't benefit the Blizzard group much. But Captain Mizuki was one of their own. While Blizzard was busy recruiting, Mumen Rider and Mountain Ape were finally less than 100 meters from the finish line. You can do it. Come on, almost there. Feather Snake giggled as she followed along behind. She was one of the few giant serpents from Ryuchi Cavern who didn't treat humans as food. Rather than eating Mumen Rider and Mountain Ape, she was far more curious to see if they could actually finish. Hold on, just a bit more. Mumen Rider's vision was blurry. Every breath felt like it was ticking down a timer. His body had long since hit its limit. And yet, by sheer force of will, he kept moving toward the finish line. It was painfully slow. The last 2 kilometers had taken the pair over half an hour to cover. Damn it, stop chasing us already. Mountain Ape panted heavily. His physical endurance was far better than Mumen Rider's, but his body type just wasn't built for running. Having Mumen Rider chase him all the way here, he'd reached his own limit too. Eep. You guys better hurry, cause that new guy. He's almost done with his 50 laps and about to catch up. Feather Snake chimed in gleefully. Just as the words left her mouth, Flashy Flash shot past Mumen Rider and Mountain Ape with a blank expression on his face. He had just finished his 49th lap, only one more to complete the task Kazaru had assigned. And he'd done it all in under an hour. This kind of speed and endurance made the gap between them and an S-class hero painfully clear to everyone watching. But to maintain an average of nearly 100 meters per second for over 200 kilometers, even for Flashy Flash, that was pushing his limit. However, due to the harsh training he'd undergone since childhood, he knew how to pace himself and conserve energy. So even now, at the final lap, his speed hadn't dropped noticeably from when he first started. Though Mumen Rider and Mountain Ape had given it their all, they were still a few beats too slow, forced to watch helplessly as Flashy Flash blazed by like a hurricane. 43 minutes and 27 seconds. So this is the power of an S-class hero. 50 laps. Over 200 kilometers, and he did it in less than an hour. If only we had that kind of speed. Around the finish line, the other heroes were frozen in awe. Some even tried to strike up conversation with Flashy Flash, but the S-class hero ignored them completely. Having completed the entire run, he walked straight toward Kizaru, who was lounging on a beach chair. What's the next part of the training? Flashy Flash asked, unbothered by the fact that Kizaru had been sipping cold drinks under the sun while he was running the entire time. At this moment, all he wanted was to understand how swift Kizaru had surpassed the limits of the human body and entered the realm of true god speed. Oh, you're done. That was pretty quick. Anyway, isn't it almost lunchtime? Kizaru replied nonchalantly, glancing toward the track. Seeing that Mumen Rider and Mountain Ape had also made it to the finish line with Feather Snake escorting them, he still didn't spare Flashy Flash a single look. Instead, he turned to Blizzard and asked casually. Even for heroes, running over 100 kilometers had taken up the whole morning. While the Rokushiki training was meant to push human potential, someone like Mumen Rider or Mountain Ape, already on the verge of collapse, wouldn't get much more out of further drills right now. Most of the others weren't much better off. Aside from Flashy Flash and Captain Mizuki, the number of heroes who still had any stamina left was in the single digits. Kizaru had already pretty much gauged everyone's physical limits. Now they could finally begin the real training. But before that, it was best to give everyone a bit of time to recover. I've already sent some members to prepare lunch, it should be here soon. Blizzard nodded, a bit heartbroken as she said it. These heroes were massive eaters. With 50 campers and 30 Blizzard group members, a single meal could eat up nearly half a month's budget. Luckily, with Kizaru as the big spender sponsoring everything, Blizzard could afford it. Otherwise, feeding the training camp would have been impossible. Then let's just settle for whatever's ready. Kizaru wasn't picky, he loved gourmet meals made by top-tier chefs, but he was also happy to sit in the Navy mess hall gnawing on stale bread and salty meat, joking with the rank-and-file about how terrible the cooks were. This attitude often earned criticism from Navy higher-ups, but Kizaru had always done things his own way. Eventually, he even became the most beloved Admiral among the lower ranks. I don't need lunch. Just tell me what the next part of the training is. Flashy Flash frowned slightly. After witnessing Kizaru's strength, he was desperate to improve, so desperate that he didn't want to waste even a second. Wait a sec. Kizaru raised an eyebrow and calmly opened up a dimension chat interface that only Blizzard, also a member of the same group chat, could see. Kizaru, at Orochimaru, you there? Do you still have some of those wristbands that you gave that other guy? Random guy who wants to cling to Luo Feng's leg, Lord Kizaru needs chakra-weighted wristbands. If Orochimaru's out, I can lend you a set first. Kizaru, let's see if Orochimaru's still got stock. If not, I'll borrow from you. Orochimaru, I've got them. They're quite popular among the ninjas in the village. I had the sealing team make extra. Kizaru, send me 2 sets for now, I'll put them to good use. Also, reserve another 100 sets and get them delivered ASAP. Random guy who wants to cling to Luo Feng's leg, what are you gonna do with so many wristbands? With your strength, even wearing a dozen of them won't help much. Blizzard, they're not for him. He's running a training camp in my world. Blizzard noticed Kizaru suddenly go silent. Instinctively, she opened the chat group, and sure enough, he was messaging someone inside. When Random Guy asked what was going on, she briefly explained what Kizaru had been doing since arriving in the One Punch world. Random guy who wants to cling to Luo Feng's leg, whoa, I'm so jealous. Getting training from Lord Kizaru himself. Jotaro Kujo, a hero who fights to protect civilians, huh? That's not bad. Kobayashi, wa Jotaro-san actually spoke. That's so rare. AI Hibara, it is. This guy usually doesn't talk, just as quiet as that old man. Xiaomei, old man. Who are you talking about? Random guy who wants to cling to Luo Feng's leg, she means Master Zhang Sanfeng. At Master Zhang Sanfeng hasn't spoken in a while either. Zhang Sanfeng, I was just about to say something, young ones. In 3 days, this old Taoist will celebrate his 100th birthday. If any of you are free, feel free to stop by for a chat. Kobayashi, whoa. I'm definitely coming, Grandpa. Random guy who wants to cling to Luo Feng's leg, me too. I wanna come. AI Hibara, if I'm free by then, count me in. Kizaru, 100 years, huh? Pretty impressive. Tony Stark, hey, what's everyone chatting about? A birthday bash for someone turning 100. Whoa, now that sounds awesome. Kizaru, you guys keep chatting. I've got a bit of business to take care of here. Seeing Kizaru suddenly zone out mid-conversation, Flashy Flash couldn't help but frown slightly. With his personality, he couldn't stand people losing focus during a conversation, but this was Kizaru, Godspeed incarnate. No matter how annoyed he was, he couldn't say anything. Put this on. Just then, Kizaru suddenly held out 2 wristbands and casually tossed one over to Flashy Flash. The band had a dark, almost black surface engraved with strange runes, and it was noticeably heavier than a typical wristband, though for an S-class hero, it wasn't anything significant. Weight training. Something like this, huh? Flashy Flash slipped the band on without concern. This level of resistance. Might as well just strap on a sandbag. But the moment both bands locked onto his wrists, his expression subtly shifted. Though the bands didn't feel especially heavy on his arms, his entire body suddenly felt incredibly weighed down. Even the air around him seemed thicker, sticky, every movement now sapped energy like he was trudging through molasses. Degree. A/N, 4.2k words, to make up for not posting yesterday. I have an insane fever, LOL, 40 degrees Celsius. Chapter 148, 148, Chakra Bands. Chapter 109, The Shameless Kizaru and the Furious Tatsumaki. Looks good enough. Go run 10 more laps. Kizaru nodded in satisfaction. Orochimaru's tech was as reliable as ever. Flashy Flash examined the wristbands for a while before returning to the track. This time, he had barely run a kilometer before noticing something was off. These wristbands didn't just weigh heavily on his body, they also created intense air resistance with every movement. Even without wind, it felt like he was pushing against a storm. Every single step now required massive effort. Forget running 50 laps like before, even 1 lap drained his energy significantly. And his speed? Nowhere near what it was. The first lap alone took nearly 3 minutes. His pace continued to drop, and by the time he finished 10 laps, the others were already having lunch with Kizaru. The same Flashy Flash who'd run 50 laps in just over 40 minutes had now taken more than an hour to complete 10. I'm done. Flashy Flash staggered over, panting heavily as he stood before Kizaru. Since dismantling the brutal training system of the ninja village, he hadn't looked this worn out in years. He had wanted to ask Swift Flash about the next phase of training, but seeing the freshly delivered food, even he, a man used to enduring everything, hesitated to move. Eat something first. This afternoon's training is hell level. Kizaru could easily read Flashy Flash's current condition. Running 10 laps under more than 20x gravity had pushed him to the limit. Only his superior body control let him keep standing in front of Kizaru at all. This time, Flashy Flash hesitated for just a second before obediently sitting down and accepting a meal from one of Blizzard's team members. He needed to restore his strength quickly for the next stage. At first, he had some doubts about Kizaru's training camp, but after experiencing these incredible weighted wristbands, he had begun to believe. Flashy Flash Senpai, do I have to wear the wristbands all the time too? Captain Mizuki raised her hands, looking slightly pitiful. She hated the sensation, like being constantly crushed under something. She had been following the training seriously, so why did she have to wear the same heavy bands as Flashy Flash Senpai? Hang in there. If you can keep them on until the training ends, you should end up much stronger than this guy here. Kizaru casually pointed to Blue Flame, the current rank 6 A-class hero. The chakra-weighted wristbands Orochimaru made weren't cheap, they cost 20 dimensional coins per pair on the chat group's exchange list, equivalent to about 2 kilograms of gold. Of course, the actual cost to make them wasn't that high, but Orochimaru's pricing showed just how valuable they were. What? Are you serious? We just have to wear them until the training ends. She's rank 71st in B-class, and she could become stronger than an A-class rank 6. The heroes eating nearby were stunned by Kizaru's words. Blue Flame, who'd just been used as the comparison, stared intensely at Mizuki's wristbands, practically itching to snatch them off her arms and wear them himself. Lord Flashy Flash, how can we get wristbands like those? One of Blizzard's former team members finally spoke up. He had left her team to grow stronger on his own, but things hadn't gone as planned. No rush. You guys aren't ready to wear them or handle my training yet. In time, I'll issue everyone a pair. Kizaru waved it off. You needed a certain foundation to use the wristbands. Apart from Flashy Flash and Mizuki, only Blue Flame barely met the minimum requirement, but forcing them on now would do more harm than good. Once the heroes had adapted to the training camp and needed higher intensity to feel pressure, then the time would be right. As for Flashy Flash and Mizuki, their foundations were too solid. Without the wristbands, Kizaru's training wouldn't be effective on them. Hearing that Kazaru would eventually give everyone those magical wristbands made the heroes light up with joy, and they started looking forward to the upcoming training sessions even more. At that moment, in the hearts of all the heroes, Swift Flash was the very embodiment of heroism. That is, until the hellish afternoon training session actually began, and they realized just how naive they'd been. What are you all standing around for? Everyone, 1,000 power snatches and 1,000 clean and jerks. Weight set at 10 times your own body weight. 3,000 squats, then 5 laps of frog jumps. Begin. No lying down. Get up, unless you want me to get rough. Z. Wah. The heroes, getting their first taste of hellish training, still tried to sneak around the rules at first, only to discover that Kazaru's observation hockey was covering the entire training ground at all times. Anyone who tried to slack off under his watchful eye was immediately struck by a precise bolt of lightning-style jutsu, electrocuting them until they were on the verge of collapse. Blizzard and the members of her team who hadn't made it into the training camp watched the scene while trembling. Thankfully, their physical stats were too low and Kizaru had rejected their participation, otherwise, they'd be the ones suffering right now. Time always feels longer when you're in pain. As the first rays of sunset hit the training grounds, the hero Magic Hands, now with a scorched, explosive hairdo, couldn't stop the tears of regret from flowing. Thankfully, he wasn't the only one. Several heroes had the exact same fried hairstyle, and even Blue Flame had ended up with a blackened face after getting zapped for zoning out. With everyone looking ridiculous, it wasn't quite as embarrassing anymore. The sun's already setting. Well, I guess that's it for today. Let's just call this a warm-up for you guys. The real hellish training starts tomorrow. Still lounging on his beach chair, Kizaru stroked his chin while speaking, his words nearly gave the heroes a heart attack. If they had known the training camp would be this brutally intense, at least a third of them would have quit on the spot. Even now, after making it through the first day, many were seriously doubting whether they could last a whole month. Could any human even endure this? This isn't something a human can survive. I feel like I'm about to die. Can this really make us stronger? The heroes supported each other as they crawled off the training ground. A whole afternoon of hellish workouts had brought them closer together. Flashy Flash, do you really think this kind of training works? One hero finally mustered the courage to ask. To them, Flashy Flash, being an S-class hero, was the most qualified to give an honest assessment. If even he thought the training was pointless, then continuing might really be a waste of time. I don't know. All I know is that Swift Flash is stronger than me. Out of respect for the shared suffering, Flashy Flash answered for once. After the afternoon's intense training, he felt that something in his body had started to change. But with the wristbands still on and his stamina completely drained, he couldn't confirm it. Still, even if today's training yielded no results, Flashy Flash was willing to keep going. No one understood better than him just how hard it was to break through the limits of the human body. So far, Swift Flash was the only person he had ever seen accomplish that. Even if there was just a 1 in 10,000 chance, it was worth trying. The heroes looked at one another, those who had been thinking of quitting suddenly found themselves reconsidering. At the very least, no one wanted to be the first to give up. Ah. Nobody quit. That's actually kind of surprising. Kizaru had already expected that someone would back out, but to his surprise, even when the 2 buses arranged by Blizzard's group arrived to take the heroes to the hotel for rest, not a single person came to him asking to quit. Everyone really treasures this chance to get stronger. Blizzard could fully understand the mindset of the heroes participating in the camp. If the training wasn't so insanely intense, and there was even a slight chance to leap forward and become an S-class hero, even she would want to join. Is that so? Then let's see if they can make it through tomorrow. If they do, we'll give them a little surprise the day after. Kazaru didn't bother to lower his voice. A few sharp-eared heroes overheard his words, and were instantly overjoyed. Their perseverance hadn't been in vain. If they could just endure one more day, they'd get to receive direct instruction from Swift Flash. Even Flashy Flash, who had been resting with his eyes closed on the bus, opened his eyes and glanced in Kazaru's direction. Unfortunately, Kizaru didn't say anything else. Only when the buses disappeared from view did he finally stand up and stretch lazily. After spending the whole day sunbathing, he could feel a noticeable improvement in his strength. If he kept this up, it wouldn't be long before he could try wrestling the bald guy for real. You're not just messing with them, right? Blizzard looked at him suspiciously. She knew Kizaru too well, those comments just now were clearly meant for the heroes to overhear. Every time he used that tone in the group chat, it usually meant he was planning something shady. How could I, Admiral, Fleet Admiral, have always been true to my word. As long as they can push through tomorrow, the day after I'll start teaching them the Navy's 6 styles. Only if they make it through tomorrow. Kizaru's expression was completely innocent. Back in the day, Old Man Zephyr had dangled the 6 styles in front of him just like this. And now? He could use every single technique with ease. These moves came from a former admiral of a completely different world, a lifetime's worth of refined combat experience. Passing it on to these heroes was a once-in-a-lifetime blessing. It definitely wasn't just because Kizaru got tortured by that training once and now wanted others to suffer the same way. Nope. Meanwhile, the heroes on the bus ride to the nearby hotel were completely exhausted, physically and mentally pushed to their absolute limits. Most of them collapsed into bed the moment they reached their rooms. Only a few, those with special assignments, stayed awake. Dr. Beaufoy, as per our agreement, I'm sending you the training camp data now. Death Gatling, suppressing his fatigue, opened a secure, anti-eavesdropping communication device and addressed the screen, where an old man with 4 large buck teeth appeared. Back when he had just become a hero, Death Gatling had sought out S-Class Rank 6, Metal Knight, to undergo body modification in pursuit of greater strength. That favor had never been repaid, until now. After signing up for Swift Flash's training camp, Dr. Beaufoy had reached out, asking him to secretly record and send back information about the camp. Wahaha, good work, Death Gatling. I'll be sure to reward you later. By the way, I heard Flashy Flash and Swift Flash had some kind of conflict. Dr. Beaufoy was very pleased as he reviewed the footage. Though his main focus had always been weapons and war machines, evident from his Metal Knight codename, he was also highly proficient in human modification. Swift Flash might still only be ranked 9th among the S-Class heroes, but from the intel Beaufoy had gathered, his physical capabilities were beyond ridiculous. No normal human should possess such overwhelming strength. Beaufoy suspected Kizaru had undergone some new, unknown form of modification, something even he hadn't discovered yet. Yes. Before the camp started, Sweet Mask and Flashy Flash both challenged Swift Flash. They were defeated. Flashy Flash chose to stay and join the camp afterward. Death Gatling nodded. He wasn't surprised Dr. Beaufoy had heard about it. After all, for every hero like him who owed Beaufoy a favor, there were probably others who willingly fed him information. No one knew how many of the 50 heroes in the camp were secretly working for Beaufoy. Wahaha, interesting. Did Flashy Flash send something? Keep watching him. Report the moment anything changes. Without waiting for a reply, Dr. Beaufoy cut the connection. The same kind of scene was playing out not far from Death Gatling's room. Captain Mizuki barely managed to turn on her comm device before collapsing onto the bed, already too exhausted to speak. Within seconds, she was snoring, drooling onto the pillow. The Hero Association staff member on the other end of the call looked at the sleeping Mizuki, mouth agape and drool leaking out, and couldn't help but be filled with silent frustration. There was no way to wake her through the comm device, so all they could do was curse their luck. Of all the people they could have chosen to be their mole, why this airhead? Dr. Beaufoy, who had also infiltrated the Hero Association's internal network through technical means, was just as speechless. In order to gather as much intelligence as possible, he had hacked into the association's systems with the intention of co-opting their existing spies. But to think they'd assign such a useless idiot as their informant, it was a total waste of his precious time. Degree. Chapter 149, Birthday. Compared to the heroes who were nearly collapsed from exhaustion, Flashy Flash, though wearing a chakra-weighted bracelet that drained far more energy than the others, was recovering more steadily thanks to his rigorous ninja training. By the time the bus arrived at the hotel, he had regained enough strength to function normally. Instead of crashing into bed, he first prepared a restorative medicinal bath for himself, then soaked in the tub while examining the strange bracelet on his wrist. One thing was clear, he had used countless training devices in the past, but none compared to the one provided by Swift Flash. A weight training tool that could affect an S-class hero like him, and still be this compact and lightweight. It was even more unbelievable than Kizaru's strength itself, which had already pushed beyond the limits of humanity. Even you don't recognize it, huh? Got it. He had recorded the inscriptions on the bracelet and sent them to various researchers specializing in ancient languages and occult cultures. But every single one had replied the same, they had never seen these characters before. It was as if the symbols had come from another world entirely. After ending the call, Flashy Flash stared at the bracelet for a long moment. In the end, he slipped it back onto his wrist. As that familiar weight settled in again, he closed his eyes and resumed resting. Whether it came from another world or not, as long as it didn't harbor ill will toward this one, and it could make him stronger, that was good enough for him. Elsewhere, in a private villa Kazaru had purchased, Blizzard was preparing a meal as thanks for him starting the training camp for the heroes and the Blizzard group. You. Cooking. I wouldn't have guessed. Kizaru watched her curiously, taking in her figure as she moved around in an apron. With a body like hers, even a plain apron somehow exuded a uniform fetish vibe. Shame their relationship hadn't advanced that far yet, they were still in the holding hands but no kissing phase. Otherwise, he'd definitely suggest she just wear the apron and give him a better view. When my sister and I used to live together, I was the one who always cooked. Blizzard sighed as she pulled a rack of freshly roasted lamb chops from the oven. If she could, Fubuki honestly wished she could go back to when they were kids, back when Tatsumaki wasn't so domineering and harsh. Back then, she'd follow her sister around like a little duckling. She might have looked like the older one on the outside, but whenever she was bullied, it was always Tatsumaki who stood up for her. Not hard to understand, really, Kizaru said lazily. With your sister's height, the kitchen must have been a bit of a challenge for her. He hadn't even finished speaking when a butter knife came flying in from outside the villa at breakneck speed, stopping less than a centimeter from his forehead. Anyone else would have been scared witless, maybe even passed out cold. At the very least, they'd be rattled. But Kazaru didn't even flinch. He stayed seated, completely unfazed, as if having a knife nearly skewer his brain was just another Tuesday. That's your warning, came Tatsumaki's voice as she floated in from outside, her expression full of righteous fury. Make another joke about my height, and that knife will be in your skull. Trailing behind her was a small cake box, levitating a foot or so above the ground. Sis. Fubuki was stunned, she hadn't expected Tatsumaki to return so soon. Normally, when the sisters fought, Tatsumaki would disappear for days, sometimes longer. But then she noticed the cake box behind her, and remembered. Today was their shared birthday. Because they had been taken into a research facility so young, neither of them knew their actual birthday. So the day they escaped, and gained their freedom, became the day they celebrated together each year. But for the past few years, things had always gone wrong. Either they fought and parted ways, or Tatsumaki had something more important to do. The tradition had almost faded away entirely. Happy birthday, Fubuki. Tatsumaki's face twitched a little, like she wasn't quite sure how to express what she was feeling. She had just finished chewing Kizaru out, and now she had to conjure up a smile. Not easy. Sis. Fubuki was deeply moved. She stepped forward, trying to give her sister a hug, but was quickly and sternly rebuffed. Getting hugged by her own little sister like that. Total disgrace. It wasn't Fubuki's fault she'd grown taller, but Tatsumaki still resented the difference. Hey, you, can't you see I'm trying to celebrate my sister's birthday here? What the hell are you still doing here? Tatsumaki glared daggers at Kazaru, who was calmly watching the scene unfold. She had been monitoring the villa for a while now and had caught this perv ogling her sister more than once. She knew he was only into Fubuki for her looks, such shameless, disgusting behavior. Oh, really? But Kizaru only chuckled. To her surprise, he raised his hands and clapped twice. Instantly, every light in the villa and the surrounding area shut off, plunging the place into complete darkness. Before Tatsumaki could react, multicolored lights blinked to life all around them, illuminating the villa's backyard and poolside. Dozens of fountains erupted skyward, launching brilliant plumes of silver sparks over 3 meters high. Bang. 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 A series of fireworks exploded overhead, lighting up the sky with dazzling patterns. And then, across the night sky, the words appeared, written in glittering pyrotechnics. Happy birthday, Fubuki. Before Tatsumaki and Fubuki could even recover from their shock, birthday music began playing inside the villa. Four members of the Blizzard group wheeled out an absolutely massive birthday cake cart, easily over 10 tiers tall, while the rest of the members who weren't at the training camp followed behind, singing "Happy Birthday" in unison. The gap in treatment was just too glaring, and Tatsumaki's temper flared instantly. Her hair literally began floating from rage. If Fubuki hadn't been holding her back with all her strength, Tatsumaki probably would have flown off in a fury and stormed out then and there. Come on, come on. It's your birthday too, isn't it? Fubuki smiled helplessly, doing her best to calm her sister down. But looking at her sister shooting daggers at Kazaru with her eyes, she suddenly felt like, maybe this wasn't so bad. With someone like Kizaru, a world-class provocation magnet, as a tank drawing all the aggro, even the Blizzard group members suddenly didn't seem so annoying in Tatsumaki's eyes. Of course, the main reason she didn't blow up on them was because they were celebrating Fubuki's birthday. Normally, with Tatsumaki's sky-high standards, she wouldn't even look at these so-called B-class hobbyists. Don't think I don't know what you're scheming. Let me make this clear, dream on. I'll never agree to it. Fuming, Tatsumaki managed to sing the whole birthday song and let Fubuki make a wish, but the moment she had a chance while cutting the cake, she turned to Kazaru and growled through gritted teeth. Fubuki was her only sister, her only family. In Tatsumaki's eyes, no one in this world was good enough for Fubuki. Certainly not some mysterious, shady guy like Kazaru. If she weren't so wary of his power, she would have already thrown hands with him. Never agree to what? You mean me and Fubuki? Or me pursuing you? Kazaru's tone was casual, almost lazy, but there was no effort to hide the fact that he was aiming for both sisters. He made no secret of it. It almost felt like déjà vu. He'd been in this situation before, with Nojiko, who had stood in front of him, vowing to protect her younger sister, Nami. In the end, though, it was Nojiko who fell for him first. Unfortunately, Nojiko had no interest in joining the Marines. She just wanted to stay in the village and help Belmir tend to the Tangerine Grove. So, in the end, Kizaru had to let her go and leave her behind. Still, he had managed to return to the village a few times after that, and each time he paid a special visit to that blue-haired girl, rekindling old memories and revisiting the good times. I knew you were after Fubuki. There's no way I'll ever let you get anywhere near her. Tatsumaki snapped, her voice low but fierce, trying not to attract attention, but it was clear from her flushed face that her fury was starting to short-circuit into something else. And then it hit her. Wait, what did she just say? Her sharp little face froze for a second, and then it flushed completely red, bright enough to catch fire. Sounds to me like Miss Tatsumaki is okay with me chasing you, then. Kizaru smiled, eyes lazily scanning her petite figure. He was used to being surrounded by bombshells like Hancock and Tsuru, women with curves like mountain ranges. Even Fubuki had a certain majestic beauty to her. But Tatsumaki? She was small, sharp, and absolutely explosive. Something about that had its own kind of allure. Okay, maybe delicate didn't quite apply to her personality, but fiery definitely did. Why you? You pervert. Tatsumaki's face was now a full-on crimson, steam practically coming out of her ears. Tatsumaki was stunned and furious, crossing her arms protectively over her chest. Her immense psychic energy flared up along with her emotions, surging like a stormy sea about to break. Fortunately, her control was impeccable. Even in such a heated state, she kept the wild energy tightly reined in around her body. Fubuki, who was standing right next to her, didn't sense a thing. That level of control alone put her leagues above Fubuki, and it was no wonder Fubuki always felt inferior around her older sister. Yup. I'm totally lusting after both of your bodies. I'm shameless. Kizaru admitted it without hesitation, cool as ever. That was just the kind of man he was, bold, brazen, and shamelessly upfront. Tatsumaki hadn't expected him to own up to it so openly. But staring at that flawless, disgustingly handsome face, all the scolding words she prepared got stuck in her throat. Her cheeks burned hotter and hotter, like they were about to catch fire. Sure, she might look like an underage little loli on the outside, but Tatsumaki was actually a 28-year-old adult woman. Just a few more years and she'd technically qualify for auntie status. People her age already had kids running around. Even if she wasn't as boy-crazy as someone like Hancock, that didn't mean she'd never thought about dating. It was just that her overpowering presence, both physically and emotionally, meant no one had ever dared try to pursue her. And with her haughty personality, even lower-ranked S-class heroes didn't make the cut. That made Kizaru the first man to ever openly say he wanted to date her. Wait. If you're trying to date me, then why the hell are you still lusting after Fubuki? Tatsumaki wasn't some clueless teenager. After a few seconds of stewing in embarrassment, she realized something was very off with Kizaru's statement. She didn't mind having a suitor like Kizaru, powerful, handsome, and mysterious. Whether or not she accepted him was a separate issue, but it was kind of flattering. But this guy. He had the gall to pursue her while also eyeing Fubuki. Shameless didn't even begin to cover it. Exactly. I am shameless. So, can I take that as a yes to me pursuing you? Kizaru raised a brow, flashing her a smug, knowing grin. His morals, and his sense of shame, had always been extremely flexible, especially in front of a girl he found interesting. No, wait. If you want to chase me, you have to stop going after Fubuki. Tatsumaki reflexively tried to shut him down, but after another glance at the dangerously handsome face, one that could charm 99% of women and a decent chunk of men, she found herself softening her stance without even realizing it. To protect Fubuki, she'd just have to sacrifice herself. This guy was clearly no saint, and way too strong for his own good. Someone like him would be dangerous for Fubuki. It was better for her, as the older sister, to deal with him herself. Oh. Then never mind, forget it. What she didn't expect was that the moment she offered herself up like a hero in a tragedy, Kazaru would just casually turn her down, like it was nothing. She almost choked on air. Wait a second. What's that supposed to mean? You think I'm not as good as Fubuki? Tatsumaki grabbed the front of his shirt furiously. But no matter how mad she was, the height difference between them was still a thing. Even floating midair, she couldn't get enough leverage to lift him. If Kazaru had stated from the start that he wanted to pursue her, Tatsumaki would have probably scoffed and brushed him off. At most, she might have tossed him a half-hearted chance out of respect for his ridiculously handsome face. But now. He was backing off on his own. That pissed her off. She was the number 2 S-class hero, Tatsumaki the tornado of terror. She'd never been the one rejected, ever. And now this damned Kazaru wanted to give up on her for Fubuki. Degree. Chapter 150, Training continues. If it were anyone else, Tatsumaki would have just dismissed the guy as arrogant and clueless. But even if she refused to admit it out loud, deep down she had acknowledged that Kazaru actually was qualified to pursue her. But when she compared the situation, it really felt like in Kazaru's eyes, she was somehow less desirable than her younger sister, Fubuki. Kazaru casually gave her flat figure a once-over, then turned to glance at Fubuki's curvy, hourglass silhouette. After that, he silently locked eyes with Tatsumaki, saying nothing, but the message was crystal clear. You. I. Tatsumaki was so angry she couldn't even form words. Her raging psychic energy surged around her, looking like it might crush this infuriating man into dust at any moment. Big sis, come have some cake. Wait, what's going on here? Fubuki stepped in at just the right time, holding a plate of sliced cake. The violent surge of energy from Tatsumaki instantly vanished, as if nothing had happened at all. With Tatsumaki's prideful personality, if Fubuki hadn't shown up, she might have actually gotten into a full-blown fight with Kazaru. This guy's no good. Stay away from him. Tatsumaki plopped back onto the sofa, cheeks puffed with irritation. If she hadn't already witnessed a glimpse of Kazaru's terrifying strength back at the restaurant, she wouldn't have let this go so easily. Happy birthday, Fubuki. Kazaru raised his glass with a smile. With his years of experience as a top-tier womanizer, getting both sisters was only a matter of time. Since he'd be staying in the One-Punch-Man world for a while, there was no need to rush. He could take his sweet time enjoying the pursuit of these two gorgeous siblings. Thanks. Fubuki had a lot she wanted to say to Kizaru, but with Tatsumaki right there, all she could do was blink at him meaningfully. Unbeknownst to her, that only made things worse. Tatsumaki had originally come just to celebrate Fubuki's birthday, but now, just to keep Kizaru in check, there was no way she could leave early. The next day, at the training grounds, the heroes, who had barely recovered from the previous day's session, were looking forward to the new round of training. Then they saw Kizaru walking in with both Tatsumaki and Fubuki. That can't be. S-Class, number 2. Tatsumaki the terrible tornado. The heroes could hardly believe their eyes. Lily, who hadn't attended the party the night before, even rubbed her eyes, wondering if she was hallucinating from training too hard yesterday. You've got to be kidding. The S-Class number 2 hero is here for training camp. Magic Trickster suddenly felt a little panicked. Including Flashy Flash, who came to crash the place yesterday but ended up joining the training, Tatsumaki would now be the third S-Class hero to appear here. Magic Trickster, who hadn't had much confidence in the camp originally, was now worried he might actually lose his spot. S-Class number 2 is a psychic. Blue Flame, ranked just above Magic Trickster, spoke coolly. He had once witnessed Tatsumaki unleashing her power firsthand. That was how he knew Tatsumaki didn't come here for training. Someone of her strength didn't need training. Tatsumaki was the Hero Association's ultimate trump card, its strongest, most perfect weapon. A psychic, so what? Magic Trickster didn't follow, adjusting his hat as he asked. Nothing. Blue Flame had considered describing what he'd seen of Tatsumaki's powers, but then thought better of it. Once Magic Trickster saw her in action with his own eyes, he'd understand why Tatsumaki didn't need to train at all. She's amazing. That's the S-Class number 2 hero, Tatsumaki the Terrible Tornado. The ever-energetic team captain Mizuki, sporting her usual high ponytail, looked thrilled. Despite returning to the hotel completely exhausted the night before, too tired to even speak, just one night later, Mizuki was back to her full-powered, chipper self. Even Blue Flame, an A-Class hero, still looked worn out. But B-Class rank 71 Mizuki. She was acting like nothing had happened. If the others hadn't stopped her, she probably would have rushed over to ask Tatsumaki for an autograph already. Whoa, don't get carried away. Those S-Class heroes aren't nearly as easygoing as you think. A-Class rank 25 hero Crescent Eyebrow gave a friendly warning. It was mostly the B and C-Class heroes who still admired the S-Class. Once you reached A-Class, most had experienced just how cold and distant S-Class heroes could be. Even Metal Bat, who rose all the way from C-Class to S-Class, was a lone wolf type who only cared about fighting people he considered hot-blooded enough. Ugh. That damn Kizaru even knows S-Class number 2. Damn it. Not even Big Bro Tank Top Master could do anything about him now. The A-Class rank 9 hero, Tank Top Vegetarian, was feeling extremely conflicted. He'd originally come to the training camp behind Tank Top Master's back just to cause trouble for Swift Flash, the guy who parachuted into S-Class rank 9 and shoved his big bro down to rank 15. But after seeing what happened to both Sweet Mask and Flashy Flash, even with Tank Top Master backing him up, Tank Top Vegetarian didn't dare to act rashly. After all, he had come without Tank Top Master's permission. And now, with the S-Class rank 2 hero, Tatsumaki the Terrible Tornado, stationed here. Even Tank Top Master wouldn't dare to mess with that petite but terrifying Esper. Left with no choice, Tank Top Vegetarian had to bury his original plans and quietly wait for the training camp to end. Tatsumaki. What are you doing here? Unlike the other heroes who didn't even dare make eye contact with her, Flashy Flash, also an S-Class hero, walked straight up to Tatsumaki. After witnessing Kizaru's superhuman speed, Flashy Flash had joined the training camp in hopes of uncovering his secrets. The unexpected presence of Tatsumaki, however, was a huge wrench in that plan. That's what I should be asking you. Who even are you again? And why are you here? Tatsumaki floated in midair with her arms crossed, looking down at Flashy Flash from above. Normally, she hovered just a little above average head height, but ever since she saw Kizaru's towering 3-meter height, she'd subconsciously started floating a little higher, just enough that now she had to look down to speak with Flashy Flash. Not that she intended to lower herself. No way was she going to look up to speak to that flashy bastard. I'm here to participate in the training camp. Flashy Flash didn't take the bait. Even among the notoriously eccentric S-Class heroes, Tatsumaki ranked high on the difficult-to-deal-with list. But with strength that dominated the entire hero association, even someone as confident in his own power as Flashy Flash wouldn't go picking a fight with her without good reason. You've got to be kidding me. You're S-Class, for crying out loud, what are you doing playing around in some B-Class kiddie training game? Tatsumaki raised an eyebrow suspiciously. Ever since she'd learned of Kizaru's ambitious intentions, she had become hyper-alert to any men who got close to her sister. Especially guys like Flashy Flash, who were not only strong but also halfway decent-looking, just a notch below that smug bastard Kizaru in threat level. If it weren't for the fact that they were both S-Class, she probably would have told him to get lost already. Playing games. Don't be so arrogant, Tatsumaki. If you keep up that attitude, someone's going to surpass you one day. Flashy Flash shook his head. Tatsumaki's biggest weakness was her pride. Sure, right now she could bulldoze through anything with her unrivaled psychic powers, but eventually she'd lose because of that same pride. TCH. You look like you've got a problem with me. Tatsumaki narrowed her eyes dangerously. She wasn't sure if she could beat Kizaru, but Flashy Flash. That'd be easy. And since their hero names were so damn similar, maybe roughing him up first would help her vent some of her frustration. What's today's training agenda? Flashy Flash completely ignored Tatsumaki and turned to Kizaru instead. He had great confidence in his own strength, and he also knew his limits. Whether it was Kizaru, who had surpassed the limits of human speed, or Tatsumaki, the strongest Esper in history, neither was someone he could beat right now. All he could do was train, and hopefully uncover the secret behind Kizaru's beyond-human abilities. Today is hand-to-hand combat reinforcement training. In your case it's probably unnecessary. But I don't feel like explaining it twice, so just join the others anyway. Kizaru gave Flashy Flash a sideways glance. The Navy's 6 powers weren't going to help an S-Class hero like him that much, but if he wanted to learn, Kizaru wasn't going to stop him. Flashy Flash frowned slightly. But he couldn't just tell Kizaru to ignore everyone else either. Among the highly individualistic S-class heroes, Flashy Flash, despite his arrogance, was still relatively considerate. And starting his own training a day later wasn't a big deal, so he simply nodded and quietly returned to the training grounds. Most of the heroes present had physical strength that, when converted into power metrics, already surpassed that of Naval Academy graduates. Some of them were even stronger than many CP agents. But mastering the 6 powers required targeted reinforcement training, especially techniques like Tempest Kick, Moon Step, and Shave, which all demanded immense lower body strength. No gimmicks. Put these on and give me 5 laps of frog jumps for warm-up. With a snap of Kizaru's fingers, 2 members of the Blizzard group came over carrying a whole crate of chakra-weighted wristbands. To meet Kizaru's request, Orochimaru had mobilized the entire sealing core of the Hidden Leaf village to work through the night, finally completing 100 sets of chakra-weighted wristbands just in time. The total cost, 2,000 dimensional credits, equivalent to 200 kilograms of gold. Unsurprisingly, this was probably the biggest single mission payout in the Hidden Leaf's history. And with Kazaru promising to place more orders if the results were good, though at a much more reasonable price, the village now had a promising new revenue stream. Of course, during all this, 4th Hokage Orochimaru had quietly allocated a hefty budget to his own lab. A minor detail, but one the Leaf's shinobi were likely to overlook. We have to wear those too. When the Blizzard group began distributing the wristbands, A-class rank 7 hero Magic Hands couldn't help blurting it out. The expressions on the surrounding heroes weren't any better. They hadn't worn the wristbands yet, but they'd seen what happened yesterday when Flashy Flash put his on, how easy drills suddenly became exhausting. He'd nearly collapsed from fatigue after the session. Considering Flashy Flash's S-class strength and physical prowess, it was easy to imagine just how intense those wristbands really were. Don't worry, Lord Kiz, Sir Swift Flash has personally calibrated these. They won't exceed your max load, Lily from the Blizzard group explained calmly. As she spoke, she slipped on a pair of wristbands herself, looking completely unaffected. Yeah, it's only rough the first time. Look, I'm fine now, chirped their ever-energetic squad leader Mizuki, raising her arm to show off her own set. Though she'd been just as wrecked last night, she'd bounced back quickly, actually in better shape than Flashy Flash himself. The Hero Association and Kazaru had clearly made the right call in evaluating Mizuki's potential. Even without Kazaru's training camp, Mizuki had the potential to become an S-class hero someday. But in that scenario, she'd likely be stuck at the bottom of the S-class rankings, and might even burn through all her future potential. While some heroes still hesitated, Flashy Flash silently grabbed a second pair of wristbands and strapped them on without a word. Then he headed straight for the track. The double weight was so heavy it left deep footprints with every step, but his control over his body was exceptional. He quickly adapted and moved as smoothly as before. The remaining heroes, seeing this, gritted their teeth and followed suit, each grabbing their own set of chakra wristbands and heading after him. 5 laps of frog jumps didn't sound like much compared to yesterday's training load, but with the added weights, it was anything but easy. Especially since Kizaru had already warned them, this was just the warm-up. Even Flashy Flash and Mizuki were doing their best to conserve energy. Degree. Chapter 151, Sisters Quarrel. Tatsumaki sat beside Kizaru and Fubuki, watching the heroes with a look of disdain as they trained. In her eyes, true strength was innate. Sure, training could make someone stronger, but it would never bridge the gap to true greatness. So after watching for a bit, she lost interest in the sweaty, grunting crowd and turned her attention back to Kizaru and Fubuki. At that moment, Kizaru had just whispered something to Fubuki that made her nearly burst out laughing. Tatsumaki hadn't seen her sister smile like that in forever. The expression on her tiny face darkened instantly. This wasn't going to work. She couldn't stay by Fubuki's side forever, and she certainly couldn't constantly keep an eye on Kizaru, that dangerous creep clearly trying to hit on both sisters. Even the time she was spending here was taken by filing a special leave request from HQ. If a dragon-level monster suddenly appeared, she'd have to rush off to handle the disaster on the spot. Besides, she was already 28, and Fubuki was 23, not exactly young girls anymore. If she left for just a few days, she might return only to find herself attending Fubuki's wedding. No way. I don't approve of this marriage. Tatsumaki suddenly shouted, growing more and more horrified at the thought. All eyes immediately turned toward her. Realizing the ridiculous scene she'd just caused, Tatsumaki flushed with a mix of shame and anger. Fortunately, her pride meant she never cared about anyone's opinion except for Kizaru's and Fubuki's. She gave Kizaru a deadly glare, then flew off in embarrassment. The gathered heroes exchanged confused glances, not knowing what on earth made the number 2 S-class hero, Terrible Tornado, lose her mind like that. Not that they dared ask. They could only secretly wonder what had just happened. What are you standing around for? Keep jumping. Let me be clear, if you fail to meet the training targets, you're out. Kizaru's loud voice snapped everyone out of their daze. As soon as the words left his mouth, the heroes all picked up the pace. No one knew what kind of martial arts Swift Flash was going to teach next, but none of them wanted to be eliminated before the real training even began. Seeing their morale surge, Kazaru nodded in satisfaction, reminded of his own youthful days back at the Naval Academy. Alright, now that you're warmed up, give me 5,000 high knees to get the blood flowing. TCH, still not quite there. Make it 5,000 squats. You're all still hanging in there, huh? Looking tired. Okay, take it easy with 10 laps around the field. At one point, the heroes had thought they were used to even the harshest training. Only now did they realize just how insane Kizaru's regimen truly was. Some even felt they wouldn't last long enough to be eliminated, they'd give up before that point. But every time they looked over at Flashy Flash, carrying double the weight, clearly more exhausted than anyone else yet showing no hint of quitting, their shaken resolve would steady again. And then there was Mumen Rider. Still at the bottom, looking like he might pass out at any moment, yet gritting his teeth and holding on with sheer willpower. If even an S-class and a C-class hero could keep going, what excuse did the A and B classes have to quit? By the end of another grueling day, only 48 out of over 60 heroes, including members of the Blizzard group, remained standing. Only 3 had quit by choice. The rest simply couldn't make it to the end. The most unbelievable part. The worst performer throughout, C-class hero Mumen Rider, actually held on until the very last moment. Even as he slipped into semi-consciousness, he forced himself to finish the final exercise before collapsing onto the training field. Kizaru, watching it all, gave an approving nod. The training intensity he'd arranged was several times tougher than what Marines at HQ had to endure, and that was with the chakra-weighted wristbands increasing the strain even further. He'd figured it would be good if even half the participants made it to the end. To his surprise, they had surpassed expectations. What a shame. A few of them were so close to finishing. Can't we give them another shot? Fubuki said regretfully. Several members of the Blizzard group were eliminated from the training camp, Lily and Mountain Ape among them. And they were actually ranked quite high among B-class heroes. It was just that their willpower, or maybe their luck, fell a little short. No need for that. I'm not going to stop them from spreading the Rokushiki. Even those who were eliminated can learn it from the ones who made it through the camp. Kizaru was here to teach people how to fish, not to feed them every day. He simply didn't have the time to personally train every single hero. All he could do was select the most outstanding among them and pass on the Rokushiki techniques. Those who didn't get into the camp could still learn from the others. After all, Rokushiki wasn't some invincible miracle. It just gave ordinary heroes a chance to go a step further. Of course, without Kizaru's direct guidance, future learners would likely have to take more detours and put in far more effort to master it. Are you going to that old man's 100th birthday celebration tomorrow too? Failing to convince him, Fubuki changed the topic on her own. Although the flow of time differed across worlds, the timeline in the Heaven Sword world was fairly close to the One Punch world, about a 5-to-4 ratio. If Kizaru planned to attend, they'd have to leave right after tomorrow's training session. Of course. You want to come too? Kizaru nodded. Bold as ever thanks to his strength, he was currently the most well-traveled person in their chat group, and he fully intended to keep that title. He just didn't know whether this Zhang Sanfeng belonged to a TV drama, a novel, a movie, or some kind of wild remixed version of Heaven Sword and Dragon Saber. Still, with Kizaru's level of power, it didn't really matter which version it was. Yeah. I want to see what a birthday party looks like in another world. Fubuki nodded. Having just celebrated her own 23rd birthday, she was genuinely curious about Zhang Sanfeng's 100th birthday celebration. Alright. We'll teach Jeppo first tomorrow, then head out. Kizaru cast a subtle glance at the rooftop of a nearby building. Tornado thought she was hidden while spying, but under the perception of observation hockey, she stood out like a spotlight. Tornado, hidden on the rooftop, never imagined that Kizaru could take Fubuki to another world. When that bastard slips up, I'll make sure he disappears for good. Clutching her binoculars, Tornado muttered under her breath. If she stuck around any longer, Swift Flash definitely wouldn't expose his true colors so easily. Then there'd be no way for Fubuki to see through his wolfish intentions. As she kept one eye on Kizaru, Tornado began imagining Fubuki thanking her with tears in her eyes. She couldn't help but let out a quiet laugh. Though there were quite a few intimate gestures between the two through her binoculars, her determination to drive Kizaru away let her just barely keep it together. You can't catch a wolf without bait. Just a little more patience, and she'd surely catch that pervert slipping up. But the wait dragged on until sunset. Seeing Kizaru about to head back to the villa with Fubuki, Tornado finally stopped her surveillance, scowling in frustration. Sis. I thought you'd already gone home. Fubuki was surprised to see Tornado again. Usually, whenever Tornado came to visit, they'd either argue and part ways or Tornado would be called away to deal with a monster soon after. And it always took a long time for her to come back. A day like this was definitely unusual. I took extended leave. Got a problem with that? Tornado spoke with obvious annoyance, her sharp, unfriendly gaze sweeping over both Kizaru and Fubuki. She'd been crouching alone on a rooftop under the scorching sun, stomach growling from hunger, while those two were lounging in beach chairs, sipping cold drinks and snacking away. Even their lunch had been custom-ordered from the most luxurious restaurant in City B. The more Tornado thought about it, the angrier she got. The glare she shot Kizaru could practically cut steel. If looks could kill, Kizaru would have been turned into a human colander by now. Kizaru is my guest. Sis, don't you think you're being a little too rude? Fubuki stepped between Kizaru and Tornado, frowning. Even though Tornado was not only her older sister but also an S-class hero, clearly the more dominant one, Fubuki wasn't the type to back down just because of that. That much was obvious from the way she always stuck with the Blizzard group, not caring one bit that Tornado dismissed them as a glorified B-class fan club. A little rudeness, once or twice, Fubuki could tolerate for the sake of family. But Tornado constantly treating Kizaru with open hostility. Fubuki wasn't going to keep pretending nothing was wrong. You're arguing with me over that, man? Tornado's eyes widened in disbelief as she stared at Fubuki, her voice a mix of shock and fury. Because both of them had awakened psychic powers at a young age, the two sisters had been sent to a secret research facility and turned into test subjects. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that Tornado, 5 years older, had practically raised Fubuki herself. They'd had plenty of fights over the years for all sorts of reasons, but it was always Tornado who picked the fights. This time, she hadn't even started anything. Just one angry look at Kizaru, and Fubuki snapped at her. Tornado couldn't accept that. Kizaru is my guest. Fubuki stared her sister down stubbornly, showing no sign of backing off. Tornado's flat chest rose and fell with visible anger, but, sadly, there wasn't much to see. Fubuki, Tornado is your sister. I must have done something to give her the wrong impression. There's no need for you two to fight over an outsider like me. On the surface, it was the most reasonable thing in the world to say, but given the timing and context, it somehow oozed with that infuriating fake nice guy energy. If someone with more experience had been there, they'd have easily picked up on that shady aura. But unfortunately, both sisters, especially Tornado, had spent most of their childhoods locked away for research, so they had no idea how to spot a playboy's tactics. So, convinced she was in the right, Tornado continued to glare daggers at Kizaru. Meanwhile, Fubuki, who had only been a little annoyed earlier at her sister's rudeness, now started to get genuinely angry. If you don't want to see Kizaru, then maybe you should just go home. Fubuki bit her lip as she said it. This wasn't because Kizaru held a more important place in her heart than Tornado. It was because Tornado kept forcing her way into Fubuki's life, over and over again. Years of bottled-up frustration all came to the surface in that moment. You're kicking me out? Tornado stared at Fubuki in disbelief, unable to accept that the little shadow who used to cling to her was now standing up and telling her to leave. Seeing Tornado's shocked, disappointed expression made Fubuki waver for a moment. But then she remembered all the times in the past when her compromises only made Tornado double down on her controlling behavior. This wasn't right. Maybe things hadn't crossed the line yet, but if this kept going, their relationship was bound to explode one day from all the pressure. One of the reasons she and AI Hybera had become such close friends was because they shared a very similar experience. Both were younger sisters. Both had an older sister who was overly fixated on them. And both had to deal with strong control issues from the other side. The only difference was, Fubuki couldn't stand her sister Tornado's control freak tendencies, while Hybera, ironically, was the more controlling one in her sibling dynamic. Fortunately, unlike the fiery, uncompromising Tornado, Hybera was much better at managing the ups and downs between sisters. That's why Fubuki had decided to try out the approach Hybera taught her: stand your ground when it really matters. Kizaru is my guest. You can't just lash out at him for no reason. Fubuki pressed her lips together, standing firm. Still, this was the first time in her life she'd come close to a full-blown argument with her sister, and it left her feeling more than a little nervous. Fine. I'm leaving. Furious, Tornado didn't even wait for an explanation. She floated into the air, ready to storm off. But just before she left, she threw Kizaru one last venomous glare. One glare wasn't enough, so she gave him a second one for good measure. But just then, she noticed something on Kizaru's face, a subtle smile, as if his plan had just worked perfectly. Tornado froze midair. Wait a minute, could this bastard really be waiting for her to leave, so he could make a move on Fubuki? The thought made her psychic energy boil over, and she gritted her teeth, glaring at Kizaru with murderous intensity. Degree. Chapter 152, Pure Gold. Kizaru, who had just been glared at like a sworn enemy by Tornado, looked confused. He had no idea what he'd done to offend her this time. Still, out of respect for her pretty face, he offered her a gentle smile. Unfortunately, that seemed to hit a nerve. What was previously just a glare of someone out for revenge now escalated to a stare like he'd wiped out her whole family register. If looks could kill, Kizaru probably wouldn't even have ashes left by now. Tornado, who had already flown halfway into the sky, landed again. Under Fubuki's slightly wary gaze, she took a deep breath. Sorry. I won't target him without reason again. Tornado turned her head away awkwardly, forcing herself to swallow her frustration and anger. Even though she kept telling herself she was doing this to protect Fubuki, bowing her head for the first time in her life, even to her own sister, was a bitter pill to swallow. Sis. Fubuki could hardly believe her ears. In her entire life, she'd never imagined Tornado would take the initiative to apologize. Not to say their conflict had reached a breaking point, but even if it had, Fubuki would have forgiven her without hesitation. The two sisters quickly made up. Though Tornado was still a little disgruntled at first, she soon softened in the face of Fubuki's warmth. Had she known that apologizing would make Fubuki so docile, Tornado wouldn't have hesitated in the slightest. Well, this isn't bad either. At this point, Kazaru more or less figured out what was going on in Tornado's head and couldn't help but shake his head with a small chuckle. She thought by standing guard over her precious cabbage patch, she could keep the wolves away. But she didn't realize she was putting herself in a dangerous position, too. What's more, that cabbage, Fubuki, was heading off tomorrow with a certain wolf on a cross-world trip. Tornado could crack her head open trying to figure it out, but she'd never guess Kazaru had a move like that up his sleeve. Speaking of which, what kind of gift should I prepare? Since Fubuki was still clinging affectionately to Tornado, Kazaru figured it wasn't the right time to butt in. Instead, he started thinking about what to bring to Zhang Sanfeng's 100th birthday celebration tomorrow. If it were anyone else in the chat group, it'd be easy, just toss over a devil fruit. But with Zhang Sanfeng, it wasn't just about whether the gift was appropriate. Kazaru couldn't even imagine the legendary Tai Chi master suddenly throwing out a blazing fire fist. The image alone was too absurd. Well, he had time to kill anyway, so Kazaru opened up the group chat to see if anyone else had ideas. Tony Stark, as expected, Mr. Stark is still the most brilliant mind in this group. Orochimaru, hey. Quite an intriguing approach, targeting the material structure of the research subject itself, AI Hybera, don't get ahead of yourself. Pure gold is a completely unscientific creation. It might not behave the way you think, it could be due to some special property of the material itself. Tony Stark, hey, my dear Miss Hybera, should I take that as a sign of envy over my superior research progress? Kizaru, what are you guys talking about? Tony Stark, oh, my best buddy. I have just confirmed the molecular structure of pure gold using the most advanced spectrometer available. Tony Stark, theoretically speaking, we're now one step closer to being able to manufacture pure gold ourselves. That, my friends, is worth celebrating. Kizaru, HM. Have any of you decided what to get for Master Zhang's birthday tomorrow? Tony Stark, what? A gift. Damn, I almost forgot to prepare a present, good thing you reminded me. Random guy who wants to cling to Luo Feng's leg, I've already decided. What about you, Boss Kizaru? What are you planning to give? Kizaru, obviously, I haven't decided yet. That's why I came to ask if any of you had ideas. AI Hybera, the world where Master Zhang lives seems pretty dangerous. I prepared 3,000 doses of portable antibiotic injectors, complete with instructions. They should come in handy. Random guy who wants to cling to Luo Feng's leg, damn, that's like a top-tier weaponized gift. Tony Stark, hey. I know what I'm going to give too. AI Hybera, is the genius Mr. Stark planning to copy an idea it took a young girl ages to come up with? Tony Stark, no, what Mr. Stark is giving is way more high-end than yours. Kobayashi, ugh, my head hurts. What should I do if Toru insists on coming with me? Random guy who wants to cling to Luo Feng's leg, then just bring her. Didn't Orochimaru say that as long as it's not a human, we can safely transfer them to other worlds? Just to be safe, have Toru stay in her dragon form when she goes over. Kobayashi, well, I'm mainly worried that Toru will cause trouble. Random guy who wants to cling to Luo Feng's leg, fair, but honestly, if you don't bring her, the trouble she causes might be even worse. Kobayashi, sigh, guess I'll have to bring her then. Let's just hope she behaves. AI Hybera, speaking of which, if Kobayashi's Toru is coming too, shouldn't we all try to go over at the same time? Random guy who wants to cling to Luo Feng's leg, yeah, definitely best to coordinate. Would be pretty terrifying if, during Master Zhang's birthday celebration, a giant dragon suddenly popped out of nowhere. Kizaru, you guys decide on a time. Fubuki and I can go over anytime. Kizaru, oh right, at Tony Stark at Orochimaru at AI Hybera, can any of you spare a slice of pure gold right now? Random guy who wants to cling to Luo Feng's leg, wait, Kizaru, you're giving pure gold as a gift. Kizaru, otherwise, with all the fierce competition from you guys, I really can't think of anything better. Random guy who wants to cling to Luo Feng's leg, kneeling to you, boss Kizaru. Seriously rich. AI Hybera, hold on, I just happen to have a freshly cut piece. Isteth, we're giving gifts. There's not much good stuff in the Empire's north. Worst case, how about I send a few thousand barbarian slaves? Random guy who wants to cling to Luo Feng's leg, that's probably not a good idea. I'm pretty sure Master Zhang wouldn't want slaves. Random guy who wants to cling to Luo Feng's leg, here, check out my gift. Took me forever to catch it in the remote mountains of the wilderness zone. Random guy who wants to cling to Luo Feng's leg, look at this thing. It's almost at high-level warrior class. If I wasn't more skilled, I might not have been able to capture it. The user uploaded a photo, a massive, striped tiger wearing a red collar, lying on the ground like a submissive kitten. A towering giant ape, several times its size, had its paw resting on the tiger's back. The tiger didn't dare struggle or move, looking pitiful and meek. That said, considering the giant ape was as tall as a 2- or 3-story building, this tiger was still bigger than a full-grown water buffalo. Isteth, HM. I think I know what I'll give now. Kobayashi, wait, are we sure this is okay? That tiger's huge. Can an old man even manage it? Random guy who wants to cling to Luo Feng's leg, should be fine, right? It's just a big cat. Doesn't have any special abilities. Tony Stark, hey, that's not a problem. I've got electric shock collars meant for dinosaurs. Even a T-Rex behaves with those on. Tony Stark, at Kazaru our Jurassic Park is officially complete. Now we're just waiting on you to deliver the dinosaur. Kizaru, already. I haven't even had time to send someone to Little Garden yet, forget it. I'll make a special trip myself later. AI Hybera, don't forget about me. You promised to find someone to help change me back. Kizaru, relax, yours is simple. Just come find me when I'm back. AI Hybera, I just sent the pure gold over. Check your end. Right after AI Hybera sent the message, Kizaru got a chat notification. A dazzling piece of freshly cut pure gold appeared in his hand. Pure gold was a highly unusual metal, softer than regular gold. A strong enough person could knead it like putty. Kizaru thought for a moment, then decided to embed the piece of pure gold inside a wooden hairpin. That way, it'd be easier for Master Zhang to carry it around. If it were a ring or a necklace, knowing Zhang Sanfeng's personality, he'd probably ignore it even if he knew about its benefits. You can give up. There's no way I'll let you in, Fubuki, what is that? Having reconciled with Fubuki, Tatsumaki gave Kizaru a victorious smirk. But before she could warn him not to lay a hand on Fubuki, her eyes landed on the dazzling piece of pure gold. Those eyes, which normally looked down on everyone except Fubuki, could no longer look away. She didn't even blink once. Pretty, isn't it? Kizaru held up the small piece of pure gold, chuckling at the sight of Tatsumaki nearly drooling over it. Especially when he deliberately moved the gold away from her line of sight, and watched her eyes follow his hand like a cat tracking a toy. Fubuki liked designer handbags and high heels. Tatsumaki, on the other hand, had no resistance to shiny things. Even putting aside the pure gold's rumored power to grant immortality, its brilliance alone surpassed the most beautiful jewels in the world. It didn't need to reflect sunlight or artificial light, its mere presence radiated an enchanting glow. Where did you get that? Tatsumaki stared greedily for a while before snapping back to her senses, speaking reluctantly to Kizaru. She had already promised Fubuki that she wouldn't go after Kizaru, at least not publicly. Otherwise, with her domineering personality, she might have already made a move to snatch it, offering compensation afterward at best. Only one in the entire world. Completely unique. Kizaru replied calmly. Unless Tatsumaki could travel to the pirate world, this pure gold was truly one of a kind in the One Punch Man universe. Hearing the words, completely unique, Tatsumaki bit her lip. For a split second, she even considered just giving in and letting this guy off easy. But she quickly shook her head hard. If it were just about herself, it wouldn't be such a big loss considering Kizaru's face and strength. But this guy was after both her and Fubuki. No way she was going to let him succeed. What's it called? Tatsumaki still wasn't willing to give up. Maybe she could find a second or third one somewhere. That brilliant golden glow was just too beautiful, Tatsumaki simply couldn't resist. Pure gold. And for the record, it's far more valuable than you imagine. If people found out about it, starting a war over it would be perfectly normal. Kizaru sounded a little sentimental. Even in the pirate world where it originated, the 5 elders, the celestial dragons, and kings and nobles of various nations wouldn't hesitate to wage war for it. After all, no number of dead soldiers compared to the prize of immortality. No. Its appearance alone is enough to start a war. Tatsumaki watched, heart aching, as Kizaru tucked the pure gold away. She wished she had hands growing out of her eyes to snatch it back. You really want it? Kizaru smiled as he examined Tatsumaki. To others, pure gold was the key to eternal life. But to him, it was just a mildly useful trinket. Even without it, he could easily live for centuries thanks to his physique. Who knows what level he'd reach by then, maybe by that point, lifespan would be meaningless to him. Damn it. I don't want anything from you. Don't flatter yourself. As long as I'm around, I won't let you succeed. Tatsumaki gritted her teeth and turned to run, afraid that if she stayed a second longer, she wouldn't be able to resist the lure of pure gold. She even forgot she could fly and nearly tripped over a chair leg, making Kizaru burst out laughing. But clearly, laughing at Tatsumaki came at a cost. For the rest of the night, she stuck to them like a 100-watt light bulb, refusing to give Kizaru and Fubuki even a second of private space. It was as if she believed that if she took her eyes off them for even a moment, Kizaru would whisk Fubuki off to some unspeakable place to do unspeakable things. And in a way, Tatsumaki wasn't wrong. Good thing Kizaru didn't mind. In fact, he had enough leisure to tell Lily to prep a barbecue setup. He was planning to grill out on the training grounds the next day. Degree. Chapter 153, Real Training. Thanks to Tatsumaki's ironclad surveillance, Kizaru and Fubuki spent a completely unromantic evening together. Unfortunately, by the time morning came, Tatsumaki, who had been on high alert all night, hadn't gotten a wink of sleep and was too exhausted to even get out of bed. Let her sleep. Saves me the trouble of explaining things to her. Kizaru shrugged. Originally, he had planned to take Fubuki to another world right in front of Tatsumaki, just to get a rise out of her. He wasn't sure why, but every time he saw Tatsumaki, he just got this urge to mess with her a little. The 48 heroes who'd held out till the very end yesterday were already gathered early at the training grounds. The reason they'd pushed through was largely because Kizaru had promised to start teaching them combat techniques today. Even someone like Flashy Flash, an S-class hero, was curious to see the moves of someone like Kizaru, whose speed had surpassed human limits. They're here. That's the Blizzard Group's convoy. Yes. This is gonna be awesome. Hope we can start right away. The heroes' eyes locked onto Kizaru as he appeared before them. Anyone else might have felt pressured under such intense gazes. But Kizaru wasn't just any random guy. Back in the Navy Academy, he had not only been a standout student, but also repeatedly recalled by Old Man Zephyr to teach the younger cadets as an exemplary graduate, rising star, and the youngest naval officer in general. What a scam that had been. Zephyr kept dragging him back under the excuse of boosting his reputation with the lower ranks. Because of that, Kizaru had long gotten used to eyes full of curiosity and expectation. In fact, back when he was a cadet himself, he used to look at Zephyr the exact same way. So many of you actually completed yesterday's training. That's a bit surprising. Kizaru spoke without blinking. If someone like Dragon, who had been with him for years, or Nami, who loved analyzing him, had been there, they would have instantly known he was lying. No one present had escaped Kizaru's observation hockey. Not only did he know exactly how many had finished the training, he could even tell how much stamina each of them had left afterward. The only exception was Mumen Rider, a monster who had essentially conquered his own limits through sheer willpower. Once again, he caused the limiter to loosen slightly. Otherwise, he would have collapsed during the final exercise. Then again, the pirate world had no shortage of such monsters. But those were usually powerful and well-known figures. Someone like Mumen Rider, so weak yet so determined, was a first for Kizaru. Anyway, enough small talk. I'm sure what you really want to know is the technique I'm about to teach you. Rankyaku. Kizaru shook his head and, in front of all the heroes, kicked toward a concrete block in the distance, at the lowest speed theoretically required to generate a Rankyaku's vacuum blade. The moment his foot swung, an invisible slash formed in the air and shot straight toward the cement block over 100 meters away. Whoosh! Under the hero's stunned gazes, the solid concrete Henry bar block was silently cleaved in half. The cut was so smooth, it looked like butter sliced by a hot knife. It wasn't hard to imagine, if the kick had been aimed at any of them, maybe only Flashy Flash would have a chance to dodge. Even Blue Flame wouldn't bet on surviving it. This is Rankyaku, one of the 6 techniques of Rokushiki. It's a slashing attack generated by high-speed, high-power kicks that create a vacuum blade capable of hitting enemies from afar. As Kizaru explained, he casually launched a second Rankyaku, this time slicing the block horizontally in 2. Such overwhelming power, combined with how effortlessly Kizaru moved, like it was as easy as eating or drinking, instantly ignited the hero's desire to learn. Who wouldn't want to master a move that strong and that cool? Even the previously eliminated members of the Blizzard Group were now full of regret for not pushing themselves harder the day before. Especially Mountain Ape, who collapsed right at the final moment. He looked like he wanted to punch himself in the head. Thankfully, Kizaru had promised them a second chance to learn the Navy's Rokushiki techniques later, so they wouldn't completely miss out on these powerful martial arts. Rankyaku, it looks a bit like my wind blade kick, but I feel like there's some detail I missed. Flashy Flash stared intently at Kizaru's right foot, trying to deduce the secret of Rankyaku with his trained eyes and experience. As a speed-based assassin, he didn't need to worry about being kited by ranged opponents, but learning such a powerful ranged attack certainly wouldn't hurt. That's not all. Rankyaku, and Rokushiki in general, can be evolved into personalized techniques. For example, Rankyaku, Typhoon Sweep. Kizaru lightly leapt into the air and launched a kick toward the empty training field. This time, it wasn't a sharp blade of vacuum, but a roaring blast of wind pressure, like a typhoon crashing down. In an instant, the training grounds spanning several kilometers were cleared out. Countless pebbles and debris were swept away, and even the ground seemed to have sunken slightly. When 16-year-old Kazaru first created this AoE move, he had proudly shown it off to Old Man Zephyr, only to be brutally roasted. Aside from monsters like Kazaru, even Vice Admirals didn't have the stamina to pull off such a move. And even if they could, it wouldn't do much damage to the stronger pirates out there. To someone like Zephyr, a hardline realist, the technique was flashy and impractical. But as far as cool factor and shock value went, it was a top-tier skill, and that much was clear from the starry-eyed looks on all the heroes' faces. Mr. Swift Flash. I'd like to know what the other Rokushiki techniques are, Flashy Flash asked eagerly. Originally, he had only planned to use the training camp to figure out the secret behind Kazaru's superhuman speed. But now he realized that the camp's martial arts teachings alone were worth the effort. Just one Rankyaku had already won him over, now he was eager to learn the other 5 techniques. The normally silent and aloof Flashy Flash asking a question surprised everyone, but it was exactly what they all wanted to know. More than 100 pairs of burning eyes, including those from the Blizzard group, locked onto Kizaru again. Fine. I suppose there's no harm in telling you. The next technique is Jeppo, Moonwalk. It lets you move freely through the air. I'll explain it in more detail after you've learned Rankyaku. It wasn't that Kazaru was deliberately trying to keep the heroes in suspense, he just didn't want them to get ahead of themselves. In reality, out of all the heroes present, only Flashy Flash had the potential to learn Rankyaku in a short time. Even someone as gifted as Captain Mizuki, or Blue Flame, who was close to S-class strength, would still need quite a while before they could grasp it. As for the rest of the heroes, Kizaru's expectations were much more modest. If they could manage to learn Rankyaku and Jeppo before the training camp ended, that would already be impressive. Fewer than 5 heroes, in his estimate, would be able to pick up Soru. Take off your wristbands and try practicing high-speed kicks. If you can reach 10 kicks per second within an hour, you can start working on Rankyaku. If not, put the bands back on and repeat yesterday's training. Kizaru's training style was blunt and straightforward. But that made sense. Rokushiki wasn't a technique that relied on tricks or insight. If your physical condition met the standard, your chances of learning it rose dramatically. Just like how Luffy had figured it out after seeing it only a few times on Eni's lobby, this was exactly why Kizaru set entry requirements for the camp. If someone couldn't even meet the minimum standard, forcing them to practice would just be a waste of effort. After assigning the training tasks, Kizaru waved over the Blizzard group members and started setting up the barbecue gear. He had something special planned to impress Fubuki. 10 kicks per second. That's way too hard, and only an hour to do it. On the sidelines, Magic Trickster grumbled under his breath. But the moment he removed his chakra-loaded wristbands, he felt like he was about to float into the air. 2 days of intense, limit-pushing training hadn't caused a complete transformation in the trainees yet. But Kizaru's sensing that their internal limiters had started loosening wasn't an exaggeration. While the wristbands had dulled the feeling before, now that they were off, Magic Trickster, being very attuned to his own body, noticed the change immediately. Whoa, wait a second, this feeling, is this real? Tank Top Vegetarian clenched his fists in disbelief. If an agile hero like Magic Trickster just felt a bit lighter, then for someone like him, who relied purely on brute strength to fight monsters, this felt like a total rebirth. He tried a few rapid punches, and could faintly hear the air being sliced by his fists. No exaggeration, if he fought the version of himself from 2 days ago, it would probably be a one-sided slaughter. Just 1 day ago, Tank Top Vegetarian had seriously considered dropping out. If he hadn't seen others, ranked even lower than him, still gritting their teeth and pushing forward, his pride wouldn't have stopped him from being the first to quit. But now he was immensely grateful he stuck with it. Otherwise, he'd have never experienced such a dramatic breakthrough. This feeling. Blue Flame, usually silent and expressionless, found his cold facade breaking apart. He stared at his hands, stunned and overjoyed. He couldn't even remember the last time he'd felt a clear, tangible improvement like this. Ever since he'd grown stronger, becoming one of the top-ranked A-class heroes, no matter how hard he trained, it always felt like he was just spinning his wheels. Eventually, even when he did improve, he'd start doubting whether it was just in his head. But this time, it was real. No matter how skeptical he was, even he could feel the undeniable change in his body. Hey! You lot over there, quit spacing out. If you can't hit your goal, there's more training waiting for you. Just because you passed yesterday doesn't mean you're safe today. Kizaru, already tending to the fire and charcoal, noticed a few heroes still dazed in place and, helpfully, called out to remind them. What he didn't tell them was that the chakra-loaded wristbands would gradually increase in weight over time. If a hero's progress couldn't keep pace with the growing load, it was only a matter of time before they were eliminated under the weight of mounting training demands. In fact, the current count of over 40 heroes still hanging on had already exceeded Kizaru's expectations. His original plan had been to swiftly weed out those lacking potential or determination, then quickly train up a group of elites, who would, in turn, help train the rest. But with so many still left, even he didn't have the energy to offer personalized instruction to everyone. Right. Training. 10 kicks per second, that's all it is. Let's go. Magic Trickster, itching to test his progress, dashed toward a practice stump, only to find that the C-class hero, Mumen Rider, had beaten everyone to it. He was already furiously kicking away at the wooden target. While the others were still basking in the joy of their progress, Mumen Rider, who valued this opportunity to grow more than anyone, hadn't even taken the time to savor the change in his body. The moment he felt something was different, he dove straight into training. Thud 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 thud. The wooden stumps were pre-marked with angled notches that corresponded to different height ranges, helping each hero find the optimal kicking angle to generate a vacuum slash. At first, Rankyaku learned this way could only be unleashed at specific angles, but with enough practice, it would eventually become second nature, usable from any position or direction. Mumen Rider kicked with intense focus. Even someone like Blue Flame, whose strength was nearly at S-class level, had noticed a distinct improvement, so for someone like Mumen Rider, who had started from the bottom of C-class, the change was monumental. That only made him value this training camp even more. He was terrified that one day, he might fall behind and get eliminated by Lord Swift Flash himself. While the other heroes poured their effort into the drills, Flashy Flash hadn't rushed to start kicking stumps. With his ability, even without much practice, he could easily meet the basic criteria for Rankyaku. I've gotten stronger. He stood still, looking surprised. For most heroes, getting stronger through high-intensity training wasn't surprising at all. Even those with limited potential could improve noticeably under that level of strain. But S-class heroes were different. They had already pushed their physical potential to the very edge, especially Flashy Flash, who had long since reached the absolute limit of human speed. That was a real limit, a wall that no amount of pressure or willpower could overcome. Or at least, that's what he'd always believed, until today. How did he do it? He glanced at Kazaru, who was calmly grilling meat nearby, and unconsciously pressed his lips together. He really wanted to grab the men and demand answers. But unfortunately, he wasn't a match for Kazaru. And right now, he still needed something from him. Even someone as proud as Flashy Flash couldn't bring himself to confront Kizaru so directly. Degree. Chapter 154, 154, Rankyaku. Now, let me show you what I've got. Having successfully lit the charcoal fire, Kizaru held a skewer in each hand and smiled at Fubuki as he spoke. This was a skill he had honed back in the Naval Academy, even Old Man Zephyr couldn't deny how good his grilled meat was. Though it was a bit over the line for Zephyr to poke fun at Kizaru during shared meals, saying he was more suited to being a ship cook than a vice admiral. This doesn't feel quite right. Everyone else is training so hard. Fubuki glanced uneasily toward the training ground. While everyone else was sweating it out, they were here leisurely barbecuing, it felt a bit wrong. The smell of grilled meat had just begun to waft through the air, and several nearby heroes' noses twitched. When they turned to see Swift Flash and Hell Blizzard by the grill, they cursed silently before doubling down on their training efforts. From the way they attacked the wooden stumps, you'd think they were treating them as Kizaru's punching bags, putting a bit of personal grudge behind each kick. So are you eating or not? Kizaru raised an eyebrow slightly. He'd seen plenty like Fubuki before, saying no with their mouths but eating more than anyone else when it was served. I'm eating. Fubuki answered without hesitation. Not eating something that smelled this good was practically a crime. The pigs, cows, and sheep that sacrificed themselves for this meal would weep in vain otherwise. It was a strange feeling, though. Even though Fubuki didn't fully understand what being a Navy Admiral meant, Kizaru was, even in the one-punch world, newly ranked as the 9th S-class hero. To think that such a powerful man would willingly lower himself to grill meat for her. The thought alone made Fubuki's mood inexplicably better. Here, give it a try. This is barbecue certified by the top chefs of Naval Headquarters. Sadly, the ingredients are a little lacking, so I can only perform at about 80%. And you guys over there, don't look so down. So what if you were temporarily eliminated? It's not like you won't get another chance to learn the Rokushiki. Kizaru sprinkled some seasoning onto the meat and even handed a few skewers to Lily and Mountain Ape, who were watching the training ground with longing on their faces. Neither of them had made it through the previous day's high-intensity training, though this wasn't unexpected. After all, Lily's physical strength was among the lowest of all the heroes in the camp. She was only included as a minimum benchmark. And unlike Mumen Rider, she didn't possess that same iron will. Faced with training that pushed her beyond her limits, it wasn't surprising she couldn't hang on. As for Mountain Ape, that was more of a pity. In terms of raw physical strength, he actually ranked fairly high among the heroes. Unfortunately, Kizaru himself was a speed-type fighter, and his training regimen naturally leaned toward speed-based heroes. Strength-based ones didn't have much of an advantage here. Even Tank-Top Vegetarian, another strength type, could only persevere due to his far superior physical constitution compared to Mountain Ape. Kizaru-sama, when's the next training camp? Lily and Mountain Ape exchanged a glance before Lily, clearly the more likable of the two, quietly asked the question. They had already been eliminated from this round, but with the experience they had gained, they were confident they could go the distance next time. No idea, depends on fate. Still, I suggest you learn from the others. There are still a few members from the Blizzard group who haven't been eliminated yet. That guy, what was his name, Eyelash or something? Have him teach you next time. Same difference. Kizaru had originally planned to say there wouldn't be a next round. But considering how enjoyable his time in the One Punch world had been, and the different flow of time between this world and the One Piece world, this wasn't a bad place for a little vacation. Not to mention the Blizzard sisters, Fubuki and Tatsumaki. There was no telling when he might return, and when he did, hosting another training camp would be only natural. You think Eyelash will make it through the camp? Lily sounded worried. It was only the third day, and already over a dozen Blizzard group members had been eliminated, leaving only 4, including former member Glasses. Even though Eyelash ranked second among B-class heroes and was second only to Fubuki in the group, it was hard to say whether he could last till the end. Judging by the elimination rate, the Blizzard group seemed kind of useless. But considering they were all B-class heroes, ranking near the bottom within the camp, it wasn't surprising that they made up a large portion of those eliminated. He probably can. The guy has decent physical strength and strong willpower, it's just that he's a bit soft-hearted, not the type to stand alone. Kizaru couldn't quite recall who Eyelash was. He glanced at the heroes kicking training stumps and then finally remembered who Lily was talking about. At this moment, Eyelash had already taken off his suit jacket and, like former Blizzard group member Glasses, changed into a more durable athletic outfit suited for intense movement. In training this intense, even the slightest disadvantage, like unsuitable clothing, could mean failure. After observing Eyelash's movements for a while, Kizaru could roughly assess his condition. Although he couldn't compare to Old Man Zephyr, who had trained countless Marines, Kizaru's powerful observation hockey made it relatively easy for him to predict whether Eyelash could make it through the training. That's good. If no one from the Blizzard group makes it through, it'd be a real embarrassment for me. Fubuki let out a small sigh of relief. She'd gone through a lot to invite Kizaru into the Blizzard group. If he didn't join, fine, but if the group didn't even gain anything from his visit, it'd be just pathetic. By the way, did you get Zhang Sanfeng's gift ready? Kizaru handed out the remaining skewers to the few remaining Blizzard group members and then prepared to shoo them off. The members got the hint and quickly scattered, giving Kizaru and Fubuki space to date in peace. Lily, who had been hanging close to Fubuki, even let out a secretive anti-style grin, like a mom finally marrying off her aging daughter. In the strange world of One Punch Man, it was common for women to marry young. Fubuki, at 23 and still single, was already considered late. As for the 28-year-old Tatsumaki, a proper old maid. AI-chan helped me pick out some medicine. We'll give it to the old man together. Fubuki was clinging to her bestie AI Hybera's leg, and she had to admit, AI's idea was spot on. She tailored the gift to fit both Zhang Sanfeng's world and his personality. If it weren't for the trouble, Kizaru might have swapped out his gift too. Compared to medicine that could save countless lives, pure gold, which was considered extremely valuable by the Gorosei, might be practically worthless in Zhang Sanfeng's eyes. TCH. AI Hybera, huh? That girl's really smart. Kizaru thought to himself. He was surrounded by plenty of physically powerful girls. Esteth and Guion alone could rival a Marine Admiral, but there weren't many brains among them. The only one who barely counted was Nami, and even then, she was more of a clever little thief when it came to making money. Now that he was on track to becoming Fleet Admiral, he figured it might be time to find some high IQ, beautiful women to support him. After all, even Sengoku the strategist needed Vice Admiral Tsuru's help. Kizaru was just trying to follow in the Navy's fine tradition. As for why they had to be girls, and pretty ones at that, well, that's up to interpretation. You better not be thinking about AI-chan. Fubuki suddenly frowned, eyeing Kizaru suspiciously. Sure, she might act easy to win over in front of him, but that was only because Kizaru's qualities were just too good enough for her to overlook his flirtatious habits. Anyway, most of his womanizing happened in other worlds, so in theory, it didn't really involve her. But if he dared go after her bestie Hybera AI too, that was going too far. No way. I'm not into little girls. Kizaru rolled his eyes. AI-chan was cute, sure, but with her current bobblehead-style art design, the practical-minded Kizaru really couldn't get into it. Tatsumaki was already the absolute limit of his legal lowly tolerance, any younger was a hard no. While Kizaru and Fubuki were chatting, over on the training grounds, Flashy Flash had finally started practicing Rankyaku. Unlike the other heroes still relying on wooden stumps for practice, Flashy could dive right into it, creating a vacuum through kicks. This is totally different from Wind Blade. After a few attempts based on his own ideas, Flashy realized it wasn't working and quickly switched to the method Kizaru had instructed, using rapid kicks. With each ultra-fast kick, sharp wind sounds tore through the air. Gradually, Flashy started to get the hang of it. Rankyaku. When his first vacuum blade sliced a deep gouge into the wooden stump in front of him, everyone's attention turned to Flashy. Then came the second slash. The third. Each of Flashy's vacuum blades grew in power and range. When he wasn't holding back for safety, the furthest ones reached over 20 meters. The technique now had clear combat value, but Sonic still didn't look satisfied. Phew, so he's already started practicing Rankyaku. Out of the corner of his eye, Blue Flame saw what was happening, and his feelings grew complicated. Even though he knew that Flashy Flash, an S-class hero, was far stronger than he was, Blue Flame had always held himself to Flashy's standard, never settling for less. Even if he couldn't keep up with him for now, he didn't want the gap between them to widen too much. But reality was harsh. No matter how hard he tried, the difference between an A-class and an S-class hero remained glaringly obvious. However, things were different now. Blue Flame turned to look at Kizaru, who was grilling meat and chatting with Fubuki. He had already begun to feel the effects of Kizaru's training camp, and this was only after 2 days of intense training. If he could hold out for the full month. The thought lit a fire in Blue Flame's heart, and his kicks against the wooden post grew even stronger. At that moment, Kizaru had no idea he'd already become a symbol of hope for several people. He grilled a few more skewers, then joined Fubuki in opening the dimensional chat group. As they had planned, this was the group's first team-building event. Every member was expected to join, including Xiaomei, who had only just recently joined. Passerby who wants to hug Luo Feng's leg, roll call. Is everyone here yet? Kobayashi, I've been ready for a while. But hey, is there enough space at Grandpa's place? Toru's coming with me, and if it's too cramped, that could be a problem. Passerby who wants to hug Luo Feng's leg, don't worry. I already asked the Grandmaster, he'll be waiting in the back mountain. Even if Toru turns into a giant dragon, it's all good. Xiaomei, I'm here too. My cousin Xiaoyan wanted me to ask, are you sure he can't come with me? AI Hybera, unfortunately, no. So far, only group members and non-humans can travel through the chat group. AI Hybera, but that's not necessarily a bad thing. At least we don't have to worry about someone from another world invading ours. Kobayashi, haha, as if that would happen. Passerby who wants to hug Luo Feng's leg, Kobayashi, you're too naive. Kizaru, HM. Is everyone here? When do we head out? Fubuki, everyone, count off so we don't trouble Grandmaster Zhang. I'll go first, 1. AI Hybera, 2. Kizaru, 2, That was fast. Then I'm 3. Passerby who wants to hug Luo Feng's leg, 4. Kobayashi, I'm 5. Jotaro Kujo, 6. Orochimaru, hey. A new world, how exciting. 7. Xiaomei, 8. I'm 8. Tony Stark, hey, don't forget me, 9. Esteth, 10. Anyone else? If not, let's get going. Passerby who wants to hug Luo Feng's leg, that's all of us. At Zhang Sanfeng Grandmaster, are you ready on your end? Zhang Sanfeng, friends from afar, what a joy indeed. Passerby who wants to hug Luo Feng's leg, nice. Let's go. Degree. Chapter 155, Chat Group's First Gathering. Ding. Zhang Sanfeng has issued a mission request, inviting at Kazaru to his world. Accept. Accept/decline. Ding. Zhang Sanfeng has issued a mission request, inviting at Passerby who wants to hug Luo Feng's leg to his world. Accept. Accept/decline. As the group chat system dinged repeatedly, invitations appeared before the eyes of members across various worlds. Already used to this, Kazaru immediately accepted. A flash of white light filled his vision, and the first thing he saw was a dignified old Taoist with an ethereal aura and childlike features, who showed a brief flash of surprise at the sight of him before quickly regaining composure. Behind the old man stood a pink-cheeked little Taoist novice. The moment the white light appeared and a towering immortal over 3 meters tall stepped out, the boy shrieked in fright. "Pleased to meet you, Grandmaster Zhang. Happy 100th birthday." Kizaru gave the boy a glance before focusing on the elder, handing over a small wrapped box containing a wooden hairpin inlaid with pure gold. "Thank you. To have such an esteemed guest grace Wudong, what an honor." Because more group members were arriving shortly, the old Taoist simply smiled and nodded, accepting the gift personally before handing it off to the young novice behind him. Before Kizaru could say anything, more white lights flared up across the clearing as the remaining chat group members arrived one after another. Fubuki had come along with Kizaru, of course, so there was no need to introduce her. Standing just barely taller than Kizaru's knee was Ai Hybera. Maybe it was the transition from 2D to 3D, but she didn't look as stylized or chibi as Kizaru had expected. In fact, at a glance, she actually resembled Tatsumaki a fair bit. Noticing Kizaru's gaze, Fubuki casually stepped forward to greet her close friend, seemingly unintentionally blocking his line of sight in the process. "Master Kizaru. We finally meet. It's me, passerby." The passerby from the Swallowed Star world wasted no time searching the crowd for the one he owed so much to. If it hadn't been for Kizaru's kindness in gifting him a Zoan-type devil fruit back then, he never would have made it this far. Even now, the bulk of his strength came from mastering the powers of that Zoan-type ancient ape fruit, specifically, the Gigantopithecus form. "Oh, it's you. You don't look that bad." Kizaru looked him up and down. The guy had once lamented in the chat group that the fruit's side effects were making him look more and more like an actual gorilla. Even his old friends were having trouble recognizing him. But to Kizaru, the resemblance wasn't as exaggerated as he'd made it sound, maybe 60 to 70% ape-like, tops. "Really? I knew it wasn't that bad." Tears of relief welled up in passerby's eyes. Kizaru's ridiculously handsome face carried more than enough credibility. His words were reassuring even to someone with major self-esteem issues. "Nice to meet you, Kizaru-kun. I'm Orochimaru." Emerging from the white light in his Akatsuki robes and a conical hat, Orochimaru let his gaze sweep across the group. The moment his eyes landed on Kizaru, his pupils narrowed slightly. He'd long known that Kizaru was powerful. He'd even gathered plenty of intel from Feathered Serpent and Manda about their impressions of the men. But meeting him in person, Orochimaru realized he had still underestimated this Navy admiral he'd never encountered before. That prickling sense of danger along his spine, it was even more intense than the time he'd faced Hanzo the Salamander or the Third Raikage in his youth. "I'm pleased to meet you." Kizaru smiled as he spoke, the easygoing air around him forming a sharp contrast with Passerby, who had already shrunk behind him in a panic. "Passerby-kun seems a bit afraid of me." Orochimaru had clearly noticed. Compared to the immense threat he felt from Kizaru, Passerby radiated a much more approachable energy. In Orochimaru's eyes, Passerby was a walking treasure trove of intelligence. Not only was he well versed in the secrets of the shinobi world, he also had vast knowledge of countless other worlds. In a multi-dimensional group like this one, the value of the intel Passerby held was beyond measure. If given the choice, Orochimaru would gladly trade over 100 of Konoha's top intelligence operatives just to get his hands on him. Lord Orochimaru, could you maybe tone down the intensity of that stare? You're kinda looking at me like you want to strap me to a table and dissect me." Passerby chuckled awkwardly and poked his head out, still determined to keep his distance from Orochimaru. That's the value of a strong public image. Even though Passerby knew Orochimaru didn't actually mean him harm, he still panicked every time they crossed paths. If it weren't for Kizaru being such a reliable backer, Passerby probably wouldn't have even dared to show his face in front of Orochimaru. Noticing this, Kizaru gave Passerby a meaningful look. The guy wasn't as simple as he liked to act. For example, even now, he hadn't shared much concrete intel about the Swallowed Star world in the group. And the only person he'd ever allowed into his world was Kizaru, someone clearly aligned with the Justice camp. As for risky types like Orochimaru, Passerby would probably rather die than give them a shot. By comparison, Isteth was a true daredevil. She had let Kizaru into the Akane Ga Kill world almost right after joining the group. If Kizaru had any ill intentions, things could have gone sideways real fast. "Master Zhang. I came to see you, wishing you blessings as vast as the East Sea and a life as long as the southern mountains." Avoiding further interaction with Orochimaru, Passerby made a beeline for Zhang Sanfeng, flashing a bootlicker's smile as he offered his respects. If the devil fruit from Kizaru was his ticket to fortune, then the martial arts Zhang Sanfeng had taught him were his first true treasure. And as a transmigrator, Passerby had nothing but reverence for the legendary Zhang Sanfeng, one of the rare figures in wuxia said to have reached immortal cultivation. "Thank you, young friend." Zhang Sanfeng smiled kindly. He didn't so much as flinch at passerby's ape-like appearance. The same couldn't be said for the little Taoist behind him, who clung tightly to his master's sleeve, clearly terrified that the gorilla monster might suddenly open its massive jaws and devour him. Whoa! What a cute little guy, Master Zhang. What's this kid's name? Passerby, completely unaware of the effect he had on the poor child, was instantly smitten by the boy's delicate, rosy-cheeked features. He crouched down, wanting to talk with the adorable little kid. This is Qingshu. Come greet senior passerby. Zhang Sanfeng smiled and gently patted his great-grand-disciple's head. But as soon as he said the name, the expression on passerby's face froze. Zhang Sanfeng's eyes narrowed slightly. He didn't say anything, but as a man of experience, he took note of the odd reaction. He made a mental note to quietly check later if there was something unusual about Qingshu. Hey everyone. Nice to meet you, I'm Kobayashi. Another figure appeared in a flash of white light, a woman in glasses with a slightly tomboyish aura, waving enthusiastically at the group. Because of the varying time flows in different worlds, even those who traveled at the same moment might still arrive at staggered intervals. I'm passerby. That's Master Kizaru and Hell Fubuki over there. This little one is Hibara. Still recovering from the earlier shock of seeing Song Qingshu at Zhang Sanfeng's side, passerby quickly resumed his friendly role, helping Kobayashi, who clearly didn't recognize everyone, get acquainted. Whoa! AI-chan is so cute. Kawaii. Before passerby could finish introducing Orochimaru or Zhang Sanfeng, Kobayashi had already lunged at Hibara AI, wrapping her arms around the little girl's unamused face and rubbing her cheeks enthusiastically. Even though Hibara looked like a 7 or 8-year-old girl, her calm, mature aura, courtesy of her adult mind, made her seem like a grown-up trapped in a child's body. That contrast only made her more irresistibly adorable. Get off me. And didn't you say your pet dragon was coming too? Hibara AI grumpily pushed Kobayashi away. As a scientist, she had long been curious about the dragon maid Kobayashi kept at home. Unfortunately, stuck behind a chat group interface, she'd never had a chance to properly study what this so-called dragon was really about. Oh, right. Everyone, make some space, Toru's arriving in her dragon form. Kobayashi suddenly remembered her promise to Toru, she was supposed to bring her over immediately. Who knows what kind of chaos Toru might cause if left alone. Both Kazaru and Orochimaru cooperated smoothly, stepping aside to make room. They were just as curious about Kobayashi's household dragon as everyone else. Soon, with a burst of blinding white light, a massive dragon several stories tall materialized before them. Compared to her cute 2D chibi appearance, the 3D version of Toru looked way more fierce and imposing. Even Zhang Sanfeng couldn't help feeling uneasy. He knew she probably didn't mean any harm, but if a creature like this ever ran wild, he, who had technically invited her here, wouldn't be able to dodge responsibility. Zhang Sanfeng, who had always shown little interest in the bizarre phenomena of the chat group, was suddenly struck by a thought: he needed to grow stronger. For a martial arts master who had been unrivaled in his world for decades, even thinking that was jaw-dropping. But no matter how profound one's martial arts might be, they were meaningless against the superhuman, or outright non-human, beings in the chat group. Even his most treasured taiji techniques couldn't possibly threaten someone like Kizaru, who was practically a god or demon in comparison. Kobayashi, can I change back now? Toru's regal, pale gold eyes swept over the group before finally settling on the unassuming Kobayashi. The next second, she couldn't hold back any longer. Before she met Kobayashi, she always lived in her full dragon form, but these days she was far more used to being a dragon maid. Staying in dragon form actually felt kind of awkward now. Of course you can. Kobayashi had also not seen this version of Toru in a while and was briefly stunned, but quickly snapped out of it. Tada. Hello everyone, I'm Kobayashi's maid, just call me Toru. Before everyone's eyes, the giant dragon quickly shrank into a woman wearing a maid outfit, complete with horns and a long tail, none other than the dragon maid, Toru. Gone was the overwhelming dragon aura, now she was just an energetic maid, happily wagging her tail and greeting the group. If it weren't for the horns, the tail, and that impossible figure, no one would have ever guessed this cheerful maid had just been a terrifying dragon seconds ago. Ugh. I'm so jealous. I want a dragon maid too. Off to the side, passerby was practically drooling. In 3D, Toru was a total knockout, warm, bubbly, and beautiful. Her horns and tail only added a unique exotic charm. Even Kizaru's internal, hot girl radar, had kicked in automatically the moment she transformed. Eh? The gorilla can talk. Toru glanced at passerby and asked with genuine surprise, huh? The gorilla can talk. In the world she came from, there were no gorillas, and even in Kobayashi's world, only humans spoke. So when she first saw passerby, she thought he looked just like one of those gorillas she'd seen on TV, the kind from the zoo. You jerk. Look closer, I'm human. Passerby was fuming, nearly ready to throw hands, then remembered she was a dragon, and promptly decided he wasn't that mad. How does that even work? Going from that huge form to this small. Hybera AI studied Toru's tail with intense curiosity. She was very interested in how the tail functioned, how it even grew in the first place. But considering the other party was a full-blown dragon, no matter how curious she was, she held herself back. Hey! You guys really beat me here by that much. Just as Toru finished transforming into her dragon-maid form, another burst of white light flashed, and out stepped Tony Stark, clad in his Iron Man suit. You're late, Tony. Kizaru smiled as he bumped fists with Iron Man. They got along fairly well, and technically speaking, Kizaru was even a minor shareholder in Stark Industries. No. Mr. Stark never arrives late, he arrives precisely when the party's about to peak. Tony wagged his finger, brimming with his usual flair. No matter the gathering, a Stark never missed the spotlight. The moment he arrived was, by definition, when things really started. Master Zhang is celebrating his 100th birthday, Tony. Let's skip the party talk. The old men probably can't handle that kind of excitement. Kizaru had a sneaking suspicion that Tony was planning to stir things up. If this guy tried throwing a pool party on Mount Wudong, Zhang Sanfeng might just throw him off the mountain. Come on, this is a centennial birthday. How many people in the world make it to 100? Not throwing a proper celebration would be a total waste. Tony Stark was baffled. If he lived to be 100, he'd absolutely throw a week-long party with 100 bikini models, and he'd host it right next to the graves of his biggest haters, just to piss them off so badly they'd pop the lids off their coffins. Dear Mr. Stark. Not everyone shares your love for pool parties. Kizaru honestly didn't know how to explain it. To Zhang Sanfeng, a pool party probably sounded no different than those dual cultivation sects or something. If Tony actually set something like that up, even if Zhang Sanfeng didn't say a word, the Wudong sect might get branded as a bunch of degenerate heretics by the entire martial arts world. Degree. Chapter 156, Birthday Gifts. Just as Stark was about to speak, another flash of white light lit up the scene, this time revealing two figures arriving at once, one tall and one short, one with long hair and the other with short. It was the yet-to-arrive Esteth and Xiaomei. Long time no see, darling. Esteth looked around at the surroundings. She quickly ignored everyone else and walked straight up to Kizaru, wrapped her arms around his neck, and gave him a kiss. Fortunately, Esteth had long legs and loved high heels. If it had been Fubuki and Kizaru hadn't leaned down, she probably wouldn't have reached his face. Whoa, now I'm jealous. Tony Stark let out a dramatic shout from the side, only to be met with a sharp glare from Esteth. Immediately, he felt a chill run through his entire body and was left speechless. Against Esteth, who had already mastered all three types of hockey, a beginner-level Iron Man clearly didn't stand a chance. Sir, I'm detecting a sudden spike in heart rate and a drop in your body temperature by 1.5 degrees. The voice of the AI in Tony's armor, JARVIS, sounded in his ear. JARVIS, shut up. Stark muttered sharply, still stunned by Esteth's mere gaze. If Pepper ever found out that Tony Stark was intimidated by a woman, she'd probably tease him about it for an entire year. Thankfully, Esteth had no intention of picking on Stark. After her affectionate greeting with Kizaru, she casually glanced around at everyone else. Zhang. Master Zhang, right. Here's my birthday gift, please accept it. Esteth tilted her head slightly, examining Zhang Sanfeng. Once she confirmed he wasn't particularly powerful, she instantly lost interest in him. With that, she initiated a trade request to Zhang Sanfeng. The gift she was giving was a bit large and could only be transferred through the chat group's trading system. Oh crap. Mine too. Master Zhang, please accept my gift as well. Passerby suddenly came back to his senses and hurriedly sent a trade request as well, giving Zhang Sanfeng no chance to politely decline. AI-chan, my gift. Fubuki sidled up to Hybera AI. She had asked Hybera to help prepare the birthday gift. Not that Fubuki was stingy, it was just that Hybera's ideas were clearly better, and she had taken full charge of the preparations. It's all packed. I'll send it over once they're done. Hybera was never sloppy when it came to tasks. Their gift consisted of enough injectable antibiotics and aspirin for 3,000 people, just about the size of 2 large backpacks. There was no need to bring it out so early. Meanwhile, Zhang Sanfeng modestly declined a few times before ultimately accepting the trades. As everyone watched, a massive white tiger with black stripes suddenly appeared in the open space, causing the young Taoist boy, Song Qingshu, behind Zhang to scream in fright. This tiger was nearly a full size larger than a typical water buffalo. When it stood upright, its head was almost level with a tall adult's height. Clearly startled by being transported into an unfamiliar place, the tiger growled menacingly at everyone around, but before it could do anything, a small iceberg came crashing down beside it with a loud boom. Inside the ice was the lifelike, frozen head of an enormous beast. Judging by the sheer size of the head, the creature it once belonged to was at least 100 times bigger than the tiger. I made a special trip to the far northern ice fields. Took a lot of effort to hunt down this super dangerous species deep within the glacier. It wasn't fully mature yet, but even a juvenile's head is a rare trophy. Its death casually punched the mini iceberg. What looked like solid ice instantly shattered into pieces. The blood-stained head of the giant beast was revealed beneath. From its razor-sharp fangs to the furious glare frozen into its eyes even in death, everything about this creature screamed overwhelming dominance. The poor white tiger, cowering beside the massive head, went limp with fear. It lay flat on the ground, not daring to move a muscle. Trembling like a kitten, it looked utterly pitiful. That's a really big head. Kobayashi glanced at the beast's head, then at Toru beside her, as if trying to compare whose dragon form had the bigger noggin. TCH, what's the big deal? If it weren't such a hassle to return to my world, I could have caught a giant beast too. Hey, Kobayashi. Let's go catch a whale. Toru sounded a bit indignant. If going back to her original world wasn't so complicated, she could have easily captured a beast just as massive. But then she remembered, there were huge animals in Kobayashi's world too. Last time they saw whale meat in the supermarket, Kobayashi had told her that whales were even bigger than houses. Let's not. Didn't we already prepare our gift? Kobayashi, facepalming mentally, tugged Toru back. If anyone else had said that, it might have sounded like a joke. But Toru was absolutely serious. While Kobayashi wasn't against eating whale meat, sending Toru to go catch one just for a birthday present felt wrong somehow. This isn't scientifically possible. Only planets with extremely low gravity could support land animals of this size. Under Earth-like gravity, something this big should be crushed under its own weight. Hybrid AI stepped forward and examined the beast's head, her small face full of disbelief. Her basic understanding of biology was being utterly challenged. Still, she wasn't an average little girl. Strictly speaking, beings like Kizaru and his death had already shattered her concept of reality. Master Zhang, that tiger over there is my birthday gift. Maybe you could have some hunters skin it and use the hide as a rug. Passerby scratched his head awkwardly. Compared to his death as gift, the tiger he worked so hard to catch suddenly didn't seem impressive at all. Still, a tiger hide this size was a very sincere offering. In his original world, a pelt this massive would have easily sold for millions. Even the biggest Siberian tigers would look small next to this beast. A unique tiger hide of this magnitude would definitely fetch a sky-high price at auction. There's no need to kill for my sake. Let it be raised on the mountain instead. Zhang Sanfeng looked troubled. While Taoism didn't strictly forbid killing like Buddhism did, and Wudang sect didn't focus heavily on precepts like that, it still felt wrong to kill two massive beasts just for his 100th birthday. The beast head his death gifted was already dead, so there was no changing that. But as for the tiger from Passerby, he'd rather let it live. However, given how much stronger and fiercer this tiger looked compared to regular ones, letting it loose might cause chaos. With no better solution, Zhang Sanfeng decided to keep the tiger on Wudang Mountain. At least with his disciples watching over it, there'd be no danger of it attacking villagers. No rug. What a waste. I was even planning to use the tiger's tail for some, ham, anyway, never mind. Saving a life, saving a tiger's life, is better than building a 7-story pagoda of virtue, right? Passerby looked regretfully at the cowering tiger. The poor thing, still lying on the ground, had no idea. It had just brushed past death's door, and even its most sacred parts almost didn't make it. While Passerby was still sulking, Hybrid AI used the chat group's trade feature to send the large backpacks full of medical supplies directly into Fubuki's hands. Master Zhang, this is the birthday gift from me and Fubuki, 3,000 doses of portable antibiotic injections, plus 500 boxes of aspirin. Hybrid and Fubuki approached Zhang Sanfeng together, with 2 oversized military backpacks floating behind them. After Hybrid patiently explained how to use the medicines and what they were for, the once weary expression on Zhang Sanfeng's face finally gave way to a smile. With martial arts cultivated to his level, it wasn't that he was immune to all illness, but it was very rare for him to fall sick. Still, Zhang Sanfeng had always been deeply compassionate toward common folk, and the Wudang sect was known for being a righteous presence in the martial world. To him, the gifts from Hybrid and Fubuki weren't just medicine, they were a bounty of life-saving merit. The young Taoist Song Qingshu stared unblinkingly at the 2 massive backpacks, thinking, are all of Grandmaster's guests gods or monsters come down from heaven? How else could they look so strange and bring such miraculous gifts? That gorilla-looking guy could summon a giant tiger. The blue-haired woman made an iceberg appear with a wave, then shattered it with another to reveal a massive beast's head. He didn't even know what kind of monster that was supposed to be. And that first guest, 10 feet tall, with a face so beautiful he hardly looked human. Even legendary beauties like Panin or Song Yu probably didn't look that good. Just then, another flash of white light appeared, and a cold-faced Jotaro Kujo stepped out in front of the crowd. He was the last member of the chat group to arrive. Kizaru-san. Long time no see. Jotaro instinctively scanned the gathering and quickly locked eyes with the only familiar face, Kizaru. Though it had only been a few months since Kizaru traveled to the JoJo world, for Jotaro, several years had already passed. It's Jotaro. Kizaru glanced at him and was slightly disappointed to find that Jotaro seemed even weaker than before. He wasn't sure if it was due to a lack of training or something else. Still, Kizaru didn't say anything about it. After all, without crises or powerful enemies to push someone forward, it was hard for most people to keep training diligently. Even Kizaru himself had gone through a slump back in the day, so much so that he gave up on his plans within the Revolutionary Army. Fortunately, joining the Dimensional Chat group had reignited his sense of purpose and given him a new path forward. Master Zhang, this sword is my birthday gift to you. Wishing you good health and long life. Jotaro removed the long sword wrapped in cloth from his back. Since it had already been arranged that he'd come for Zhang Sanfeng's birthday, Jotaro had specially sought out a blacksmith's forge that still made weapons by hand, and personally crafted this sword as a present. Just one glance at the obviously hand-forged blade and the thick calluses on Jotaro's fingers, and Zhang Sanfeng immediately understood the sincerity behind the gift. He reached out with both hands and accepted the sword with respect. What a fine blade. Thank you. He flicked the blade lightly with his finger, and what looked like an ordinary sword rang out with a long, resonant hum, so pure that it felt less like a weapon and more like a musical instrument. That sounds so nice. Toru tilted her head, eyes half-lidded in contentment, quietly listening to the hum until it faded away. Then she turned to Kobayashi with sparkling eyes full of longing. Nope, no way. There's a kid at home, we can't keep dangerous weapons around. Kobayashi instantly shook her head. Even though Kana was technically a centuries-old dragon, Kobayashi always treated her like a child based on appearance alone. And to be fair, from a dragon's age perspective, Kana really was just a kid. Master Zhang, this is a birthday gift from my cousin Xiao Yan and me. Wishing you, fortune as vast as the East Sea, and longevity as great as the southern mountains. A pink-haired girl named Xiao Mei stepped forward nervously. As the only actual underage member of the group, it wasn't surprising she felt a little anxious. But remembering her cousin Xiao Yan's instructions, and seeing the kind, benevolent look on Zhang Sanfeng's face, gave her the courage to offer a small gift box with both hands. Thank you. And please thank young Xiao Yan on my behalf. Though her gift was clearly modest compared to the others, and her words fumbled and nearly forgotten, Zhang Sanfeng's attitude didn't change one bit. He still received the gift with both hands, treating it with the same respect. Seeing this, Orochimaru and Tony Stark stepped forward with their own offerings. Orochimaru handed over a pale green syringe. According to him, as long as someone wasn't already dead, a single injection could preserve their final breath. Kizaru could sense an astonishing vitality inside the syringe. Even though it held less than 20 milliliters of unknown liquid, the life force it radiated wasn't much less than that of an A-class hero from One Punch Man's world. Stark, on the other hand, offered an original painting by Tang Dynasty artist Wu Daozi, claiming it had cost him $7 million to acquire. It was a very on-brand, Stark-style gift. Unfortunately, Stark didn't know Zhang Sanfeng well enough. If given a choice, the old Taoist would likely have preferred a few $1,000s worth of antibiotics over some priceless artwork. Everyone, please follow me. Degree. Chapter 157, Extreme Plan. Zhang Sanfeng hoisted the two oversized backpacks with ease and strode forward at a brisk pace. The young Taoist boy, Song Qingshu, hurried to follow behind his grandmaster while clutching the rest of the gifts. Among the strange guests, there were some so beautiful they seemed like gods, but the gorilla-like creature and the metal-skinned men with deep-set eyes still unnerved Song Qingshu. Without his grandmaster around, he wouldn't dare stay alone with these people. Kazaru gave Fubuki a quick nod and led his death after Zhang Sanfeng. As for the severed head of the super-dangerous beast, it was fine to leave it where it was. Even in death, the creature's head radiated an intensely frightening aura. The giant tiger that the bystander had captured had nearly wet itself in fear just being near it. There was no worry that anyone would try to mess with it. The rest of the group followed after Kizaru, chatting and laughing along the way. Although they had spent a lot of time talking in the chat group, this was the first time they were actually meeting in person. Everyone was a little giddy with the novelty. Fubuki and AI Hybra, besties in the group, were practically ready to swear sisterhood on the spot. Even Orochimaru and Tony Stark hit it off surprisingly well. One was a mad scientist and behind-the-scenes manipulator, while the other was a playboy and arms dealer, but their shared experiences building labs made for instant chemistry. Their conversation flowed naturally, as if they'd known each other for years. Watching how quickly they clicked, Kizaru had no doubt they'd be teaming up to develop biological weapons by the time this was all over. Soon, the group arrived at a secluded residence nestled behind the mountain. Zhang Sanfeng had prepared a special banquet there to entertain the guests who had come from other worlds to celebrate his 100th birthday. But just as he was about to sit down and chat, a young Taoist acolyte came rushing over. No one heard what was said, but Zhang Sanfeng's expression subtly shifted. "Dear friends, I'm afraid something urgent has come up. I must attend to it immediately and may not be able to properly host you. Please forgive my discourtesy." After a brief moment of thought, Zhang Sanfeng made his decision. He gave the group a sincere apology, then left Song Qingshu behind to host the guests in his stead. With a grave expression, he turned and departed with the new acolyte. The group exchanged confused glances until Kazaru took the initiative to break the silence and invited everyone to sit and begin the meal. The bystander, also a transmigrator, cooperated naturally, and soon everyone was seated around the round table. The kitchen monks of Wudong were already on standby, and dish after dish of exquisite food began flowing out like a river. "These are all dishes I've never seen before." Kobayashi whipped out her phone, snapping away enthusiastically. The only downside was that her phone had lost its internet access after leaving her original world, otherwise she'd be posting these pics online in a heartbeat. "If you like them, I'll learn how to cook them and make them for you." Toru, seated nearby with her big tail swaying happily, was already plotting where to find the recipes later. "Hey, idiot, ahem, random, what's going on with Master Zhang?" AI Hybera instinctively opened her mouth to call out the bystander's usual nickname, but when faced with this massive man standing over 2 meters tall, bulging with muscle, she hesitated. That stupid mutt she had on the tip of her tongue turned into a cautious, "Hey." Everyone in the chat group knew one thing for sure: if you had a question, just ask the bystander. He'd definitely have some idea. The only downside: the guy had a pretty spotty memory. Aside from a few series he loved, like JoJo, he only remembered bits and pieces of other anime plots. Especially the Detective Conan world that Hybera came from, he barely remembered anything aside from a few key characters. That alone had nearly made Hybera pop a blood vessel. "Ah, hey kid, has Zhang Wuxia of the Wudong sect returned yet?" the bystander asked, scratching his head as he turned to the nearby young Taoist, Song Qingshu. If he remembered correctly, Zhang Sanfeng's 100th birthday celebration coincided with the return of Zhang Zuishan along with his wife and child to Wudong Mountain, only for the 6 major sects to come knocking. Zhang Zuishan, unwilling to betray his sworn brother Xiesun, chose to take his own life. His wife, Yin Susu, followed him in death out of guilt over crippling one of the Wudong 7 heroes. Before dying, she left their son Zhang Wuji with the memorable line, "The prettier the woman, the more dangerous she is." How did you know that? Song Qingshu, still intimidated by the gorilla monster, summoned his courage to respond. He trusted his grandmaster, and that gave him the nerve to speak up. "So I guessed right. Looks like we've hit that point in the timeline. Well, here's the situation." The bystander genuinely wanted to help Zhang Sanfeng. While he didn't think Xiesun was exactly innocent, Zhang Zuishan certainly didn't deserve to die for him. The only problem was, he didn't quite know how to help. Sure, he could easily drive off the 6 major sects with his strength, but Wudong would probably never accept such a violent solution. Frustrated, the bystander decided to just lay it all out and asked if anyone else had ideas. Song Qingshu was so stunned his eyes nearly popped out. He was now absolutely certain these people were immortals or demons. How else could they know things that hadn't even happened yet? "This is simple. If that Zhang Zuishan guy doesn't want to give up his brother, we'll just kick out the people harassing him," Tony Stark said breezily. He couldn't see what the big deal was. Wudong had powerful backers now. They could throw out anyone causing trouble. And if anyone wanted to make it a legal issue, they could just lawyer up and drag it out for years until it fizzled away. Stark was no stranger to lawsuits. Stark Industries dealt with hundreds of them every year. If Zhang Sanfeng needed help, he'd be happy to lend him a whole legal team. "That's too much trouble. Just kill them all. If Master Zhang's not comfortable doing it, I don't mind getting my hands dirty," Isdeth said flatly. She was already getting bored. After her last trip to Kazaru's world, she'd expected at least a few decent opponents this time around, even if they weren't quite on Kazaru's level. But a sweep of her observation haki told her everything she needed to know. Aside from Zhang Sanfeng, the rest of these so-called martial artists were trash. Even Orochimaru, who had some strength, was nowhere near Kazaru's league. The only one who might give her a proper fight was that girl with horns and a tail, but of course, Kazaru had forbidden her from starting anything. Lame. Meanwhile, Song Qingshu trembled uncontrollably nearby. Even the slight killing intent Esteth had unintentionally let slip was more than enough to send the young novice into a panic, even though AI Hybra, seated further away, hadn't sensed a thing. Thankfully, Estetha's intent vanished as quickly as it appeared. If she hadn't been in such a relaxed state, she wouldn't have lost control like that. If it's just paralysis, I might have a way to fix it. Orochimaru spoke in his usual unhurried tone. While he wasn't quite at the level of creating people out of thin air, by this point in time, he was already quite accomplished in the art of human modification. To him, curing Udaien's paralysis was trivial. Even if all 4 limbs had been severed at the root, Orochimaru could reattach them, or transplant entirely new ones, if needed. Of course, it wasn't that Orochimaru had suddenly developed a bleeding heart. What truly piqued his interest was this entirely new world that Zhang Sanfeng resided in. An entire universe full of untapped resources. Even if the average strength of its inhabitants paled in comparison to the ninja world, there were still plenty of things that caught Orochimaru's curiosity. If it's really possible to cure him, then with Udaien's character, he should be able to forgive Insusu. That would just leave the 6 sects and the other martial artists. The bystander said, eyes lighting up. After all, Insusu was only the indirect cause of Udaien's injury. If Orochimaru could heal him, then surely the rest of the Wudong 7 heroes would be willing to accept her. But the real thorn was Zhang Zuishan's sworn brother, Xie Sun. Sure, the golden-haired Lion King had gone on a killing spree mostly because of Qingquan's manipulations, but the fact remained, a lot of people had died by his hand. Zhang Zuishan didn't want to betray his brother. He also didn't want to drag his master and fellow disciples into the mess. In the end, his only option was to take his own life in penance. Yeah, that's a tough one. Hybra AI muttered, frowning. She couldn't quite wrap her head around the whole Jianghu honor thing. To her, Zhang Zuishan's situation looked an awful lot like someone knowing the whereabouts of a serial killer and flat-out refusing to tell anyone. Worse still, he admitted he knew where the killer was, but swore he'd never say a word. If it weren't for the fact that Zhang Zuishan was, in a way, on their side, and according to the bystander, was even willing to die rather than speak, Hybra would have seriously questioned his sanity. Even in a modern society governed by law, what he was doing would be considered obstruction of justice. I might have an idea. Tell me what you all think, said Borsellino, rubbing his chin. Even he was feeling a little speechless. If it were someone like Vivi or Nami trying to protect a friend, he'd absolutely back them up, no hesitation. But someone like Zhang Sanfeng clearly wouldn't approve of that kind of personal bias. If they wanted a true win-win solution, they'd have to approach it through the lens of traditional Eastern values and philosophies. And when it came to a moral justification strong enough to override a deep-seated vendetta, only one thing came to mind: national hatred. Zhang Sanfeng had personally lived through the transition from the Song dynasty to the Yuan. He harbored a natural hostility toward the Mongols. On top of that, he had once admired the Amei swordswoman Guixiang, whose entire family had perished during the Mongol invasion of the southern Song. If they could invoke the righteous cause of resisting the Yuan dynasty, it might just override the blood feud. The Battle of Yashan, where 100,000 loyalists had thrown themselves into the sea rather than surrender, was still fresh in collective memory. The martial world had already begun to stir with anti-Yuan sentiments. If they could guide that sentiment and channel the entire Jianghu toward the cause of resistance, Wudong would find itself on unassailable moral high ground. And if Zhang Zuishan was truly willing to die for Xie Sun, then surely he'd also be willing to convince his brother to join the anti-Yuan movement. As long as Xie Sun aligned himself with the rebellion, even his old enemies wouldn't be able to publicly attack him or Zhang Zuishan. If they tried, they'd risk being labeled as collaborators with the regime. When Borsellino finished laying out his plan, the group fell into an involuntary silence. None of them were familiar with the history of the Song and Yuan dynasties, but the sheer audacity of what Borsellino proposed, guiding an entire population to rise up against a nation of tens of millions, left them stunned. Isn't that a little extreme? Kobayashi glanced around nervously, lowering her voice. He wants to overthrow an entire country. Is that really necessary? Hybara AI echoed, equally shaken. The most radical solution she considered was offering generous compensation to the victims, including those from the 6 sects. She never imagined Borsellino would go full scorched earth, toppling a regime just to clear Zhang Zuishan's name. Amazing. I love this plan. Let me be the general. It doesn't matter what nation it is, I can destroy it. Estetha's eyes gleamed with excitement. A war of this scale in an entirely unfamiliar world. From Borsellino's description, the target nation sounded as large as her own empire, maybe even bigger. This was right up her alley. Even if there was nothing to gain for her personally, Estetha was more than eager to plunge headfirst into this cataclysmic conflict. Hey, truly worthy of you, Borsellino-kun. That's quite the plan. If you're serious about toppling a nation, count me in, Orochimaru said, licking his lips. At first, he thought the idea was overkill, going this far just to help Zhang Sanfeng's disciple. But once his death spoke, something clicked. A war of this magnitude could mean untold opportunities for the Hidden Leaf Village. Even if their ninjas couldn't directly participate, simply supplying weapons and logistics could bring in unimaginable profits for Konoha and the entire Land of Fire. This was a nation larger than all the countries in the shinobi world combined. Even basic trade could make the Land of Fire fat and overflowing with wealth. Hey! What's a war without Stark Industries? Whatever weapons you need, I've got them. Tony Stark's eyes lit up too. Perhaps due to Borsellino's interference, he'd skipped a certain pivotal moment in his life. He hadn't seen Dr. Einstein die for him, so this Tony was still very much the classic arms dealer. If there was one thing better than a weapons contract, it was multiple weapons contracts. The only downside was this world's apparent lack of tech. Even if Stark Industries wanted to sell advanced gear, they'd probably have to stick with low-tier products for now. But Tony wasn't picky. What truly excited him was the inspiration he got from Borsellino's plan. There were so many members in this chat group, and so many worlds. Each one a potential market for Stark Industries. Even if no demand existed yet, he could create it. That was the real path to fortune. Degree. Chapter 158, Introduction. So scary. Kobayashi and the young Taoist acolyte beside her trembled uncontrollably, though for different reasons. Kobayashi had actually understood what Kizaru and the others were planning, while the acolyte was simply terrified that the honored guests invited by the Grandmaster were basically a bunch of rebels. Miss Fubuki, is everyone in this chat group always like this? Unlike Song Qingshu and Kobayashi, who looked like they were about to faint from fear, Xiaomei didn't see anything particularly wrong. On the Dochi continent, monarchs weren't supreme. Heck, even the royal family of the Jiama Empire had to show deference to the Yunnan sect. She was just curious whether this sort of attitude, where Kizaru and the others casually talked about overthrowing a nation, was typical for the group. Not exactly. This time is a special case. Besides, that Yuan dynasty doesn't sound like anything good anyway. Taking them down might not be such a bad thing, right? Fubuki said uncertainly. In the world of One Punch Man, countries as political entities no longer existed. Fubuki could only imagine the Yuan dynasty as something akin to a large city administration. Even without Kizaru taking action personally, there were already several people present who could rival S-class heroes. Taking down what she imagined the Yuan dynasty to be didn't seem that hard. Are you guys serious? This is the Yuan dynasty we're talking about. Hibara AI sighed, exasperated. Her level of historical knowledge made it impossible to equate the Yuan with just any government. Even if it wasn't exactly the same as the historical Mongol Empire that spanned Eurasia, it was still a vast empire ruling tens of millions. The Yuan dynasty had launched multiple invasions of Japan. If not for the so-called divine winds destroying their fleet, Japan's entire history might have been rewritten. Hibara believed that if the group invested enough time and effort, they could destroy the Yuan. But they were just visitors, who in the chat group would seriously stick around in this world for years. That just makes it more necessary to take them down. Besides, overthrowing the Yuan isn't even that hard, just find Zhu Yuanzhang. Wait, how old would Zhu Babin be right now? Hibara clearly hadn't accounted for the presence of a random guy, who was himself a transmigrator. When Kazaru first talked about rebellion, he was utterly confused, but quickly became thrilled. He had once fantasized about time-traveling to ancient times to rebel and become emperor, only to find himself in the universe of Swallowed Star, where world-destroying powerhouses were everywhere. There, not only was rebellion a joke, just staying alive meant clinging to the protagonist's leg for safety. Now, he had a chance to live that dream. He might not become emperor himself, but backing one. That sounded pretty satisfying too. Kid, how long has the previous dynasty been gone? This is the mid-14th century. Zhu Yuanzhang, the founding emperor of the Ming, isn't even 20 yet. You really think he's ready to rule? Hibara rolled her eyes but still turned to Song Qingshu to confirm. After a very confusing exchange that sounded like a chicken and a duck trying to talk, Hibara finally crossed her arms and delivered an answer that thoroughly crushed the background character's dreams. We're not trying to overthrow the nation directly. What we'll do is add fuel to the fire. Stark can provide the weapons, I'll fund them with gold, Orochimaru can supply materials, his death will train the army, and the best part. Our enemies won't even know who we are. Kizaru spread his hands, and even the usually timid Kobayashi couldn't help but feel like they had the upper hand. According to Kizaru, the dimensional chat group was naturally invincible. There was only one potential threat in this world, Zhang Sanfeng and the Wudong sect. Whether they would risk opposing the imperial court for Zhang Zuishan's sake remained to be seen. Hey, it certainly does make for an exciting future. Orochimaru cast a snake-like glance at Kizaru. Even before the others realized it, he had already sensed that something had changed. Kizaru now was clearly different from when he first joined the chat group. Back then, he wasn't nearly this enthusiastic. Even when he traveled to Jojo's world to help Jotaro fight Dio, it felt more like a casual favor than a real commitment. Was he doing this to gain something? Was there something special about Zhang Sanfeng or this world? Though he hadn't quite figured it out yet, that didn't stop Orochimaru from going along with Kizaru's plan. After all, this was a golden opportunity for Konoha and for him as the fourth Hokage. The only pity was that ninjas couldn't cross worlds like they could. Otherwise, the idea of getting hired for a war by such a massive country was thrilling to think about. Not to mention the potential of having this nation's rulers issue missions to Konoha in the future. Given the sheer scale of this world, it might even eclipse the entire ninja world in terms of commission volume. No matter how hard Orochimaru tried to figure it out, he couldn't guess that Kizaru was also a transmigrator, just like Lee the random guy. And it wasn't really about saving Zhang Tsuishan. Kizaru simply wanted to help overthrow the Yuan dynasty. Then it's settled. I'll go with Lee to persuade Master Zhang. Everyone else, wait here for good news. Kizaru made the call, and even Jotaro Kujo didn't object. After all, in the JoJo universe, history was pretty much the same. Apart from the Mongols themselves, nobody really had a favorable view of the Yuan dynasty. The only one who showed interest in tagging along was Esteth. She wanted to see if there'd be a chance for a good fight. The rest simply nodded without objection. Hey, better let me go instead. Given Random's personality, I doubt he'd be very cooperative. Right then, Orochimaru, eyes narrowed in that eerie way of his, suddenly spoke up. When it comes to negotiation or persuasion, you always need one person to play the bad cop and the other to play the good cop. While the ninja world hadn't yet formalized this concept, Orochimaru was smart enough to intuit Kizaru's intentions. What do you think, Lee? Kizaru rubbed his chin thoughtfully. He realized he might have made assumptions. He was used to dealing with Navy HQ elites or sharp minds like Nami, people who needed no coaching on how to cooperate. But Lee was still, at the end of the day, just a regular guy. Even if his current strength could barely get him into the lower officer ranks in the world of One Piece, he wasn't the scheming type. Rather than strategizing around how to get random guy to play along, it would be simpler to bring Orochimaru along instead. If anything, Orochimaru was even more cunning than Kizaru. Yeah, better let Orochimaru-han take the lead. I'm really worried I'd mess it up. Lee was clearly nervous. Sure, he could probably solo all the top fighters from the 6 sects, but that didn't mean he had the guts to talk big in front of a crowd. Especially when the task was convincing people to rebel. No matter how you looked at it, that was no small ask. Then you'll stay here for now. You, young man, please take us to see Master Zhang. Kizaru addressed the dazed little Taoist acolyte, Song Qingshu. Still half in shock, Song Qingshu nodded instinctively. By the time he came to his senses, he had already led Kizaru to the Wudong Sect's reception hall. When they arrived, a man with sharp eyebrows and resolute eyes was kneeling before Zhang Sanfeng, bowing deeply 3 times and speaking urgently. Then, to everyone's shock, he suddenly drew his sword and slashed at his own neck. The motion was so swift that not even a master like Zhang Sanfeng could react in time. This man was Zhang Tsuishan, torn by loyalty and guilt, unable to reveal Xie Sun's whereabouts and unwilling to harm his wife. He felt he had failed his 3rd senior brother. Clang! Just as blood began to seep from his neck, a barely visible beam of light flashed, and the sword in Zhang Tsuishan's hands shattered clean in 2. What followed were several thunderous bursts. Zhang Sanfeng had struck the nearby guests with palm force, trying to save his disciple. 5th brother. Why would you do something so foolish? The rest of the Wudong 7 heroes rushed forward, snatching away the broken sword, their faces drenched in cold sweat. But then, they noticed something strange. Zhang Tsuishan's sword, while not quite a legendary blade like the heaven-relying sword, was still an excellent weapon. How could it just snap like that? To think some hidden weapon could break the sword under their very noses was too ridiculous to believe. At that moment, a chorus of startled exclamations rang out, as Kizaru's towering figure stepped into the hall. The martial artists present had seen their fair share of tall warriors, but a man towering over them by more than a full meter. Even the tallest among them had to crane their necks just to see his face. So tall. Which sect or school is this master from? With that height, could he be a demon? In this moment, even the martial arts masters were no different from those clueless commoners. If it weren't for Kizaru's otherworldly handsome face, his extraordinary height would have easily made many think he was some kind of monster. Master Zhang, I heard everything you said from outside. As a total bystander, I feel it's my duty to say a few fair words. Kizaru began speaking with utmost seriousness. Had Random Guy been present, he would have found Kizaru's tone oddly familiar. Everyone knows, when someone claims they're about to speak fairly, they're almost certainly not about to be fair. While the 6 major sects and other martial artists in attendance didn't get that particular joke, it didn't stop them from scoffing at Kizaru's self-proclaimed fairness. Who do you think you are? This isn't your place to speak. Though they were initially startled by Kizaru's height, the seasoned martial artists weren't so easily cowed just because someone was tall. A burly man with a face full of whiskers stepped forward. He was a hall master of the Giant Whale Gang, a powerful figure with some fame in the martial world. Though the Giant Whale Gang wasn't on the level of the Beggar sect, which claimed to be the largest sect in the world, they were still confident enough to confront the Wudong sect. But before the man could finish his sentence, he suddenly collapsed, knocked unconscious by the silent release of Kizaru's conqueror's haki. No matter how others shouted or tried to rouse him, he wouldn't wake. Witnessing this, even a fool could tell Kizaru had used some kind of invisible technique to take down such a renowned expert without making a sound. That meant none of them were safe if he decided to turn the technique on them. Even the masters from the 6 major sects involuntarily took a step back, afraid Kizaru might target them next. Mr. Qi, ahem, Mr. Bo, please speak. Zhang Sanfeng was still confused at this point. He hadn't yet learned that Insusu was the true culprit behind his third disciple's crippling injuries. He simply couldn't understand why Zhang Cuishan would choose to end his life. But since Kizaru had saved his 5th disciple and seemed to have something important to say, Zhang Sanfeng, wise with age, chose to cooperate with the performance. He almost let slip Kizaru's name in his flustered state, but caught himself and changed to Mr. Bo just in time. That slip only deepened the curiosity of the gathered martial artists. Who was this Mr. Bo that even the legendary Zhang Sanfeng treated with such respect? Even the disciples of the Giant Whale Gang lowered their heads instinctively, fearful of drawing Kizaru's attention. Mr. Bo is so handsome. Hee, if your heart's moved, why don't you go follow him? I'll tell master for you. Don't slander me. Several young female warriors from the Ame sect whispered among themselves. Though Ame was led by the strict abbess Miju, the sect did not forbid marriage or love. In fact, the head disciple Ji Xiaofu was engaged to Yin Li Xia of Wudong. It wasn't surprising that some younger disciples were smitten upon seeing Kizaru. This was especially the case because their group was led by their peer, Abbess Jingxiu. Though highly ranked, she lacked the commanding presence of Abbess Miju. Had the latter been present, no one would have dared to speak up. Silence. Abbess Jingxiu glared at her juniors in frustration. As martial artists, their keen senses allowed them to pick up on the strange looks from the other guests. As the sect's lead disciple, she couldn't allow Ame to lose face. Properly scolded, the younger disciples obediently fell silent. They dared whisper behind Jingxiu's back, but none would defy her openly. Otherwise, they'd surely be reported once back at Ame. All they could do now was sneak glances at Kizaru from within the crowd. Degree. Chapter 159, Plan. Zhang Cuishan, let me guess, did you want to kill yourself because you felt guilty toward Yu Daiyan, but couldn't bring yourself to kill your wife to atone, so you chose to sacrifice yourself instead? Kizaru asked softly, a small smile on his lips. Despite clearly looking younger than Zhang Cuishan, he addressed him by name without the slightest hesitation. Strangely, no one in the room found it inappropriate. Given that this Mr. Bo appeared to be on equal footing with Master Zhang, if he claimed seniority, he would by extension outrank everyone present. Zhang Sanfeng, celebrating his 100th birthday today, held terrifying seniority in the martial world. Even monks of the Kong generation, who were peers to the Shaolin abbot, were junior to him. May I ask what guidance senior wishes to offer? Zhang Cuishan, who had failed to die and atone to the world, hesitated for a moment, but eventually cupped his fists respectfully and asked. Previously, he had only wanted to die and be done with it. Now that he'd survived and was caught between his senior brother and beloved wife, he didn't know what to do. Foolish. Let me introduce someone. This is Orochimaru, a miracle-working doctor from the land of fire. His skills can raise the dead and regrow flesh from bone. You get what I'm saying, right? Kizaru clapped Orochimaru on the shoulder and gave Zhang Cuishan a painfully obvious hint. Having lived on a deserted island for several years, Zhang Cuishan was a little slow on the uptake and didn't immediately catch on. Instead, Song Yuanqiao's eyes lit up with joy, and he bowed deeply to Orochimaru without hesitation. My third brother has long suffered from crippling injuries. Please, divine healer, save him. The Wudong sect will be eternally grateful. Following Song Yuanqiao's lead, realization dawned on Zhang Cuishan. Together with his senior brothers, he bowed deeply and pleaded for Orochimaru's help. Orochimaru, who had been silently collecting intelligence and had never once imagined he'd be roped into acting as a medical ninja, twitched at the corner of his mouth. Still, it wasn't the time to speak out. He simply nodded with a blank expression. Is it true that Daiyan's injuries can really be cured? Zhang Sanfeng's voice trembled slightly. The greatest regret of his life was being helpless as his third disciple suffered in bed, and then losing his 5th disciple without explanation. Now, with Zhang Cuishan's return after so many years, his only remaining sorrow was Yu Daiyan's paralysis. Of course. As long as he hasn't drawn his final breath, I doubt there's any injury Orochimaru can't heal. Kizaru boasted shamelessly, taking on full responsibility with zero hesitation. After all, Orochimaru was the one who'd have to do the work. If things didn't pan out, well, that was Orochimaru's problem. Orochimaru, standing to the side, increasingly felt that something was wrong, but couldn't interrupt at this point. He kept up the cold, aloof front. And given Orochimaru's naturally impressive presence, not to mention the kind of charisma that drew legions of followers, and his imperious silence, even Zhang Sanfeng found himself instinctively trusting him. Hold on. Reviving you the third is certainly good news, but before that, shouldn't Zhang the fifth and Wudong give us an explanation? Master Kongwen of Shaolin, seeing how things were going off the rails, stepped forward and spoke sternly. Then let's deal with these baldies first, then we heal third brother. Wudong's seventh hero, Emoshingu, known for his fiery temper, snapped in frustration. They had finally found a miracle doctor who might heal their third senior brother, and now these idiots wanted to stir up trouble. Shengu. Watch your words. Zhang Sanfeng's rebuke was firm and immediate. His teaching wasn't limited to martial arts, conduct mattered more. Yes, master. Emoshingu looked a bit wronged but dared not question Zhang Sanfeng's authority. Before the Shaolin master Kongxing could erupt in anger, Zhang Sanfeng cut him off, leaving the monk no choice but to glare hatefully at Emoshingu. Kongwen attempted to mediate the situation, but just as he was about to speak, Zhang Sanfeng suddenly stood up. I've been sitting all day and my old bones are starting to ache. Since Master Kongji seems to be in the mood for some action, how could I, a humble Taoist, not join him for a friendly match? Zhang Sanfeng said calmly, his face unreadable. To ensure Yu Daiyan could be treated as soon as possible, Zhang Sanfeng was actually prepared to step in himself. The entire hall erupted in commotion. No one had expected that Zhang Jinren, at the age of 100, would be willing to personally duel Master Kongji. Even the instigator himself, Master Kongji, looked uneasy. Zhang Jinren of Wudong had been famous for over 70 years. Those who had fought him, or even witnessed his martial arts, were mostly long gone. What remained were countless legendary tales about him. He was practically a living immortal. No one knew how advanced Zhang Sanfeng's martial arts had become. Master Kongji had only dared challenge him earlier, assuming that, at such an old age, Zhang would be weak and lacking stamina despite his skill. But now, looking at Zhang Jinren, ruddy-faced and childlike in appearance, he didn't look the least bit like a centenarian. He really might have achieved the mythical state of martial transcendence and reverse aging that the rumors spoke of. In that moment, Master Kongji found himself in a dilemma. He wanted to back down, but the thought of facing someone with nearly 100 years of cultivation chilled him. He knew very well the strength of the three Du-generation monks of Shaolin, masters who had once taught him and were unmatched in their depth. Yet even they were juniors compared to Zhang Sanfeng. Back when Zhang was already shaking the martial world, those three were just novices chanting sutras in Shaolin. Master, you mustn't. Yes, Master, let us disciples take your place. It's all our fault, how can we let Master fight for our sake? Thankfully, Song Yuanqiao and the others rushed to block Zhang Sanfeng, no matter how powerful their master was. They still feared for his safety given his age. Everyone, I haven't finished speaking my fair piece yet. At that moment, Kazaru once again stepped forward. Given his earlier display, knocking out the giant whale gang leader from a distance, none of the guests dared brush him off now. They paused, curious about what he had to say. Still, if this tall stranger was just going to defend the Wudong sect blindly, they weren't going to stay silent. Please speak, Mr. Bo, Song Yuanqiao said warmly. This Mr. Bo held the hope of curing their third brother. Even if his words were unpleasant, as long as they didn't target their master, the Wudong Seven would endure. First of all, I think we can all agree, Xiesun deserved to die, yes. Kizaru might have claimed he was speaking fairly, but asking him to lie and say Xiesun's killings were somehow justified. That would be a betrayal of his decades as a marine. Even in the world of pirates, Xiesun was beyond redemption, slaughtering entire families, sparing not even newborn infants in his worst days. No objections. Mr. Bo is absolutely right. That villain Xiesun should have died long ago. The guests, who had been wary of Kizaru possibly taking Wudong's side, all relaxed. Many even echoed his sentiments now. Zhang Xueshan, still restrained after failing to take his own life, wanted to say something, but when he opened his mouth, he found himself unable to defend his sworn brother. Had he not accidentally learned the truth, that Qing Kuan had annihilated Xiesun's family, he too might have believed Xiesun deserved death. Zhang Xueshan shielding Xiesun is also a serious crime. I think we can all agree on that. Kazaru continued in a calm, deliberate voice. At that, the Wudong Seven began to stir. Fortunately, their eldest brother Song Yuanqiao remained steady and kept the others from reacting. Mr. Bo was someone their master respected, and hadn't their master himself refrained from interrupting. Well said. If Zhang the Fifth insists on protecting that monster, we won't stand for it. If he won't give up Xiesun's whereabouts, then the Wudong sect must hand him over. the crowd now looked at Kizaru with newfound admiration. This Mr. Boar was clearly on their side. Siesun has wronged many present, but there is a grudge even deeper than blood vengeance, and that is national vengeance. A faintly sinister smile tugged at the corner of Borsellino's mouth. Only moral coercion could defeat moral coercion. While many of the guests indeed bore grudges against Siesun, more of them were here for one thing, the dragon-slaying saber. Otherwise, no matter how bloodthirsty the golden-haired Lion King might be, he wouldn't have earned the enmity of nearly the entire martial world. Since these so-called heroes were using morality to pressure Zhang Zuishan into giving up Siesun, Borsellino had no qualms using an even higher form of moral pressure, to make them give up their pursuit. Of course, that depended on whether Siesun was truly willing to sacrifice himself for the cause. If not, there was no way to silence those with blood grudges. The guests exchanged confused glances. Just moments ago, this Mr. Bo had been clearly on their side. Now he was suddenly bringing up national vengeance, and the more he said, the more frightening it became. Borsellino began by recounting the Mongol Yuan army's brutal massacres during their southern campaigns, followed by a lament on how hard life had been under their rule. Under the Yuan's caste system, the former citizens of the southern Song were at the very bottom. The life of a Han Chinese was worth little more than a head of livestock. And that was only in theory. Most of the time, if a Mongol soldier killed one of them, there was nowhere to even seek justice. Even among the martial world, many present felt the sting of these memories. Then Borsellino invoked the fall of the Song at Yashin, where 100,000 soldiers and civilians chose death by drowning. He spoke of the indomitable Wen Tianxiang in his poem, "Though I die 100 deaths, never shall I yield." By the time he finished, even the most obtuse among them could see where this was going. Some in the crowd looked downright shaken. Though there had always been a faint undercurrent of anti-Yuan sentiment in the martial world, aside from the demonic Ming cult, who would dare speak openly of rebellion? Zhang Zuishan. You have two choices, either reveal Siesun's whereabouts, or persuade him to join the cause of overthrowing the Yuan. Let national vengeance wash away his personal sins. Borsellino's true intent was finally laid bare. Zhang Zuishan, having been raised under Zhang Sanfeng's teachings and harboring his own distaste for the Mongols, no longer hesitated. I am willing to persuade my sworn brother to repay his personal hatred with national loyalty. And I myself will join the rebellion, whatever it takes, for the sake of the people. His voice rang with gratitude. Borsellino's words had resolved the very dilemma that had tormented him for so long, and brought with them the miracle doctor who could heal third brother. Knowing Yu Daiyan, if his years of suffering could be cured, there was a good chance he would find it in himself to forgive Yin Susu. After all, while she was responsible for leading him into that trap, she was not the one who had struck him down. This can't be right. If Siesun joins the rebellion, are we just supposed to let him go? Siesun is a butcher. How can Mr. Bo guarantee he'll really oppose the Yuan court? The guests were now at a loss. Some may have been fools, but not all of them. Borsellino's brand of moral coercion was far too powerful. Even those who hated Siesun most began to waver. In the martial world, reputation was everything. Even if they had no interest in rebellion, if they went after him and fighting against the Yuan, they'd be branded lackeys of the regime. It didn't take long for a clever voice to raise the inevitable question, what if Siesun only pretended to rebel, and simply continued living freely? Someone would need to bear the consequences. I will vouch for my sworn brother. Zhang Zuishan said firmly, cutting off Borsellino before he could speak. If either he or I show even the slightest betrayal of the anti-Yuan cause, I am willing to die a death of 1,000 cuts. He couldn't think of a better way out of this. If they didn't seize this opportunity now, the situation could spiral beyond repair. Fifth brother. Yin Susu, who had just entered the hall, burst into tears as she watched Zhang Zuishan make his solemn vow, not tears of sorrow, but of relief. Their bond as husband and wife had survived. Clang. A sharp metallic snap echoed through the hall. A young man with a conflicted expression stepped forward from the crowd, holding a broken sword. The fall of the previous dynasty wasn't that long ago. Some of those present were themselves descendants of the southern Song. And with Mongol cruelty still fresh in their minds, Borsellino's words had stirred more than a few hearts. Zhang Zuishan. That butcher Siesun wiped out my brother's entire family. I regret only that my skills are too meager to take revenge myself. But if I ever learn he breaks today's vow, I'll drag you down to the underworld with him. If I break this oath, may I be like this sword. He flung the broken blade at Zhang Zuishan's feet, gave him one final look, and turned to leave. And he was only the first. One after another, others followed, snapping their weapons and tossing them at Zhang Zuishan's feet. For now, in the face of patriotic duty, they set aside their vendettas. But should Siesun ever stray from the path, that hatred would fall squarely on Zhang Zuishan, and by extension, Wudong itself. In the blink of an eye, a third of the guests had left the hall. Of those who remained, only a few still clung to their hatred. The rest were opportunists still hoping to get their hands on the dragon-slaying saber. Degree. Chapter 160, Healing. Upon seeing this scene, Zhang Zuishan finally let out a sigh of relief. What he had feared was never those with ulterior motives aiming for the dragon-slaying saber, but the true avengers who only wanted to settle their blood debts with his sworn brother. Mr. Bo, and this great, divine physician, would it be possible to tend to third brother's injuries now? Emoshingu, the most impatient among them, could hardly wait for Orochimaru to start treating Yu Daien. The Wudang sect had never been known for stubborn formalities. They might tread carefully when facing victims' families, but the opportunists left behind were of no concern to them. At worst, they could simply draw a line and fight it out. The 7 heroes of Wudang had never been afraid of anyone. Let me see the patient first. Orochimaru narrowed his eyes slightly. Originally, he had been prepared to play the bad cop, working with Kizaru to intimidate the crowd. Unexpectedly, with just a few words, Kizaru had already dismissed most of them, saving Orochimaru the trouble of further threats. Kizaru himself felt a bit surprised. People these days really were too easy to sway. He had prepared several backup plans, but none had been needed. Divine Physician, please come with me. Emoshingu eagerly led Orochimaru to see Yu Daien, while Kizaru stayed behind to continue facing off against the guests in the hall. At this point, if anyone still hadn't realized that this, Mr. Kizaru, was allied with the Wudang sect, it would be an insult to their intelligence. But whether it was the 6 major sects or the other schemers, unless they were willing to openly break with Wudang and risk not only a public battle but also being branded as lapdogs of the Yuan court afterward, they had no choice but to back off. Amitba. I hope Hero Zhang keeps his word, otherwise, Shaolin will not sit idly by. Faced with the impossible dilemma, it was Master Kongwen who finally broke the silence. Even Shaolin Temple could not fully withstand the weight of national loyalty. With Shaolin taking the lead, the 6 sects and the rest of the martial artists gradually retreated as well, leaving behind only a handful of true friends who had genuinely come to celebrate Zhang Sanfeng's birthday. But Zhang Sanfeng clearly had no mood to entertain guests anymore. He left the reluctant hero Yin in charge of receiving the remaining visitors, and took Song Yuanqiao along with his other disciples to check on Yu Daien with Kizaru. While others might still have doubts about Orochimaru's medical skills, Zhang Sanfeng, who knew the true origins of Kizaru and Orochimaru, harbored no concerns at all. His only regret was that he hadn't thought earlier to ask members of the chat group for help with Yu Daien's injuries. But this wasn't entirely his fault. Being a long-time lurker, it hadn't naturally occurred to him that such a wild option was available. Divine Physician, can third brother's injuries be healed? Emoshingu was anxiously hovering beside Yu Daien. Even Yu Daien himself, who had nearly resigned himself to despair, grew tense. He was terrified of hearing the words, "there's no cure," from Orochimaru's mouth. Moderate-level comminuted fractures. It's a minor issue. I don't have surgical instruments on me. Prepare a sufficiently clean room, and I'll start the operation shortly. It won't take long to heal him. After a brief examination of Yu Daien's limbs, Orochimaru quickly arrived at a conclusion. Given Orochimaru's mastery of human modification, medical ninjutsu was hardly unfamiliar to him. Although he couldn't quite match Tsunade's skills, for injuries that didn't involve the soul, brain, or genetic structure, no matter how severe, they were all the same in his eyes. Especially after assimilating cutting-edge biological and medical knowledge from AI Hybra and Tony Stark's worlds, Orochimaru's understanding of the human body had advanced by leaps and bounds. He had even begun secret clone experiments. If he had the right equipment at hand, even giving Yu Daien cloned replacement limbs wouldn't have been a problem. That's wonderful. Third brother, did you hear that? The Divine Physician says it's a minor issue. You'll be healed soon. Emoshingu clutched Yu Daien's upper body tightly, shouting in excitement. Over the years, the hardships Yu Daien had suffered were witnessed by all his senior and junior brothers. Given the deep bond between them, they could almost say they shared his pain as if it were their own. Now that there was finally hope of curing Yu Daien's injuries, Emoshingu was genuinely overjoyed for his third senior brother. I heard it. My injuries can be healed. I can stand again. I don't have to live like a cripple anymore. Yu Daien was also overcome with emotion, tears streaming down his face. Only he knew the torment he had endured all these years, both physically and mentally. The despair of needing assistance even for the most basic things like using the toilet was, for the fiercely proud Yu Daien, worse than death. And this torment had seemed endless. If not for his desire to spare his master and brothers further grief, and the hope of someday finding his enemies, Yu Daien might well have chosen to end his own life. Wait. I have to go tell everyone the good news. Emoshingu couldn't wait and was about to dash out when Yu Daien called him back. Hold on. Help me tell fifth brother and his wife. I forgive her. Yu Daien's face showed clear signs of struggle, but in the end, he steeled his resolve and spoke to Emoshingu. Zhang Sanfeng, who had just reached the doorway, involuntarily paused when he heard these words. Third brother. Mo Shingu was in disbelief. No one understood better than him, who had often cared for Yu Daiyan over the years, just how much anguish his third brother had carried in his heart. Otherwise, given Yu Daiyan's naturally bold and forthright character, he would never have treated his fifth sister-in-law that way, even for Zhang Zuishan's sake, and none of the brothers would have been too afraid to even try to intervene. Yet now, Yu Daiyan had chosen to forgive In Susu, and before his injuries were even healed. Go, quickly. Yu Daiyan furrowed his brows, but on that face, weathered and bitter from years of suffering, there was a fleeting return of the old boldness he once had. Mo Shingu, the youngest among the 7 heroes, jumped at the sight. Though they were brothers, his martial skills had mostly been taught by his seniors, and seeing his third brother frown and show signs of anger, he dared not linger another second in the room. How remarkable. Truly worthy of being Zhang Jinren's disciple. Orochimaru narrowed his eyes slightly, his tone carrying a hint of admiration. Clearly, he hadn't expected Yu Daiyan to forgive the person responsible for crippling him so easily. Yu Daiyan's magnanimity reminded him of a certain incredibly irritating fool, someone like Jiraiya, who would also repay hatred with kindness. Divine physician, you flatter me. I simply don't want fifth brother to be torn between us. Yu Daiyan gave a bitter laugh. No matter how open-hearted he might seem, it would be a lie to say he harbored no resentment at all. But In Susu was already married to his fifth brother. Yu Daiyan didn't want to be the cause of Zhang Zuishan's family breaking apart. What Yu Daiyan didn't know, however, was that while he spoke with Orochimaru, their master Zhang Sanfeng, along with the other senior brothers, was standing just outside the door. Mo Shingu, rushing out eagerly, nearly collided with Zhang Sanfeng. As for Zhang Zuishan, one of the main people involved, he was already in tears, utterly unsure how he could ever repay third brother's deep kindness. Even In Susu, often branded as a witch by the martial world, was deeply moved. She had truly never expected third brother to be willing to forgive her. When Zhang Sanfeng saw his disciples rushing back into the room, and then witnessed them weeping and embracing Yu Daiyan and Zhang Zuishan, he knew that a tremendous favor had just been incurred. Though he still didn't know exactly what Kizaru wanted from him, at this point, it was clear he had no choice. Mr. Kazaru, what would you like this old Taoist to do? Only after all his disciples had rushed back into the room did Zhang Sanfeng finally take the initiative to speak up. An old man who had lived to celebrate his 100th birthday, calling Zhang Sanfeng a wily old fox, would have been underestimating him. Even though Kizaru had yet to reveal a single clue, Zhang Sanfeng could still infer from Kizaru and Orochimaru's various behaviors that they had some sort of plan, or at least an agreement, already in place. And most likely, this plan involved him directly. Otherwise, given Orochimaru's personality, which had absolutely nothing to do with charity or goodwill, there was simply no reason for him to voluntarily help treat Yu Daiyan's injuries. What we want is actually very simple. To be precise, it's more like mutual benefit. Kizaru laid out the plan they had discussed in the chat group in full. As expected of the Wudong sex Zhang Jinren, who had weathered countless storms, even upon hearing that Kizaru wanted them to start a rebellion, Zhang Sanfeng's expression hardly changed. To my knowledge, Zhang Sanfeng said slowly, there shouldn't be any treasures in this world valuable enough to attract the interest of gentlemen like yourselves. Though Zhang Sanfeng had remained a silent observer in the chat group for a long time, he hadn't been idly wasting his time. At the very least, he knew that every member of the chat group, including Kizaru and Orochimaru, came from different worlds. Each world had countless incredible treasures or special powers. By comparison, this world of his seemed exceedingly ordinary, even the famed Heaven Sword and Dragon-slaying saber would be nothing more than trinkets to someone like Kizaru. Thus, Zhang Sanfeng truly couldn't imagine why Kizaru and Orochimaru would be so eager to involve themselves. And from Kizaru's hints, it was clear they weren't the only ones participating. Jinren may not know, Kizaru said, but this plan is less of an investment, and more of a trial run. He made no attempt to conceal their real intentions. For Kizaru, investing a few tons, or even tens of tons, of gold was a mere drop in the ocean. Even without touching the reserves of gold they had hauled down from Skypiea, the daily earnings from Tesoro's ship alone were enough to fund several operations of this scale. The same applied to Stark. For Stark Industries, a company specializing in the production of arms, the cost of manufacturing weapons that didn't even reach World War I levels was negligible. Were it not for the concern that ancient people might not even be able to operate modern equipment properly, Stark would have been willing to supply even more advanced weaponry, and perhaps at even lower cost. The cost of the investment was insignificant compared to the potential return, an entire world. Even if they couldn't deeply exploit this world's resources immediately, the benefits gained just by overthrowing this nation would be more than enough to be tempting. And more importantly, this trial run could serve as a model, so that when the chat group encountered even more suitable worlds in the future, they could use this as a template, working together to develop those new worlds' resources. It seems this old Taoist has little reason to refuse cooperation with you. Zhang Sanfeng let out a faint sigh. Though in Kizaru's depiction, he and Wudong would almost be reaping the benefits without lifting a finger, Zhang Sanfeng still couldn't help but feel cautious, especially considering how much Mr. Kizaru seemed to know about this world. They were even proposing to elevate Taoism, and the Wudong sect specifically, to the status of a state religion, with Zhang Sanfeng himself being appointed as the national teacher. It was only thanks to Zhang Sanfeng's profound calm and self-control that he wasn't swayed on the spot. If it had been any other sect leader, they would likely have agreed without a moment's hesitation. Of course, with unlimited supplies of weapons, grain, and money, and the righteous cause of expelling the Mongol invaders, I can't imagine any way this war could fail. If necessary, even Esteth can personally step in. With her strength, even an army of 1,000,000 would be reduced to ashes. Kazaru spoke with total calm. Even putting aside Kazaru himself, a walking nuclear bomb, the chat group's current collective power could very likely succeed in sparking a rebellion in the One Piece world, perhaps even more effectively than the Revolutionary Army. Esteth alone was strong enough to rival an Admiral. Toru might struggle slightly against smaller, agile enemies like the Admirals, but her destructive power against ordinary soldiers was overwhelming, making her easily among the highest tiers of combat strength. Not to mention Orochimaru and Tony Stark, whose contributions would be just as formidable. If not for the fact that the chat group couldn't transport non-members across dimensions, the combined strength of Konoha Village and Stark Industries would have already made the current dimensional chat group capable of fighting the Navy headquarters head-on. Persuaded by Kizaru, Zhang Sanfeng proactively reached an agreement with several members of the chat group. For instance, Kizaru promised to provide Zhang Tsuishan with a lump sum equivalent to 150,000 taels of gold as military funding. This money would be used to recruit and equip an army. Afterward, for every quarter year in the Heaven Sword world, Kizaru would supply an additional 50,000 taels worth of funding. In exchange, Zhang Tsuishan needed only to supply Kizaru with pine and cedar for shipbuilding, along with silk and porcelain, goods considered hard currency even in the world of One Piece. Additionally, Kizaru expressed interest in acquiring large quantities of ores from the Heaven Sword world, but this business was quickly taken over by Stark. Compared to the ancient world's labor-intensive mining, modern industrial productivity was absolutely explosive. Even though Stark Industries wasn't directly involved in the metallurgy business, Stark didn't mind acquiring a few mining companies for the sake of such massive profits. Along with Kizaru, Stark and Orochimaru also reached their own cooperation agreements. Stark would supply weapons and food, while Orochimaru would handle intelligence gathering and assassination services. Even though Konoha's ninjas couldn't travel directly to the Heaven Sword world, Orochimaru could still use the snakes of Ryuchi Cave to provide ample support to Zhang Tsuishan. Orochimaru had even suggested sending giant serpents like Manda into battle. However, once Zhang Sanfeng learned that Manda was prone to eating people, he decisively rejected Orochimaru's kind offer. There was also assistance provided out of pure goodwill by Hybra AI and Esteth. The former donated enough antibiotics for 50,000 people, completely free of charge. As for Esteth, she straightforwardly promised to act as a substitute fighter. If needed, she would personally intervene to crush Zhang Tsuishan's enemies. Of course, by Esteth's standards, the opponent would need to be sufficiently interesting, meaning at least an army of over 100,000 soldiers. Considering how much had happened that day, even Zhang Sanfeng needed time to calm his mind. Apart from Orochimaru, who stayed behind to continue treating Yu Daiyan, the other group members took the initiative to bid farewell. Degree. Chapter 161, Sea People. Kizaru and Fubuki returned to the One Punch Man world, just as the heroes were finishing a day of training. Although the heroes had been working hard, apart from Flashy Flash, the S-class hero, few had managed to even meet the basic entrance standards for the Rankyaku technique. Most had spent the entire day wearing training bands to continue strengthening their bodies. Many were quite curious about Kizaru and Fubuki's prolonged disappearance, but before they could ask, others quickly stopped them. Idiots. It's already so obvious, what's there to ask? As expected of Fubuki, the top of B-class. She actually managed to snag S-class rank 9 Swift Flash so quickly. If I'd known, I would have joined the Fubuki group too. I might have even gotten one-on-one coaching from an S-class hero. The heroes who had completed their training whispered among themselves in low, teasing voices, not particularly worried about being overheard. After all, anyone with eyes could see that there was definitely something going on between Flashy Flash and Fubuki. Otherwise, why was it that other heroes needed to meet strict standards and face limited slots to join the training camp, while the Fubuki group's enrollment had a far lower bar, and no limit on numbers? If not for the heroes' lingering pride, someone would have already gone to inquire about joining the Fubuki group by now. Even if no one made a move immediately, it was only a matter of time. Don't listen to their nonsense," Fubuki said in a flustered voice. Though she couldn't hear exactly what the heroes and Fubuki group members were saying, the suggestive glances they were throwing her way told her everything she needed to know. Not being a complete idiot in emotional matters, Fubuki immediately realized just how much their sudden one-day disappearance could lead to misunderstandings. Her face burning with embarrassment, she tried to cover it up with a half-hearted denial. But when she saw Kazaru's amused, almost teasing smile, she simply couldn't get the words out. Just as the atmosphere between the two grew increasingly ambiguous, a series of rapid beep-beep-beep alerts rang out from almost every hero's phone on the training ground. Alert. A large group of mysterious beings claiming to be sea people have appeared near the coastal area of J City. Current threat level, Tiger. The monsters are numerous. Heroes in the vicinity of J City are requested to mobilize immediately for reinforcement. A-class rank 11 Poison Stinger is currently engaged in combat. Threat level may be subject to upgrade. As soon as Kizaru answered his phone, he received a flood of emergency notifications from the Hero Association. These messages were mass distributed. Whether any hero actually chose to respond depended entirely on luck and individual willingness. Just as Kazaru was trying to recall which storyline this alert corresponded to, he noticed the Hero Association headquarters sending him a direct communication request. Lord Swift Flash, do you have time to assist J City right now? As soon as the line connected, a staff member from headquarters spoke with urgent excitement. After the battle with Vaccine Men, Kazaru's abilities had been analyzed countless times. Post-incident assessments showed that during his journey from City B to City A, his average speed had exceeded Mach 1. In particular, when he stormed the Hero Association headquarters, his peak speed had approached Mach 3, faster than most supersonic missiles. Moreover, this S-class rank 9 hero could maintain that blinding speed for over 100 kilometers. Given the severe shortage of heroes near J City, sending Kazaru to reinforce the area was clearly the best choice. Has it really reached the point where you need me to step in? Kazaru was a little speechless. Even if S-class heroes weren't as valuable as he had imagined, wasn't it a bit much to have him personally deal with a mere Tiger-level threat? No, we just want you to be prepared. According to the Super System's calculations, the probability of the threat level rising further is quite high. The staff member on the other end of the phone quickly explained. Every S-class hero had their own quirks, and he didn't want to risk angering Flashy Flash, who was currently at the height of his fame, over something like this. I got it. How far is J City from here? Kizaru casually hung up and turned to ask Fubuki. The One Punch Man world was relatively small compared to other worlds in the chat group. There were only a few dozen cities where humans lived, and they were mostly clustered close together. It was common for ordinary people to travel from city to city on foot or by bicycle. Although J City's numbering seemed far from B City's, given that the Hero Association wanted him ready for immediate support, the distance probably wasn't too great. Less than 60 kilometers. There's a direct highway connecting us. If we drive, it shouldn't take even an hour to get there. Fubuki answered immediately. The Fubuki group's main base was in B City, but they often traveled to other cities for support missions, so Fubuki was very familiar with the surrounding area. Of course, the main reason she knew J City so well was because it was one of the few coastal cities. She vacationed there every year. 60 kilometers, huh? Everyone who still has stamina left, take off your training bands. Prepare to head out with me to support J City. Remember to save enough strength for the trip back, and tomorrow's training must not be skipped. Kizaru said, rubbing his chin thoughtfully. Although the training camp had only completed about 1/10 of its schedule so far, it was already enough for the stronger heroes to build momentum and feel their improvements. With a batch of Tiger-class monsters conveniently showing up, there was no need for Kizaru to design extra training exercises for comparison. The heroes looked at each other in hesitation. If it were just fighting monsters, no one would refuse. But running dozens of kilometers to J City, fighting a battle, and then running all the way back, without being excused from tomorrow's grueling training, that made them a little reluctant. Not because they were afraid of pain, exhaustion, or injury, but because they were worried they wouldn't be able to keep up with the next day's training and get kicked out of the camp. We can do it. Fortunately, the hero's determination was admirable. After only a brief moment of hesitation, A-class heroes Blue Flame and Magic Trickster exchanged glances, then each raised their hands. Compared to the B-class heroes, who were often already pushing their limits just to finish training, A-class heroes generally had more reserves of strength. And me. The lone surviving C-class hero, Mumen Rider, also stepped forward without hesitation. His actions stunned quite a few of the others. In their minds, Mumen Rider had always been the one who struggled the most during training. If they had to vote on the next person most likely to get eliminated, Mumen Rider would have gotten at least 80% of the votes. Yet it was this weakling, who could be eliminated at any time, who chose to offer the last of his strength when it mattered most. Those willing to go, come over and take a soldier's ration pill to restore your energy, then get ready to move out. Kizaru said after a moment's pause, tossing a small bag of ordinary-looking pills to Mumen Rider. These were nutrient pills commonly used by ninjas to restore chakra and stamina. At the current stage, they were one of Orochimaru's key products ready to launch. If they proved effective enough, once Kizaru became Fleet Admiral, he intended to distribute these soldiers' ration pills as standard supplies for the Marines. Of course, that would require negotiating a huge budget approval from the world government first. But with pure gold as a bargaining chip, the 5 elders would probably be far more generous than usual. Can we really eat this stuff? Magic Trickster, after receiving his soldier's ration pill, showed a slight expression of disdain. However, seeing that the others had no hesitation in swallowing the pill, he reluctantly followed suit and ate his own. The heroes who had just swallowed their pills soon displayed expressions of disbelief. They could clearly feel a surge of power continuously flowing from within their bodies, spreading through their limbs and bones. Although they weren't fully recovered, as a stamina-restoring medicine, it was truly magical. So light. Whoa. This feeling's incredible. I feel like I could fight 2 of my former selves. Before Magic Trickster could marvel at the miraculous effects of the pill, he heard the excited shouts of the heroes who had removed their training bands. Although they had already noticed clear changes to their bodies at the start of training that morning, after a full day of practice, they felt even stronger. Especially now, after taking the soldier's ration pill and recovering a good deal of energy, the heroes could truly feel the difference. Give me one too. At that moment, Flashy Flash couldn't sit still anymore. He wasn't interested in the tiger-level disaster in J City, but the soldier's ration pill, which could rapidly restore a large amount of stamina, caught his attention. More stamina meant more training, and Flashy Flash was somewhat addicted to the feeling of continuing to grow stronger. Ah. Yes. Mumin Rider was a bit startled. This was the first time he had spoken directly with a high-ranking S-class hero. Flashy Flash eyed the soldier's ration pill for a moment, then swallowed it in one go. Unlike the other heroes, who could only sense their stamina recovery, Flashy Flash could truly appreciate the effects of the pill. This made him even more intrigued by Kizaru's training camp. With methods that could push him beyond human limits, combined with the miraculous weighted training bands and stamina-restoring pills, he could finally envision that incredible realm of super speed. In the end, 15 heroes signed up for the mission. It wasn't that the others lacked courage, but that Sea People invasion was still only a tiger-level disaster. Deploying too many heroes at once could leave other cities' defenses dangerously understaffed. The Hero Association had encountered similar situations in the past. Although there was no concrete evidence that the monsters had learned the tactic of luring tigers away from the mountain, the association wouldn't risk deploying too many heroes unless the disaster level escalated. Of course, all this was predicated on the threat level. If it reached dragon or even god level, the usual rules would be tossed aside. You're going too? When Kazaru saw Flashy Flash among the heroes preparing to assist J City, a look of surprise appeared on his face. It wasn't that Flashy Flash wasn't a true hero, but because he wasn't exactly known for being eager to help. It was hard to imagine him volunteering to fight monsters. I want to test the practical effectiveness of the new technique. Flashy Flash said casually. He was the only hero in the training camp who had already mastered the Ranyaku, but this wasn't too surprising. The Navy's 6 styles weren't exactly an advanced martial art. For powerful individuals like him, learning the 6 styles with guidance or demonstration was only a matter of time. When Kazaru was still at the Navy Academy, he had set a record by mastering the Navy 6 styles in just one day. This feat had even caught the attention of CP-0's commanders, who sent agents to recruit him into CP-0. Fortunately, the Navy wasn't so easily swayed. Back then, Admiral Zephyr had been furious and expelled the CP-0 agents from the Academy, saving Kizaru from joining their ranks. Otherwise, Kizaru might have ended up as a CP-0 officer, or, more likely, he could have become the leader of the Revolutionary Army before Dragon, having grown disillusioned with being a tool for the Celestial Dragons. If you're ready, let's head out. Let's see how much progress you've made. Kizaru called out to the heroes preparing to assist J City. However, what they didn't know was that, while they set out with a nonchalant attitude, A-class hero Poison Sting, who was currently fighting the so-called Sea People, had already fallen into a hard battle. Degree. Chapter 162, Deep Sea King. Damn it. Why are there more and more of them? Stinger finally managed to pierce through one of the Sea People monsters with his beloved spear bamboo shoot, only to be sent flying by another sea person's whip-like tentacle. Die, human. How dare you kill my brethren? Don't let him die so easily, throw him on the beach and let the sun cook him to death. Oh ho ho, such a terrifying punishment. The Sea People monster surrounded Stinger. Though they claimed to be avenging their comrades, their demeanor was more like cats toying with a cornered mouse. To them, Stinger was nothing more than prey with nowhere to run. Only 4 left. No way I'm going down now. Witness my ultimate move, Mega Spiral Venom Sting. Battered and bruised, Stinger roared as he launched a desperate counterattack. As it turned out, the Hero Association's classification system wasn't without merit. There was good reason the Sea People invasion had been rated a tiger-level disaster. All 4 vicious-looking Sea People monsters were slain by Stinger. Just as he began to celebrate handling the crisis on his own, a massive, powerful figure appeared behind him. "You dare kill my soldiers? Would you kindly die for me?" Before him stood a monstrously tall and muscular creature wearing a crown, grinning wickedly at Poison Sting. Unlike the previously grotesque sea people, this one looked much more human in appearance, but the overwhelming pressure it exuded made Poison Sting feel fear like never before. TCH. So I beat all the small fries, and now the boss shows up. Doesn't matter if it's a minion or a big boss, you're all going down. Even under intense pressure, Stinger charged forward without hesitation. Meanwhile, less than 30 kilometers from City J, a group of over 10 heroes were sprinting along a mountain road at over 50 kilometers per hour. It was a speed far beyond the limits of ordinary humans, yet for these heroes, hardened by brutal training, it was nothing extraordinary. Pick up the pace. You're all A and B class heroes, yet you're running slower than C class. Have you no shame? Kizaru shouted mockingly through a megaphone as he walked alongside the heroes. Everyone except for the shameless Flashy Flash, who had hitched a ride on the helicopter with Kizaru, was now running along the mountain path. The other 14 heroes who signed up to assist City J had no choice but to hoof it. Despite their grumbling, none of the heroes dared talk back, especially since some of them were barely keeping pace with Mumen Rider, or even lagging behind him. Emergency evacuation alert. The Sea People invasion in City J has officially been upgraded to a demon-level disaster. Residents in City J, please evacuate immediately. Coastal areas may face extremely dangerous monsters. Heroes near City J, proceed to the scene for support without delay. Just then, a flurry of urgent alerts came through the helicopter's comms system. The Hero Association HQ also issued a direct communication request. The sudden escalation by the Sea People had caught the association completely off guard. Stinger and several other A-class heroes had been soundly defeated by a monster calling itself the Deep Sea King. Even more unsettling, the Deep Sea King didn't resemble those mindless monsters driven only to destroy. After defeating all the heroes who tried to stop it, it began heading straight for the evacuation shelter. Given the brutality already demonstrated by the Sea People, if the shelter were to fall, the consequences would be unimaginable. Lord Swift Flash, the Sea People attack in City J has officially been designated a demon-level disaster. HQ requests that you deploy immediately to assist in the defense of City J. Just after Kazaru approved the request, a familiar face from the Hero Association HQ appeared on the screen. Kazaru recognized him. He was the guy at HQ who always had the most forced smile. However, that executive from headquarters was now in a complete panic, like someone enjoying dinner at home only to suddenly see a bull charge through the door. The Hero Association had been founded by the wealthy tycoon Agoni, and most of its upper management were also rich elites. Clearly, this executive had major business interests in City J. Although City J wasn't nearly as important as City A, where the Hero Association was headquartered, if the Deep Sea King continued his rampage, this executive might not only go bankrupt, the reputation of the Hero Association would also take a huge hit. After all, people held the association in such high regard because they believed heroes would protect them. But now, with a monster so close, not a single hero had stepped up in this critical moment. Even the most loyal supporters of the association and its heroes would begin to lose faith. Sounds like a pretty serious situation. You there, Shiny Wallace or whatever, you go handle it. Kizaru frowned slightly. He had originally wanted to let the heroes in training get some practice in, but with the crisis escalating, he had no choice but to let them run for nothing. At the end of the day, Kizaru wasn't like Sakazuki, who completed missions regardless of civilian casualties. It's Flashy Flash. Flashy. Flash. Flashy Flash, who had been quietly resting nearby, was nearly driven to cursing by Kizaru's casual misnaming. He took great pride in his title, and wouldn't have picked a fight with Kizaru earlier if he wasn't so annoyed by their similar nicknames. If he hadn't been fully aware that he couldn't beat Kizaru, the proud Flashy Flash would never have let it go so easily. Even reporters run faster than you, and you're throwing shade at Wallace. Kizaru gave Flashy Flash a calm, sidelong glance. His slightly mocking expression made the S-class hero's eye twitch uncontrollably. Flashy Flash had to remind himself again and again, you can't beat him. Don't pick a fight you'll lose. I'll go assist City J. Just as it looked like Kizaru was about to say more, Flashy Flash leapt out of the helicopter, landing lightly like a falling leaf, before rocketing off toward City J. For an S-class hero, especially one as speed-focused as Flashy Flash, running faster than a helicopter wasn't unheard of, especially since Kizaru was riding in a relatively slow one. The heroes on the ground looked confused when they saw Flashy Flash suddenly jump down. But before they could ask what was going on, they saw him tearing toward City J at breakneck speed. What are you all standing around for? Get moving. Whoever manages to keep up with that Wallace guy, I'll teach you a variant of my Tempest Kick technique. As soon as Kizaru finished speaking, the hero's eyes lit up. Even though the move he had demonstrated earlier was pretty underwhelming, the heroes, who didn't know any better, treated it like some rare, powerful secret technique. After all, if they could master it, they might secure an A-class ranking and a flashy title like Storm Warrior. Flashy Flash had barely run a few kilometers at normal speed when he sensed a mob of heroes desperately chasing after him like mad dogs. TCH. He didn't know what these second-rate nobodies were thinking, but the fact that they were clearly trying to catch up to him annoyed him. You think you can keep up with me? A rare sense of competitiveness flared in Flashy Flash's heart, and his speed suddenly exploded, vanishing from the pursuing hero's view in the blink of an eye. Damn it. Don't run so fast. Chase him. I don't care if I break my legs today, I'm catching up. Let's go. The heroes, fired up by Kizaru's promise, and boosted by their training camp progress, charged after him with reckless determination. Even the usually cold and aloof Blue Flame wanted to test the gap between himself and an S-class hero. Seeing Flashy Flash accelerate, they all pushed themselves to the limit, trying desperately to keep up. For ordinary people, covering 20 or 30 kilometers would take hours. Even for athletes, it would take at least half an hour. But for these physically enhanced heroes, it was just a matter of minutes. Within just 3 minutes, Flashy Flash, now taking things more seriously, had already reached City J. 2 minutes after that, the fastest among the group, like Blue Flame, arrived one after another. The arrival of this new reinforcements brought hope to the nearly despairing Hero Association, which quickly directed them toward the evacuation shelter. The monster calling itself the Deep Sea King had already reached the outer edge of the final defensive line, and could break into the shelter housing thousands of innocent civilians at any moment. Oh ho, more lambs for the slaughter. Did you come here to entertain me? The monster known as the Deep Sea King was already standing at the gate of the evacuation shelter when yet another group of heroes appeared before him. Rather than feeling nervous or angry, he spoke with amused interest. He relished this game of advancing step by step, watching the weak humans sink into despair. Especially those who called themselves heroes, seeing them struggle bitterly in front of him only to accept their fate in the end was more addictive than devouring the juiciest prey. This is great. An S-class hero. That's Flashy Flash. And there are so many A-class heroes too. We're saved. Inside the shelter, people who had just been trembling in fear were now cheering excitedly. Though the Deep Sea King had already defeated many powerful heroes, no A-class or B-class hero could compare to the S-class standing before them. Be careful, this monster already defeated Puri Prisoner. A battered hero lying on the ground struggled to lift his head. It was Snakebite Snek, ranked 37th among A-class heroes. Snek, known for his tenacity and grappling skills, had been easily defeated by the Deep Sea King. Although he appeared to be a demon-level monster on the surface, the Deep Sea King's true strength approached dragon level. Even some S-class heroes would have trouble dealing with him. When they heard Snek's warning, the newly arrived heroes turned grim. After witnessing the strength of Kazaru, Terrible Tornado, and especially their earlier high-speed race with Flashy Flash, they had developed a kind of mysterious reverence for S-class heroes. Even if Puri Prisoner was at the bottom of the S-class rankings, he was still leagues above them. The news that he'd been defeated made the heroes nervous, but not to the point of retreat. Thankfully, they quickly reassured themselves, sure, beating S-class rank 17 was impressive, but they had Flashy Flash, rank 14, right here. And before long, Swift Flash, rank 9, would be arriving too. What was there to worry about? I'm not interested in such a weak opponent. You all can deal with him. Just as the heroes were gearing up to follow Flashy Flash into battle, they were stunned to see him glance at the Deep Sea King and respond with visible disinterest. Although Flashy Flash wasn't ranked especially high among the S-class, his actual combat strength was far above what the ranking suggested. Normally, he would have disposed of a monster like the Deep Sea King with ease, but he knew that Swift had brought these other heroes along to test how much they'd improved. Given that, there was no reason for him to waste time. Honestly, fighting a thick-skinned brute like this was a bit of a chore. He'd rather spend that energy reflecting on the intricacies of the Rankyaku. Even though he was the first, and still the only, hero in the training camp to master the Tempest Kick, Flashy Flash hadn't let himself slack off. Heh. You don't want to fight me, or you don't dare to. The Deep Sea King laughed arrogantly, thinking he had seen through Flashy Flash's hesitation. But even when provoked, Flashy Flash didn't respond. Arms folded, he simply stood there calmly, waiting for Kazaru to arrive. A tiger need not waste its time on a starving wolf. This kind of opponent was beneath his attention, not even worthy of testing the power of his Tempest Kick. This isn't good. If Flashy Flash won't fight, what are you scared of? There's a bunch of us here. Let's go. Take it down. At first, the heroes from the training camp panicked a little when they realized Flashy Flash wouldn't engage. But then, they calmed, and even grew excited. What better target could there be to test the results of their intense training than a monster capable of defeating an S-class hero? One-on-one might be risky, but with strength in numbers, how hard could it be to beat one Deep Sea King? Degree. Chapter 163, Observation Hockey Evolution. Ironically, though it was Trickster who first shouted the rallying cry, Blue Flame was the one to charge in first. Usually mature and reserved, Blue Flame in this moment looked more like a hot-blooded rookie, completely ignoring the strength of his opponent and launching into a direct assault. Haha. First one to die. The Deep Sea King reached out casually with a massive hand to grab Blue Flame. Although he held no real fear, the number of human heroes did give him a bit of pause. Even if the rain gave him home field advantage, a dozen heroes attacking at once could still cause some trouble. So he decided to start by crushing one of them in the most brutal way possible, to intimidate the rest into submission before taking his time dismantling them all. Right now, empowered by the falling rain, the Deep Sea King could unleash his full strength, faster and stronger than when he had defeated Pori Pori Prisoner. A simple slap from him would be more than enough to flatten most A-class heroes. I've got this. Blue Flame showed no fear as the Deep Sea King's hand closed in, on the contrary, his face revealed a flicker of excitement. And just as the monstrous hand was about to seize him, Blue Flame moved even faster. He pressed both hands against the Deep Sea King's wrist, used the leverage to flip into the air, and delivered a brutal kick square to the monster's head. Boom. The blow landed with enough force to send the Deep Sea King staggering back several steps. And before he could recover, Blue Flame followed up midair with an even fiercer axe kick that knocked the creature off balance again. No one could have imagined that Blue Flame, just an A-class hero, would manage to land solid hits on a monster that had bested an S-class. You little bastard. But just as Blue Flame tried to press the advantage, the Deep Sea King erupted in fury. With a roar, he unleashed a devastating punch that sent the unprepared Blue Flame flying. With the rain continually enhancing him, the Deep Sea King was operating at full capacity. In this state, he was at the pinnacle of demon-level monsters, some of his abilities even bordering on dragon level. Blue Flame wasn't strong enough to handle him alone. Don't forget, we're here too. Before the Deep Sea King could crush the pesky insect that had infuriated him, Magic Hands charged in with a squad of heroes at his back. Everyone who had survived the training camp was no ordinary fighter, each had endured grueling trials and emerged stronger than ever. Even someone like Mumen Rider, once the weakest among them, now ranked solidly in the middle tier of B-class heroes. Against opponents like that, the Deep Sea King could still handle 3 or 4 at a time. But when more than 10 of them attacked at once, he immediately sensed something was wrong. They're too strong. These new human heroes were unexpectedly powerful. Although they were still far below that skin-tight suit-wearing, speed demon freak from earlier, several of them now posed a legitimate threat. If it weren't for the rain boosting him, he might have been in serious trouble already. Even the arrogant Deep Sea King could recognize that the tide was turning. And the heroes? All the more so. We can win. Let's take him down together. Tank Top Vegetarian coordinated with the others, landing a full-powered punch to the Deep Sea King's abdomen, forcing the monster to stumble back a step despite all his might. When Tank Top Vegetarian saw this, his face lit up with joy. He, someone who had once stood no chance, had just forced back a monster that had beaten an S-class. The other heroes didn't need to be told. Anyone who had exchanged blows with the Deep Sea King could tell, he wasn't quite the unstoppable force they'd imagined. One-on-one, they wouldn't stand a chance. But together? They could hold their own. This was the same monster who had defeated an S-class hero. In the past, the only option would have been to buy time until backup arrived. That's all they could do. Many of the heroes present had once experienced the despair of facing Vaccine Man. Their desperate resistance back then hadn't even drawn his attention. The more helpless they had felt in the past, the more ecstatic they were now to feel the power surging within them. Even Flashy Flash, standing to the side, couldn't help but glance over in surprise. As an S-class hero, he had a keen sense of his own growth, but the progress these so-called nobodies had made seemed to eclipse even his. Of course, he knew it was only because they had started from such a low base. But Flashy Flash had always held himself to the highest standards. The idea of being surpassed, in any way, by mediocrities was intolerable. I need to ramp up my training again. Flashy Flash muttered to himself just as Borsellino and Fubuki finally arrived above the shelter in a helicopter. They're doing pretty well. Borsellino raised an eyebrow with faint approval. The more dangerous a situation, the more likely it was to bring out true heroes. Every one of these individuals who had willingly stepped forward to protect civilians held immense potential. If it weren't for the two worlds being cut off from each other, he might have seriously considered recruiting a few of them into the Navy. Sitting beside him, Fubuki looked down at the Deep Sea King, now being mobbed by a group of heroes, with a peculiar expression. So this was the monster the Hero Association had said defeated the S-class hero Pori Pori Prisoner. Why did he seem so much weaker than she had imagined? The dozen or so heroes attacking the Deep Sea King were a textbook demonstration of the phrase, even a master can fall to a flurry of wild punches. In a furious frenzy, the deep-sea king had briefly displayed strength rivaling that of a dragon-level threat, but ultimately, he wasn't truly at that level. Faced with these rapidly improving heroes, he was eventually brought down in humiliating fashion by a group technically weaker than him. We did it. We actually won. Ha! That's the monster who beat an S-class hero. A threat even S-class couldn't handle must be dragon level, right? Damn, I'm too strong. The group of heroes stood triumphantly atop the fallen deep-sea king, cheering loudly. As soon as the people inside the shelter confirmed it was safe, they came pouring out to surround and celebrate the heroes who had saved them. To ordinary people without the strength to protect themselves, the more powerful the heroes, the better. That was why S-class heroes were held in such high esteem. Now, a team of A-class and B-class heroes had defeated a monster even an S-class couldn't deal with. Even those who normally weren't fond of heroes couldn't help but be amazed. While many were surprised by the performance of the training camp graduates, a few began to fix their attention on the training camp itself, and Borsellino. This kind of extraordinary rate of improvement, what kind of tech is behind it? Death Gatling is so useless, after all this time, he still hasn't uncovered anything useful. In an underground facility, before a bank of surveillance monitors, Dr. Beaufoy muttered irritably. He was the 6th-ranked S-class hero, Metal Knight. Also one of the most enigmatic members of the S-class, second only to Blast in terms of mystery. Unlike other heroes who fought to defeat monsters or protect civilians, Beaufoy had little interest in the duties of a professional hero. Most of the time, he showed up just to field test his latest inventions. Only phenomena like Borsellino and his out-of-this-world training camp, events that defied all logic, could truly pique his interest. Right now, Dr. Beaufoy was staring fixedly at the monitor showing Borsellino just stepping out of the helicopter. In his mind, he had already constructed a dozen or more plans to probe the newly appointed S-class hero from every possible angle. But at that exact moment, Borsellino suddenly turned his head on the monitor. His sharp gaze pierced the screen like a blade and locked eyes with Beaufoy. Despite being S-class rank 6, and though Borsellino's look held no physical threat, Beaufoy, whose real body was just a normal human, let out a startled cry and fell backward in shock. What, did he just spot my surveillance drone? It was a while before Beaufoy could bring himself back to the monitor. He uneasily tried to rewind the footage. The more he reviewed it, the more disturbed he became, especially when he realized that Borsellino's gaze wasn't just noticing the surveillance system, but looking through it. As if it was aimed directly at him on the other side of the screen. Cold sweat drenched his back. Nope. I need to relocate this base. Beaufoy swallowed hard. Borsellino's gaze had left him deeply unsettled. Even if the odds of that manhunt-style speedster actually coming after him were slim, he didn't dare stay there another second. While Dr. Beaufoy was still reeling from the scare, Borsellino stood in place, gazing into the distance with a thoughtful look. Just moments ago, his observation hockey had suddenly reacted, an image of a buck-toothed man had flashed through his mind. A special kind of observation hockey. Roger could hear the voice of all things, so what's this? Seeing the face of someone spying on me. Borsellino showed a faintly disgusted expression. What kind of lame ability was that? Might as well not have it at all. Compared to those who could glimpse the future, his felt downright embarrassing. Still, it had just awakened. Maybe with time, it could develop into something more useful. What's wrong? Noticing Borsellino suddenly turn his head, as if looking at something specific, Fubuki asked, puzzled. She was now starting to realize that Borsellino's training camp might be even more extraordinary than she'd originally thought. It's nothing. Hey, do you know who this guy is? As he spoke, Borsellino drew delicate strands of light through the air, sketching on the side of the helicopter's cabin a glowing portrait of a man with prominent buck teeth. He wasn't particularly worried about the warning his observation hockey had given, but if it was easy to do, he didn't mind giving whoever dared to spy on him a little lesson. That said, it really depended on who it was. If it had been Tatsumaki secretly watching him all day, Borsellino wouldn't have said a word. So ugly. Nope, never seen this guy before. Is something wrong? Fubuki wrinkled her nose in distaste, clearly repulsed by the face, though her curiosity was piqued. If Borsellino thought the guy was worth bringing up, then he was probably no weakling. But Fubuki couldn't imagine forgetting someone with a face that memorable. You don't know either, huh? I'll ask that guy later. He might recognize him. Borsellino rubbed his forehead. If it were someone from the world of One Piece, he could maybe recall using the enhanced memories he'd gained when he crossed over. But for characters from One Punch Man, that was another story entirely. Decades had passed since he last consumed that series. The fact that he could still remember Tatsumaki and Fubuki was already impressive. There was no way he could remember every side character too. Luckily, someone in the dimensional chat group had only recently crossed over and might still have a clearer memory. Just because Borsellino couldn't recall didn't mean he wouldn't. If someone could trigger his newly awakened special observation haki, they were probably not just some background character. Want me to ask my sister? Fubuki offered. She's got much higher clearance than I do in the Hero Association. Might turn up something useful. Sure, if that guy doesn't know, we'll ask Tatsumaki. After a brief moment of hesitation, Borsellino ultimately couldn't resist his rare bout of curiosity. He opened the dimensional chat group and called out to Lee the Transmigrator. Borsellino at random, who wants to hug Luofing. Hey Lee, do you know who this guy is? Borsellino, bucktooth.jpg. Rody, who wants to hug Luofing. Huh? This buck-toothed old guy looks kinda familiar. Where did you see him, Boss Kizaru? Kobayashi, he kinda looks like our section chief. Borsellino, when I was with Fubuki, my observation haki suddenly reacted. This guy's face popped into my head out of nowhere. I'm guessing he's been secretly spying on me. Random, who wants to hug Luofing. Holy crap, Boss Kazaru turned into a human radar. Even peeping in secret gets you caught. Borsellino, it's not that amazing. My observation haki only triggers when it senses malicious intent. Random, who wants to hug Luofing. That's still insane though. Forget sneak attacks, even scheming behind your back is out of the question unless you make sure Kazaru can't see you. Otherwise, he'll sense it in advance. That's just cheating. Orochimaru, so it can sense another person's malice, how fascinating. Tony Stark, whoa, I like that ability. Adding it to the next-gen suit design plans. Already noted. Random, who wants to hug Luofing. Wait, I think I know who Bucktooth is, unless he's a character introduced later that I missed. He's probably Metal Knight. Random, who wants to hug Luofing. I forgot which S-class rank he holds, but among all the S-class heroes, this guy never shows his face. Degree. Chapter 164, Sister's Decision. Kizaru, Metal Knight. I don't think I've ever crossed this guy. Is he looking for trouble? Fubuki, if it's Metal Knight, I think I know why. Fubuki, I remember a long time ago, my sister had a fight with him. I think it was because he was secretly gathering intel on her behind her back. Rody, who wants to hug Luofing. Sister. Whoa there, are you sure you're not just Hybrid AI in disguise? She's the only one in the group who keeps calling her sister like that. Kobayashi, that's true, I remember Fubuki-san always struggled with how to deal with her sister. Since when did you two get along so well? Fubuki, idiots. AI-chan already taught me how to get along with her. You think I'm still the same as before? In the One Punch world, Fubuki, who was nestled beside Kazaru, suddenly opened her eyes and snuck a glance at them and still chatting away in the group. To be honest, what helped her more was how Kazaru attracted all the aggro. As long as he was around, Tatsumaki's attention was completely on him, leaving no time to focus on Fubuki. Hybrid AI, dumb mutt. If I catch you badmouthing me behind my back again, I'll drug you mute. Hybrid AI at Tony Stark, did the pure gold molecular structure analysis come through yet? I need it, ASAP. Tony Stark, no worries, Stark Express is en route. Kizaru, already down to the molecular structure. When can we replicate it? Hybrid AI, still a long way off. And at the current pace, I doubt I'll make progress anytime soon. Better keep an eye on what Playboy and Orochimaru come up with. Tony Stark, pure gold is insane. I swear it's the most unique material I've ever seen. I can't even begin to imagine how it was made. Orochimaru, heh. Same here. But Hybrid's research gave me a new idea. I'll run a few experiments later to verify it. Kizaru, alright, I'll just wait for the results then. Tony Stark, don't worry. There's no problem in this world that I can't crack. Isteth, darling, if you need a hand, remember to call me. Kizaru, will do. If anything comes up, you'll be the first to know. Weren't you heading back to the Empire for debriefing? How are you still chatting in here? Isteth, a rebel group from some northern tribes showed up at the fortress. Seems like they're trying to rescue their prince or something. I figured I'd stick around and play with them for a bit. Kizaru, good luck with that. Kizaru quietly exited the dimensional chat group while silently mourning the unlucky souls now caught in Isteth's sights. Those people had probably celebrated long enough by now. Tomorrow's training was going to need a little dose of cold reality, just to keep their egos in check. Lord Swift is finally here. Haha, come check out the monster we took down. So this is what an S-class threat looks like. Not that impressive. The heroes stood triumphantly atop the Sea King's corpse, proudly showing off their spoils to Kizaru. If they had just defeated the Deep Sea King, that alone wouldn't have meant much. But the key was that the Deep Sea King had previously defeated an S-class hero, so rounding things up, they could just barely claim they had taken down an S-class threat. That was something almost unimaginable in the past. Otherwise, S-class heroes wouldn't hold such elevated status. Flashy Flash stood nearby, frowning slightly but saying nothing. Even he had to admit that these A-B- and C-class heroes had progressed far beyond his expectations. It even made him feel a bit of pressure. Oh, not bad. Seeing you all this lively puts me at ease. Well, I'll head out now, make sure you run back to City B quickly, or you'll miss hotel dinner time. Kizaru said with a lazy smile. Technically, he should be praising the heroes, but the one-punch world was too dangerous, and these guys got cocky too easily. They took down a monster barely at dragon-level threshold and now dared to underestimate the S-class. They didn't realize that even among true powerhouses, there were major differences between S-class heroes. If they went in with the mindset that numbers win fights and rushed into battle, they'd be better off never joining Kizaru's training camp at all. At least then they wouldn't end up this arrogant. Ugh, we have to run back. General Mizuki, who had just been cheering, now let out a groan. Not that she was out of stamina, she just found it hard to accept that after celebrating victory, she was suddenly hit with bad news. What's the big deal? It's just running back. Let's show Lord Swift what we're made of. Race you back to the hotel. Thankfully, aside from naive types like Captain Mizuki, most of the heroes had mentally prepared for this. After all, Kazaru had told them when they arrived to reserve enough stamina for the return trip. Plus, they only had one helicopter, surely nobody was dumb enough to think Swift would give it up for them. Oh right, I almost forgot, seeing how full of energy you all are, I figured the original training plan needs a little tweak. How about we increase the intensity by 50%? That should be fine, right? Just as the heroes were preparing to run back to City B, Kizaru, already halfway into the helicopter, clapped his hands like he'd just remembered something, smiling as he spoke. That threw the group into chaos. Kizaru's training regimen was already absurdly intense. Aside from stamina monsters like Mizuki, even Flashy Flash had to conserve energy just to make it through. Sure, the training load was far beyond the average heroes, but that still wasn't an excuse for Kizaru to just jack it up by 50% on a whim. And just as the heroes opened their mouths to protest this brutality, the helicopter had already taken off, completely denying them the chance to object. Can they really handle that kind of training load? Fubuki, who boarded the helicopter with Kizaru, asked with concern. She was mainly worried about the members of the Blizzard group. Judging by the current training results, there was a high chance that some of her team would be in the next round of eliminations. At this rate, the last remaining core members of her group might soon be wiped out entirely. If they're already struggling, they'd have been eliminated sooner or later anyway. Better to weed them out early and stop wasting everyone's time. Kizaru's words were harsh, but it was the truth. If he were staying in the one-punch world long-term, he might be more patient. But the truth was, any hero who qualified for this training camp would have been top-tier Navy candidates back in the One Piece world. With proper training, they could become corps officers within a few years, at worst, commissioned Navy officers. But Kizaru didn't have time to spare. He was only able to take a vacation to the One-Punch world and fool around thanks to buying time with a fake pure gold sample for the 5 elders. Once he returned to the One Piece world, the post-Marineford workload was enough to kill a few naval strategists, not to mention the funds allocated by the world government and the elders had to be justified. And on top of that, he still had to make his big moves, dealing with the Revolutionary Army, the pirates in the New World, and all while keeping the 5 elders convinced their investments were worthwhile. Most importantly, he had to cover up the fact that he was skimming off naval funding for personal use. Just thinking about all the responsibilities gave Kizaru a headache. Maybe he could trick Dragon into coming back to work, wipe the slate clean of debts owed by him and Ivankov. Even Sengoku could be pulled out of retirement if needed, though he'd have to make sure those two didn't punch each other out first. If that's the case, eyelashes and glasses are definitely getting eliminated. Fubuki sighed for her teammates. Kizaru had clearly made up his mind to thin the group, and it didn't look good for eyelashes or glasses. It wasn't that they weren't trying hard, just that their opponents were on another level. No matter how much faith Fubuki had in her team, she didn't believe they could outperform A-class elites like Blue Flame or Magic Trickster. Not necessarily. Human potential is limitless. You've got to believe in them. Saying something even he didn't believe, Kizaru comforted Fubuki while quietly wrapping his large hand around her waist, taking advantage of the situation without changing expression. It had been nearly a week since he'd last had any action, and for a playboy like Kizaru, that was already pushing the limit. Tatsumaki's recent close watch hadn't exactly been airtight, but it had definitely made his plan to get to home base a lot more troublesome. You. Realizing the hand behind her was getting bolder, Fubuki's face turned bright red. But she didn't know how to stop him. Because of the deafening noise of the helicopter, their conversation had to happen over headsets. Besides them, only the pilot was aboard, even Flashy hadn't managed to hitch a ride on this free lift. Right now, the pilot hadn't noticed Kizaru's little stunt, but if she made a sound or reacted too strongly, it would definitely draw attention. With no better options, Fubuki could only glare at Kizaru with puffed cheeks, occasionally giving him a hard pinch when he crossed the line. Unfortunately, for someone as thick-skinned as Kizaru, that level of resistance only added a bit of playful spice to the moment. The only pity was that J-City and B-City were too close. Before Kizaru could fully enjoy himself, the helicopter had already landed on the rooftop of the villa he and Fubuki were staying at. Tatsumaki, who had been asleep all day, was now wide awake. Seeing Kizaru helping a red-faced Fubuki down from the helicopter, her heart instantly sank. She wanted to read something from Fubuki's expression, but not having any personal experience herself, she couldn't really tell. "Are you okay, Fubuki?" Tatsumaki stepped forward to support Fubuki, whose legs were a bit shaky. She immediately turned to glare at Kizaru. Despite the sisters' very different heights and appearances, their angry expressions were eerily identical. "I'm fine, sis." Fubuki's face was burning. She hadn't felt that embarrassed when it was just her and Kizaru. But now, caught between her sister and Kizaru, she realized just how much she'd been taken advantage of. "Miss Tatsumaki, are you still planning to keep watch tonight?" "I don't mind." To Tatsumaki's surprise, Kizaru wasn't the least bit ashamed. Instead, he even smiled with the smug air of a victor, nearly causing her to explode on the spot. But then she found herself at a crossroads. If she stayed up tonight to supervise again, she wouldn't be able to function tomorrow. As a powerful Esper, her combat and destructive abilities were top tier. But physical stamina was always the soft underbelly for both sisters. Forget fighting for 10 days and nights like a Kiji and a Kainu, pulling one all-nighter was already pushing it. Fubuki's physical stats were bottom tier even among C-class heroes. She was weaker than some average but sturdy civilians. So how much better could Tatsumaki be? So, not going to keep watch tonight. As that thought crossed her mind, Tatsumaki glanced at Fubuki's flushed face. But instead of anger, all she saw was shyness. That sealed it. She immediately abandoned the idea. At this point, it wasn't about guarding against wild boars from stealing her cabbage, it was about stopping the cabbage from delivering itself to the boar. And knowing Fubuki like she did, that was very likely. "You two enjoy your chat. I'm going to shower. Sure wish someone could help scrub my back." Kizaru, ignoring Tatsumaki's inner turmoil, casually waved and strolled off toward the bathroom, leaving the two sisters staring at each other. "Keep dreaming." Tatsumaki was so furious she forgot she was an Esper. She yanked off a little slipper and hurled it at Kizaru, only for him to catch it and keep it. As one of the top-tier playboys, Kizaru knew exactly when to press the attack, and when to play hard to get. If Fubuki was already in his mouth, then Tatsumaki was practically on the plate. Dealing with a tsundere like her meant ordinary tactics wouldn't work, what mattered was luring her in, so she came willingly. Kizaru still had plenty of tricks up his sleeve, but the key lay in Fubuki's role as his assist partner. Of course, Tatsumaki didn't have much room to complain. After all, the two sisters were each other's assist partners. As long as one fell into the bottomless pit that was Kizaru, the other was bound to get dragged in too. Degree. Chapter 165, Caped Baldy. "What are you even thinking, Fubuki? That guy is clearly trying to. Are you really just going to let him get his way?" Tatsumaki bit her lower lip, unusually hesitant as she confronted her sister. Kizaru had her fuming. If she were more confident in beating him, or less worried about fighting and upsetting Fubuki, she would have already gone at him full force. In truth, both sisters knew exactly what kind of plans Kizaru had in mind. But in a world as unstable as One Punch Man's, attitudes around that kind of thing were arguably looser than even the world of pirates. Neither Tatsumaki nor Fubuki had any prior relationship experience, mostly due to their high standards, and the fact that Tatsumaki kept too close an eye on her little sister. Put simply, if you couldn't court Tatsumaki, you had no chance with Fubuki either. On the flip side, if you could win over Tatsumaki, there was a good chance you could land Fubuki too, as long as your looks met Fubuki's standards and you were strong enough to avoid getting crushed by Tatsumaki. "Sis, Kizaru's really not that bad, is he? Aside from being a little too tall." Fubuki was no longer shy, instead, she was even trying to defend Kizaru. But before she could finish, her gaze drifted involuntarily toward Tatsumaki. Compared to her sister's height, yeah, Kizaru really was quite tall. "What are you looking at? So what if he's tall? Like I'd be scared just because of that." Maybe it was because her younger sister was much taller than her, but Tatsumaki had a hair trigger when it came to any look related to her height, even Fubuki wasn't an exception. Now fuming, Tatsumaki completely forgot about warning Fubuki. She was dead set on finding Kizaru and proving that she wasn't afraid of him, especially not because of his height. Meanwhile, Kizaru had just finished running his bath. The villa's luxurious bathroom setup was no joke, 8 faucets running simultaneously. No need to worry about the bathwater cooling down before the tub filled. Just as he was settling into the oversized tub, the door slammed open with a loud bang. Most people would have been startled, but Kizaru's observation hockey was so advanced he could maintain it 24/7. Here to help scrub my back, Miss Tatsumaki. Most people would feel awkward being caught like that, but Kazaru just leaned over the edge of the tub with a smile and gave her a casual wave. Why you? You have no shame. Tatsumaki's face flushed red. She had originally come to make Kizaru stand up, then float higher than him to prove she wasn't afraid of his height. But seeing him sitting in the tub, even she could guess what would happen if she did tell him to stand up. And she knew this shameless man would absolutely do it the moment she asked. That's really unfair, Miss Tatsumaki. You barge in here to peep on my bath, and now you're calling me shameless. Kizaru sighed dramatically, shaking his head as he bemoaned the decline of societal values. An S-class hero from the Hero Association peeking on someone bathing, and trying to shift the blame. Sis. You shouldn't, MMPH. Fubuki, chasing after her sister, burst into the bathroom just as Kizaru leaned back against the tub's headrest, his well-defined, muscular chest on full display. Just one look made Fubuki's pale cheeks go red again. Men liked good-looking women, but the reverse was just as true. Over the years, Kizaru had used his mastery over life return to maintain the handsome face of his youth and sculpt a physique with muscle lines that could only be described as perfectly proportioned. For Fubuki, that kind of appearance was devastatingly attractive. Even Tatsumaki, mid-rant, couldn't help but sneak a couple of glances. Unfortunately, just as Kizaru was about to invite the two beauties to bathe with him, Tatsumaki snapped out of it and dragged a wide-eyed, unblinking Fubuki out of the bathroom. Had they stayed any longer, with his looks and body, Kizaru could have easily won over Fubuki, who was already showing clear signs of a budding crush. After the bath, it was about dinner time. The two sisters didn't show up for some reason, but Kizaru didn't mind. He calmly enjoyed the meal prepared by the villa's top-tier chef. He had always lived by the rule, don't initiate, don't refuse, but if the moment was right, he'd definitely flirt. A seasoned player, through and through. While Kizaru enjoyed his dinner, the two sisters were holed up in their room. After a long, soul-searching conversation, they finally reached a shaky agreement. Have you really thought this through, Fubuki? That greedy, insatiable guy is nothing but a womanizer, he'll never give you the happiness you're imagining. Even now, Tatsumaki couldn't give up on making one last attempt to stop this. Kizaru was just too infuriating. If only he weren't so damn good-looking, tch, no, if only Fubuki hadn't fallen for him, Tatsumaki would never have compromised so easily. Are you backing out now, sis? Fubuki let out a sigh and gently squeezed Tatsumaki's hand. She had finally worked up the courage to come clean to Kizaru, there was no way she was letting her sister chicken out now. Don't be ridiculous. I just don't want you to regret it later. Tatsumaki scoffed, but as they got closer to Kizaru's room, her steps grew visibly stiffer. By the time they reached the door, it was practically Fubuki dragging her in. Fubuki's reasoning was simple, she was already head over heels, so she might as well pull in her sister, who clearly had some feelings for Kizaru too. That kind of logic might have seemed insane in Kizaru's past life, or even in the pirate world, but in the context of One Punch Man's society, it wasn't that far-fetched. Especially considering Tatsumaki and Fubuki weren't ordinary girls. Both had been treated as research subjects by labs since childhood, and their personalities and thinking patterns were far from typical. From Fubuki's perspective, it was better to gift her sister to Kizaru than let her live the rest of her life alone. After all, men who could stir her sister's heart were almost non-existent. Without Kizaru, who knew if there'd ever be another man who caught her interest. Though the two of them fought like enemies half the time, Fubuki genuinely wanted to remain sisters for life. After a night of passion, Kizaru was up the next morning as usual, washed up and ready, already at the training grounds ahead of schedule. That was the benefit of a strong body. Otherwise, even dreaming of a harem would first require asking whether your back could handle it. Meanwhile, most of the heroes at the training ground had already heard through the grapevine that their training intensity was about to increase by 50% following the events in City J. It was like a thunderbolt out of a clear sky, many of them were dumbstruck. Even a stamina monster like Captain Mizuki shivered involuntarily when she saw Kizaru appear. He didn't remember. He didn't remember. He didn't remember. Magic Trickster was muttering non-stop, desperately hoping Swift Flash had forgotten about giving them extra drills. Unfortunately, what he didn't know was just how sharp Kizaru's sensory abilities were. No matter how quietly he muttered, as long as he made a sound, Kizaru could hear it all. In fact, Kizaru hadn't even been thinking about increasing the hero's training load, until Magic Trickster helpfully reminded him. After briefly recalling recent events, Kizaru suddenly remembered the thing Magic Trickster was most worried about. Ahem. Honestly, I might have forgotten if you hadn't brought it up. So, thanks to our cap-wearing hero over there, what was your name again? Never mind, that's not important. What is important is that starting today, there'll be a few changes to your training plans. He flashed a smile that, to the gathered heroes, was pure nightmare fuel. And the one who suffered the most was, of course, the very hero Kizaru had singled out, Magic Trickster. Even with his back turned to the rest, he could feel it, dozens of eyes stabbing into him like daggers. I'm screwed. Despair written all over his face, Magic Trickster couldn't help but let out a groan. He could already picture the hellish ordeal ahead. If not for the need to conserve strength for the next wave of training, some hot-headed heroes probably would have already come to challenge him to a duel. For a moment, he even considered running away. But that idea didn't last long. After all, staying in the training camp at least meant he was under Flashy Flash's protection. If he left the camp now, he'd probably get jumped at the gate by someone furious over the increased training load. Same rules as before, start with an hour of kicking the wooden posts. If you think another hour still won't get you to standard, go ahead and begin your main training. Today's workload is 1.5 times yesterday's. Don't slack off, I will know. Kizaru handed out training assignments with his usual bluntness. Most of the heroes got the same regimen. He didn't see much point in customizing their plans individually since the differences in their abilities were, to him, negligible. Only Mizuki, the main leader, and Flashy Flash received special treatment. Kizaru believed they were the only two with any real shot at mastering the Rokushiki techniques during the training camp. They'd be the ones expected to teach the others afterward, but only the core techniques, Rankyaku, Tempest Kick, Jeppo, Moon Step, Soru, Shave, Tekai, Iron Body, Shurgon, Finger Pistol, and Kamii, Paper Art. As for Life Return, which required total mastery of all 6 styles, Kizaru had no expectations. Not because he thought the heroes were less talented than the Navy or CP agents, but simply because the time was too short. To master the full Rokushiki and Life Return in just 1 month. Probably only Saitama the Baldy could pull that off. And even then, it would be meaningless to someone like Saitama. If his power level was 1 million, then learning the Rokushiki might boost him by a few hundred or thousand at best, barely a blip compared to his original strength. Why is that guy here again? Kizaru suddenly frowned, letting out a helpless sigh. Kizaru had just finished sending off a group of heroes when his observation haki, always active, was triggered. Even without looking toward the main gate, he could sense the presence of a formidable individual standing outside the training camp's entrance. Is this the place? You didn't get lost, did you? Standing outside the training camp's gate, Saitama, unaware that Kizaru had already labeled him an uninvited guest, peered inside, trying to spot the figure he remembered. According to Dr. Casino's instructions, this should be the place. Teacher, are you sure this will make me stronger? The handsome young man, his body marked by signs of extensive modifications, looked at the rather simple training ground with clear disappointment, his feelings almost written on his face. Genos was always like this, he rarely considered other people's feelings when speaking, and he certainly didn't hide his true thoughts. It should work, right? Didn't the TV say it would? And that Godspeed light guy's power is really strong. Wah. Saitama, secretly poking a hole in the iron gate with his finger to try and peek inside, was interrupted before he could even get a good look when another pair of eyes appeared on the other side of the small hole. Even Saitama, who was usually unshakable, jumped in surprise. Luckily, Genos had long since gotten used to Saitama's occasional startled reactions and didn't overreact. That's Swift Flash, the newly ranked S-Class, number 9. Teacher, is he really that strong? Genos asked curiously, this being the first time he had heard his teacher praise someone's strength like that. Not really, at least not stronger than the bald-headed cape guy standing next to you. Before Saitama could respond, Kizaru, standing behind the door, opened it with an annoyed look and spoke. If there was anyone Kizaru truly didn't want to see in the world of One Punch Man, it was Saitama. Not only because Kizaru couldn't beat him yet, but also because Saitama's existence made Kizaru feel like his common sense was being challenged. Don't mention that code name. Saitama muttered gloomily. He had reluctantly signed up for the Hero Association's exam, thinking he might be able to make something of it, only to be ranked as a C-class hero. To make matters worse, he was given the nickname, Caped Baldy. In comparison, Kizaru's Swift Flash was just so much cooler. Even Genos, the demon cyborg, seemed better than his Caped Baldy nickname. What are you here for? And just so you know, no fighting is allowed. Kizaru said disdainfully. There was no way he was going to fight this bald guy right now, doing so would be purely self-inflicted pain. Degree. Chapter 166, Terrifying Clueless Duck. Sigh, you're already really strong though. Saitama couldn't help but grumble. Ever since he met Kizaru, he hadn't been able to get him out of his head. If there was anyone left in this world who could actually fight him and make him feel the thrill of battle, it was probably this man, someone who triggered Saitama's instincts with a real sense of danger. But unfortunately, Kizaru insisted adamantly on not fighting him. And since Saitama wasn't the type to force others into anything, the fight never happened. Spit it out already. We're not even that close. Kizaru replied with irritation. They had only met twice and barely exchanged more than 5 sentences. What was with this guy's absurd sense of familiarity? Kizaru wouldn't usually be this snappy with someone, but Saitama had a special effect on him. Kizaru's observation haki kept reacting like it was short-circuiting, constantly buzzing in alert. Every single move Saitama made triggered an involuntary response from Kizaru's haki. It wasn't that Kizaru was being overly sensitive, it was just that Saitama was too strong. Being around him felt like standing at the edge of a cliff. Even if you knew you weren't going to fall, your instincts screamed at you to be careful. Of course, the gap between them wasn't that drastic, but still, Saitama was easily the most formidable and unpredictable opponent Kizaru had encountered since becoming an admiral. I saw your training camp ad on TV. It looked pretty cool, so I brought Genos to sign up. I honestly have no idea how to teach people anything myself. Saitama scratched his shiny bald head. He didn't seem to mind Kizaru's blunt attitude. If he were in Kizaru's shoes, he wouldn't want to deal with someone constantly trying to fight him either. Like that self-proclaimed Ninja Sonic, Saitama already found him kind of annoying. As a hero for fun, Saitama genuinely did try to think about others. He was just a little too simple-minded to consider all the angles. Ad. When did I ever run an ad on TV? Kizaru frowned. He suspected Metal Knight had pulled something shady behind his back again. So far, Metal Knight hadn't shown overt hostility, but it wasn't hard to tell from the way the old man lurked in the shadows. He definitely wasn't up to anything good. Actually, here's what happened. Seeing that Saitama was about to go completely off track, Genos stepped in and began explaining the situation to Kizaru. After the Seafolk incident in J-City, the Hero Association headquarters realized that the training camp run by their newly ranked S-Class No. 9 hero was far more extraordinary than they had expected. So the association made a TV special out of the incident. Ostensibly, it was an educational program on how to respond to disasters, but the footage was basically just heroes defeating the Seafolk monsters and the Deep Sea King. It was essentially a roundabout way of advertising the Hero Association. Perhaps feeling a bit guilty about this shameless self-promotion, the execs decided to highlight Flashy Flash's training camp during the program. They probably thought they were doing Kizaru a favor, not realizing he had no intention of promoting the camp in the first place. Saitama had seen the program and, coincidentally, was troubled about how to train Genos. His own experience didn't help Genos much. But Saitama got along well with Genos and genuinely wanted him to become stronger. So when he saw the show, a light bulb went off, and he brought Genos straight to Kizaru. After all, Kizaru had already trained so many people, surely one more wouldn't hurt, right? I do sort of remember you. Kizaru finally noticed the handsome young man beside Saitama and realized he did look familiar. The infamous titles flooded his mind. The walking budget cut, the punching bag hero, the overhyped rookie, Captain One-Hit KO'd. Never won a fight, never lost a pose. I am the 17th ranked S-Class cyborg. You can call me Genos, Lord Swift Flash. Faced with someone whom even his teacher, Saitama, regarded with interest, Genos was particularly polite. Up to this point, he hadn't met anyone comparable to his teacher in strength. Kizaru was the only one Saitama had mentioned more than once as someone he wanted to fight. Combined with the power Kizaru displayed when he eliminated Vaccine Men, and his willingness to open a training camp to help other heroes grow stronger, Genos held him in high regard. Genos, huh? If I'm not mistaken, your entire body's been modified. Oh, though most of your brain seems to still be the original. Kizaru gave Genos a once-over. He had to admit, the tech level of the One Punch Man world was seriously advanced. Apart from the overwhelming scale of the Swallowed Star universe of Lee from the chat, no other member's world could compare to One Punch Man's in terms of current technological development. Even Stark, the man behind the Iron Man suit, would only count as a second-rate inventor here. Whether it was Dr. Casino's human modification work, Dr. Beaufoy, or Child Emperor's absurd technical prowess, all of them completely outclassed early-stage Iron Man. Unfortunately, most of these were black box technologies, only the creators themselves understood how they worked. Even if Kizaru wanted to get his hands on them, it was nearly impossible to bring any of it back to the One Piece world. After all, he couldn't exactly kidnap Dr. Casino and haul him to Navy HQ. Nor could he bring Vegapunk over to study Genos's modifications. Yes. Thanks to Dr. Casino, I'm equipped with incineration cannons, sensors, biochemical legs. Genos started listing off his modifications with machine-like precision. It almost sounded like he was pitching Dr. Casino's upgrade packages. If Kizaru didn't already know Genos was a bit of a straight arrow, he might have thought the kid was being sarcastic. In that case, I don't think I have anything to teach you. Given your current state, you get more benefit from upgrading your body than training. Kizaru spread his hands in a helpless gesture. The One Piece world did have cyborg tech. Germa 60 SIXS level wasn't bad, but Kizaru wasn't a scientist. Expecting him to enhance Genos was laughable, he'd sooner tear him apart. So even you don't know how to teach him? Saitama scratched his bald head. His own experience was useless to Genos, and in his mind, the only one who might be able to guide his disciple was Kizaru, someone he actually felt a sliver of threat from. Now that Kizaru had also shrugged it off, Saitama was a bit bummed. He had been hoping to offload this burning hot potato, or help Genos find a path to growth. Lord Kizaru, may I visit your training camp? Unlike the disappointed Saitama, Genos took the news calmly. He had always preferred staying by his teacher's side, he even had 2 full notebooks filled with Saitama's daily habits and quotes. Still, he was very interested in Kizaru's training camp. After all, even Flashy Flash had chosen to remain there for training. That was an S-class hero ranked above Genos, surely the camp had something unique to offer. Sure, have a look. Come on in. Kizaru didn't mind Genos tagging along. The kid had a stubborn streak, sure, but he definitely deserved the title of hero. If he weren't so thoroughly modified and thus unable to grow stronger through normal means, Kizaru wouldn't have minded teaching him things like the Navy's 6 powers or even hockey. Saitama was curious too. His own training methods were rather unorthodox, so he was genuinely interested in how Kizaru had gotten so strong. Genos followed behind his teacher and Kizaru, scanning the surroundings as they entered the training grounds. The space wasn't particularly large, actually, it was smaller than the weapons testing range Genos usually used. But it was enough to accommodate several dozen heroes at once. Because Kizaru had increased training intensity by 50%. And because most heroes had gotten a taste of the brutal Tempest Kick the day before, only a handful were still stubbornly practicing it now. The rest were racing against the clock to complete their training quotas for the day, desperate not to get eliminated. But just as Kizaru led Saitama and Genos into the training area, they were stopped by none other than Flashy Flash. What is it now? Kizaru raised an eyebrow, a little curious about what Flashy Flash wanted. If he was hoping to get early access to the rest of the Navy's 6 powers techniques, Kizaru could only say, he was thinking too much. The 6 powers were something Kizaru intended to offer to all the heroes of the One Punch world. He would only start formally teaching the advanced techniques once at least 3 to 5 suitable heroes had been selected. Otherwise, even if Flashy Flash learned the entire set himself, Kizaru wasn't confident the guy had the patience to pass it on to others. More importantly, Kizaru was just lazy. He preferred teaching everyone all at once instead of repeating himself over and over again. I heard yesterday you promised that group of guys that if they could keep up with me, you'd teach them a variant of that Rankyaku move. Flashy Flash glanced briefly at Genos, completely ignoring Saitama standing next to him. Even an S-class cyborg didn't warrant his attention, let alone a bald guy in a cape no one had heard of. Flashy Flash hadn't known about Kizaru's promise to the others. But thanks to his sharp hearing, he overheard some heroes grumbling about how they failed to keep up with him, otherwise, they could have learned that Rankyaku derivative. Hearing Kizaru's name alongside a 6 powers technique had piqued his interest. The usually aloof Flashy Flash couldn't resist asking about it. The awestruck heroes had spilled everything in one go. Finding out he'd been used as the standard in Kizaru's bet didn't bother him, instead, he became even more focused on learning the technique. Yeah, that happened. But none of them did keep up with you, right? Kizaru responded with a rhetorical question. He hadn't been physically present, but J-City was always under the umbrella of his observation hockey. If anyone thought they could cheat the system, well, Kizaru would just say, dream on. Exactly. They didn't succeed. But since they would have gotten a reward if they did, shouldn't the reward go to me instead? Rare for him, Flashy Flash actually spoke in full sentences, his desire to learn that Rankyaku variant was that strong. Technically, the 6 powers were just a cherry on top for someone like Flashy Flash. Even mastering them wouldn't drastically change his overall power. But when you'd already hit your personal limit, every tiny improvement became precious. Especially after witnessing Kizaru's godlike speed, beyond human limits, Flashy Flash still didn't grasp what that truly meant. He was simply thinking of how to replicate, or even surpass, Kizaru's miracle. That, actually kinda makes sense. Watching how serious he was, Kizaru scratched his head. Teaching Flashy Flash wasn't really a big deal, it was just a flashy, showy move anyway. When Kizaru used it, sure, it looked like a storm tearing through the land. But if Flashy Flash or anyone else tried it, pulling off even a tenth of that power would be a life-or-death effort. Otherwise, Old Man Zephyr wouldn't have brushed off Kizaru's variant as impractical. It looked cool, sure, but teaching that kind of move to Flashy Flash, yeah, it felt a little irresponsible. What are you teaching him? Can I watch? Saitama, unfazed by Flashy Flash's earlier snub, leaned in with a curious look on his perpetually blank face. To him, Kizaru was the only person he'd met who might actually be strong enough to fight him, or maybe even beat him. But Kizaru had zero interest in battling, so Saitama could only settle for studying him from a distance, like staring at food you couldn't eat. No. Kizaru snapped back without a trace of friendliness. In that moment, he understood exactly how those old Navy officers felt when they hated him but couldn't do anything about it. Sure, Saitama seemed polite now. But anyone who saw through that submissive posture would know what he really wanted, to get Kizaru to fight him. Or more accurately, to punch him. No wonder Kizaru's attitude towards Saitama was so hostile. With his ultra-sharp observation haki, Kizaru could even get along fine with schemers like Orochimaru because he knew they didn't pose a real threat. But Saitama? If Kizaru so much as nodded, the guy would absolutely throw hands. Stingy. Saitama mumbled under his breath but didn't press the issue further. Degree. Chapter 167, Hermione Granger. Let me think. Oh, right. Flashy Flash, wasn't it? I remember you once trained at some kind of ninja village. Kizaru wasn't trying to dump the problem on someone else, mostly, he was just too lazy to train anyone one-on-one. But just as he was starting to feel stuck, a sudden idea lit up in his mind, a perfect solution. The existence of the dimensional chat group had made it clear to Kizaru and the other members that there were many paths to becoming stronger. Lee had received a devil fruit from Kizaru, passed the martial arts exam, and though still a low-ranked warrior, he'd made a name for himself. Esteth got her hands on haki from Kizaru. She still couldn't beat him, but she gained power on par with, or even surpassing, some top-tier fighters. As for Kizaru himself, he was easily the one who'd benefited most from the chat group. Even setting aside the stand that let him go toe-to-toe with Saitama, just the chakra system he got from Orochimaru was enough to stir chaos in the world of One Piece. Yes, though during my final exam, I wiped out the entire village's instructors and staff. That corrupt place didn't deserve to exist. Flashy Flash spoke calmly, without trying to hide anything about his past. To be fair, much of his strength came from that ninja village, but a system Southwest Rotten had no place continuing in the world. TCH. That story's got a weirdly familiar ring to it. Anyway, since you're a ninja, it only makes sense for you to learn chakra and ninjutsu, right? Kizaru casually pulled out the chakra refining scroll he had gotten from Orochimaru. Though a Navy admiral, even he had to admit the chakra system from the Naruto world was far superior to the Navy's Rokushiki techniques. Of course, the comparison was unfair. The chakra system had been refined over 1,000 years of constant bloodshed by generations of ninja. Rokushiki, by contrast, was barely a century old and limited to the Navy and CP organizations. But if there was anything Kizaru could give Flashy Flash to pawn him off without feeling guilty, it was the chakra system. What's this? Flashy Flash frowned slightly as he took the scroll from Kizaru, unsettled by its unfamiliar appearance. It's a chakra refining method. Just read it and figure it out yourself. Kizaru wasn't worried about him messing it up. The basics of chakra refining were pretty simple, especially for someone as strong as Flashy Flash. Saying he could get the hang of it just by reading wasn't far off. The real challenge was that chakra was easy to learn but hard to master. Without a huge reserve of chakra or access to a wide variety of jutsu, it was just another small tool in battle. But to Flashy Flash, the chakra system already had his full attention. One glance at the scroll, and he couldn't tear his eyes away. The concept of fusing physical and spiritual energy to create a unique force called chakra was so novel that his breathing quickened just reading about it. Alright then, if you guys want to look around, go ahead. Just don't bother anyone. With Flashy Flash successfully distracted, Kizaru finally felt a bit of relief. But the moment his eyes landed on Saitama, standing there like a clueless duck, his expression turned sour again. Unless the day came when he could beat Saitama into the ground, their relationship was unlikely to improve. Thank you. I appreciate it. Genos nodded politely. Even though Kizaru had made it clear he wouldn't be helping him grow stronger, Genos still wanted to see the training camp that had convinced someone like Flashy Flash to stay. Then we'll. Wait, what's that smell? Genos, you go ahead. I'm not gonna look anymore, hold up, wait for me. Saitama had planned to join Genos for a look around, but right then, the smell of grilled meat in the air made him change course immediately. The members of the Blizzard group, just like yesterday, had already prepared the barbecue ingredients for Kizaru in advance. And because Kizaru had gone off to entertain a guest, the group had thoughtfully even grilled some of the food ahead of time for him. Barbecue was just a hobby for Kizaru, but for Saitama, who was often strapped for cash and only shopped during supermarket discount hours, this was practically a feast delivered to his door. Kizaru had been planning to avoid Saitama, but unexpectedly, the bald guy had followed him here. Resigned, Kizaru threw on his sunglasses, laid down on a beach chair, closed his eyes, and logged into the dimensional chat group to pass the time. Passerby who wants to ride Luo Feng's coattails. Whoa, things are moving this fast already. I was planning to wait until Zhang Cuishan raised his army to help out. Are we already storming cities? Kobayashi, so cool. The old master's disciples are amazing too. Zhang Sanfeng, Wudong has sealed its mountain and closed its gates. Except for the elderly, women, and children, the entire sect has joined the resistance. That's how we achieved this victory today. Passerby who wants to ride Luo Feng's coattails. You're incredible, Master Zhang. If you need help later, don't hesitate to call me, I'm totally in. Zhang Sanfeng, the old Taoist, thanks you in advance, young friend. AI Hybera, TCH, my antibiotics and aspirin aren't fully prepped yet. I'll trade over what I've got now. Zhang Sanfeng, much thanks to young friend Hybera as well. Tony Stark, hey, aren't you all moving a bit too fast? What's a war without Stark Industries weapons? Orochimaru, if you don't have time to prep new gear, there's a stash of post-war weapons in the village. We can trade them for resources, no dimensional currency needed. Kizaru, Has Master Zhang already made his move? Passerby who wants to ride Luo Feng's coattails. Whoa, Kizaru-sama. Are you still in the One Punch Man world? Have you seen Saitama? Do you know what Blast looks like? Kizaru, you mean that endlessly annoying bald guy? Yeah, he's right next to me. As for Blast, that's S-Class rank 1, right? Haven't seen him. Passerby who wants to ride Luo Feng's coattails. Damn. You've actually seen Saitama. Is it true he just did 10 kilometers runs every day, no air conditioning in the summer, and became super strong? Passerby who wants to ride Luo Feng's coattails. Have you ever fought him? Is Saitama really that strong? Kizaru, don't get so worked up. I don't know how he got that strong either. But yeah, I have felt a pretty terrifying presence from him. Kizaru, how should I put it? It kind of feels like I've run into my natural predator. At least judging from my observation hockey, that bald guy might be the strongest I've ever seen. While chatting and killing time in the group, Kizaru spared a bit of attention and opened his eyes to glance at the bald guy stuffing his face beside him. He couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Saitama existed just to show people what despair meant. A walking cheat code like him really shouldn't exist in any world. But what Kizaru conveniently ignored was that his own existence wasn't all that different from Saitama's. Both of them existed to make other people feel despair. They were both cheat builds, really. Saitama had the GM-level instant kill hack, while Kizaru was running an infinite stat-boosting exploit. Death, this Saitama guy. Is he really that powerful? Passerby who wants to ride Luo Feng's coattails. It's not about being powerful, he's just broken. Like a bug in the system. No matter who he fights, it's always a one-punch KO. Death, that strong. Sounds interesting. Passerby who wants to ride Luo Feng's coattails. No, calm down, big sis. Saitama isn't your usual powerhouse. Fighting him is pointless. He doesn't fight, he just ends things in one hit. Passerby who wants to ride Luo Feng's coattails. You and Kizaru-sama are both special effects types, maybe even rule-breaking level. But Saitama? He's already halfway into gag character territory. You can't even play the same game with him. Kizaru, not necessarily. If I went all out right now, I think I'd have a 30% chance of winning. Passerby who wants to ride Luo Feng's coattails. What? Kizaru-sama, did you start hacking too? Death, fascinating. Absolutely fascinating. Darling, I have to see for myself just how strong this Saitama really is. Passerby who wants to ride Luo Feng's coattails. You're not listening at all, are you? Kizaru, no need. The gap between you is far too great, beyond what skill, experience, or willpower could ever make up for. Kizaru, Lee had a point, challenging someone like that is just a waste of time. You're gambling with your life. Death, I see. Understood. But I'll keep growing stronger. When I'm ready, I will go see what that level of strength looks like. Kizaru, HM. Having a goal isn't bad. But before you go, you'll need to get my approval first. Random guy who wants to cling to Luo Feng's leg. Kizaru bro, actually I kinda wanna see One Punch Man in person too. Mind bringing me along when you go? Orochimaru, A being even stronger than Kizaru-kun. Hard to believe. Ding. Welcome Hermione Granger to the Dimensional Chat Group. Kobayashi, wah. It's been ages since we had a newbie. Welcome. Confetti. AI Hybera, another new one. Let's hope this one's a normal person. Random guy who wants to cling to Luo Feng's leg. Hermione. No way, is this the elementary schooler version? Or the grown-up one? Orochimaru, heh. Seems like you know her too, random guy. Tony Stark, hey, is the newbie a girl? How old are you? Interested in a chat? Kizaru, oh, welcome to the group. Xiaomei, welcome to the group. Kobayashi, hey so Mei-chan's online too. Random guy who wants to cling to Luo Feng's leg, Hermione. Miss Granger. You there? AI Hybera, TCH. Another lurker, huh? Kobayashi, is your name really Hermione? Come chat. Don't be shy. Harry Potter world. In the Hogwarts library in Britain, a frizzy-haired girl stared in shock at the thick book in her hands. Just moments ago, while reading a Transfiguration textbook, she had suddenly heard a strange voice in her head, an invitation of some sort. Hermione, not quite sure what was happening, reflexively accepted. At first, she thought she'd just been reading too long and her mind was playing tricks on her, until a blank page suddenly appeared in the book she was holding. Before the curious Hermione Granger could process what was going on, lines of text began appearing on the page, as if people were having a conversation. At first it was just some strange dialogue. But then, her name showed up. And the scariest part? The words on the page were talking to her. Though this was Hermione's first year at Hogwarts, she had already read countless books about the magical world. She remembered a rule, one that came up in multiple books and in more than one professor's lecture. Never trust anything that can think for itself, unless you can see where it keeps its brain. The frightened girl almost instinctively called for Madame Pants, the school librarian. But Hermione was a true Gryffindor at heart, curious and brave to a fault. In the end, she held back and didn't report the book right away. Of course, a big part of that was her faith in Hogwarts. This was the Hogwarts library, after all. Even if the book was weird, it probably wouldn't go wrong that quickly, right? Hermione Granger, is this some kind of spell? Or a magical artifact? Hermione Granger, what's happening? Why are my thoughts showing up on the page? Random guy who wants to cling to Luo Feng's leg. Okay, looks like our Miss Granger is still a little kid right now. Random guy who wants to cling to Luo Feng's leg, let me give you a quick rundown of what's going on. Degree. Chapter 168, 168, HP World. Hermione, watching the explanation with deep suspicion, slightly parted her lips in shock. Her surprised expression was quite adorable. Unfortunately, the other chat group members couldn't see it. And with final exams over, the library was empty, no one else could witness Miss Know-It-All's reaction. Hermione Granger, listen, it's not that I don't believe you, but how can you prove that you're from another world and not just some kind of dark magic? Tony Stark, magic. Hey, Miss Hermione is from a world with actual magic. That's amazing. I mean, I've been interested in magic since I was a kid. How about we be friends? Tony Stark, photo.jpg of Tony Stark standing in front of Stark Tower. AI Hybera, ugh, this playboy again, here we go. Random guy trying to cling to Luo Feng, at Tony Stark, Mr. Stark, I feel obligated to remind you, the person you're talking to might very well be underage. Hermione Granger, this guy seems awfully shallow. AI Hybera, couldn't agree more. I think we're going to get along just fine. Tony Stark, oh, unbelievable. Is this group targeting me? Why are all the new people always little girls? Kizaru, hey, random guy, mind giving us a rundown of Miss Granger's world? Or should we let her explain it herself? Hermione Granger, I'll do it. I attend Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, in the Gryffindor house. Hermione seemed to realize something and had no intention of hiding her situation, none of it was truly secret anyway. Even the statute of secrecy only prohibited revealing magical matters to muggles outside one's family. But in Hermione's view, the chat group members appearing on the pages of her book clearly weren't muggles. Even if they weren't wizards, they must have some kind of extraordinary abilities, how else could they contact her in such a mysterious way? Yet just as she finished describing life at Hogwarts, the next comment nearly made her explode. Orochimaru, Hogwarts, sounds kind of like a ninja academy. But sorting students based on personality into different houses. That's a foolish system. Hermione Granger, Hogwarts is the best magical school in Europe. The sorting ceremony has been around for over 1,000 years, how can you call it foolish? Orochimaru, hey. According to your own description, the four founders chose students aligned with their ideologies through the sorting ceremony. Then, they encouraged inter-house competition to strengthen those traits and mold students to resemble themselves. Orochimaru, that's brainwashing. Ideological assimilation. It makes students unknowingly conform to outdated beliefs under the pressure of group identity. Orochimaru, in other words, the four founders are still competing with each other even after death, seeing whose students turn out better. Orochimaru, for over 1,000 years, countless living people have been manipulated by four dead ones. Isn't that foolish? Random guy trying to cling to Luo Feng, holy crap, that's one hell of a take. My dreams of being a wizard just got crushed by Orochimaru. Kizaru, brilliant, truly brilliant. As expected of Orochimaru. Kobayashi, that's terrifying. Tony Stark, wow, they really are a twisted bunch. Even after death, still trying to control the living. Hermione Granger, that's just your speculation. There's no actual evidence. AI Hybera, at Hermione Granger, don't take Orochimaru's words too seriously. That guy sees everyone as villains, he's got issues. Orochimaru, hey, it seems Miss Hybera has quite the misunderstanding of me. Tony Stark, hey, enough of that grim talk. Let's talk magic, Miss Granger. Do you know about the elixir of immortality? Or turning things into gold? Okay, maybe not that useful, but how about raising the dead? Hermione Granger, are you talking about the Philosopher's Stone? Nicholas Flamel created it in the 14th century. It can produce the elixir of life and turn anything into gold, but it can't bring people back from the dead. Tony Stark, whoa. Seriously? That sounds even more amazing than pure gold. I mean, as incredible as pure gold. Random guy hoping to cling to Luophone, I guess it's real, but if I had to choose, I'd still go with gold. The elixir of life has flaws. Hermione Granger, that's nonsense. Nicholas Flamel used the elixir to live from the 14th century until now, several centuries. How can you say it's flawed? Random guy, a few centuries counts as eternal life. And what about the youth part? Flamel was so old he didn't even want to keep living. That's not eternal youth. Tony Stark, oh man, living forever without staying young. That's a curse. Yeah, gold wins. Hands down. AI Hybera, Hermione, can you get the Philosopher's Stone? Or just the elixir it makes? I can pay with dimensional coins. Wait, you probably don't know what those are yet. Fubuki, oh, new member alert. Philosopher's Stone. That's wild. AI-chan, why do you want the elixir? Don't you already have pure gold? AI Hybera, I'm just curious if the stone or the elixir could give me new ideas. Compared to gold, which defies all logic, elixirs are at least a little closer to my field. Orochimaru, if the elixir can be mass-produced cheaply, we could sell it to nobles and lords obsessed with life extension. I bet they'd pay everything they have to stay alive. Tony Stark, whoa, genius idea. I'm sure rich folks and senators would throw all their cash at something like that. Hermione Granger, the stone's already been destroyed. Unless Nicholas Flamel makes another, there won't be a second one. Random guy, that probably means Hermione's timeline is right after the end of Book 1. Hermione Granger, Book 1. I don't understand, what are you talking about? Kobayashi, well, let me explain. Mr. Random here is apparently a transmigrator. In his original world, everything we go through, our lives, exists as TV shows or movies. That's how he knows things we don't. Hermione Granger, are you saying my life is a movie? That's ridiculous. Random guy, not necessarily a movie, it could be an anime, manga, or novel. Upload a photo of yourself. If you're Emma Watson, it's the movie. If not, it's probably the books. Borsellino, don't worry about that. We're all real. Just because some plot says you're supposed to marry some ugly idiot doesn't mean you actually have to, right? Random guy, whoa, if I didn't know Kazaru-senpai was a native, I might have mistaken you for a fellow transmigrator. Wait, you know Hermione ends up marrying Ron Weasley. Hermione Granger, no way. Me. Marry him. The guy who copies homework. Absolutely not. Tony Stark, the mysteries of love. Kobayashi, sounds like one of those top student falls for slacker boy school comedies, with a touch of magic romance. AI Hybera, good girls do tend to fall for bad boys. Kobayashi, Really? Girls are so mysterious. AI Hybera, Kobayashi, you are a girl too, you know. Hermione Granger, enough already. That's impossible. There's no way I'd ever fall for an idiot like Ron. Hermione tried her best to argue, but the group of silly trolls who clearly knew better were just messing with her on purpose. No matter how passionately she denied it, they kept teasing her about ending up with Ron. Miss Know-It-All was so angry she wanted nothing more than to grab the heaviest textbook in the library and head straight to the Gryffindor common room to flatten a certain obnoxious redhead. Borsellino, alright, that's enough. Hermione, would you like to join the dimensional coin system? You'll get 100 coins each month, and you can exchange them for gold, US dollars, or equivalent items. Borsellino, the rate is 100 coins for either $1 million or 20 kilograms of gold. You can also earn more coins by selling items, knowledge, or even offering services. Borsellino, everyone in the group also shares items unique to their worlds. You can check the group storage space for available trades. I recommend exchanging for a devil fruit first to boost your power. Random guy, I second that. Devil fruits are insane, super useful. Random guy, Kong like gorilla chest pounding. GIF. AI Hybera, dumb mutt, get lost. That's disgusting, you'll scare the newcomers. Random user trying to cling to Luo Feng's leg, TCH, you sharp-tongued girl just don't appreciate it, this is muscle, the beauty of masculine power. Kobayashi, well. Mr. Random, a bit of muscle is attractive, sure, but too much is just an eyesore. Kizaru, ahem, my guy, muscles do look good, but maybe, don't post them next time. Fubuki, if the Hero Association sees you like this, they'll definitely mistake you for a monster. Hermione from the HP world glanced nervously around. She didn't quite grasp what $1 million meant, but she did have a sense of how heavy 20 kilograms of gold was. She currently had a few galleons in her pocket, and even holding those felt a bit heavy. Compared to 20 kilos of gold, though. Not even close. And this was just a monthly allowance from the group. If the Weasley twins knew, they'd be bawling and begging to join. Hermione Granger, you mean I get that just for joining? But I don't really have anything to offer. Maybe I could teach you all magic. Tony Stark, whoa, real magic. Count me in. Sign me up. AI Hybera, magic, huh? I haven't even managed to extract chakra yet. Not sure if I could learn it. Random user trying to cling to Luo Feng's leg, don't even think about it, poison tongue. Magic in the Harry Potter world is nothing like what you imagine. Random user trying to cling to Luo Feng's leg, unless you have innate magical ability, you can't learn it. People with magic in that world usually had, let's say, unspeakable ties to magical creatures in their ancestry. Hermione Granger, that's nonsense. I've never heard anything like that at Hogwarts, and it's not written in any book I've read. Random user trying to cling to Luo Feng's leg, Professor Flitwick has goblin blood, and Hagrid's a half-giant. Just saying, AI Hybera, half-giant. Don't they have, reproductive isolation or something? Orochimaru, sounds quite similar to Kizaru-kun's world. Kizaru, half-giant, spicy. Hermione Granger, that's impossible. Humans can't, with magical creatures. I don't believe it. Random user trying to cling to Luo Feng's leg, believe what you want, but the HP world has some incredible stuff, Felix Felicis for insane luck, the invisibility cloak, even a time turner that lets you go back in time. Tony Stark, time travel. Get out of here. What's the science behind that? How do I get one? Orochimaru, intriguing, other worlds have such wondrous artifacts. AI Hybera, wait, can those work across worlds? Could it really change the past and bring back someone who died? Kobayashi, wait, this is magic. Hermione Granger, I've heard of Felix Felicis and the invisibility cloak, but I've never heard of a time turner. Random user trying to cling to Luo Feng's leg, okay, don't get so worked up. The time turner exists, sure, but it can't really change the past, and it only works within certain limits. Random user trying to cling to Luo Feng's leg, alright, it's not just a trinket, but it's not as godlike as you're imagining either. Realizing the others were about to jump him, Lee quickly explained the time turner's limitations and how it couldn't truly alter the past. Once everyone learned that its effects were limited and couldn't change past events meaningfully, they couldn't hide their disappointment. Many of them had regrets. AI Hybera wanted to go back and save her parents, prevent them from dying at the hands of the Black Organization. Orochimaru wanted to witness Kagaya and the Sage of Six Paths, to delve into the ultimate origins of chakra and ninjutsu. Even Tony Stark wouldn't mind a chance to see his parents again. But the random user had effectively poured cold water on all of them. And since they knew his personality, they were sure he wouldn't lie without a good reason. Degree. Chapter 169, Skewer Meat Monster. Orochimaru, anything related to time is inherently mysterious. If no one else wants it, I don't mind offering 2,000 dimensional credits to buy one. Tony Stark, hey now, don't think Moneybags Stark is backing down, I'll offer 3,000 dimensional credits. Isteth, What are you guys talking about? Did a new member join? I hope it's someone strong this time. Random user trying to cling to Luo Feng's leg, relax, powerhouses. Hermione doesn't have a time turner yet. And besides, there's more than one in her world, maybe we can even reverse engineer the tech. Hermione Granger, who are you people? Tony Stark, oh, right, guess we never introduced ourselves. Standing before you is the genius inventor of the Iron Man suit, CEO of Stark Industries, friend to the US military, and defense contractor extraordinaire, Tony Stark, at your service. AI Hybera, ignore that egomaniac. I'm AI Hybera, pharmaceutical chemist. I also dabble in biology. Currently setting up an institute for extraordinary lifeforms and their applications. If you need help in that area, come find me. Orochimaru, hey. Orochimaru, 4th Hokage of the Hidden Leaf Village. You can browse my services in the group file, available resources and commissions, Konoha branch. Borsalino, just call me Borsalino. I'm nothing more than your average Marine Admiral. First time fruit trades get a discount, newbies. Kobayashi, wow, everyone's so impressive. Hermione Granger, but I'm just a student. Why am I even here? Random guy hoping to cling to Luo Feng's leg, you're a student at Hogwarts, a magic school. No need to belittle yourself, someday, you'll, oh wait, you don't really get that strong later on. Never mind then. AI Hybera, at Hermione Granger don't mind that dumb mutt. When he joined, he wasn't much better than you. Fubuki, honestly, there's no need to introduce yourself. If you stick around the group long enough, you'll naturally figure out who's who. Borsalino, that's true. Hang around and you'll see, everyone here's a good person. Totally. Isteth, so boring. Anyone up for a fight? This journey is killing me with how dull it is. Random guy hoping to cling to Luo Feng's leg, isn't Isteth-sama currently suppressing the northern tribes? Isteth, already slaughtered them. No point suppressing what's dead. I'm heading back to the capital now to see what that snake minister honest is plotting. Random guy hoping to cling to Luo Feng's leg, back to the capital. Then the Jaegers should be forming soon. Isteth-sama, if you ever meet a girl named Chelsea in the future, please don't kill her. That's my one and only life's request. Isteth, what's that supposed to mean? Jaegers. Sounds interesting. Who's Chelsea? She dies at my hands. Random guy hoping to cling to Luo Feng's leg, Chelsea's an assassin from the night raid. She's insanely cute. She was my first love. AI Hybera, first love. She's not even from your world. Random guy hoping to cling to Luo Feng's leg, so what if I love a 2D girl? Who says I can't have a relationship with a drawing? Fubuki, no offense, but if Miss Chelsea is just a regular girl, I doubt the two of you could even physically be together. The size gap is astronomical. In the One Punch Man world, Fubuki glanced at her sister Tatsumaki, still sleeping soundly beside her. Considering the size difference between Borsalino and her sister, he'd made her cry last night. And that random guy was a Zoan-type devil fruit user, specifically the ancient Zoan, Kongorilla form. His physique now was worlds beyond what it used to be. To the average person, Fubuki's subordinate, Mountain Ape, was already a giant beast. But compared to him, Mountain Ape looked like a stunted baby gorilla. Fubuki genuinely couldn't imagine how someone like that could date a normal-sized girl. Random guy hoping to cling to Luo Feng's leg, did I overdo it at the gym? Tony Stark, hey, being buff isn't a bad thing. I know some lady billionaires who go for your type. Random guy hoping to cling to Luo Feng's leg, no thanks. My stomach's sensitive, can't digest sugar mama meals. Let Borsalino handle that. With his looks, he's definitely more their type. Borsalino. Borsalino yawned and opened his eyes after chatting with the bunch of clowns in the group, only to be met with a glaringly bald head. You're up, huh? I grilled a bunch of meat, let's eat. Saitama held skewers of meat in both hands like he was offering treasure, enthusiastically passing them to Borsalino. Thanks to Borsalino funding the Fubuki group, they were rolling in cash now. All the meat was premium quality, no wonder Saitama was scarfing it down skewer by skewer. You've toured the place, you've eaten the food, so, when are you leaving? Borsalino politely refused the offering. What he really wanted was for this bald menace to scram, as far away as possible. Even though he knew Saitama meant no harm, having him squatting nearby constantly set off his observation haki. It was like camping beside a volcano that could erupt any second. Only difference. A volcano couldn't actually threaten him. Saitama could. When am I going back, huh? Saitama looked longingly at the glistening roast meat on the grill. This was the kind of premium meat he usually couldn't bring himself to buy, and no way would a supermarket ever put it on sale. One bite and the juices burst out, flavor flooding his mouth. It was ridiculously delicious. He honestly felt like he could eat this every day for the rest of his life without getting tired of it. Once you're back home, I'll have people deliver roast meat to you every single day. Kizaru's mouth twitched slightly as he made the promise without hesitation. As long as the baldy stayed far away from him, forget roast meat, he'd even deliver roast gold if that's what it took. For real. You're such a great guy. Saitama was genuinely shocked. No one had ever treated him this nicely before. If he weren't a guy himself, he might have felt compelled to offer his body in return. Absolutely real. I always keep my word, well, except when it comes to scumbags. Kazaru still cared about maintaining his credibility, at least in principle. Of course, if it involved pirates, that was a different story. In his eyes, pirates were already dead men. And words spoken to the dead. Those didn't count. Then I'm relieved. I'll repay you someday. Deeply moved, Saitama instantly maxed out his favorability rating toward Kizaru. This wasn't just a good friend, this was his best friend. A best friend who would deliver roast meat every day. Kizaru just rolled his eyes at that. Talking about repaying kindness while secretly itching to punch him in the face, this bald guy was the living definition of human trash. So, when are you leaving? Kizaru couldn't hold back any longer, he didn't even bother hiding his eagerness to get rid of Saitama. Unless you'd experienced it yourself, it was hard to understand the kind of constant sensory stress that came from his observation hockey being in overdrive. It felt like an old-school alarm clock blaring non-stop in his head. Sure, Kizaru could suppress his hockey and endure it indefinitely. But it's not like he wanted to become friends with Saitama. Why should he suffer for that damn baldy? Leave. No rush. I'll go once I'm full. Saitama was double-fisting grilled meat into his mouth. He wasn't being greedy, no, he was just buying time so Genos could explore the place thoroughly. Yeah. That was totally it. Kizaru was visibly annoyed but didn't say anything more. He even summoned members of the Blizzard group and told them to bring more roast meat, feed the baldy full, so he'd get lost sooner. And so the sun set while they waited. Saitama, now sporting a round belly, let out a satisfied burp. He casually waved goodbye to Kizaru and left the training ground with Genos. Kizaru was left standing there, staring speechlessly at the mountain of used skewers. He'd seen his fair share of big eaters in the pirate world, plenty of so-called monsters who could devour an entire cow in one sitting. But a guy who could eat literally all day. Even Kizaru was slightly stunned. This was the One Punch Man world, after all, and that Baldy's existence clearly operated on a different frequency. Lord Swift Flash, should we prepare more roast meat tomorrow? A member of the Blizzard group asked nervously. That mountain of skewers represented a lot of running back and forth for them. When they first noticed how much Saitama could eat, they even started placing bets on him, only to end up with the bookies themselves stunned into silence. Keep prepping. That guy probably won't come back tomorrow. Oh, and get more seafood, I want to switch it up. Kizaru had come to terms with it, as long as the baldy didn't show up, eating a bit more was no big deal. Even if the guy could eat an entire slaughterhouse, Kizaru could just buy a few dozen more. Let him eat his fill. But clearly, Kizaru had underestimated both Saitama's shamelessness and lack of boundaries. Because the next morning, when he returned to the training ground with Tatsumaki and Fubuki, he saw two all too familiar figures at the gate. To be honest, Kizaru's mood was already halfway to collapse. S-Class rank 17, the demon cyborg, but who's the bald guy? Tatsumaki hovered in midair, glancing at Saitama with a hint of disdain. She looked noticeably more mature than before, though her petite figure still gave her an airy lightness. Ever since realizing she could no longer control Fubuki, first convinced by her sister's words, then by Kizaru, Tatsumaki had started to accept her fate. Now, she was ready to settle down as Kizaru's partner. And if she was going to be his partner, she had to understand everything about him. At least, that's how Tatsumaki saw it. That included understanding his social circles. If I remember right, he's C-Class rank 5, the caped baldy. Rose through the ranks pretty fast, definitely someone with potential. As the leader of the Blizzard group, Fubuki kept close tabs on all B-Class heroes and C-Class heroes who were nearing a promotion. To her, someone like Saitama, who had jumped from rank 388 to rank 5 in such a short time, was absolutely worth recruiting into her group. Of course, that would have to wait until he officially became a B-Class hero. So far, all 30 members of the Blizzard group were B-Class. No matter how promising someone was, Fubuki wasn't about to make exceptions. He's a seriously annoying guy. Just pretend he doesn't exist, once he's full, he'll leave. Kizaru hadn't yet realized Fubuki was plotting to bring Saitama into her group. If he had, he'd definitely put a stop to it. Just a few encounters had already been enough to get Saitama glued to him. If the guy joined the Blizzard group, Kizaru would never get a moment's peace. Finally. Genos and I've been waiting forever. Saitama greeted Kizaru with his usual overfamiliar energy, completely ignoring Tatsumaki and Fubuki behind him. Maybe it was because he so badly wanted an equal opponent, every time he saw Kizaru, Saitama got a little weird. Others might misunderstand, but Kizaru could feel it clearly, buried deep inside Saitama was a terrifying fighting spirit, like a primeval beast barely held in check. That was exactly why Kizaru would never agree to spar with him. Who knew what Saitama might do if that monstrous intent ever broke free? Kizaru had no intention of being the lab rat. A fully unleashed Saitama probably had at least star-busting power as a baseline, and the upper limit. No one knew. Better to leave that kind of opponent to a Super Saiyan. Good morning, Flash Senpai. Miss Tornado of Terror. Lady Blizzard. Genos greeted Kizaru and the two women behind him politely. He'd already seen everything worth seeing yesterday, but if his teacher wanted to visit Kizaru, he wasn't going to object. Morning. Come on in. Kizaru rubbed his forehead. Out of respect for Genos, he didn't snap at Saitama. To those far below Saitama's level, heroes who could only gaze at his back, this for-fun hero was practically their guardian deity. But for Kizaru, whose strength was on roughly the same tier, it was complicated. He could go toe-to-toe with Saitama, and that made his feelings more mixed. Lady Blizzard, Lord Flash, the seafood you requested yesterday, it's all ready. A Blizzard group member came forward as Kizaru and the others approached, but before he could finish, he saw Saitama walking behind them. Remembering how he'd nearly worn his legs down running in circles yesterday, the smile on his face twisted into something worse than crying. Degree. Chapter 170, S-Class Trouble. Go prepare 10, no, 20 more portions. Kizaru waved his hand. Things had already reached this point, no need to make a fuss and flip the table. Honestly, aside from being a bit annoying, Saitama wasn't that unbearable. Are we having grilled seafood today? Any lobster or crab? I love cheese-baked lobster. Saitama's eyes lit up. Grilled meat was great too, but if he had to choose, seafood would always win. Get it ready for him. Kizaru didn't hesitate. Since the guy was staying anyway, there was no point in fussing over small requests. Lord Swift Flash, may I join the others at the training camp? Genos still didn't fully understand why his teacher cared so much about Kizaru, but given the gap in insight between him and his teacher, he wanted to use this opportunity to learn more about Swift Flash's training methods. Maybe then he could understand why his teacher brought him here again. He figured he hadn't been observant enough yesterday and let his teacher down. So Genos decided to take a proper look, experience the training himself and figure out what his teacher wanted him to see. There's probably no need for that, but if you really want to, go ahead. Kizaru glanced at Genos, whose entire body showed signs of cybernetic modification. Aside from his head and some core components, Genos was practically all mechanical now. Not even Kizaru could teach him the Navy's 6 styles. Unless Dr. Casino, who modified Genos, teamed up with Vegapunk, two genius scientists might just be able to push Genos further down the cyborg path. Teacher, I'll give it everything I've got. Genos clenched his fist and declared earnestly to Saitama. Since his teacher was going out of his way for his sake, he had to train hard to live up to those expectations. Huh? Oh. Yeah, good luck. Saitama looked totally confused, but seeing Genos brimming with fighting spirit, he instinctively gave a response. Watching this, Tatsumaki couldn't help but cast a sideways glance at Saitama. A mere C-class hero, what right did he have to be so familiar with Kizaru, and even be called teacher by the S-class rank 17? Even someone as proud as Tatsumaki didn't think any other S-class would willingly lower themselves to her. Yet Saitama had somehow pulled it off. Not only that, but he could speak to Kizaru, the newly appointed S-class rank 9, as if they were equals. There had to be a secret she didn't know. But no matter how hard Tatsumaki tried to figure it out, she couldn't imagine that the two strongest beings on the planet, or perhaps in all of space, were both sitting right beside her. Fubuki, what's the response from Association HQ? Kizaru had never been one to wait for trouble to show up at his door before acting. The moment he noticed Metal Knight secretly observing him, and clearly harboring hostile intentions, he had Fubuki contact Hero Association HQ. He wanted the top brass to talk to Metal Knight, either explain what that surveillance was about, promise it wouldn't happen again, and offer compensation, or don't blame Kizaru for personally paying him a visit to talk it out. And HQ shouldn't think they could just stay out of it. Kizaru wasn't going to let them play neutral, only to jump in later trying to act like the good guys. HQ said they're trying to get in touch with Metal Knight, but no one knows where he is. They'll have to wait for him to respond. Fubuki sounded uneasy. While she knew Kizaru's strength was far beyond that of an ordinary S-class, Metal Knight had a very special position in the association. Though ranked only 6th among S-class heroes, even Child Emperor, ranked 5th, had once been his assistant. And Metal Knight had never really gone all out before. The opponents that required serious effort from other S-class heroes were often just test subjects for his weapon systems. No one knew how strong Metal Knight truly was, or what kind of secrets he was still hiding. TCH, just as expected. Tatsumaki, how much do you know about Metal Knight? Kizaru let out a mocking laugh. Different world, same rot, just like the Navy higher-ups back then, the Hero Association's top brass clearly wanted him to just swallow the insult quietly. Worse yet, he wouldn't be surprised if they were planning to swoop in at a crucial moment to mediate with some ridiculous 3 rounds of punishment wine nonsense, just to show off the association's authority. Too bad Kizaru had never been one to play nice. Back when he was still a vice admiral, He was willing to go all out against Dralkas, who was already a top Admiral candidate, just for trying to ambush him. And now? He had no problem turning against someone like Metal Knight for secretly spying on him. Expecting Kizaru to endure things for the so-called greater good was laughably naive. Metal Knight. I've barely dealt with that guy. Wait, didn't he once offer to help test my powers? But after I smashed a few of his robots, he never bothered me again. Tatsumaki tilted her head, trying to recall. Back then, she hadn't been out of the research facility for long, and she was still extremely sensitive about anything suspicious. If Metal Knight had sent even one more robot, she really would have tracked him down and blown his head off. TCH, creeping sewer rat. Doesn't anyone know where his hideout is? Kizaru clicked his tongue, clearly annoyed. He hated these sneak-around types the most. To even settle the score, you first had to dig them out of whatever hole they were hiding in. Want me to ask around for you? Those guys wouldn't dare brush me off. Don't get the wrong idea. I just can't stand Metal Knight. I'm not doing this to help you, got it? Tatsumaki blurted out instinctively, then immediately flushed red and waved her hands frantically, trying to deny she had any such intention. What she didn't expect was for Kizaru to just nod in response, as if he fully believed her awkward excuse. For someone who'd never even learned how to feel aggrieved, Tatsumaki's usual icy eyes were starting to mist over. TCH. Just then, her cheeks suddenly went warm. Kizaru had stolen a quick kiss. The near tears Tatsumaki instantly turned into a flailing, red-faced, angry shrimp. But when she saw Kizaru grinning, for some reason she felt a little guilty. She just gave him a furious glare, then turned her head away like nothing had happened. Fubuki, reply to the Association HQ. Ask them, what are the consequences of killing an S-class hero? Kizaru's voice was ice-cold. He knew exactly what kind of people bureaucrats were. Concepts like fairness or justice meant nothing to them. The only way to get them to act was to scare them. Otherwise, their default move would be to drag things out or do the bare minimum. Got it, Fubuki replied without hesitation. If facing Metal Knight made her uneasy, the Hero Association HQ barely even registered as a threat. And that wasn't surprising. For the average B-class hero, the association was a towering force. But Fubuki wasn't your average B-class, not with an S-class rank 2 sister and Kazaru as her personal backing. She had every reason to ignore the association's authority. As Kazaru predicted, the moment Fubuki relayed his message, the previously unavailable higher-ups at the association suddenly snapped to attention, sending a live communication request. Whether it was pure bad luck, being volunteered by the others, or stepping forward out of experience, the person on the line was the same senior official who'd previously hosted Kazaru at HQ, and later had brief contact with him during the Deep Sea King incident in J-City. Lord Flash, surely we can sit down and talk this through. There's no need for threats and violence. The pudgy association executive's face appeared on the screen in Lily's hands. He clearly didn't want to be there, but forced a stiff smile anyway. An S-class hero dying, especially at the hands of another S-class, would be catastrophic for the association's credibility. Worse, it could spark panic among both heroes and the public. The collapse of the association wasn't off the table. That was something the leadership could not allow. Even if the association had started as a rich old man's project to avenge his grandson, it had since grown into a massive organization. The higher-ups enjoyed real power and influence, and had no intention of losing it. There's nothing to discuss. You have two choices, back me, or back Metal Knight. I'll wait one day. If you haven't decided by then, prepare to see him stripped from the S-class. Kizaru wasn't going to give them the luxury of sitting on the fence. He still remembered the world government covering up the truth and promoting Delocus to CP0. That betrayal was burned into his memory, and his notebook. The face on the monitor darkened. Sure, most S-class heroes were difficult to deal with, but someone this wild and defiant, openly threatening to kill another S-class. That was a first. If it were anyone else, the association might have gambled that Metal Knight could survive the challenge. But a glance at Kazaru's training grounds revealed 4 S-class heroes present. Even if the recently arrived Demon Cyborg didn't get involved, there was still Terrible Tornado and Flashy Flash. Add Kazaru himself, the newly minted S-class rank 9, and even the elusive Metal Knight couldn't survive a full-on group assault. Surely this is all a misunderstanding between S-class heroes. The association's upper management still hadn't given up and continued trying to persuade Kazaru to change his mind. Even after Kazaru had made clear threats, they were still trying to smooth things over, originally hoping Kazaru would just swallow the loss, and now shifting to trying to convince Metal Knight to apologize and end the conflict peacefully. Come back when you've made up your minds. Kazaru chuckled coldly and didn't even wait for them to finish. He casually cut the video call. The screen abruptly went black. The chubby executive's already sour expression turned even darker. No matter how many times he tried to reconnect, Kazaru didn't respond at all. Unwilling to gamble on whether Kizaru would actually take out Metal Knight, the chubby exec had no choice but to immediately call for an emergency meeting of the top brass. This wasn't the time for blame shifting and finger-pointing anymore. If they didn't make a decision soon, the association really could fall apart from this infighting among S-class heroes. To make sure no one underestimated the seriousness of the situation, the chubby exec used his highest-level authority to forcibly summon all executives to a meeting. In less than an hour, aside from 2 who had unavoidable emergencies, all others, even those on vacation, joined via video. This is outrageous. Is Swift Flash trying to threaten us? Who does he think he is? He's only ranked 9th. Metal Knight's technology is far more important to the association. Swift Flash can't even compare. Degree. Chapter 171, Beaufoy. The executive board was nearly unanimous. They couldn't tolerate a hero, essentially a weapon or tool in their eyes, daring to threaten the hero association. If they gave in now, what if more heroes tried the same tactic later? No compromise. Especially not under threat, that quickly became the prevailing stance among the board members. William, you absolutely mustn't cave into Swift Flash. That would weaken the association's authority. As executives, our job is to guide heroes to follow orders, not let them dictate what we do. A stern-looking old woman addressed the chubby executive directly. She was the representative of billionaire Agni at the Hero Association headquarters, and one of the most influential figures on the board. Her personality left her with no patience for the freewheeling, undisciplined nature of most heroes, let alone ones trying to ride over the association. But Swift Flash's threat isn't exactly empty, if he really does take down Metal Knight. William, the chubby executive, clearly lacked confidence. Compared to the other board members, he didn't have as deep roots or financial security. After the Deep Sea King's attack on City J, even though the threat had been neutralized, the city's tourism industry had taken a major hit. Nobody wanted to visit a city that had just been ravaged by monsters. As a local power in City J, William was already overwhelmed. Because of his previous dealings with Kazaru, he'd been pushed forward to handle this mess, and it was proving to be a nightmare. S-class heroes don't die that easily. And we don't even know Metal Knight's true body or where it's hidden. Swift Flash's threats, if you break them down, aren't that solid. The old woman's tone was laced with disdain. Many board members shared this view. They feared the hero's power, but still looked down on them as individuals who once had far lower status and influence. If Kazaru weren't an S-class hero himself, and didn't have other S-class allies backing him, this meeting likely wouldn't have even been convened. Exactly. If you ask me, Flashy Flash is all bark. He's only number 9, Metal Knight's number 6. Another board member, currently on vacation in the mountains and joining via video, scoffed. Not all executives were deeply invested in association affairs. Even though they knew the topic beforehand, those who hadn't personally experienced Kazaru's power couldn't grasp how different he was from the average S-class. Don't be so quick to dismiss him. Flashy Flash has several S-class allies backing him. If you ask me, we should keep this from escalating. He just wants some kind of justice, right? Just allocate some money and treat it as compensation for Metal Knight. Another exec, who looked visibly troubled, sighed. But the moment he said that, complaints erupted from the others. Same old reasons. The annual budget was already overextended, hero bonuses and monster cleanup operations all demanded major funding. They were crying poverty, while also sneaking glances at the old woman, the one clearly least in need of money among them. Fine. I'll cover the cost. William, just make sure Swift Flash doesn't do anything reckless. The old woman furrowed her brow ever so slightly, barely noticeable, but she didn't refuse to provide the funding. She only reminded the higher-ups at the association again and again to persuade Kizaru. While the meeting among the association's top brass was just wrapping up, Beaufoy, better known as Metal Knight, had already received the inside scoop from one of his informants. Damn it. That bastard. Got it. Thanks for the heads up, pass along my thanks to Lady Peruse. Dr. Beaufoy gritted his teeth as he modified a new unit. He turned and stepped into the lab's private elevator, descending to the very bottom of his underground base. This was the heart of his operations, his core research facility, stocked with the most advanced weaponry. It was the culmination of his life's work. I knew it. Back then, the way that guy looked at me, I knew he was targeting me. Beaufoy marched up to a towering humanoid mech over 3 meters tall. His face twisted in fury as he activated what was, without a doubt, his strongest war machine to date. Just as Kazaru considered eliminating Metal Knight as a preventative measure, Beaufoy was also the type who solved problems by erasing his enemies at the source, physically. The difference was, unlike Kizaru, who had absolute confidence in his own strength, Beaufoy was just an ordinary man. All his power lay in the weaponry he engineered. Go. Wipe out that reckless bastard. Beaufoy shouted as the war mech roared to life. If he wanted, he could unleash an army of robots comparable to a full-scale military force. But doing so would be far too conspicuous. Unless he intended to openly declare war on the Hero Association, there was no way he could get away with such a direct strike against a fellow hero. Without Lady Perusa's support, he wouldn't even have the budget to keep his research running. Besides, Swift Flash was absurdly fast, regular robots wouldn't even pose a threat. Better to send in the most advanced war machine he'd ever built. Conveniently, this unit hadn't been exposed to the outside world yet. In previous test runs, he had taken care to eliminate all witnesses. Though, regrettably, one had slipped through. Still, they hadn't managed to trace anything back to him. The only downside was that after taking out Swift, the mech couldn't be seen or connected to him for a while. Otherwise, he'd become a prime target of suspicion. Blame yourself for picking a fight with the wrong person. Beaufoy scoffed coldly and vanished into the shadows of the underground base. What he didn't know, however, was that at that exact moment, while he was deploying his war mech, Kizaru, who had been cracking jokes to amuse Tatsumaki and Fubuki, suddenly curled his lips into a dangerous smile. Gotcha. Kizaru's eyes glinted as he looked toward the northeastern part of the training grounds. If Beaufoy had still been secretly observing at that moment, he would have been horrified, because the exact spot Kazaru was looking at was the same hiding place Beaufoy had just relocated to. Maybe the first time Beaufoy spied on him, his malicious intent wasn't strong enough. Back then, Kazaru's specialized observation haki only let him sense the animosity and see Beaufoy's image. But this time, the hatred was fully directed at Kazaru, triggering a complete reaction. Not only did Kazaru see Beaufoy's actions, he also precisely locked onto his location. It was practically like having X-ray vision. Once someone's hostility toward Kazaru reached a certain threshold, there were no more secrets, they were laid bare before him. Why'd you stop talking? Tatsumaki had been enjoying the joke, only for Kazaru to suddenly go quiet and smirk at some distant point. She followed his gaze but didn't see anything. Something's on its way to give me trouble. Not bad, it's moving pretty fast. Kazaru's specialized observation haki not only detected ill intent, but could also attach itself to the person or object in question. Even though Beaufoy and his war machine were well beyond the normal range of Kazaru's sensory abilities, it didn't matter. Once the connection was made, the lock-on was permanent. Unless someone with far superior observation haki intervened to sever that link, Beaufoy would never be able to hide from Kazaru. Through this strange bond, Kazaru could not only perceive the mech's location but also judge its incoming speed by tracking its movement. Metal Knight. That guy actually has the guts to come looking for trouble. Tatsumaki's brows shot up. She had initially thought Kazaru was overreacting, but now it seemed there really were some fools with no sense of self-preservation. Kazaru hadn't even gone looking for Metal Knight yet, and here he was showing up on his own. It was like he didn't even care that she was the number 2 S-class hero. What Tatsumaki didn't know was, she was actually misjudging Beaufoy just a little. Because he'd been spooked by the look in Kazaru's eyes earlier, Dr. Beaufoy had already given up on spying and hadn't contacted his mole in the training facility since, completely unaware that Tatsumaki was currently right at Kazaru's side. Adding to the confusion, the Hero Association hadn't expected Metal Knight to retaliate, so they never bothered warning Dr. Beaufoy. That's how this strange misunderstanding came about. In Dr. Beaufoy's mind, the only problem currently around Kazaru was Flashy Flash. But he had a plan in place. Once his war mech reached City B, he'd find a way to lure Flashy Flash away. Then it would be one-on-one, Swift Flash versus his war mech. Dr. Beaufoy had full confidence in his creation. Taking down a newly promoted S-class hero. Not even a challenge. Even if Flashy Flash turned out to be stronger than expected, there was no way he could defeat the war mech. TSK, too bad he's not coming in person. At this rate, the mech will get here in about 2.5 hours. Looks like it could be a fun toy. Just don't go and break it, alright? Kazaru raised an eyebrow. His observation haki could only sense living beings or warn him when danger was imminent, so he had no way of gauging how strong the incoming war mech really was. But if Metal Knight was feeling this confident, it probably wasn't just some rusted scrap heap. Kazaru wasn't exactly a science guy, but he could imagine what kind of cutting-edge tech a genius like Vegapunk could cram into a machine like that. Even someone like Tony, the so-called Iron Man, might find this advanced mech worth checking out. That's why Kazaru made a point of warning Tatsumaki not to interfere. If she broke it, its value would drop fast. Like I'd lift a finger for you. Tatsumaki huffed loudly again, saying one thing while clearly meaning another. This time, though, it wasn't just Kazaru and Fubuki who noticed, even Saitama could tell that she was just being shy. So there's an enemy incoming. Want me to help? Saitama threw a few slow punches at the air, each swing cutting through the atmosphere with a crisp whoosh. Nope. I actually need that thing to track down who's pulling the strings. You're not allowed to touch it either. Kizaru rejected Saitama's offer without hesitation. If Tatsumaki might damage the mech, Saitama would probably just erase it from existence. That guy's punches could blast through a mountain with just the shockwave. Even Kizaru had to put in some effort to pull off something like that. Directly locking onto Metal Knight's location would raise too many questions, so Kizaru planned to capture the mech first, then trace it back to its origin. That way, no one, except Metal Knight himself, would suspect anything unusual. Saitama responded honestly, his tone mild. Enemies he could one-shot didn't interest him much, and volunteering to help was mainly a way to earn some goodwill with Kizaru. His hope was that once Kizaru came to see him as a friend, he could finally ask him for a proper fight. Unfortunately, Saitama didn't realize that this plan was doomed from the start. Unless Kizaru ever reached a level where he could match Saitama blow for blow, there was no way he'd ever agree to a one-on-one. Should we contact Association HQ? Fubuki asked nervously. Conflicts between S-class heroes were already rare, let alone one involving Kizaru and the elusive Metal Knight. Even knowing Kizaru had the upper hand, Fubuki couldn't help but worry about the aftermath. Guess who tipped off Metal Knight that I was coming for him? Kizaru spread his hands with an innocent look, claiming he was the victim here. By any metric, he was the one being wronged, unfairly treated by the Hero Association itself. Given that, wasn't a little retaliation totally reasonable? Surely, anyone with half a conscience wouldn't hold it against him. Just then, the communication device on the table started buzzing again. As Fubuki's attentive assistant, Lily quickly checked the caller for him. It's from Hero Association HQ, she whispered, waiting for Kizaru's signal before accepting the video call. On screen appeared the same association executive from earlier, William. But unlike his earlier timid demeanor, this time he seemed to be putting on a tougher front. Lord Kizaru. The association's top brass cannot accept your demands. However, as compensation, we've negotiated with Metal Knight, and he's agreed to pay you a sum as a form of restitution. William tried his best to sound firm and authoritative. But something about Kizaru just made him feel uneasy. Despite the fact they were only connected via a communication line, with hundreds of kilometers between them, William couldn't shake the sense that he was facing a predator. His tone, which started out strict and unyielding, gradually softened, until by the end, he was practically groveling, as if Kizaru were the one in charge, and he was just some low-ranking employee. Is that so? Then let Metal Knight know, no need. Kizaru replied lazily, clearly disinterested. He had already locked onto Metal Knight's position, there was no longer any need for the association's help. Degree. Chapter 172 versus Metal Knight. Metal Knight had already sent war machines to cause him trouble, there's no way he'd also pay compensation. Most likely, this was just the association's upper brass acting on their own. Then, does this mean the matter is settled? William asked cautiously. With his own business taking a serious hit, the last thing he wanted was infighting within the Hero Association, or worse, an S-class hero dying. I'm afraid that's not going to be so easy. Kizaru responded sincerely. It wasn't even about him picking a fight with Metal Knight anymore, Metal Knight was coming for him. But more importantly, Kizaru had set his sights on Metal Knight's war machines and the vast cache of weapons hidden in his underground base. Always one to run a thrifty household, Kizaru couldn't bear the thought of all those treasures being buried underground. So he decided, after taking out Metal Knight, he'd move the guy's entire base back to the One Piece world. With that, he didn't bother waiting for William to argue and simply cut the comms again. Seeing this, Fubuki's team, including Lily, began to feel nervous. William was a top executive of the Hero Association, yet Kizaru had just hung up on him, twice. And now Kizaru was going to clash with Metal Knight, one of the most mysterious S-class heroes. Should we have those small fry move away a bit? Metal Knight's weapons pack quite a punch. If things go south, the whole place might get leveled. Tatsumaki didn't think much of Metal Knight. Her powers were a perfect counter to opponents who relied on tech and equipment like him. Even if Metal Knight deployed a full army of robots, in the face of her godlike psychic powers, they were just scrap metal. Still, while she didn't care, she had to consider the others. Besides the small fry heroes here for the training camp, there were also members of Fubuki's B-class fan club. She couldn't just let them get wiped out by collateral damage. No need. It's just a little toy. I can handle something this minor. Kizaru replied lazily. Tatsumaki didn't push the matter. She didn't believe for a second that Metal Knight could actually defeat Kizaru. Someone seems to be looking for you, Kizaru. Fubuki suddenly reached around her lounge chair and poked Kizaru on the back. She didn't say who, but Kizaru had already guessed. Yeah, I know. Kizaru nodded, then closed his eyes and entered the dimensional chat group. Random guy who wants to ride Luo Feng's coattails, at Kizaru come quick. We successfully recreated pure gold. Kizaru, huh? You guys can make pure gold now. AI Hybera, don't listen to that idiot. We're not quite there yet. We've just started analyzing the structure of pure gold and managed to physically recreate it, at least at a basic level. AI Hybera, this replica only looks and feels like pure gold. It's not the real deal, not by a long shot. Tony Stark, ugh, it's a headache. The good news is we made pure gold. The bad news? It doesn't have any immortality effect. Orochimaru, a shame, really. The true secret of pure gold hasn't been uncovered. My guess is that it's been treated with some kind of ritual or secret art to gain its powers. Kizaru, TCH. Just looking the part won't fool anyone. Those old geezers aren't stupid. Kobayashi, is it just me, or would pure gold make really pretty jewelry? AI Hybera. You're not the real Kobayashi. Give us the real one back. Fubuki, since when are you into girly stuff, Kobayashi? Kobayashi, how rude. I am a girl. That's a horrible thing to say. Fubuki, a girl who drinks and obsesses over maids, huh? AI Hybera, and stays up all night coding. Kobayashi, damn it. Damn it. Damn it. I just thought Toru would like something shiny, so I wanted to buy her a piece of fake pure gold. That's all. Random guy who wants to ride Luo Feng's coattails, so jealous. I want a dragon maid too. AI Hybera, same here. Random bystander trying to cling to Luo Feng's coattails, toxic tongue girl, what are you even jealous of? Just wear a maid outfit yourself, problem solved. AI Hybera, get lost. Tony Stark, unless it grants immortality, it's not exactly practical. Replicating pure gold costs over $700,000 per gram. Even as jewelry, the market value is limited. Kobayashi, that's so expensive. Can I pay with dimensional coins? Tony Stark, sure, but are you sure you want to? From what I can tell, this stuff only looks like pure gold. It doesn't actually do anything. Kobayashi, Thor will probably like it anyway. It's not like I'm gonna run into danger. Might as well use the coins for something. Tony Stark, alright then. I'll whip up a piece of jewelry for you. Want a ring or a necklace? Kobayashi, necklace. Rings just feel kind of weird. Kizaru, make a few rings with embedded pure gold for me too. Let me think. Let's start with 20. Fubuki, 20. Kizaru, ahem, don't worry, you and Tatsumaki each get one. Fubuki, shameless. Esteth, darling, I want one too. Kizaru, don't worry, everyone gets one. Random bystander, even the 5 elders probably wouldn't know how to use pure gold. What if someone wraps a fake magic stone in pure gold and tries to pass it off as real? Hermione Granger, impossible. The Philosopher's Stone was destroyed. Other than Nicholas Flamel, no one knows how to make it. Random bystander, then we just need to ask Nicholas Flamel, right? He's still alive, isn't he? Hermione Granger, Nicholas Flamel is a close friend of Dumbledore. Even he who must not be named couldn't find him. Random bystander, just because Voldemort couldn't doesn't mean Kazaru can't. If Kazaru gets involved, even a resurrected Merlin wouldn't be a match. Hermione Granger, I strongly object. I won't let you people mess up my world. Random bystander, all we want is the Philosopher's Stone recipe. How is that messing things up? Would you rather see it lost forever? Orochimaru, hey. If Kazaru-kun is otherwise occupied, I'd be happy to pay Nicholas Flamel a visit myself. Tony Stark, the world of magic is fascinating. But Stark's newest suit isn't finished yet, looks like I'll have to sit this one out. Kizaru, no rush. We've got time. If all else fails, we can consider bluffing with a fake Philosopher's Stone. Fubuki, it's almost time, aren't you heading out to prepare? Kizaru, already. Tony, I'll be picking up a mecha suit soon. I'll let you examine it later. Tony Stark, a mecha. Think it can top my Iron Man armor? Kizaru, possibly. It's Metal Knight's trump card, it's probably no slouch. Random bystander, whoa. Kizaru already found Metal Knight. That was fast. Kizaru, yep. My observation hockey seems to have evolved. Now, as long as someone harbors enough hostility toward me, I can lock onto their location, and even see their actions. Kizaru, I haven't confirmed the max range yet, but so far, I can detect within a 900-kilometer radius. Orochimaru, what an incredible ability. Looks like I'll need to trade for an observation hockey manual to study. Esteth, hostility detection, huh? Sounds fun. Maybe I'll put some effort into awakening a similar ability in my own hockey. Random bystander, so OP. I haven't even learned armament hockey yet, sob. Kizaru, anyway, I'm off to retrieve Metal Knight's mecha. As Kizaru exited the group chat, one of Metal Knight's war mechs reached the outskirts of City B, still 10+ kilometers from Kazaru's training ground. Status scan in progress. System integrity, 100%. Energy reserve, 96%. Energy shield system, fully operational. Primary weapon systems. Environmental scan complete. Threats ruled out. Beginning strategic protocol. Pre-program triggered. Unit 1, initiating deployment. The camouflaged green war mech crouched deep within the forest, its rounded head constantly sending and receiving commands. Under its control, a pre-prepared semi-cybernetic warrior appeared in the center of City B, immediately launching a spree of destruction across the surrounding buildings. At the same time, Flashy Flash, who had been in the middle of training, suddenly received an urgent directive from the Hero Association. He was to head to the city center at once to neutralize the rampaging cyborg. Unlike obedient types like Genos, Flashy Flash wasn't exactly enthusiastic about fighting monsters, but as a hero, there was no way he could just sit back and let civilians get hurt. What puzzled him was, why was he the only hero summoned? Before he could think it through, the Hero Association sent another urgent message demanding he move out. Left with no choice, Flashy Flash approached Kazaru to request a short leave to deal with the situation. A diversion, huh? Slightly more cautious than I expected. Go ahead, but be quick, I want you back for training soon. Kazaru cheerfully approved Flashy Flash's request for leave, speaking in a way the ninja couldn't quite understand. At that moment, Flashy Flash realized something. He furrowed his brows, seemingly about to say more. But the thought of Kazaru's strength, coupled with the presence of the terrifying Tatsumaki right beside him, made him swallow his words. With these two monsters teaming up, even Blast, the S-Class rank 1, might have to flee with his head in his hands. Nothing to worry about there. TCH, already making a move. Guess it's my turn next then. Tatsumaki floated up from her beach chair, arms crossed, fully expecting Metal Knight to pull some elaborate stunt to lure her away next. But to her surprise, she waited a while and saw nothing. He's here. Kizaru, holding a grilled fish in one hand, suddenly looked up. Floating in the sky above them was a massive humanoid mech over 3 meters tall, wearing what looked like a futuristic spacesuit with a perfectly round helmet. He's not even trying to get rid of me first. Tatsumaki stared in disbelief. She was Tatsumaki the Terrible Tornado, the S-Class rank 2 hero. Metal Knight had gone through all the trouble of getting rid of a small fry like Flashy Flash, but was now completely ignoring her. Rage surged through her. Despite her petite, almost childlike appearance, Tatsumaki was infamous for her explosive temper. Without hesitation, she used her psychic powers to rip an entire building out of the ground. That building, once intended to house Hero Association staff when this site was designated as a branch HQ, was 14 stories tall and easily weighed tens of thousands of tons. But now, it hovered in the air, held aloft by sheer psychic force, ready to be used as a supersized brick. Alert. Alert. High priority target detected, Tatsumaki the Terrible Tornado. Activating energy shield. Switching to defense mode. The mech's eyes flashed red, and a soft blue spherical shield enveloped its body. Boom. Before the mech's defenses could fully activate, Tatsumaki's brick slammed down like a fly swatter from hell, smashing the robot out of the air. Instead of shattering on impact, the building remained eerily intact, held together by her telekinetic grip, and was lifted again, then slammed down once more like a giant hammer. Bang. 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 The entire training ground, and the surrounding area for dozens of kilometers, shook like it was being hit by a magnitude 8 earthquake. The crater left by the impacts was dozens of meters deep, and soon filled with groundwater, forming a sizable artificial lake. Let's see if you dare ignore me again. Only after turning the building into a mountain of rubble did Tatsumaki angrily toss it aside. Degree. Chapter 173, Malice Perception. Everyone who witnessed the scene felt a chill run down their spine. Especially those heroes who had helped defeat the Deep-Sea King, recently swelling with pride. Now, not one of them dared to breathe too loud. So this is what S-Class power really looks like. Isn't this a bit too much? Even A-Class hero Blue Flame, whose strength was just shy of the S-Class threshold, stared into the crater, big enough to bury thousands of himself, and felt every trace of arrogance vanish. So scary. Tatsumaki-senpai is amazing. The loudmouthed and thick-skulled Mizuki was the only one who could still speak. While the others were left dumbfounded, she shouted out in awe. So hot-headed. Come on now, don't be mad. I don't think he realized you were here. Amid everyone's stunned silence, Kizaru suddenly reached out and patted Tatsumaki's head, then messed up her hair for good measure. For a moment, many heroes thought Swift Flash's life was over. But to their shock, Tatsumaki merely swatted his hand away in annoyance, more like someone sulking during a lover's quarrel than someone about to vaporize a man. What the hell? Why is Tatsumaki at Swift Flash's training camp? Far away in a secret underground base, Dr. Beaufoy was in complete disbelief. So much so that he momentarily forgot he was still piloting the war mech. If not for the onboard combat AI automatically activating the shield, that first hit would have turned his precious robot into scrap metal. He had risked exposing his mole within the Hero Association just to hack the network and trick Flashy Flash into leaving. But who could have predicted that after removing an S-Class rank 14, he'd run into an even scarier rank 2 still on site? Damn it. Begin self-diagnostics immediately. Check the mech's condition. Of course, Dr. Beaufoy wasn't a fool, and more importantly, he wasn't on the battlefield himself. No matter how terrifying Tatsumaki was, she couldn't threaten him directly. Status scan in progress. Structural damage exceeds 17%. Energy reserves at 71%. Energy shield system. The war armor truly lived up to being Dr. Beaufoy's ace invention. Even after being hammered into the ground by Tatsumaki like a nail, buried dozens of meters deep, it still retained most of its combat capability. However, there wasn't a trace of satisfaction on Dr. Beaufoy's face. Just one round of attacks from Tatsumaki had burned through nearly a third of the war armor's energy reserves. Though that was partly because he hadn't activated the defense mode or evaded in time, the outcome still proved how terrifyingly destructive Tatsumaki was. Still operational. Tatsumaki actually attacked the war armor. Could it be the association already suspects I'm planning to eliminate Swift Flash? Dr. Beaufoy injected himself with an unknown serum, calming himself down at record speed. He wasn't just a mechanical genius. If he hadn't refused to modify his own body, Dr. Beaufoy could have easily been a more advanced version of Genos. Even in the field of combat, his weakest area, he could use science and tech to turn himself into a near-perfect mech pilot. No. Impossible. Even if the association did suspect something, there's no way Tatsumaki would have reached City B so fast. But if this has nothing to do with the association, then why did she attack my mech? No matter how hard he thought, Beaufoy couldn't figure out what provoked Tatsumaki. What he didn't realize was that because of the malice he occasionally radiated, Kizaru was able to sync with and sense his intentions in real time. That thing's pretty tough. Took all those hits and still isn't broken. Tatsumaki, be a dear and help fish it out. Kizaru had thought the war armor was a goner after being pounded by Tatsumaki's concrete slab attack dozens of times. To his surprise, Metal Knight's creation was still mostly intact. Happy with that news, he called out to Tatsumaki for help. Recovering a mech from the bottom of a small lake, dozens of meters deep, wasn't exactly easy without her. Always making me do the grunt work. Tatsumaki muttered under her breath but still used her psychic powers to form an invisible hand, lifting the war armor from where it had been hiding at the lake bottom. Artillery mode, engaged. Target locked. Hypercharge cannon, fire. The moment it broke the surface, the war armor's chest opened, revealing an internal ring-shaped power circuit. As energy surged through it, the ring lit up with a blinding white glow. A searing beam of pure energy lanced toward Kazaru, so fast and so powerful that most people present didn't even register it before it fired. Final flash. But the ones who did react were, of course, Kazaru and Tatsumaki. Before the enraged Tatsumaki could raise her telekinetic shield, Kizaru had already raised a single finger toward the mech. Brilliant light burst from his fingertip. The war armor's AI hadn't even managed to issue a command before the upper half of the mech was consumed entirely. A straight column of light shot from Kizaru's finger into the sky, vanishing far into space. No one could say how far it had gone. Even Saitama, who'd been preoccupied eating seafood, looked up instinctively, then shot Kizaru a rather resentful glance. He wished that blast had been aimed at him, then he'd finally have an excuse to fight Kizaru properly. Oops, didn't mean to break the toy. Kizaru sighed and shook his hand in mild frustration. Catching Saitama's look, he glared back hard. If it weren't for the pressure Saitama put on him, he wouldn't have subconsciously gone overboard. With his usual control, there was no way he would have blown the mech clean in half. Saitama, confused by the glare, looked at the ruined mech and suddenly understood. He returned a knowing, sympathetic look. No matter how much he tried to hold back, anything he hit always got obliterated. That, for Saitama, was a deep source of frustration. Was that your full power just now? Tatsumaki looked at Kizaru with a complicated expression. She used to think the gap between them wasn't that wide. Even if he was stronger, they were still on the same level, or so she had thought. But that one move had shattered her assumptions. She didn't have the kind of sensing ability observation Haki provided, but that instinctual, primal fear, as if she were facing her natural predator, told her the truth. Kizaru's strength was far beyond what she'd imagined. If, before now, Tatsumaki thought that she and the other S-Class heroes shared the rank simply because S-Class was the highest available, then now she realized it applied to Kizaru too. The only reason they were in the same class was because the class didn't go any higher. That wasn't all of it. Nope, what's wrong, Tatsumaki? Don't tell me you're scared. At this point, Kizaru also pushed aside a bit of annoyance. It was just a slightly more intricate toy. After all, once he got his hands on Metal Knight, he could have as many as he wanted. What nearly made him laugh, though, was Tatsumaki's slightly dazed little face. Looked like the bit of power he'd shown off had really scared her. Smiling broadly, Kizaru reached out and ruffled Tatsumaki's head. He had to admit, the feeling wasn't too far off from petting Nami-chan. Who's scared? I'll surpass you one day. Tatsumaki, flustered and angry, ducked away from his large hand, but her mood was clearly lighter than before. Quietly, she made a decision in her heart: she had to become stronger. At the very least, she couldn't fall so far behind that she couldn't even see Kizaru's taillights. Deep down, Tatsumaki had a little thought she hadn't even shared with Fubuki. When she became stronger than Kizaru, she'd catch him, lock him up, and then do things. But she absolutely couldn't let Kizaru find out, otherwise she'd be the one getting locked up and things ed. Alright, let's take a look at our spoils. Hopefully there's still something worth salvaging. Kizaru rubbed his hands together as he approached the wreckage of the war mech. They said every boy dreamed of piloting a giant robot at some point. Even now, when he could crush these so-called mechs with a single finger, his fondness for them hadn't changed. Unfortunately, he had gone a bit overboard with that last hit. Even in the pirate world, only monsters like Kaido or Big Mom could take that kind of force. The war mech, tough enough to survive dozens of whacks from Tatsumaki's brick, was now reduced to just 2 mechanical legs and a partial torso still connecting them. The cross-section was clean, filled with a dense mesh of electronics and mechanical parts. Kizaru, who had once been a science student many years ago, took one glance and felt dizzy. TCH. It's a goner. Alright, 1 leg each, let's see if Tony and Vegapunk can make anything out of it. With a casual gesture, Kizaru shot a beam of light that sliced the mech cleanly at the hips. He traded 1 leg to Tony Stark, while the other he planned to take back to the pirate world for Dr. Vegapunk, the smartest man alive, to see if he could discover anything useful. At that very moment, deep in the underground base, Dr. Beaufoy still hadn't recovered from his shock. His pride and joy, the war mech he'd poured his life's work into, had been obliterated in a single hit by that man's blinding speed. Snapping back to his senses, Beaufoy quickly pulled up the battle logs, hunting for the peak energy output detected at the moment of the mech's destruction. This can't be. What is that, man? A nuclear fusion plant? How could a human possibly contain that level of energy? Staring at the astronomical figures on the screen, Dr. Beaufoy felt like his entire understanding of the world had been shattered. If a human could outperform machines by such a ridiculous margin, then what had all his years of painstaking research even been for? At that moment, the still-functioning comms device embedded in the wreckage of the war mech crackled to life, transmitting Kizaru's voice. Beaufoy, mid-breakdown, caught one key word, and his dazed mind snapped back into focus. Research. That's right. There's no way that Swift Flash is just a regular human. He must be some kind of artificially created super life form. But who could have made him? Casino. No, that's impossible. He doesn't have the tech. Was it that Tony and Vegapunk that he said? Beaufoy replayed the recording again and again, his mind now spiraling through one plan after another to deal with Kizaru. So this thing still works, huh? You can hear me, right? Don't worry, I'll be paying you a visit real soon, Metal Knight. Before Beaufoy could fully wrap his head around what was happening, Kizaru's voice cut in again without warning. Startled out of his skin, Beaufoy let out a yelp, tripping over himself as he scrambled out of his lab. Back near the war mech wreckage, Tatsumaki looked over at Kizaru, who was now addressing the broken machine. You think he can actually hear you like that? You're dead meat, Metal Knight. I'm coming after you too. She shouted at the wreckage, which had been reduced to little more than a leg. Kizaru had mentioned earlier that Metal Knight probably didn't realize she was present, otherwise he wouldn't have dared show up. But that didn't matter to Tatsumaki. If he had the guts to attack Kizaru, then he'd better be ready to pay for it. Nope. Can't hear him anymore. Looks like you scared him off. Kizaru said after closing his eyes and focusing for a moment, completely throwing Beaufoy's panic onto Tatsumaki's shoulders, despite it being his own voice that nearly scared the men into cardiac arrest. Unfortunately, Metal Knight had folded way too quickly. Just wrecking a single mech was enough to send him running, which left Kizaru disappointed. He hadn't even gotten to fully test the limits of his new ability. This power, which he'd named Malice Perception, seemed to have 3 main effects so far. 1. When someone harbored enough ill intent toward him, Kizaru could see their face, regardless of distance. 2. If someone with hostile intent began plotting against him, Kizaru could not only see their appearance and location, but also directly sense their thoughts. 3. He could assign a kind of marker to any person detected by this ability. Through that mark, he could vaguely perceive things and people connected to the target, including their general whereabouts. All in all, it wasn't far off from advanced observation hockey forms like future sight or hearing the voice of all things, and in some ways, it might even surpass them. Degree. Chapter 174, Willful S-Class. It's wrecked this badly, probably beyond repair, huh? Saitama held two palm-sized crab claws, crunching them between his teeth as he curiously eyed the mechanical leg that Kizaru had dragged back. Most likely. Once I get my hands on Metal Knight, maybe I'll pick up a few more like this. Kizaru waved over Mountain Ape from the Blizzard group to carry the mechanical leg back to the villa. He'd already confirmed that Metal Knight hadn't left any hidden tricks in the leg. All he had to do was store it somewhere safe and later take it back to the pirate world as a gift for Vegapunk. Sensei, Swift Flash, what is that? Geno stepped closer, having now witnessed Kizaru's power in action. He finally understood why Sensei viewed Swift Flash with such high regard. Despite also being an S-Class hero, the gap in strength between him and Swift was even greater than the difference between an S-Class and an A-Class. Think of it as a little toy Metal Knight gifted me. Kizaru lounged casually on a beach chair, in no rush to go after Metal Knight. His earlier warning had scared Metal Knight senseless. The guy was now busy packing up his stuff and preparing to flee. Kizaru was waiting for him to expose even more of his bases before swooping in to finish the job and scoop up all the good loot. Although observation hockey couldn't sense the strength of machines or robots, this war mech's defense, offense, and mobility were all quite impressive. If it hadn't run into Kizaru and Tatsumaki, it would have been a tough opponent for any lower-ranked S-Class hero. Ever since he decided to become Fleet Admiral, Kizaru had developed a bad habit: he just couldn't stand to see good tech go to waste. Anything that could benefit the Navy, he had to bring back to HQ. Once Tony, Orochimaru, and AI Hybra succeeded in replicating the Pure Gold project. Kizaru was planning to give a piece of pure gold to each of the Navy's top brass: Admiral Sengoku, Vice Admiral Garp, Vice Admiral Tsuru, and Old Man Zephyr. That way, they could keep shining in high positions within the Navy. After all, retiring at 60 or 70 was such a waste, especially someone like Garp, an elite powerhouse who could easily stay active at sea for a few more decades. The association's top brass just sent a request to speak. Do you want to talk to them? Fubuki frowned as she asked. At first, she had the same attitude as Tatsumaki, thinking Kizaru was making a fuss over nothing. But after witnessing the war mech's attack, she had to admit she'd underestimated Metal Knight's ambition. TCH, fine, connect the call. Otherwise that damn fat guy might show up in person, what a pain. Kizaru said lazily. These top officials at the Hero Association were just like the Navy higher-ups he used to deal with, always thinking too highly of themselves, as if heroes and Marines were just pawns to command. Anyone who dared push back was labeled unruly and needed to be taught a lesson to set an example. If Kizaru hadn't debuted as an S-Class hero, which gave the association some pause, he would have already been buried under layers of suppression by now, especially if he were just an A-Class or B-Class hero. Swift Flash, you. As soon as the video call connected, a fat man named William from the association's upper management immediately started to yell, trying to confront Kizaru. Even though he was at the bottom of the high-level food chain, he couldn't stand Kizaru repeatedly cutting off his calls. Take a good look. Is this the compensation your so-called Metal Knight offered? Before William could finish his tirade, Kizaru shoved the remains of the war mech right into the camera. 1 second he was ready to throw a fit, the next he froze like a duck with its neck clamped shut, his words stuck in his throat. The Hero Association had plenty of heroes using tech-based weapons, but few, if any, could create humanoid mechs of such precision. Most people would instinctively link it to Metal Knight. That's why Dr. Beaufoy's original plan had been to eliminate everyone present. Even if suspicion fell on him later, as long as there was no solid proof, someone would cover for him. To avoid exposing internal strife, the association itself would even help cover it up. What he didn't expect was that Tatsumaki happened to be with Kizaru, and that this newly promoted S-Class hero was far stronger than anticipated. The war mech he deployed not only failed to eliminate Kizaru but ended up exposing his assassination plot against another S-Class hero. This is just some wreckage. Not enough to prove Metal Knight was involved. Calm down, we'll contact Metal Knight from HQ. I'm sure he wouldn't do something like this. William stammered, trying to explain the situation, all while cursing Metal Knight and the rest of the association's upper management in his mind. Of all times, they chose now to make a move on Swift Flash. Seriously? And what the hell was wrong with that lunatic Metal Knight? Had he been drinking motor oil again? Did he not know that Tornado of Terror, the S-Class rank 2, Swift Flash, rank 9, and Flashy Flash, rank 14, were all in the same place? Who gave Metal Knight the courage to provoke 3 S-Class heroes at once? To be fair, if Dr. Beaufoy had been there, he would have defended himself, he had no idea about Tatsumaki's relationship with Kizaru. He even tried to move Flashy elsewhere on purpose. Then go contact him. Oh, and remind Metal Knight for me. Sure, sometimes the most dangerous place is also the safest, but if you're going to run, at least run far. Hiding less than 20 kilometers away from your last base. That's basically useless. Kazaru shrugged. He'd sensed Metal Knight move for a bit before stopping again. He couldn't tell if the underground rat had just built two bases close together, or if he really thought that distance would keep him safe. Either way, as the one preparing to wipe Metal Knight off the map, Kizaru figured it was only fair to let the men know, if you want to go up against him, you'd better be ready to become public enemy number one. What do you mean? William froze, asking instinctively. But before he could even finish, the screen went black. Swift Flash had hung up again. Even though William was known as the most mild-mannered among the upper management, he was absolutely seething. He'd lost count of how many times Swift Flash had cut off their calls now. The guy clearly didn't respect him at all. Only now did William finally understand why the higher-ups before him had always looked down on the S-class heroes. He used to mock the other execs in his head for being overly concerned with pride. But now that he was the one getting humiliated by an S-class hero, he realized just how hard it was to manage this group of bastards. Kizaru, meanwhile, had no idea the other S-class heroes were now being blamed on his behalf. Even Metal Knight, who was only using the association as a platform for his experiments, wasn't as dismissive of the upper management as Kizaru was. Fubuki, standing to the side, felt that maybe this behavior was a little inappropriate, but since Kizaru would eventually return to the pirate world, she didn't say much. Saitama and Genos didn't really care about the association's hierarchy either, and as for Tatsumaki, she even shot Kizaru an approving look. With her dominant personality, she actually admired Kizaru's approach. She was sick of the association treating her like some kind of ultimate weapon. If it weren't for her own desire to keep crushing monsters, she probably would have ditched them all like Kizaru already. Meanwhile, William was furious but had no choice but to reconnect with the other execs and call another emergency meeting. Before, it had just been Swift Flash threatening to take out Metal Knight. Now, Metal Knight had actually launched an attack, and had a mech unit blown to pieces by Swift Flash, with only one leg left. It was clear this was about to escalate. With Swift Flash's side outnumbering Metal Knight's, the Doctor probably didn't stand a chance. If they fought again, it could get ugly fast. What the hell? I was about to go to a charity gala, why another meeting? Couldn't you have settled this with a smaller group? I'm supposed to be at my granddaughter's wedding. It's you again. William, I'm seriously starting to doubt your fitness as an executive in this association. The upper management, called into another meeting, were all visibly annoyed. Every single one of them had their own industries to run. Though there were many reasons they'd ended up on the association's board, none of them liked being summoned like this all the time, even if it was just a virtual conference. William, what's going on? The voice belonged to Lady Peruse, representative of the Agni family at the Hero Association. The moment she spoke, the rest of the room fell quiet. Even among the wealthy elite, there was a pecking order. Lady Peruse was not only the Agni representative but also one of that magnate's most trusted aides. Her net worth far exceeded most others present. Even the most hot-tempered among them didn't dare get on her bad side. Lady Peruse. Metal Knight and Swift Flash are already fighting. Metal Knight sent a robot to launch an attack, but it got wrecked. Swift Flash is refusing to reconcile, he's now threatening to take Metal Knight out for good. William responded with a bitter expression. He could already see it. After today, the rest of the execs would see him as a useless burden who couldn't resolve conflict and only brought them trouble. Even worse, no matter who won or lost between Metal Knight and Swift Flash, the fact that S-class heroes were fighting amongst themselves would be nearly impossible to cover up. Especially now that Metal Knight had made the first move and Swift Flash had smashed his bot to pieces, there was no backing down from this. Whichever side lost, he, the one who failed to de-escalate things, would take the biggest hit. Ridiculous. Are you telling me Metal Knight launched a preemptive attack on Swift Flash? Madame Peruse couldn't help but mutter a quiet curse. Her earlier, kind reminder to Metal Knight certainly wasn't meant to make things worse. If she ended up dragged into this mess, all the careful work she'd done over the years within the Hero Association would be wasted. Wait, isn't Metal Knight ranked 6th among the S-class? Why is he losing to the 9th-ranked Flashy Flash? A senior official, who didn't seem all that invested in the association's current affairs, couldn't help but ask. Officially, S-class rankings weren't strictly based on strength, but higher-ranked heroes usually were stronger than those ranked lower. Metal Knight, as a veteran S-class hero, had more seniority than most of the officials present. Plus, his mysterious nature meant no one really knew how many tricks he had hidden up his sleeve. So when the conflict between Metal Knight and Swift Flash was reported, most officials assumed Flashy Flash stood no chance. But the reality was that Swift Flash had aggressively confronted Metal Knight, destroyed one of his robots, and even forced the official William to call an emergency meeting to discuss how to respond. The fact that a mere 9th ranked S-class could cause such trouble left that official incredulous. Swift Flash's ranking isn't a normal promotion. Technically, he's a rookie. He was promoted straight to 9th for single-handedly taking down a dragon-level threat, another official explained kindly. Most other S-class heroes climbed the rank steadily, their power roughly matching their rank. Swift Flash, however, was still at 9th simply because he hadn't had the chance to move up yet. Not only that, but Swift Flash's subordinate, Flashy Flash, who's ranked 14th, has voluntarily joined Swift Flash training camp. Even the second-ranked S-class, Tatsumaki, seems to be siding with him. William scratched his thinning hair with a grim expression. He had a sinking feeling that by the time this issue was resolved, he might be completely bald. The previously indifferent officials suddenly became uneasy at the mention of Tatsumaki. After all, she was the Hero Association's trump card, their best weapon. How had she suddenly linked up with Swift Flash? And why was she helping him go against Metal Knight? Degree. Chapter 175, Prophecy. Wait. Why is Tatsumaki helping Swift Flash? Isn't Swift Flash a new S-class? This kind of factionalism can't be allowed. If even S-class heroes start forming cliques, what's the point of the association? Recall Tatsumaki immediately and demand an explanation. The officials erupted in anger, demanding William bring Tatsumaki back at once. Perhaps because Tatsumaki had always been obedient in the past, the officials were now under a misconception, some even shouted to hold her responsible. Calm down, everyone. William, explain what's going on. How does Tatsumaki know Swift Flash? Why is she helping him? Seeing the chaos, Madame Peruse had to rap on the table to call for order. She was annoyed that Tatsumaki had sided with Swift Flash, but as an experienced veteran, she quickly realized the association's control over Tatsumaki was far weaker than they believed. Once Tatsumaki chose to oppose the association, aside from revoking her S-class title and privileges, which were weak threats, they had no way to change her mind. The thought sent a chill down Madame Peruse's spine. She had to admit the officials, including herself, had been far too complacent over the years. Fortunately, there was still time to react and fix things. It's still unclear, but I suspect it has something to do with Fubuki. She's ranked first among the B-class and is Tatsumaki's only biological sister, William said uncertainly. Several officials showed puzzled expressions, so he elaborated. For most officials, only S-class heroes were worth attention or influence. Many barely regarded S-class heroes as anything more than muscle and ignored B-class heroes entirely. Even Fubuki, who led the largest faction of B-class heroes, was dismissed as a mere B-class fan club. So Tatsumaki has a sister. How strong is she? Why is she still B-class? An interested official asked. Few knew of Tatsumaki and Fubuki's relationship, partly because Tatsumaki wanted to protect her sister, and partly because Fubuki didn't want to advertise having an S-class number 2 sister. Mostly, the officials simply didn't know. Most S-class heroes' data was public knowledge within the association, anyone curious could find it. Fubuki is also an Esper. Her strength places her around the upper middle of the A-class. She simply doesn't want to be promoted. Seeing the other top brass all turning their attention toward him, William had no choice but to speak up and explain. To be honest, he had only just finished reviewing Tatsumaki's file. Before this, he only knew of her as the Hero Association's ultimate weapon. He hadn't even realized she had a younger sister. When they heard that Fubuki's strength only ranked around mid-tier among A-class heroes, the executive who had asked earlier immediately lost interest. To the upper echelon, S-class heroes could still be considered valuable tools. But A-class heroes? At best, they were expendable. Unless it was someone like Sweet Mask, who had S-class level strength and massive public influence, an A-class hero wouldn't even qualify to speak with them directly. Then what's the connection between Tatsumaki's sister and Flashy Flash? One of the executives, still not fully grasping the situation, couldn't help but ask. The ones who'd just been shouting about summoning Tatsumaki or demanding an explanation from her were also starting to catch on. Their ability to control Tatsumaki was minimal. If she chose to act independently, there wasn't much the higher-ups could do beyond watching helplessly. The first time Swift appeared, he was with Fubuki. Based on our investigation, his earliest confirmed sighting was at the Blizzard Group's headquarters. And according to witnesses, he even celebrated her birthday with her. There's a high chance they're in a relationship. Just thinking about it gave William a headache. On one side was the Hero Association, on the other, his own brother-in-law. It wasn't hard to guess which side Tatsumaki would choose. After William's explanation, the top brass looked around at each other, unsure of what to say. Even by their simplistic metric of judging power by hero rankings, there was no question, S-class rank 2 and rank 9, plus Flashy Flash at rank 14, there was no scenario where Metal Knight, ranked only 6th, could take them all on. Is there really no room to turn this around? What if we approached them under the association's name? and offered a large compensation package, one of the younger execs suggested. For once, the others, who usually cried poor whenever money came up, stayed quiet. Compared to an unprecedented internal conflict among S-class heroes, a hefty compensation payment was still within their acceptable loss range. This, too, was one of the reasons Kizaru had always looked down on these so-called higher-ups. Even in moments of crisis, they never cared about right or wrong, only trying to buy their way out with money or influence. But they always forgot, there are people in this world who cannot be bought. How could a soaring hawk ever be tempted by rotting carrion praised by crows? Highly unlikely. Swift definitely isn't hurting for money. William's mouth twitched slightly. There were plenty of rich heroes registered with the association, just doing it for fun. But someone like Kazaru, who would casually throw down hundreds of kilograms of gold just to buy a mansion and an entire plot of land. That was on another level entirely. Either way, we can't let Swift do whatever he wants. The Hero Association must maintain order. The association must act, we have to stop him. We can't allow these factions among the heroes to grow. Honestly, I say we shut down Swift's training camp altogether. Normally the upper brass bickered constantly. But when it came to issues of great importance, they always managed to unite. Even S-class heroes were expected to submit to the authority and regulation of the association's leadership. But just as the heated discussion continued and William sat there with a bitter look, having faced Kizaru multiple times before, a top-level emergency alert was suddenly delivered. Under normal circumstances, even a demon-level disaster wouldn't interrupt a meeting of the upper brass. But this alert was different, it was handed directly to every executive present. For a split second, they all thought Swift had already clashed with Metal Knight, or worse, that Metal Knight had been killed. But when they opened the alert and saw the content, they were all left speechless. The prophet Shibabawa had made her final prophecy before death. The Earth was doomed. There were far too many examples proving Shibabawa's prophecies were frighteningly accurate. The very existence of the Hero Association itself was tied to one of her early predictions. And to this day, her accuracy rate remained at 100%. A warning from a prophet of this caliber, especially one like Shibabawa, meant even the highest ranks of the Hero Association had to treat it with the utmost seriousness. And the fact that she died shortly after delivering the prophecy only made people more inclined to believe in its authenticity. The Earth is doomed. The very official who had been the loudest earlier, demanding restrictions on the S-class heroes, was now stammering, barely able to speak. Verify the source immediately. Madame Peruse, pale-faced, dialed her aides and secretaries on a private line, while also instructing the staff to double-check everything. Some of the more cautious executives even sent people in person to confirm Shibabawa's death. Only when every channel confirmed both her death and the authenticity of her prophecy did the upper brass truly grasp the severity of the situation. Shibabawa had prophesied that Earth would face an unprecedented crisis within 6 months. Not even dragon-level threats had ever pushed her to issue such a dire warning before. Could it be a theoretical, god-level disaster? The atmosphere in the meeting room turned unbearably heavy. If the Earth really was finished, what would happen to the upper echelons of the association, the ones who thrived like parasites atop the organization? Even Madame Peruse fell silent. It wasn't until long after that someone finally broke the silence. So, should we still be trying to warn Swift Flash? A younger executive hesitantly spoke up. Including Swift, the camp now had 3 S-class heroes on its side. 3 versus 1, even the most obtuse members of the association leadership realized that in light of an impending global disaster, it was crucial to win Swift Flash's faction over. Metal Knight is still essential to the association. Another executive rubbed his temples with a troubled expression. They were still counting on Metal Knight to help rebuild HQ, at the very least, they couldn't afford a repeat of the vaccine man incident, where the building had almost been flattened. Ensuring the safety of association leadership was top priority. Without them, who would protect humanity and the planet? It's those S-class heroes' fault, always so selfish, never thinking of the bigger picture. Isn't there some kind of win-win solution? We should try to negotiate first. This isn't the time for infighting. After the initial shock and panic wore off, the association higher-ups began to collect themselves. But when they spoke now, the commanding tone from earlier was nowhere to be found. William, we're putting you in charge of calming down Swift Flash. Try to win him over, give him whatever terms he wants. And if you really can't reach a deal, at least delay the conflict until after the 6 months. The ever-stern and rigid Madame Peruse now seemed unusually kind and maternal, just short of offering to adopt William as her godson. William's face twisted into a bitter grimace. If he had known he'd end up taking the fall, he would have just stood by and watched City J get flattened by the Deep Sea tribe. No way would he have reached out to Kizaru. After all, no matter how much destruction the monsters caused, a hero would eventually show up to clean it up. The worst that would happen was some extra losses to his business ventures, not like now, getting inexplicably tied to Swift's drama. But with Madame Peruse and the other higher-ups backing the decision, there was nothing he could do. All he could do was adjust his mindset after the meeting, even hiring a negotiation expert to help script his lines before finally contacting Kizaru. Ahem. Lord Swift Flash. William forced his most pleasant smile. Though he always ended their conversations sounding like he was begging, this was the first time he was lowering himself from the very start. The crisis threatening Earth's destruction was just too dire. Even Madame Peruse, who was normally stricter than a military drill sergeant, had started putting on a gentle face. So someone like William, barely a mid-tier exec, didn't stand a chance. Spit it out. No need for fluff, Kizaru said from the other end of the video call. He was grilling skewers, and despite speaking to a Hero Association executive, he didn't even bother turning to look at the screen. William swallowed all the small talk he'd prepared. Kizaru had already hung up on him more than once, and he wasn't about to risk it happening again by beating around the bush. A huge sum, a massive amount of money. Enough to buy 10 times the land you just acquired. As long as you're willing to drop the issue with Metal Knight, the money will be in your account within the hour. Not daring to stall, William laid all his cards on the table. The training facility Kizaru had purchased was technically in the suburbs, but covering over 20 square kilometers, the land wasn't cheap. A regular S-class hero wouldn't be able to afford that land even with 50 years of stipend payments. Yet now, with just a single nod, Kizaru could walk away with 10 times that value, within the hour. And that wasn't even the association's final offer. As long as they could prevent infighting between S-class heroes during a crisis of this magnitude, the higher-ups were willing to pay far more. TCH. Do I look like someone strapped for cash? Lily. Kizaru had hoped the Hero Association might offer something creative to sway him. Turned out these execs were even more useless than the Navy brass from back home. At least those guys knew to figure out what Kizaru actually wanted. These association fossils. All they thought about was money. They probably figured Kizaru was just another greedy power player like them. But Kizaru had been one of the richest people in the pirate world, and in this one-punch universe, where gold was still a hard currency, he might very well be the richest. Did these old fossils really think they could buy him? Besides, Kizaru wasn't even native to this world. Money here meant next to nothing to him. The only use it had was to win favor with Tatsumaki and Fubuki, that's it. No other purpose. Wait. Don't hang up. There's more, we're willing to negotiate. I have a huge secret to tell you. Seeing that Kizaru wasn't even pretending to entertain the idea, and worse, looked like he was about to end the call, William panicked and shouted. Kizaru had just opened his mouth to tell Lily to end the call, but when he saw how desperate William looked, like he was about to bust through the screen to stop him, he reluctantly lifted a hand to signal Lily to wait. Speak. I don't want to hear any crap. He poked the skewer in his hand with a knife. It felt done, so he casually handed it to Fubuki before finally glancing at the comm screen. The man was an executive of the Hero Association, after all. If he had a huge secret, it might just be worth hearing. Degree. Chapter 176, Spicy. Earth is doomed. William took a deep breath, doing his best to look serious and grave, afraid that he wouldn't be able to make Swift grasp the severity of the situation. Say that again. Kizaru's mouth twitched. He didn't have a mirror handy right now, or else he could have seen how ridiculous his own expression looked. He had expected William to try a number of persuasive tactics, but starting off with Earth is doomed. That was one hell of a lead. Earth is doomed. What kind of joke is that? You think we're all idiots? Tatsumaki glanced at the skewer Fubuki had just gotten from Kizaru, a little irritated that she didn't get one herself. Annoyed, she immediately fired off a round of sarcasm at William. As the second-ranked S-class hero, Tatsumaki's standing in the Hero Association was just below the top brass. If Earth were truly facing a crisis, there was no reason to keep it from her, the so-called ultimate weapon. It's true. Earth is doomed. That was the prophecy made not long ago by the great seer, Shibabawa. William's expression was grim as he spoke. He wanted to believe this bad news was just a misunderstanding, but Shibabawa's final prophecy had been confirmed through multiple channels. Even after the official meeting, senior figures from the association personally traveled to Shibabawa's hidden residence to confirm it again, just to make absolutely sure nothing was off. Shibabawa, who the heck is that supposed to be? Kizaru rubbed his forehead, feeling a bit helpless. If he remembered correctly, there had been some kind of crisis that almost wiped out Earth in another world. But it had been too long, he couldn't recall the details. Something about a guy who looked like a scion attacking Earth, only to get wrecked by a bald man. Then again, in the One Punch Man world, that kind of thing happened constantly. Some ultra-powerful boss would show up, act almighty, and then get one-punched by Saitama. It happened so often that Kizaru couldn't even keep the story straight anymore. Shibabawa is the greatest prophet in history. Every prophecy she's made so far has had a 100% accuracy rate. Seeing that Kazaru seemed unimpressed, William raised his voice, trying to make it clear this wasn't some prank. Shibabawa's prophecy mattered. If it really came from Shibabawa, it might actually be true. Fubuki looked uneasily at Kizaru. Her instinct was to open the group chat and ask the member from the Swallowed Star world to confirm the situation. Their relationship wasn't great, but when the fate of the entire planet was at stake, she knew he wouldn't mess with her. I'm going to confirm the prophecy with Shibabawa myself. Tatsumaki furrowed her brows and turned to leave. Shibabawa's location was a well-kept secret to most people, but not to her, the number 2 S-class hero. She had been assigned to protect Shibabawa on more than one occasion, so naturally she knew where the Great Seer lived. No need. After making the prophecy, Shibabawa got too worked up emotionally and choked to death on a cough drop. But we've already verified the prophecy thoroughly, it's absolutely authentic. Even William found the cause of death hard to stomach. The most powerful seer, yet she couldn't foresee her own death. Thankfully, neither Fubuki nor Tatsumaki seemed too shocked. Maybe they already had an idea of how unique Shibabawa was. Honestly, that kind of death was perfectly in line with her style. A crisis big enough to doom Earth. Could it be a god-level threat? Did Shibabawa say when this disaster would strike? Tatsumaki asked with a frown. Even someone as proud and confident as she was couldn't help feeling uneasy in the face of a theoretical god-level catastrophe. After all, this time the crisis involved the survival of Earth, and even humanity itself. It wasn't something she could hope to solve on her own. But seeing Kizaru standing nearby, Tatsumaki's mood calmed a bit. Even if it really was a god-level disaster, as long as she and Kizaru joined forces, she was confident they could pull through. In half a year, a catastrophic crisis capable of wiping out Earth will arrive. William finished his statement and immediately looked toward Kizaru, hoping this newly promoted S-class hero would see the bigger picture and understand the hard choice the association's leadership had made. So, you want me to stop going after Metal Knight, or at least wait until this half-year crisis is over before settling things with him? Kizaru chuckled coldly. He knew exactly what these guys were thinking. Back then, if it hadn't been for Old Man Kong, still an admiral at the time, recognizing his potential and going out of his way to protect him. With Kizaru's then rebellious nature, he would have clashed with the rotting upper brass of the Navy long ago. Heck, One Piece might have ended up with a different pirate king. If you can wait just half a year, once the crisis has passed, I guarantee on behalf of the Association HQ, we won't interfere at all with your dispute with Metal Knight. William had no choice but to make a compromise. As long as they could get past this crisis, he couldn't care less about Metal Knight's fate. Even if it meant falling out with the rest of the Association's top brass, he swore he'd never deal with Kizaru again. Not even the most eccentric S-class hero had ever been this hard to manage. Kizaru handled them like someone who'd wrangled bureaucrats 1,000 times over. Sounds reasonable, but I refuse. Kizaru replied lazily. Just as a flicker of relief crossed William's face, Kizaru's next words threw him straight into the abyss. Don't be fooled by William's promise that they wouldn't interfere after the crisis. Once the danger passed, these guys would flip the script in a heartbeat. Kizaru had spent years in the Navy, first dealing with the Navy's leadership, then with the world government's higher-ups. The one iron rule he learned was, always expect the worst from bureaucrats. These people were more shameless than literal dog-based devil fruit users. Even if the association's upper brass weren't quite as depraved as the Navy's or the world government's, Kizaru wouldn't believe a single comma of what they promised. Why? You're not even willing to wait half a year. Everything we're doing is for humanity, for Earth. William was furious, his jowls quivering with rage. He'd already offered such a huge concession, and this bastard still wouldn't budge. Oh. And what's that got to do with me? Kizaru wasn't bothered at all by William's outrage. He knew it was a rhetorical trap, and yet walked straight into it with a smirk. His sheer brazenness completely disarmed William. He wanted to accuse Kizaru of ignoring the bigger picture, but neither Tatsumaki nor Fubuki said a word to oppose him. Fubuki understood, Kizaru wasn't even from this world to begin with. The fact that he was even helping made her deeply grateful. There was no reason to burden him with the duty of protecting Earth and mankind. As for Tatsumaki, she was just protective of her own and trusted both Fubuki and Kizaru. She completely ignored William's attempts to stir up conflict. I'm going to report your words exactly as they are to the rest of the top brass. William's rage was so intense that the fat on his face trembled. Kizaru's shamelessness had left him utterly at a loss. Even someone as selfish as Metal Knight had never outright said, "Screw it," the way Kizaru just had. Be my guest. Kizaru sneered and signaled for Lily to end the call. If a disaster ever came that even he couldn't handle, well, wasn't Saitama still around? At worst, Kizaru could always ask that guy from Swallowed Star in the chat group. There was no reason he shouldn't remember the major events of this world. A major crisis within the next 6 months, huh? Looks like I'll need to work even harder to get stronger. Genos clenched his fists, blazing with determination. Seeing that, Kizaru genuinely hesitated for a moment. Maybe he should consider giving Genos a devil fruit, an animal type one at the very least. That way, Genos could have a body that kept growing stronger. Sure, cyborg upgrades were flashy and powerful, and Genos had become stronger with every enhancement, but mechanical augmentations had an upper limit. Simply put, Genos's strength was capped by Dr. Casino's technological ceiling. His own effort had become a secondary factor, and to Kizaru, that was a bit of a shame. He genuinely admired Genos. Strong, handsome, full of justice, and crucially, he could do housework. What a waste to have him just tagging along behind Saitama. Compared to that, Kizaru's own underlings, aside from Dragon back in the day, were basically a bunch of duds. Vivian was the only one with some promise, but even she was always scheming to take him down. People these days, no loyalty at all. If it's within 6 months, that might be a little tricky, Fubuki said with a concerned look. Kizaru wasn't planning to stay long. Once the replica of the pure gold was completed, or after a month passed, he'd have to return to the One Piece world. If a global crisis struck Earth after that, there was no guarantee he'd be able to make it back in time. Don't worry. I've got this. Kizaru gave her a reassuring glance. With the group chat, he could be summoned instantly. At the speed of light, he could reach any part of Earth in under a second. There was no such thing as too late. Still, just to be safe, he planned to check in with the Swallowed Star guy later and confirm that nothing unexpected was brewing. If Earth did get destroyed, Fubuki could still escape to the One Piece world or somewhere else. But Tatsumaki couldn't, she wasn't part of the dimensional chat group. Of course, that was the worst-case scenario. With Saitama around, basically a walking cheat code, even if the One Piece world got wiped out, One Punch Man's world would still be standing. A crisis that could destroy Earth. Saitama muttered, sprinkling chili powder on the freshly grilled seafood. In his head, he was fantasizing about a powerful enemy emerging from the ground, someone strong enough to surpass even Kizaru, and challenging him to an epic, 3-day-long fight. It would have to be someone who could take at least 100, no, 1,000 punches. Only then would he finally get a good fight in. But as he imagined it, his hand slipped. He dumped way too much chili powder. The grilled squid was now a bright, fiery red, just looking at it made his forehead sweat. If it were Kizaru, he'd have tossed it without a second thought, or force-fed it to some unlucky soul. But Saitama just took a deep breath and stuffed it into his mouth with a determined expression. He'd already asked around, this seafood had been flown in as top-tier luxury ingredients. Wasting even one bite would be a crime in his book. Even if it was laced with poison instead of chili, he still wouldn't want to waste it. One bite in and Saitama almost breathed fire. It was that spicy. But he powered through and swallowed the blazing hot squid. TCH. Here, have some water to cool down. Kizaru handed him a glass of ice water, except, by the time it reached Saitama, the ice had already melted and faint wisps of steam were rising from the cup. Clearly, helpful, Kizaru had heated it up. Saitama, still reeling from the spice, didn't think twice and chugged it down. If his IQ was 120 when snatching grocery store sales, then on a regular day, he was lucky to hit 80. No wonder he always seemed spaced out. Thanks. Whoa. Hot. Spicy. Saitama's face turned beet red. Steam pouring out of him, he suddenly bolted like a wind-up toy on overdrive, trying to use the rushing air to cool his mouth. A whirlwind tore through the massive training ground. One moment he was standing still, the next, he was a streak of motion zooming across the field, leaving stunned heroes in his wake. So fast. Even faster than Flashy Flash. Who is this guy? No way, that's a human, right? The heroes gaped at Saitama's disappearing figure. Just a moment ago, they were mocking him for trying to cozy up to Kizaru. But now. Clearly, anyone who could hang around someone as fast as Kizaru wasn't ordinary at all. Saitama. Covered in sweat, Mumen Rider swallowed hard. He never imagined that a former classmate from his school days would grow to this level. But his expression quickly hardened with resolve. Right now, what he was most grateful for was joining Swift Flash's training camp. The sense that anyone could become stronger as long as they worked hard gave him hope that he could one day catch up to, or even surpass, Saitama. Degree. Chapter 177, incoming. Huff. Huff. Thought I was gonna die. Saitama paused, holding his swollen lips. The wind definitely helped take away some of the heat and spiciness, but the combination of half a bottle of chili powder and a large cup of hot water left a deep impression. Sensei, some milk should help. Genos offered him a chilled glass of milk while trying to figure out what deeper lesson his teacher was trying to convey. After thinking long and hard, he still couldn't find an answer. Regretfully, he chalked it up to the gap between him and his master and jotted it down in his notebook to ponder later. Having learned his lesson, Saitama cautiously felt the cup. Once he confirmed it was cold milk, he let out a sigh of relief and downed it in one go. Immediately, the fiery burn in his throat faded, washed away by the cool, smooth milk. Ah, that feels good. I'm alive again. Saitama looked half enlightened, and even more incredibly, the swelling on his lips faded just as fast. What a weirdo. Tatsumaki studied him with suspicion. That kind of speed definitely wasn't what a C-class hero should be capable of. In the past, with her proud nature, she would have just chalked it up to psychic powers being supreme and ignored Saitama altogether. But after being disciplined by Kizaru, the once arrogant Tatsumaki had been forced to face reality a little more clearly. She had to admit, aside from Blast, there were indeed others in this world whose strength was on par with, or even beyond, hers. Just as she was about to ask Kizaru for more info on Saitama, she noticed the jerk had his eyes closed, seemingly resting. Tatsumaki instinctively opened her mouth to call his name, but then paused. She glanced at Fubuki, who was also dozing nearby, and carefully slid closer to Kazaru. The oversized beach chair still had plenty of space left, even with Kazaru lying on it. Tatsumaki nestled herself right into his chest. Not far away, Lily looked absolutely shocked. As Fubuki's loyal secretary, she had long known that Tatsumaki was her older sister. The problem was, in her eyes, Tatsumaki was strong, overbearing, and unreasonable. Even Lady Fubuki could only grit her teeth and endure her sister's tyranny. So when had that all changed? When did the all-powerful Tatsumaki turn into a girl who liked to cuddle? Sensing someone's gaze, Tatsumaki, who had just settled comfortably into Kizaru's chest, suddenly raised her head and shot Lily a death glare that almost made the poor girl pee herself. As Lily frantically turned around and pretended not to have seen anything, Tatsumaki gave a satisfied nod. She lightly patted Kizaru's firm chest, made sure he was still asleep, then contentedly snuggled back in. Meanwhile, Kizaru was busy chatting away in the group chat. He could feel Tatsumaki leaning against him but didn't really pay it much mind. Kizaru at passerby trying to hug Luo Feng's thigh. You there, bro? Kobayashi, huh? What's up, Kizaru-san? Kizaru, nothing major. Just heard there might be a big crisis brewing in Fubuki's world, so I wanted to see if you had any intel. Passerby trying to hug Luo Feng's thigh. I'm here. Huh? Big crisis. Monster Association. Or Garu. I only watched up to the Garu arc, got ice-guyed before I could finish. Kizaru, don't ream, cough, not sure. Just that some prophet named Shibaba or something predicted the Earth's doomed within 6 months. Fubuki, it's Shibabawa. She's the most accurate prophet known so far, every single one of her predictions has come true. Kobayashi, sugoi. A real prophet. AI Hybera, 100% accuracy. Sounds like a scam artist. Has anyone actually seen her? Fubuki, I haven't, but my sister once had a mission to protect her. She said Shibabawa was the real deal. Thanks to her, the Hero Association has survived multiple crises. She's definitely not a fraud. Tony Stark, hey, you never know. There are some pretty slick scammers out there who make vague predictions so they always seem right in hindsight. Orochimaru, heh. I know one idiot who spent years chasing a prophecy. Still out there, probably. Hermione Granger, personally, I think so-called prophets are just charlatans, fooling people by using information others don't know to achieve their own goals. Random guy trying to cling to Luo Feng's coattails. Prophets, huh, yeah, that was a thing, right? Let me think. Boros. That's it. I remember now, the next arc should be the cosmic overlord Boros. Random guy trying to cling to Luo Feng's coattails. Boros arrives in a spaceship to attack Earth, looking for the warrior from the prophecy who can match him in battle. In the end, he runs into the bald demon king, Saitama, and gets blown away with a single punch. Fubuki, Saitama. You mean that clueless bald guy? Kizaru, I see, in a way, you could say the prophecy did come true. Though honestly, I doubt the warrior it spoke of was really Saitama. Random guy trying to cling to Luo Feng's coattails, as expected of Lord Kizaru. Honestly, we thought the same when reading the manga. A lot of people believed the warrior in the prophecy was actually Garu. Random guy trying to cling to Luo Feng's coattails. Saitama's such a broken OP character, I doubt even a prophet could predict someone like him exists. Kizaru, Cosmic Overlord Boros, sounds pretty strong. Random guy trying to cling to Luo Feng's coattails. He is strong, basically the Scion template. Only his transformation isn't as busted as a Super Scion. Random guy trying to cling to Luo Feng's coattails. Wait a sec. Lord Kizaru, don't tell me you're planning to fight Boros. Kizaru, why not? At my level, I sometimes want a worthy opponent to test myself against. Saitama excluded, of course. I still don't know how strong that guy actually is. Random guy trying to cling to Luo Feng's coattails. You're incredible, Lord Kizaru. Just be careful. Boros is legit. Before Garu's final form came along, Boros was universally seen as the strongest after the bald demon king. Isteth, you guys talking about someone powerful? A strong enemy showing up? Random guy trying to cling to Luo Feng's coattails. Yeah, kinda. But he's so strong that probably only Lord Kazaru here could go toe-to-toe with Boros in our whole chat group. Orochimaru, at Kazaru if you get the chance, take Boros down and sell me his corpse. Random guy trying to cling to Luo Feng's coattails. That might not work, Lord Orochimaru. Boros doesn't use chakra, so I'm not sure you'd get much out of him. Orochimaru, hey. I want to see if I can use Edo Tensei to summon Boros. Random guy trying to cling to Luo Feng's coattails. Holy crap. Lord Orochimaru, your brain is even more outrageous than mine. Kizaru, the real issue is, do we even know when Boros is supposed to show up? I can't just stay here waiting forever. Fubuki, Kizaru only has a little over half a month left here. If Boros comes after that, it'll be a problem. Random guy trying to cling to Luo Feng's coattails. Where are you guys at in the story right now? Has the House of Evolution appeared yet? What about Deep Sea King? Kizaru, already ran into Deep Sea King, but haven't heard anything about the House of Evolution. Random guy trying to cling to Luo Feng's coattails. Oh, I see. Then it's close, Boros should be showing up soon. You guys might want to head to Hero Association HQ and wait him out. Random guy trying to cling to Luo Feng's coattails. If I remember right, the Boros arc happens not long after the Deep Sea King fight, shouldn't be more than a few days apart. Kizaru, Hero Association HQ, huh? I think I've been there before. Fubuki, yeah, it's in City A. We went there after you took out Vaccine Men, it's pretty close to City B. Kizaru, perfect. I've been meaning to have a good talk with the higher-ups anyway. Hermione Granger, everyone, may I ask, when you travel to other worlds, is there anything important to keep in mind? I mean, how exactly do you travel between worlds? Back in her room, Hermione had returned home. She bit her lip nervously as she stared at the dialogue projected on her Transfiguration textbook. She'd already learned how to project the chat group interface in her mind, but after being mistaken for daydreaming several times, she'd gone back to projecting it on her textbook instead. No one else could see the chat group anyway, and when others thought she was reading a book, they instinctively avoided disturbing her. The reason she wanted to visit other worlds was actually pretty simple. Young witches weren't allowed to use magic outside of Hogwarts, otherwise, the Ministry of Magic would send a warning. For someone like Hermione, who was both diligent and passionate about learning, that rule was incredibly annoying. But it didn't take her long to come up with a solution. Just travel to another world via the chat group and practice magic there. After all, there's no way the Ministry could detect her in another dimension, right? Having been sorted into Gryffindor, Hermione also had a natural courage and thirst for adventure, traits of a little lioness that were now fully on display. Luckily, the members of the dimensional chat group were generally friendly. Even Orochimaru could, barely, be considered a good guy. After all, he never turned rogue in this version and even became the fourth Hokage. Kobayashi, Hermione-chan wants to go to another world too. Then you'd better talk to Kizaru-san. He's the most experienced one in the group and super strong, he can protect you. Kizaru, you flatter me, Kobayashi. But if little Hermione does want to explore other worlds, just make sure to stay safe. Kizaru, if Fubuki doesn't mind, you could come to her place first. I can protect you there until you're ready to head out on your own. Fubuki, I keep forgetting to ask, Hermione, how old are you now? Hermione Granger, I'm 12. But please believe me, I can take care of myself. Fubuki, I didn't mean it like that. But if you're 12, I guess it's fine. Come on over. Fubuki decided to trust Kizaru's sense of decency, at least temporarily. Though her own sister Tatsumaki didn't look much older than 12, she was actually a full-grown adult at 28. Surely Kizaru wouldn't go so far as to make a move on a 12-year-old lowly, right? Hermione Granger, thanks. But I should let my parents know first. Is there anything I should bring? Like a change of clothes or something? Kizaru, no need to prepare anything. Clothes aren't necessary either, you can always go back and forth to change when needed. Hermione Granger, that's super convenient. I think I'm starting to really like this chat group. Kobayashi, haha, now I kinda want to visit another world too. But I've got overtime. So tired. I just wanna retire already. Random user who wants to cling to Luo Feng's leg. Kobayashi, why are you still working? Just trade some dimensional coins with Kizaru for gold, you could probably buy out your whole company. Kobayashi, huh. You're right. Why am I still working? Tony Stark, preach. I'm sick of the endless cycle of signing papers and sitting in meetings. Screw work. Mr. Stark is taking the day off. Xiaomei at random user who wants to cling to Luo Feng's legly gij. Nalan Yenran from the Yunlan sect really came to break off the engagement with Xiao Yengij. Random user, oh damn, the classic scene. 30 years east of the river, 30 years west of the river, don't bully the poor. 2333, make sure you record that moment. Xiaomei, I've already found a hiding spot. Just waiting for Xiao Yengij to show up and slay. Random user, nice. Once he becomes a Dough Emperor, you can use the recording to blackmail him. Flame Emperor, you wouldn't want your edgy teen cringe to go public, would you? AI Hybra, what kind of chaotic energy is this? When Kazaru finally logged off the chat group, he looked down and saw that Tatsumaki had fallen asleep snuggled in his arms. The past 2 nights had been rough on her, no wonder she was so exhausted. Next time, don't you dare bully my sister again. Fubuki had just walked in and caught sight of her sleeping sister. Her sharp, icy eyes shot Kizaru a glare as she lowered her voice with visible irritation. It's not my fault she's too competitive. Kizaru wore an expression of total innocence. He wasn't some scumbag who only cared about his own pleasure. Tatsumaki was the one who wouldn't back down, who insisted on challenging his authority. How could he be blamed? Degree. Chapter 178, Subbing Saitama. Fubuki scrunched her nose at Kizaru, then gently draped her fur coat over Tatsumaki, moving carefully to avoid waking her. Once she wakes up, let's head to City A and stay there for a few days. Kizaru casually pulled Tatsumaki into his arms, adjusting his posture to make her more comfortable. Asleep, Tatsumaki looked nothing like her usual proud, high and mighty self. Her petite frame curled up in Kizaru's embrace, both hands subconsciously clutching Fubuki's fur coat, inhaling the familiar scent as she drifted even deeper into sleep. What about the training camp? Fubuki hesitated. Not because she thought the camp was more important than facing off against the alien conqueror Boros, but because she couldn't quite figure out what to do about it. At first, she had doubts about the training camp's value. But by now, she fully understood how critical it was. The only regret was that most of her team had already been eliminated. Even just one more day could have made a big difference for them. Let Saitama keep an eye on it. He might seem like a fool, but his strength is flat out absurd. Kizaru still felt it was a shame. If only the chat group allowed non-members to travel to other worlds, he would have dragged Saitama along to give him a serious headache. All that, 800 years of world government dominance, nonsense, against overwhelming power, it was all just trash. Then again, maybe it was better this way. Smashing the world government and him with his own hands would be way more satisfying than relying on others. At the rate his power was growing, it wouldn't be long before Kizaru could walk right into Marie Joy's with his head held high and see for himself just how strong him really was. Fubuki remained skeptical. In theory, both Kizaru and the bystanders had no reason to lie to her, but it was still hard to take the idea seriously after seeing how goofy Saitama acted. Believing that bald guy was incredibly strong wasn't easy. Absurdly strong, you said. Tatsumaki stirred groggily in Kizaru's arms, raising her head with a dazed look. The way she looked half asleep actually made her seem even cuter than usual. Nothing serious, we were just saying we're heading to City A for a few days, gonna stay at the Hero Association HQ, wanna come with? Kizaru patted her head like he was petting a lazy cat. Given her size, Tatsumaki really did feel like a big cat to him. City A, back to HQ. That works. I was just about to go report in anyway. Tatsumaki sat up and stretched, her slim waist and soft little butt shifting against Kizaru's lap, an understated figure that was deceptively perfect. Otherwise, someone like Kizaru, a shameless, lecherous flirt, wouldn't have lost sleep over her just because of her stubborn pride. Sis, your body's actually really nice. Fubuki said enviously, eyeing Tatsumaki's inhumanly slender waist. Though she herself was a curvy beauty, maintaining it took constant care and effort. If she pigged out like Kizaru all the time, she'd have grown flab ages ago. Tatsumaki, on the other hand, despite not having a monster physique like Kizaru, could eat anything and never change a bit. From childhood to now, she stayed exactly the same. What are you saying? Embarrassed, Tatsumaki quickly bundled herself up in the oversized fur coat, wrapping her small frame tightly. After a few moments, she snapped out of her shyness and shot Fubuki an irritated glare. Truth be told, she was actually jealous of Fubuki's body, tall, curvy, glamorous. The kind of figure she dreamed of having. All right. I like both your bodies, no need to compare. Kizaru grinned and pulled Fubuki into his arms as well. A lover of all beauties, he didn't discriminate, whether it was a sultry lady or a petite cutie, whether flat to the world or heart of a giant, as long as they looked good, he was in. The sisters rolled their eyes in unison, while Lily in the background blushed furiously, hands covering her face. So spicy. This was the legendary sister combo. As expected of Lord Swift Flash. Ah. You want me to train them? When Saitama returned with Genos and heard Kizaru's request, he was momentarily stunned. He had come hoping to test his luck and maybe get a chance to fight Kizaru. How did this turn into being asked to train other heroes? This kind of opportunity was something many would kill for, but to a guy who hated hassle like Saitama, it was a total nightmare. Just as he was about to instinctively refuse, it hit him. He still needed to build a good relationship with Kizaru. Only after they became friends could he ask for a sparring match. Alright, I guess I can, but I don't really know how to teach anyone. Resigned, Saitama agreed, though inwardly he was unsure. His training regimen had already been rejected by Genos more than once. Even he was starting to lose confidence. Was his no air conditioning workout method really that useless? Just have them follow your usual workout routine, well, tone it down. Use, say, 10% of your intensity. Kizaru instinctively activated his observation haki to assess Saitama's physical strength. And was immediately hit with a flood of alarms from his haki. Even just standing there doing nothing, Saitama's threat level was more insane than 100 shanks put together. If Kizaru hadn't undergone a massive power boost recently, strong enough now to crush even Whitebeard, he would have turned tail and run the moment he saw Saitama back before joining the dimensional chat group. 10%, got it. Saitama scratched his bald head. Having a reference point helped him get a rough idea. Genos, standing beside him, was visibly excited. His teacher was finally going to instruct others. This time, he was going to memorize every single word. Meanwhile, Kizaru had finished informing the trainees and was preparing to head to City A with Tatsumaki and Fubuki to lie in wait. Thanks to a reminder from a passerby, he vaguely remembered Boros, a decent opponent, definitely worth checking out. The trainees, having already witnessed Saitama's insane running speed, had no objections to him filling in. Though officially still a C-class hero, anyone who could teach an S-class hero clearly wasn't ordinary. Many figured it wouldn't be long before the caped Baldy became the 18th S-class hero. They had to take advantage of the chance to learn from him while they still could. We're going by helicopter. Tatsumaki crossed her arms, staring unhappily at Kizaru. Her childlike face was full of defiance. At some point, the once proud girl had started becoming softer, and picking fights over the most pointless things. Would you rather drive? That's fine too, but I don't know how. Kizaru stroked his chin. It had been decades since his original timeline, he honestly couldn't remember how to drive. Boating, though. That he could do. He had actually trained at the Navy Academy. Then should I drive? Fubuki offered instinctively, only to get a sharp glare from Tatsumaki. Last time you went to City A, you were carried in his arms. Tatsumaki muttered under her breath. She definitely wasn't jealous. She just thought it wasn't fair. Whatever Fubuki had, she should have too. And vice versa. If psychic powers could be shared, knowing Tatsumaki, she would have given Fubuki half. After all, even with just half her strength, she could still crush every enemy without breaking a sweat. Puffed. Kizaru couldn't help but laugh. Before Tatsumaki could protest, he scooped up her small body and perched her on his broad shoulder. A princess carry with one arm's a bit tricky. So how about the throne of the shoulder instead? He raised an eyebrow, watching as Tatsumaki, obviously thrilled, pretended to be only slightly satisfied. Then he lifted Fubuki in a full princess carry. If Miss Tatsumaki wanted to be carried to Hero Association HQ, who was he to say no? Fubuki didn't mind either. In the past, Tatsumaki had always been too overbearing, and Fubuki's big sister complex never had the chance to show. Think about it, if she wasn't a Siskin, how else could she repeatedly tolerate Tatsumaki meddling in her life, or constantly try to compete with her? Tatsumaki was S-class rank 2, and Fubuki chose to stay in B-class just to be number 1. So now, seeing Kizaru spoil Tatsumaki, Fubuki wasn't jealous, she was thrilled. It felt like her favorite ship had finally become canon. At the same time, as Kazaru flew toward Hero Association HQ in City A with both sisters, the HQ itself had just confirmed the death of the great seer Shibabawa. They were holding yet another emergency meeting regarding the potential unknown disaster. Ugh, another meeting. If I have to sit through one more of these, I'm gonna puke. A younger executive yawned, clearly annoyed before the meeting started. Even with the looming threat of planetary destruction, not every executive had the drive to take things seriously. Well, it is called the Hero Association. Meetings are kind of the point. An older exec chuckled dryly. But as soon as the stern-faced Madame Peruse entered the room, everyone quickly straightened up. By reviewing all past disaster incidents, we found that the frequency and severity of monster-related disasters are both steadily increasing. As of now, the association has handled over 64 dragon-level threats, of which only 4 were fully contained. In summary, we believe the catastrophic event predicted by Shibubawa may very well be a theoretical god-level disaster. Once the report concluded, the executives began whispering among themselves. They'd suspected it for a while, but seeing the term, god-level disaster, officially brought to the table chilled them to the core. Even the S-class heroes they viewed as monster-level threats couldn't handle such a thing. A threat that had only existed in theory until now, a god-level disaster. Assuming a god-level disaster really does erupt within 6 months, with the association's current strength, are you saying that even if we mobilized all S-class, no, all heroes, it still wouldn't be enough? Madame Perusa's expression was grim. Faced with a crisis that could wipe out not just humanity, but the entire planet, even someone as wealthy as her wouldn't stand a much better chance than the average citizen. A B-class hero can handle a tiger-level threat alone, but even if every B-class hero worked together, they couldn't take down a demon-level threat. The same principle applies to A and S-class heroes. In theory, even all S-class heroes combined wouldn't be enough to handle a god-level disaster. The staff member giving the report was clearly a pessimist. He didn't even bother distinguishing between all S-class and all heroes in general. After all, if even S-class couldn't handle it, throwing in A, B, or even C-class heroes would just be sending them to die. That's not necessarily the case. Just then, a high-ranking executive who usually kept quiet spoke up, hesitating slightly. At the far end of the conference room, William was quietly sulking. But when he saw who was speaking, he couldn't help but shoot the man a sharp glare. Both he and this man were local power players, tycoons with strongholds in their respective cities, but the man was seated right next to Madame Peruse, a far cry from William's position at the fringe. Still, it wasn't the wealth gap that bothered William. What irked him was that the mission to deal with Swift Flash should have been the responsibility of B-City's officials. But this guy, leveraging his power and influence, had forced the assignment onto William. After a few miserable attempts to deal with Borsellino, William had nearly lost his mind. Mr. Darkman, if you know something, please speak freely. Degree. Chapter 179, Association. Even Madame Perusa's tone took on a new level of respect. Mr. Darkman was just a notch below the tycoon Agni in terms of influence. If not for her role as Agni's representative, she would never outrank Darkman, even in seating. You all know Swift Flash's training camp is based in B-City. Darkman didn't hold back, he explained everything, including how he'd sent people to infiltrate the camp. He had known from the start that Borsellino wasn't someone to be trifled with, which was why he had gone out of his way, offending colleagues if needed, to push the responsibility onto William. Impossible. You're saying just 3 days of training increased someone's physical strength by nearly 400 points. If that's true, then even an average B-class hero could reach S-class thresholds after going through the camp. That's insane. How did he pull this off? That kind of technology needs to be in the association's hands. Their reactions were understandable. The thing that had long plagued the association's leadership was the unruly, unmanageable nature of heroes. Especially this newly minted S-class hero, Borsellino, who completely ignored the association's authority. To the high-ranking officials who wanted everything under their control, he was like a ticking time bomb. The stronger a hero was, the less they cared about rules. Trying to control them was harder than climbing to the moon. Some had even begun thinking outside the box. If existing heroes couldn't be controlled, why not create their own? But reality had smacked them hard. Breeding their own A or S-class level warriors cost even more than the entire association's annual budget. And that wasn't even the worst part, many of their experiments had turned into monsters before they could even be fully developed. Some of the monsters heroes had taken down were, in fact, failed creations painstakingly cultivated by the association. Just as they were about to give up on this approach, hope appeared from the most unlikely source, Swift Flash, the most wild and uncooperative one of them all. Mr. Darkman, have your people uncovered the secret behind Swift Flash's training camp? Madame Peruse abandoned all pretense of composure, her tone urgent. If they could use that kind of training to create their own heroes, why bother relying on the unruly masses of the association? Some of the younger executives had stars in their eyes. They weren't just thinking about building an army, they were dreaming of becoming superhuman themselves. Unfortunately, no. My people haven't figured it out. All we know is that the training is extremely intense, seems to be about pushing the body past its absolute limits. Darkman shook his head. If he had figured it out, he wouldn't be sharing any of this now. He'd rather keep it all to himself. If it weren't for the looming threat of world-ending catastrophe, he probably would have kept it secret, at least until he fully understood it. Some of the executives, calming down after the initial excitement, were starting to realize this as well. The looks they gave Darkman weren't exactly friendly. Isn't there any way to force Swift Flash to give up the secret? A young executive blurted out impatiently. Until now, he hadn't paid much attention to association matters. He'd even skipped previous emergency meetings. If not for the apocalyptic news, he'd probably have continued delegating his duties or stayed on leave. That's why he didn't realize Borsellino wasn't just another S-class hero. Forget it. Swift Flash is completely unrestrained. Even if you pressured him, he wouldn't give a damn. William couldn't help but sneer as many of the executives turned their attention toward him. Honestly, he'd love for these arrogant suits to run headfirst into Borsellino and get burned. But he also knew the truth: if they failed to get what they wanted from Borsellino, he was the one they'd blame next. With a sigh, William offered a warning: Borsellino wasn't someone you could just push around. Then think of something. He's just a hero. Doesn't he want something? The impatient young exec slammed his hand on the table, voice loud with frustration. Even though he was easily the youngest person in the conference room, even the association staff were several years older, authority wasn't something decided by age. His seat was on par with Darkman's, which meant his wealth and influence were about the same. Compared to him, William, just a local boss scraping by off J-City's tourism industry, felt like he could barely lift his head in this young executive's presence. I've already tried multiple times. I even promised him a huge payout, but that guy just won't budge. What else am I supposed to do? William lashed out, nearly on the verge of breaking down. Before meeting Kizaru, he wouldn't have dared raise his voice to someone this high up, not in 100 lifetimes. But after setback, even William was reaching his limit. William's already done everything he can. There's no need to be too harsh on him. It was Lady Peruse who finally stepped in to defuse the situation, and the young executive had no choice but to let it go for now. Still, the matter of how to force Swift Flash to give up his secret remained at a standstill once again. While the higher-ups racked their brains, Kazaru had already arrived in A-City with Tatsumaki and Fubuki in tow. We got here, that fast. Tatsumaki reluctantly hopped down from Kazaru's shoulder, silently complaining that they'd arrived too quickly. She hadn't even gotten to properly enjoy the feeling of riding up there before they were already in A-City. How about we head back and do it all over again? Kazaru laughed as he set Fubuki down, one arm casually wrapped around each sister's soft waist. Luckily, Tatsumaki could float in the air, otherwise, with their height difference, this pose wouldn't have even been physically possible. I'm not that bored. Are we going to HQ now? Tatsumaki clicked her tongue, annoyed, but stole a sideways glance at Kazaru, clearly hoping he'd say the answer she wanted to hear. No need to rush. How about we find a place to stay first? Kazaru stroked his chin thoughtfully. According to rumors, the Universal Overlord Boros would be arriving soon, but who knew how long soon actually meant? It wasn't that Kazaru was too impatient to wait, it was just that, if he could relax in comfort while waiting for the enemy to come knocking, why not? Then, how about coming to my place? Tatsumaki hesitated for a moment before blurting it out. As the number 2 S-class hero and the association's ultimate trump card, she enjoyed top-tier treatment. The association had even provided her with ultra-luxury apartments in every major city. Still, it wasn't exactly a bad deal for the association either. Placing those apartments in upscale neighborhoods was like paying for their own insurance policy. Your place, sis. Fubuki was always curious about anything involving her sister. Ever since the two had fallen together, her more possessive, controlling side had fully come to light. She didn't want to do anything unless Tatsumaki was involved. Sometimes Kazaru even wondered if he was just a third wheel in their relationship. Then let's check out Tatsumaki's place. I'm actually kind of Kazaru was smiling as he spoke, but before he could finish, his brows lifted slightly as he looked toward the sky. Though it only lasted for a moment, Kazaru definitely felt like someone was watching him, much like when he first sensed Metal Knight's covert surveillance. But this time, the observer didn't seem nearly as hostile. Or rather, maybe it was because the malice wasn't directed at Kazaru that his malice sense wasn't fully triggered. If it weren't for the improvements in his observation haki after awakening that ability, he might not have even noticed such a subtle disturbance. Something wrong. Tatsumaki noticed immediately, her senses were sharp. She caught the faint change in Kazaru's expression the moment it flickered. But when she followed his gaze into the sky, she saw nothing. It's nothing. Probably a recon unit or advanced scout. Doesn't seem like they're here for us, just scanning the area, maybe. Kazaru shrugged. He tried pushing his observation haki to the limit but still couldn't detect Boros's ship. Still, considering Boros attacked Earth by going straight for City A and the Hero Association HQ, it was likely he had sent scouts in advance. So they're already this close, huh? Fubuki looked uneasy. While people tended to talk about Boros like he wasn't a big deal, anyone with a brain could tell, a god-level threat that could endanger Earth. That was no ordinary enemy. What are you two talking about? Tatsumaki frowned. Unlike Kizaru and Fubuki, she didn't have access to the dimensional chat group and its advanced intel on Boros. Oh, just that prophecy by that weird old fart, you know, the one about an alien enemy who could wipe out the planet. Kizaru explained casually. Boros had spent 20 years traveling just to find a worthy opponent, only to get obliterated by the bald Demon King in a single punch. From Boros's point of view, it was downright tragic. Still, if he had to do it all over again, Boros would have made the same choice without hesitation. What? Now Tatsumaki reacted. She flared up like a cat with ruffled fur, eyes darting around like she expected to catch the alien peeking out from behind a building. She hadn't earned her S-Class rank 2 spot just by brute strength. Take Flashy Flash for example, he was strong too, yet ranked all the way down at number 14. The real difference was that Tatsumaki actually did her job, both in fighting monsters and protecting civilians. Even knowing Boros could be more than she could handle, her first instinct was still to prepare for a fight. Don't worry, the main guy hasn't arrived yet. Kizaru remained perfectly calm. If it weren't for his observation hockey getting a faint ping, he wouldn't have sensed anything at all. This kind of mild, non-malicious probing was almost certainly one of Boros's underlings scanning the surface. Kizaru must have gotten caught in the sweep by accident. Whoever was scanning had no clue about the kind of threat Kizaru posed. If they had, his senses would have been screaming. And as Kizaru predicted, far away on the edge of the solar system, a massive spaceship over 15,000 meters long was making its approach toward Earth. Even for the dark matter thieves' mothership, after a 20-year voyage, a bit of maintenance time was still needed. Lord Boros, the probe has returned from the target planet. Presence of advanced lifeforms confirmed. A slightly robotic voice echoed in the previously pitch-black command chamber. As the lights slowly brightened, the armored man on the throne stirred, his lone eye cracking open. His eye, singular, took up the space where a human would have too, making it look like he was wearing some kind of sci-fi sunglasses. At long last, the planet where the prophesied warrior dwells. His voice was a mix of solemnity and reverence, like a chant long rehearsed. Boros had waited 20 long years for this moment. The once vast dark matter thieves had been pared down over the years, until only 10,000 warriors remained aboard the mothership. Lord Boros, here is the latest video data. We pinpointed the planet's key region of advanced life. Once the warp engines finish cooling, we'll launch our first strike. The robotic voice continued as a virtual screen unfolded before Boros, displaying the footage the probe had just recorded. As countless small, short lifeforms flickered across the screen, Boros remained indifferent. To the galactic tyrant Boros, such fragile beings were like candles in the wind, one breath, and they'd be snuffed out of existence. There was no need to care about them. But then, the screen shifted. A tall figure appeared, one who towered several heads higher than even Boros. The moment he laid eyes on the man, Boros's single eye widened in shock. Stop. His voice was filled with command, absolute and irrefutable. In an instant, the entire mothership froze as if time itself had halted. Even the aliens piloting the ship from the bridge went stiff, not daring to twitch. Why yes, Lord Boros. Your command. The robotic voice now sounded shaken. After all, Boros wasn't known for mercy. The only reason this band of space pirates had followed him across the stars for 2 decades was his absolute might. It wasn't just power that held them in line, it was fear. His brutality made rebellion unthinkable. Degree. Chapter 180, Hero Association. Rewind the footage 3 seconds. Boros clearly realized how much trouble his impulsive command had caused for his subordinates. But as the ruler of the universe, he neither needed nor cared to explain himself. He simply gave his orders with absolute authority. The synthetic voice on the other end seemed to breathe a sigh of relief and hurriedly followed the command, rewinding the footage displayed on the virtual screen. Soon, Kizaru's figure appeared on screen, and by sheer coincidence, the scout drone had captured the moment Kizaru looked up toward the sky. At the same time, Boros's giant singular eye happened to align with Kizaru's gaze. Even through a screen, Boros could sense an indistinct threat emanating from Kizaru. This is the one. The warrior foretold in the prophecy who could give him a worthy, all-out battle. By now, Boros didn't care about that so-called prophecy anymore. What he sought was simply a powerful enough opponent, and Kizaru had appeared before him at the perfect moment. Even if that fortune-teller popped up right now and insisted Kizaru wasn't the warrior from the prophecy, Boros wouldn't believe it. The last person who had given him this kind of threatening feeling was someone from before the formation of the dark matter thieves, so long ago that even his memory of it had begun to blur. Increase speed. I want to meet this warrior as soon as possible. Boros could barely contain his excitement, even rising from his throne for a moment. Before receiving the prophecy, he had ruled the universe for countless years. Like Saitama, he knew the profound loneliness of being invincible, but for Boros, that emptiness was even more extreme. That's why, after receiving the prophecy, he didn't hesitate to spend 20 years crossing a vast distance just to reach Earth. Yes, Lord Boros. The synthetic voice groaned internally. The space jump device had just completed a jump and needed several days to cool down. Even with the most advanced technology on board, the mothership systems were strained after 20 years of non-stop travel. But a command from Lord Boros was absolute. The AI had no choice but to grit its teeth and relay the order. The mothership, which had been cruising at a regular pace through space, immediately accelerated upon receiving the command and began racing through the solar system toward Earth. Meanwhile, despite confirming Boros's impending arrival, Kizaru made no special preparations. He even had the leisure to take the two sisters out shopping, and later accompanied Fubuki to visit Tatsumaki's place. The apartment where the domineering Tatsumaki lived matched her style, simple and bold in its design. However, the dreamy, pink-themed bedroom exposed her true tastes. "You bastard! Who told you to look in here?" Tatsumaki, both embarrassed and angry, shoved Kizaru out of the bedroom. Unfortunately, without using her psychic powers, she was even weaker than Fubuki. Kizaru simply laughed and scooped her up with one arm, then pulled Fubuki in as well. What happened after that is best left undescribed. Let's just say the clothes they bought during yesterday's shopping trip came in very handy. "Where are we going today?" Despite begging for mercy yesterday, Tatsumaki woke up the next morning with her usual arrogant swagger. Seeing how full of energy she was, Kizaru briefly felt like he was the one being drained. He couldn't help but marvel at how adaptable people could be. Tatsumaki had been a total novice just days ago, yet now she was starting to show signs of taking the lead. And with Fubuki's own combat strength being nothing to scoff at, if Kizaru didn't have the endurance of a war machine, he might not have been able to handle the two sisters. But thinking it through, even excluding Fubuki, Tatsumaki was a 28-year-old grown woman beneath her petite appearance. It wasn't fair to compare her to someone like Nami, who was still in her youthful prime. "Anywhere you two want to go?" Kizaru lounged back in an oversized armchair, his eyes roving hungrily over the tank top and hotpants Tatsumaki had just changed into. Don't let her petite figure fool you, Tatsumaki had a thing for oversized items. Even that pink bed of hers was big enough for Kizaru to sprawl out on without a problem. "Then let's go to the amusement park. I heard the rebuild made it even better than before." Tatsumaki noticed Kizaru's gaze and, instead of shying away, pushed her chest out confidently. Unfortunately, even as a young and wealthy, flat-chested heiress, there really wasn't much to show off. "It's already rebuilt." "Then let's go check it out." Fubuki emerged from the room wearing the exact same tank top and hotpants combo as her sister. But unlike Tatsumaki's sheer cliff, Fubuki's curvy figure made the outfit almost too eye-catching. "The amusement park, huh?" "Yeah, let's take a look." Kizaru's thoughts drifted to the amusement park on the Sabaody archipelago. He wasn't sure if the facilities in the One Punch world could handle someone like him. At nearly 3 meters tall, his Admiral-level height was great in battle but a bit inconvenient in daily life. Turned out he needn't have worried, most of the amusement park's rides were usable even for someone his size. Ironically, Tatsumaki ran into more issues. Because of her height, she was mistaken for a kid several times. She nearly lost it and used her psychic powers to let those idiots experience free fall firsthand. "Wait, this place looks kinda familiar." Kizaru glanced around the amusement park. Something about the surroundings tickled his memory. That's because Vaccine Man was the one who destroyed the park last time. "Look over there, there's the Hero Association headquarters. You defeated him right around there. That tunnel you blasted through the ground. They turned it into a main road." Fubuki casually pointed north. Sure enough, just barely visible in that direction was the fortress-like silhouette of the Association HQ. Even the path Kizaru had carved with his attack still had faint traces left. The sight made him raise his brows in surprise. "Rebuilt this fast? It hasn't even been that long since I took out that name Kian." Kizaru was a little stunned. It was only now that he noticed the entire city A had gone from near total ruin to a state that wasn't quite fully restored but was at least 70 to 80% rebuilt. This kind of speed would scare the crap out of the workers still rebuilding Marineford. And that wasn't even considering the fact that the scale here was far larger than a single amusement park, it was half a city. If he didn't already know people couldn't travel between worlds, Kizaru would have wanted to hire some of those workers himself. Fast? I guess so. But if the association's main construction team had done the job, it would have been even faster. Tatsumaki didn't understand why Kizaru was so shocked. In her eyes, this pace was completely normal. Dragon-level monsters could flatten buildings without effort. Hell, even demon-level ones could. If the One Punch world didn't rebuild quickly, it wouldn't be able to keep up with the demolition crew that was the monster population. Just as Kazaru was inwardly complaining about this world's cheat code level infrastructure speed, both Tatsumaki's and Fubuki's phones rang at the exact same time. HM. Emergency summons for S-Class. Tatsumaki checked her phone and immediately frowned. She'd been planning to hang out with Kazaru and Fubuki a while longer. Why did the summons have to come now? But she quickly realized, Kazaru was an S-Class hero too. He'd probably received the same message. It's an emergency summons from HQ. All S-class heroes are to report immediately. Fubuki looked up at Kizaru. Since he didn't like the hassle of carrying a communicator, he had Fubuki handle all his Hero Association messages. They were always together anyway, and if something needed his attention, it would reach him through her. Fubuki, ever eager to boost the influence of her own faction, was more than happy to be Kizaru's liaison. Probably some end-of-the-world level crisis. Whatever, not like we've got anything better to do. Let's go check it out. Kizaru shrugged. He wasn't that into amusement parks anyway. At his level, even without any special abilities, his raw physical speed exceeded Mach 10. Roller coasters were boring compared to what he could do on foot, riding them barely registered. Silver Fang and Atomic Samurai have already arrived in City A. Heroes like them really are the association's backbone. Metal Bat is on his way. Drive Knight is still en route. Child Emperor is currently requesting leave from school. At Hero Association headquarters, over a dozen reception staff were working non-stop. Though they usually held little status in the association, today, the spotlight was entirely on the front desk. Even the most seasoned employees were visibly nervous. At that moment, Kazaru entered the Hero Association headquarters with Tatsumaki and Fubuki in tow. It's Swift Flash. And Terrible Tornado. Quick, notify Mr. William. The moment Kazaru appeared, the staff practically jumped. Ever since news of J-City Executive Williams' incident had spread, Kazaru's reputation around HQ had started to take on an almost demonic tone. Especially after rumors began to circulate, whether intentionally or not, that Swift Flash had declared war on Metal Knight, the ordinary staff had grown increasingly uneasy in his presence. Pretty lively here, though it looks like we're the first ones to arrive. Kizaru remarked casually. He, Tatsumaki, and Fubuki hadn't rushed to get there. He had assumed someone would have shown up before them, but apparently, they were the first. Other than Child Emperor, who's studying in A-City, and Metal Bat, who lives there too, the rest of the S-Class have to travel from farther away. No way they'd get here so fast. Tatsumaki replied nonchalantly. As the association's number 2 ranked S-Class, she had significant authority, practically considered part of the inner circle by upper management. But ever since she got close to Kazaru, her standing had become unstable. That much was obvious from how the emergency summons had been issued. No one even contacted her directly. She was treated like any run-of-the-mill S-Class hero. Not that she cared in the slightest. Tatsumaki became a hero because she wanted to. Even without the association, she'd still go around hunting monsters. Looks like someone did beat us here. Just as Kazaru finished speaking, a tired-looking man in a trench coat walked out from HQ, Terrible Tornado and Swift Flash. Finally, the main firepowers arrived. No way I could handle this kind of mess alone. His words sounded like a sigh of relief, but his expression didn't change at all, so much so that it felt like he was being sarcastic. TCH, that guy Zombie Man, ranked 8th among S-Class. Pretty weak, but when necessary, he's at least somewhat useful. Tatsumaki looked at Zombie Man with clear disdain and offered Kazaru a casual introduction. Her words carried a clear jab. Yet Zombie Man didn't seem offended. In fact, he looked a little surprised. In his memory, Terrible Tornado was always aloof and above it all. The fact that she would personally introduce someone to him. Just what was going on between her and Kazaru? I go by Swift Flash, or just Flash, if that's easier. Should I call you by your hero name? Kizaru tended to be friendly with most heroes, Saitama being the notable exception. Even someone like Zombie Man, who looked halfway to being an actual corpse, got a polite greeting and an outstretched hand. Whatever works. Dead guy is fine too. Degree. Chapter 181, S-Class Heroes. Zombie Man forced a thin smile and shook Kizaru's hand, even cracking a joke. He was usually a loner, but with a full S-Class assembly like this, there was no way just 1 or 2 heroes could handle what was coming. Zombie Man, driven by his sense of duty to protect others, knew he had to cooperate. And Kizaru, someone strong enough to keep Terrible Tornado in check, seemed like the ideal ally. Strong enough to hold his own, and able to keep Tatsumaki from going off the rails, just those 2 traits were more than enough to satisfy him. With me here, there's no need for these weaklings. Tatsumaki muttered under her breath nearby. Fortunately, Zombie Man was long used to her attitude and didn't take offense at being lumped in with the weaklings. Sis. Fubuki tugged gently at her sister's sleeve. Tatsumaki might not care, but there was no need to go out of her way to make enemies. Not long after Kazaru arrived, a small figure on a flying hoverboard touched down in front of HQ, Child Emperor, backpack and all. The sight gave Kazaru an odd sense of déjà vu. If the kid's head had been just a little bigger, he'd have looked suspiciously like a certain death god grade elementary schooler from another universe. Ranked 5th among S-Class, Child Emperor definitely looked the least like one, especially with that lollipop sticking out of his mouth. Oof. Terrible tornado and swift flash. First time meeting. I'm Child Emperor. I heard you said you're going to take out Metal Knight. He hopped off the board, barely taller than Tatsumaki herself, and looked way up to get a good look at the towering Kizaru. It was the first time he'd seen someone so tall. But compared to the grotesquely fat pig god or the absurdly muscular superalloy Darkshine, Kizaru, with his handsome face, actually felt relatively normal. Yeah. Is there a problem? Kizaru spoke up casually. If anyone in the One Punch Man world could rival Saitama in terms of absurdity, it had to be Child Emperor, a true cheat-level existence. Despite still being an elementary schooler, he possessed a physique stronger than many A-class heroes. And even more unreasonable was his genius mind, becoming Metal Knight's assistant at such a young age, and later defeating countless monsters with his own inventions, eventually ranking higher than Metal Knight himself as an S-class hero. No. What I meant was, good luck. And watch out for that scheming old bastard's dirty tricks. Child Emperor didn't care in the slightest that he had once been Metal Knight's assistant. In fact, he'd love nothing more than to see Kizaru deal with that stubborn old man. That said, he wasn't particularly optimistic about Kizaru's chances. Metal Knight was too deeply hidden. Even as a former assistant, he didn't understand the man any better than anyone else. You don't mind. Kazaru gave Child Emperor a curious look. Fubuki had tattled earlier, telling him the kid used to be Metal Knight's assistant. Originally, Kazaru had considered today's mission to be something like kicking over a preschool. He hadn't expected Child Emperor to actively encourage him to go stir up trouble with Metal Knight. That old man's no good. If you're gonna take him down, make sure to punch him really hard for me. Child Emperor explained bluntly. The hero he truly admired was Blast, S-Class Rank 1. But after showing early signs of genius, he had been tricked by Dr. Beaufoy, Metal Knight, into becoming his assistant. Once he saw Metal Knight for who he really was, he didn't hesitate to leave and join the Hero Association on his own terms. Sure. I'll hit him real hard for you. Kizaru agreed without much thought. Maybe it was because he was gradually getting into the mindset of a fleet admiral, but whenever he met a gifted hero like this, he couldn't help wanting to recruit them into the Navy. Especially someone like Child Emperor, both physically and mentally brilliant. In Zephyr's hands, a decade or so of training and he'd be a candidate for Admiral. He might even have a shot at replacing Vegapunk someday. Then again, if he could freely travel between worlds, it was hard to say whether he'd stop at just recruiting a few prodigies. Even as someone carrying the banner of justice, Kizaru couldn't promise that, when faced with an entire world that could be his for the taking, he wouldn't be tempted to claim it all. It's a deal then. Really hard. Whatever Metal Knight had done to piss him off, Child Emperor was now throwing mock punches in the air, as if pounding Metal Knight's face into the wind. Don't worry. Kizaru had some doubts about whether Metal Knight's body could handle one of his punches. But a promise was a promise, he wasn't going back on it. So all he could do was silently offer a prayer for Metal Knight, and a moment of preemptive silence. Looks like someone else just showed up. Just as Child Emperor was about to say more, he caught a glimpse of a familiar figure appearing at the Hero Association's main gate. TCH, someone actually beat me here. Soon, a rough-looking young man with the vibe of a delinquent high schooler appeared before them. He wore his school jacket loosely and had his trademark weapon slung across his shoulders. This was Metal Bat, S-Class rank 16. Fun fact, Metal Bat started out ranked 223rd in C-Class. Rising all the way up to S-Class made him a poster child for hard work pays off. That guy's Metal Bat. A hot-blooded idiot with a one-track mind, Tatsumaki muttered to Kizaru, shooting the newcomer a glance. Child Emperor, watching the way Tatsumaki and Kizaru seemed unusually close, paused. Then he rubbed his eyes in disbelief. That Tatsumaki. The famously overbearing, prideful, short-tempered Tatsumaki. Showing a gentle side. Hey. You're that Swift Flash or whatever, right? Before Kizaru could respond, Metal Bat suddenly locked eyes with him. His once casual expression sharpened, and he raised his bat with clear hostility. The move made Kizaru raise an eyebrow, but before he could even react, Tatsumaki had already stepped in front of him. Despite being smaller and less visually intimidating than Metal Bat, her presence was far more overwhelming. What, got a problem with him? She glared, tone aggressive, clearly ready to start a fight if he so much as twitched wrong. Don't be fooled by how often Tatsumaki seemed to get the short end of the stick around Kizaru, eventually even handing over herself and her sister to him. That was purely because Kizaru was overwhelmingly powerful. Combine that with Fubuki playing the perfect, inside agent, constantly assisting from the sidelines, and it was no wonder Tatsumaki got dragged down. The real Tatsumaki was the number 2 S-Class hero, high above everyone else. The Hero Association's ultimate weapon. A one-woman army who had single-handedly wiped out countless monsters. Forget low-ranking S-class heroes like Metal Bat, even Child Emperor couldn't help twitching at the corner of his mouth and took half a step back. He'd clearly underestimated the relationship between Terrible Tornado and Flashy Flash. Fortunately, he fully supported Kizaru's plan to deal with Metal Knight. Otherwise, he might have found himself getting schooled by a male-female tag team. Two S-class heroes teaming up was already borderline cheating. Even with only sparse information on Kizaru, mainly that he was absurdly fast and could shoot light cannons with his bare hands, Child Emperor ran some battle simulations on his portable computer. Out of 100 simulated battles against Kizaru and Tatsumaki working together, he lost all 100. Even when teaming up with Metal Bat and Zombie Man, his win rate never went above 13%. Granted, that was mostly because Zombie Man's abilities were completely countered by the two psychics. If the team had included Silver Fang or Atomic Samurai instead, the odds might have been better. Still, it was enough to show just how terrifying Flash and Tatsumaki could be together. If he were Metal Bat, Child Emperor would have immediately chosen to back down. Of course I've got a problem. Who does that guy think he is, acting like he's better than me? But Metal Bat wasn't backing down at all. Unlike other S-class heroes known for their strength or technique, Metal Bat's defining trait was sheer stubbornness, or maybe just a one-track mind. Once he set his mind to something, he wouldn't budge. Even against monsters far stronger than himself, he would fight to the bitter end. Unless you could take him out in one hit, he'd just keep getting stronger the longer he fought, relying on his indomitable spirit to grind down enemies who were initially way out of his league. I outrank you by a long shot, you got a problem with me. Tatsumaki hovered in midair, literally looking down on Metal Bat with an aura of supreme authority. This was her natural state, expecting her to act like she did around Kizaru in front of anyone else was just wishful thinking. Screw that. That guy only took down one monster, he's not even in the same league as you. Metal Bat shouted back, his voice loud but not entirely confident. He was famously stubborn, but even he got a little jittery facing the Hero Association's number 2. Still, most S-class heroes would have backed off at this point, at least out of respect for Tatsumaki. The fact that Metal Bat didn't said a lot about how headstrong he was. Quite the sturdy physique. Kazaru didn't mind Metal Bat's slight disrespect at all. On the contrary, he was actively evaluating his muscle strength with his observation haki, intrigued. Outside of psychics like Tatsumaki and Fubuki, most heroes were classic, physical types. In fact, they'd probably fit in perfectly in the pirate world. Take Metal Bat, for instance. Sure, he only swung a bat, but if he learned armament haki or even all three types, he wouldn't be far off from a younger, broke version of Kaido. Sigh, youngsters really are full of energy. But could you give this old man a little peace and quiet? Just as the argument between Metal Bat and Tatsumaki started to heat up, an elderly, stooped man with a full head of white hair walked over. His voice was so calm that for a second, Kizaru thought Shanks had crossed worlds. Though he didn't have Shanks' Conqueror's face fruit, the old man's presence was still pretty effective. Tatsumaki was still a bit unwilling to let it go, but Metal Bat finally backed down. Once we're through this crisis, I'm settling things with that guy. Metal Bat swung his bat with a scowl. It sounded like a threat, and anyone who knew him well knew that he would follow through. This is Bang, the third-ranked S-class hero, also known as Silver Fang. He's a powerful martial artist, and his specialty is the flowing water rock-smashing fist. Since Tatsumaki was still bickering with Metal Bat, the task of introducing the newcomers fell to Fubuki. Compared to Tatsumaki's typical blunt introductions, Fubuki was clearly more thoughtful, she'd clearly done her homework. And this must be Swift Flash. My, no wonder Miss Tatsumaki's taken a liking to you. Bang walked over soon after, trailing behind Tatsumaki. Like Child Emperor, he'd quickly realized that the key to overcoming this crisis was standing right in front of them, Kizaru. It wasn't that he could sense Kizaru's true strength. No, the crucial point was that Kizaru could somehow restrain Tatsumaki. And that alone was enough. A fully unleashed tornado of terror could crush most powerful enemies single-handedly. She was undoubtedly one of their main forces in this crisis. Even so, Bang didn't underestimate Kizaru. After all, if someone could earn Tatsumaki's favor, they couldn't be weak. At the very least, they were worthy of their rank, S-class, number 9. Nice to meet you. Kizaru greeted him with a smile. If this had been right after he'd first arrived in this world, he might have taken some interest in Bang's flowing water rock-smashing fist. But now, that martial art wasn't even worth using to pad his own technique. The only reason Kizaru bothered to be polite was out of respect for Bang's character. I'm Bang. Lord Flash, I've heard there was some conflict between you and Metal Knight. Bang hadn't expected Kizaru to be so amicable. He'd assumed that anyone who could attract Tatsumaki's interest had to be another arrogant powerhouse. But now that they'd met, Kizaru might not be overly polite, but at least he was, well, normal. Yes, just being a normal person was already a pleasant surprise for Bang. The S-class was full of problem children, genuine normalcy was rare. Yeah, it started as a minor issue. All I wanted was for that rat to give a proper explanation. But he had the nerve to send a robot to attack me, so now he'll have to die for it. Kizaru didn't even wait for Bang to mediate. He simply and flatly sentenced Metal Knight to death. Back in the pirate world, he'd had to consider Old Man Sengoku's position. So he hadn't gone after those disgusting Navy HQ executives too hard, just made sure that over half of the ones who crossed him met various accidents. Things like pirate ambushes, Sea King attacks, tsunamis, storms. And as for why high-ranking admirals, who were supposedly vice admirals, were getting killed by pirates with bounties under 1,000,000 berries. That definitely had nothing to do with Kizaru. But in the one-punch world, especially now that he was far stronger than he had been back then, Kizaru no longer needed to hold back. If he said he was going to kill Metal Knight, then he'd kill him. The only reason he hadn't already was because he wanted Metal Knight to reveal a few more secret bases first. Degree. Chapter 182, Meeting. Last time, after having William pass along a message to Metal Knight, that sewer rat was so scared he immediately changed hiding spots again. Every time one of his hideouts got exposed, Kizaru was able to scoop up another batch of valuable loot. These were spoils that could be taken back to the pirate world. Even if they weren't that useful to Kizaru personally, they could still be used to arm the navy. Don't be fooled by how easily Metal Knight's war mech was crushed by Tatsumaki and Kizaru last time. If that machine were thrown into the pirate world, it'd easily outclass even Vegapunk's pacifistas. Most regular vice admirals wouldn't stand a chance against it, and even some of the weaker warlords would have a hard time dealing with it. I see, then I suppose he brought this on himself. I just hope you'll lend us your strength again for this crisis, these old bones of mine can't handle much more. Bang sighed inwardly, but didn't try to plead on Metal Knight's behalf. Instead, he changed the subject, trying to bring up Kizaru's training camp. Although the fact that Kizaru's training camp could partially unlock the heroes' limiters, giving them a huge boost in power, was still just a rumor among the top brass of the association. As a grandmaster of martial arts, Silver Fong had started to notice some things from the changes in the heroes who attended. Especially during the battle against the Deep Sea King. Though the fight was short and not particularly flashy, it revealed a lot to the keen observer. Many of the heroes involved in that battle were ones Bang knew well, like Snake Fist Snek, Blue Flame, and the Mumin Rider. Snek hadn't joined the training camp and performed within his usual range, he had no real issues, and getting beaten up by a high-tier demon-level monster like the Deep Sea King was expected. But the way Blue Flame and the Mumin Rider fought was off. All three of them had trained with Bang at one point, Rider had even tried to become his student, though he was rejected due to lack of talent. And yet, after just a few days in the training camp, Blue Flame had made a massive leap in strength, and the Mumin Rider was practically reborn. Bang had never seen anything like it. The training methods themselves aren't the main factor. Kizaru admitted honestly. It's mostly because these heroes already had strong foundations, and they were willing to push themselves. Kizaru wasn't one to steal credit. If it had been instructors from the Navy Academy training these heroes, the results might have been even better. After all, his training plans were far too casual, he hadn't pushed the heroes to their limits, and some of the weaker ones couldn't keep up at all. But asking Kizaru to create custom training plans for each of them was out of the question. He wasn't a stickler like Zephyr, and the association's heroes weren't Navy cadets. The reason the camp had such miraculous results in the One Punch Man world was mostly what Kizaru said, the heroes were already exceptional. Setting aside the top prospect, Mizuki, who had the potential to become S-class, even the weakest, the Mumin Rider, would qualify as officer training material in the pirate world. Before this, they'd just been squandering their talent in chaotic fights against monsters. Unless they had the sheer battle experience of someone like Metal Bat, surviving countless beatdowns and coming back stronger, it was nearly impossible to grow. I must disagree with that statement. At that moment, a brawny man in a tank top walked over. Fubuki quickly whispered in Kizaru's ear, giving a lowdown on the man's identity and personality. Tank Top Master, rank 15 among the S-class heroes. Humph, true enough, Bang added. Even with natural talent, they still need someone willing to guide them. He wasn't about to accept Kizaru's downplaying. Just because Kizaru said the training camp wasn't special didn't make it so. There had been similar institutions in the past, like the ninja village that Flashy Flash destroyed. But a camp that could help someone like the Mumin Rider undergo a total transformation. So far, only Kizaru's had done that. My boys caused you trouble. I apologize for that. Tank Top Master stepped up to Kizaru and, to everyone's surprise, bowed his head in apology. Metal Bat, who had been looking forward to some drama, immediately turned away in irritation. Child Emperor and Zombie Man, on the other hand, looked visibly relieved. Things were going better than expected. Although Metal Knight couldn't make it due to Swift Flash's actions, as long as the remaining hot-headed S-Class heroes didn't stir up trouble, they still had a decent chance of overcoming this massive crisis. That guy your underling. Kizaru was pretty sure this was his first time seeing Tank Top Master, though his tank top did look vaguely familiar. Tank Top Vegetarian ran off to your training camp without asking me. Originally, he wanted to stir up trouble with you. But you not only didn't retaliate, you even trained him wholeheartedly. Tank Top Master was completely upfront about his underling's true intentions. Part of it was gratitude that Kazaru hadn't harmed Tank Top Vegetarian, but more than that, it was admiration for what Kazaru had done. If it had been him, he wouldn't have shown that kind of patience with someone else's underling. Not beating the kid up would already be considered mercy, no way he'd go as far as teaching him how to get stronger. Tank Top Master, like Metal Bat, had initially been a bit disgruntled about Kazaru suddenly being placed above him. But now, all he could say was, "I'm convinced." Oh, so that was him. Well, I was just doing what anyone would. Kazaru had absolutely no idea who Tank Top Vegetarian was, but since the guy was praising him so earnestly, it didn't seem appropriate to say who. Yo, you guys sure got here fast. Before long, more S-Class heroes arrived, this time not alone, but with 3 disciples in tow. Atomic Samurai had come to broaden his students' horizons. Unlike the other heroes who had come straight to confront Kizaru, Atomic Samurai didn't have much to say to him. He simply gave a brief greeting and found a seat with his students. It was worth noting that Atomic Samurai's 3 disciples, Iain, Okametachi, and Bushi Drill, ranked 2nd, 3rd, and 4th in the A-class. To deal with this unprecedented god-level threat, the Hero Association had summoned every S-class hero they could. Excluding Watchdog Man, who refused to leave his territory no matter what, and the ever-elusive Blast, the only one missing now was Metal Knight. Swift Flash Senpai, Sensei told me to give you his regards. Even Genos and Flashy Flash had arrived, shortly after Super Alloy Darkshine. In total, 15 out of 18 S-Class heroes were present, a record since the association's founding. After all, S-Class heroes usually stuck to their assigned regions. Even in the case of dragon-level threats, it was rare to mobilize so many all at once. But this time was different, the incoming crisis could very well be a god-level threat unlike any before. That was the only reason the S-Class heroes had shown such respect. Once they had all gathered, association staff guided them into the conference room to wait for upper management to arrive. Damn, what a crowd. I'm getting fired up already. Hope the enemy really is that strong. Metal Bat, slouched in his chair, swung his bat a few times, treating the air in front of him like an imaginary enemy. So many people. Let's hope we can settle this without too much trouble. Despite his steel-forged physique and intimidating build, Super Alloy Darkshine didn't act as fierce as he looked. So Metal Knight really didn't show. We've been pushed this far. Unbelievable. Drive Knight scanned the area. Surprisingly, he couldn't detect any of Metal Knight's surveillance drones. He gave Kizaru a quick glance, visibly stunned. He had originally thought Metal Knight was plotting something again and had planned to warn Swift Flash. But to think the rumors were true, Metal Knight had been so intimidated by this new S-Class hero that he was actually hiding, not even daring to spy on the man's location. Please don't worry, boys. As long as I can still move, I won't let any of you get hurt. Pori Prisoner's eyes gleamed as he scanned the room full of S-Class heroes. He had to admit, most of them were very easy on the eyes. Even the muscleheads like Tank Top Master and Super Alloy Darkshine had their admirers. Not to mention Kizaru, Flashy Flash, and Genos, those 3 could pass for pop idols with 0 effort. For a hero like Pori Prisoner, being in this room was like a mouse falling into a rice sack, paradise. Unfortunately, he couldn't beat a single one of them, which meant no chance of getting close. You bastard. Stay the hell away from me. As Pori Prisoner's gaze swept over him, Metal Bat felt a chill run down his spine. He barely restrained himself from smacking the guy upside the head with his bat. Thankfully, just then, the association's upper brass finally entered the conference room. Only 3 people arrived, Miss Peruse, representing the Tycoon Agni, William, who had dealt with Kizaru before, and several staffers in charge of equipment and briefings. First of all, thank you all for stepping up to protect this world and humanity. Madame Peruse showed none of the sternness she displayed in front of other upper-level members. Even her tone had softened considerably, she seemed like a kindly old lady. Even Metal Bat, who had been sitting with his bat slung across the back of his chair in a show of defiance, begrudgingly sat up straight under Madame Peruse's gaze. However, William, dragged along to support her, definitely didn't see it that way. It was hard to say who he feared most, but if you had to name his top 3, Madame Peruse would absolutely be on that list. There's no need to repeat the obvious. We're all aware of the situation. The question is, what's the association doing to prepare? Do we even know who the enemy is? Child Emperor spoke up while licking his lollipop. He didn't have time to waste, his teacher was already getting mad about how often he skipped class. Do you have any idea what we're up against? Receiving a signal from Madame Peruse, the reluctant William stepped forward and slammed his palm on the table, yelling at full volume. This kind of speech was supposed to be someone else's responsibility, but that person had weaseled out of it. And since William owed Madame Peruse a favor, he got stuck with the job. Relying on the moral high ground, William let loose a storm of shouting at Child Emperor, throwing accusation after accusation at the boy. Despite being a certified genius, Child Emperor had never faced something like this before. He was no match for a seasoned manipulator like William. All right, calm down, Mr. William. Child Emperor just didn't realize the seriousness of the situation. Once again, Madame Peruse stepped in to play the good cop. Child Emperor, not yet realizing he was being used as the scapegoat, let out a small sigh of relief. His IQ was undeniably the highest in the room, but his EQ still needed work. By the time he figured out what had happened, it'd probably be too late for payback. So then, what preparations has the association made? Just then, Kazaru let out a yawn and asked lazily. Another troublemaker, just great. William cursed inwardly. He had barely caught his breath when another voice interrupted, but the moment he realized who it was, his temper evaporated. He had a lot he wanted to say, but none of it dared leave his mouth. Unlike Child Emperor, who had only ever fought monsters, Kizaru was an unknown variable, even among the S-class heroes. No one in the Hero Association knew Kizaru's true background, but to the higher-ups, he was clearly not someone to be taken lightly. Especially William, who had once been terrified by nothing more than a glance from Kizaru. Even as Madame Peruse kept throwing him meaningful looks, William couldn't bring himself to speak. His round face turned beet red from holding it in. Ahem. Lord Swift Flash, the association has made preparations. Please trust in our professionalism. Madame Peruse gave William a withering glare, then forced out a kindly smile. To the association's upper echelons, even S-class heroes were nothing more than tools, though that was something they'd never admit aloud. Oh, I'm sure the association wouldn't leave us with no plan and just expect the S-class to throw themselves into the fire. So, let's hear about these preparations. Degree. Chapter 183, Arrival. Kizaru had once felt genuine goodwill toward the Hero Association, but after spending some time in the One-Punch world, that goodwill had gradually shifted toward the heroes themselves. He realized the higher-ups in the association weren't all that different from the world government or the Navy top brass from back home, except maybe a little less shameless. Still, given how the association had rotted this badly in just a few years since its founding, it was clearly cut from the same cloth. Madame Peruse frowned. For once, she could truly empathize with William. Had she known Swift Flash would turn out to be this rebellious, she never would have agreed to promote Kizaru to S-class. Of course, that was just hindsight. If she'd been at Association HQ at the time, she'd probably have been crying and begging Kizaru to save her. As Kizaru waited with a relaxed expression for the association to explain themselves, the other S-class heroes began shifting into watching the show mode. Atomic Samurai briefly considered stepping in to smooth things over. But seeing that Bang and Zombie Man weren't saying a word, he chose silence too. The S-class heroes didn't actually mind taking orders from the association when it came to fighting monsters. Since someone was willing to speak up for them, no one else was about to contradict it at this point. After all, heroes fought with their lives on the line because they wanted to protect more people. If the association could help with that, then it was a good thing. Besides, guys like Metal Bat were mostly here for the show. If he didn't find Kizaru so annoying, he'd probably be cheering by now. Our efforts aren't as simple as they may appear. While the association's staff may not fight monsters on the front lines, please believe that we've always been standing with you in our own way. Madame Peruse spoke sincerely. Metal Bat, who moments ago had looked eager to watch the drama unfold, now nodded in agreement. No one could seriously expect regular humans working for the association to go toe-to-toe with monsters like they did. But expecting someone like Metal Bat to catch Madame Peruse subtly twisting the narrative was probably asking too much of his IQ. Some S-class heroes remained unimpressed, but the rest seemed willing to accept her explanation. Seeing that, Kizaru didn't press the issue. He could easily expose the association's true face if he wanted to, but there was no rush for that. The real issue now was the looming god-level disaster. Kizaru was confident he could handle it alone, but he wasn't exactly in the mood to give it his all. What he really wanted was to throw down with Boros, the so-called dominator of the universe. Such a powerful warrior being one-shot by the bald demon lord. That was just tragic. Next, I'll be presenting the monster attack trends of recent years. Sensing it was time to wrap things up, Madame Peruse didn't keep grandstanding on behalf of the association or its leadership. Instead, she handed the floor to the staff to share their findings on the current crisis. Most of the S-class heroes present had been directly involved in those incidents, but all they'd really noticed was that missions had been coming in faster than usual. It wasn't until the association staff laid everything out in charts and graphs that the trend became glaringly obvious. This is bad. I thought it was just my imagination, but I have been cutting down more monsters lately. Atomic Samurai stroked the sparse stubble on his chin, speaking with a sigh. For a monster to require someone like him, ranked 4th among S-class, to personally act, it had to be at least demon level, if not dragon level. Monsters that could wipe out a whole city were appearing more and more often. That was worrying. So you guys noticed too? I was wondering when I should bring it up. Child Emperor sucked on his lollipop as he pulled out a tablet from his backpack. A few taps later, he projected data even more detailed than what the association had shown. If the association had merely noticed an increase in monster activity, then Child Emperor had gone further, using mathematical modeling to estimate their emergence patterns and general timing. Impressive. Truly a genius boy. Bang looked at the screen and nodded in admiration. Kizaru also found himself agreeing. Even if Child Emperor's ceiling would likely never reach even Saitama's floor, considering his age, it reminded him a bit of himself back in the day. Every time he saw Child Emperor, Kizaru couldn't help but think of his own time in the Navy Academy, showing off, getting into fights, and charming pretty naval girls. Sadly, aside from him, no one had trained life return to the level of eternal youth. Even Sister Tsuru, once as pretty as the current Gion, had turned into an old woman Kizaru could barely look at. Thank goodness he'd stuck to his rule of no dipping in the company pool back then. Otherwise, the past few decades would have been so awkward. It was clear that the association staff were doing their best. Unfortunately, Prophet Shibabawa's death had been too sudden. She'd only managed to give a vague timeline, without specifying the type of disaster. Left with no other option, the association could only list out all their potential predictions for the S-class heroes to reference. Among the many crisis scenarios spread across several pages of data, alien invasion stood out, and it had been given a surprisingly high priority. Whether it was fortunate or not, the people of the One Punch world weren't entirely unfamiliar with aliens. But their imaginations likely couldn't grasp why an alien would spend 20 years flying across the galaxy just to come to this middle-of-nowhere planet, all because of a prophecy, looking for a worthy opponent. Put simply, he was showing up just to get beat down. And that alien just so happened to be none other than the dominator of the universe, the infamous captain of the dark matter thieves, feared across the stars. When I was a Marine, I fought pirates. Now as a hero, still fighting pirates. It was only now that Kazaru remembered, technically, Boros and his crew were also pirates. Running into an admiral of the navy like him was, in a way, a perfect matchup. And soon, his mind started to drift. Did that crew of monsters and demons on Boros' ship even count as humans? After all, even someone like Toru, a full-on dragon that could take human form, had been able to join the dimensional chat group. So it wouldn't make sense if those universe pirates, who didn't even look remotely human, couldn't get in too. If that was the case, did it mean he could capture this gang of alien pirates, and maybe even bring their spaceship back to the One Piece world? If that worked out, it would easily be Kazaru's biggest gain since joining the dimensional chat group. Hey! What are you spacing out about? The meeting had ended, and most of the S-class heroes were already trickling out. Tatsumaki only noticed Kazaru still sitting there in a daze afterward. It's over already. Kazaru lifted his head, already mentally ready to return to old habits. It was only then that he realized the large meeting room was now empty except for himself and the sisters, Tatsumaki and Fubuki. Since only S-class heroes could attend the meeting, Fubuki, just like Atomic Samurai's 3 disciples, had been waiting outside. Only once the meeting ended could she come in. Boring, right? You'll get used to it eventually. That lot's totally useless at getting things done. Meetings, all they ever do is hold more meetings. Tatsumaki grumbled non-stop, her petite face full of complaints. For someone as impatient as her, the Hero Association's work style was more frustrating than anything. Sis, what's the association planning to do? Fubuki asked curiously. Until now, she had deliberately avoided getting involved in S-class affairs out of respect for her sister. But now that Kizaru had become the 9th-ranked S-class hero, and she and Tatsumaki had reconciled, Fubuki naturally wanted to understand what S-class work actually involved. What else? They've got us rotating on duty shifts, just in case a god-level disaster shows up out of nowhere. Tatsumaki curled her lip dismissively. Of course, the real arrangements were a lot more complicated than she made them sound, but ignoring the minor details, the association was being unusually cautious. Maybe those higher-ups had scared themselves with their own overthinking. Even those who had been on vacation had rushed back to headquarters as fast as possible. With no clear idea what kind of disaster might happen, the Hero Association HQ, now packed with S-class heroes, was arguably the safest place in the world. What the higher-ups hadn't considered, however, was that their enemy wasn't just any disaster. It was Boros, the galactic overlord in search of worthy opponents. And the moment Earth's top fighters, all its S-class heroes, gathered in one place, they inevitably drew the attention of the dark matter thieves. After several days of travel, the massive mothership finally arrived in orbit, just a few thousand kilometers from Earth. That distance sounded far, but for a ship that had crossed galaxies, it was practically within reach. At last, I've found it. After such a long wait, after crossing such unimaginable distances, the moment is near. A battle, against warriors strong enough to face me. Seated on his throne, Boros stared down at the blue planet through the ship's transparent floor, barely containing his excitement as he murmured to himself. Standing before him were the 3 top combat officers of the dark matter thieves, warriors who had once followed him in conquering the stars. Yet before Boros, neither Melzergaard, with his limitless regenerative abilities and virtual immortality, nor Jerry Yugenshub, the universe's greatest esper, nor Garibas, a warrior of mysterious origins and immense strength. None of them could compare to the opponent Boros was now seeking. Lord Boros, we've confirmed the powerful individuals on this planet. Nearly all of them are concentrated in one specific area. The one you seek must be among them. Jerry Yugenshub, who looked like a floating alien octopus, reported respectfully. During the time their mothership had hovered near Earth, the probes they released had completed a rough scan of the entire planet. They'd confirmed that the native inhabitants had seemingly sensed something was coming and were gathering their strongest individuals, who had originally been scattered across the globe, into one region, likely to resist an unknown threat. But in Jerry Yugenshub's eyes, all of these efforts were pointless. Even if the prophesied warrior truly existed on this planet, there was no way he could rival Lord Boros. Lord Boros, should we proceed as usual and send a final ultimatum to this planet's rulers? That was Garibas speaking, his head and fists were both lined with toothy maws. At first glance, he looked like a common wolf or tiger-level monster. But this alien's power far exceeded that of even demon-level threats. No need. We'll land directly. Kill anyone who gets in the way, and bring the prophesied warrior to me. Boros's voice was cold and sharp. As the ruler of a vast interstellar empire who had laid waste to countless worlds, he hardly cared about the lives of Earth's inhabitants. If it had been before he discovered Kizaru, perhaps he would have been willing to wait a little longer. For 20 years he'd searched patiently for the warrior in the prophecy. But now that he knew of Kizaru's existence, there was no more need for waiting. Compared to his looming battle with Kizaru, destroying a single planet was a trivial matter. Yes, Lord Boros. The 3 officers responded firmly. They were the ones aboard the ship who revered Boros most deeply, and feared him the most. If he ordered them to wander the cosmos aimlessly for 20 years, or to attack a worthless planet solely to satisfy his thirst for battle, they would obey without the slightest complaint. Soon, the massive spaceship appeared just outside Earth's atmosphere, heading directly toward City A. The planet's artificial satellites were the first to detect the unidentified craft, only to be destroyed seconds later. Fortunately, the Hero Association headquarters received the alert in time and immediately mobilized all available heroes to prepare for the invasion from space. Woo-woo. Woo-woo. The shrill sound of the alarm echoed across Hero Association HQ and the skies above City A. The citizens, seasoned by years of disasters, dove quickly into underground shelters like clockwork. Only the most powerful S-class heroes remained above, along with a handful of brave A-class volunteers. At first, it was just a small dot in the sky, but in the blink of an eye, a colossal ship, over 10 kilometers long, appeared over City A. Let's give the natives of this planet a proper greeting. Jerry Yugenshub extended a tentacle, and using his incredible psychic power, solidified several billion cubic meters of air beneath the ship, rapidly compressing it into a dense cube of only hundreds of thousands of cubic meters. Then, he sent the massive block hurtling toward the ground. Degree. Chapter 184, Dark Matter Thieves. Once the ultra-compressed air cube touched the ground, the explosion it unleashed created a massive shockwave, powerful enough to sweep through an entire city in an instant, eradicating hundreds of thousands of people in the blink of an eye. The heroes on the ground suddenly felt a fierce wind erupt all around them. That was the vacuum caused by Jerry Yugenshub's compressed air. Even the side effects from Jerry Yugenshub simply preparing the ammunition were enough to blow so violently that many heroes couldn't even keep their eyes open. Bastard. Only psychics like Tatsumaki and Fubuki could actually see what was happening. Even someone as proud as Tatsumaki couldn't help but have her expression change dramatically upon witnessing it. There wasn't time to properly dismantle Jerry Yugenshub's technique. She could only hastily mimic the move by using telekinesis to freeze a massive volume of air and push it upward from below. Ha! I didn't expect to find such a powerful telekinetic on this planet. But before me, the #1 telekinetic in the universe, you're just rushing toward your own death. Jerry Yugenshub cackled as he detonated the compressed air cube midair. The air, compressed tens of thousands of times over, exploded in an instant. The resulting pressure cannon tore right through Tatsumaki's hastily constructed barrier. Just as it looked like the entire City A would be wiped out by the destructive shockwave, Kazaru calmly spread his arms. A flood of armament hockey surged outward, forming an invisible wall in midair in an instant. The shockwave struck the wall of armament hockey with a deafening boom. The entire city trembled from the impact. But even after the storm had passed, Kizaru's hockey wall remained completely unmoved, as if it had only been brushed by a feather. With only the thin barrier between them, the air above looked like it had been ravaged by a Category 18 hurricane, while below, everything remained utterly still and untouched. Had it not been for the overwhelming sound and the visible shaking of the atmosphere and the city itself, no one would have even noticed what just happened above. Ha ha ha, GUH. What just happened? What the hell was that? There shouldn't be anyone in the universe with stronger telekinesis than me. Wait. That wasn't telekinesis. Jerry Yugenshup's laughter stopped abruptly. He hadn't even seen what blocked his guaranteed strike. That telekinetic bastard is mine. Floating beside Kazaru, Tatsumaki grit her teeth and spoke. If she hadn't been caught off guard, there wouldn't have been much of a gap between her and Jerry Yugenshup in terms of strength. Tatsumaki's pride couldn't handle the fact that she had to rely on someone else to protect her. Even if that someone was Kazaru, especially if it was him, she couldn't accept it. All right then. Just be careful. Kazaru patted her head, which was nearly bristling in frustration. He understood how she felt. Aside from being caught off guard, she was clearly a bit excited by the challenge. After all, this was a telekinetic user who wasn't weaker than her. She probably wanted to see for herself who was stronger. What just happened? Tank Top Master stared up in shock at the massive alien spaceship overhead and the storm-swept sky now completely devoid of clouds. In that moment, he suddenly felt like a fake S-class hero. They're definitely not here for friendly reasons. Bang let out a long breath. He wasn't the type to lose confidence so easily, but just realizing that this devastating strike was only a test from the enemy made him feel uneasy. If Jerry Yugenshup was already the strongest among the aliens, then fine. But if there were even stronger ones yet to act, then things were going to get rough. No need to worry too much. We've got our trump card too. As long as King makes a move, everything will be fine. Seeing morale sink among the heroes, Zombie Iman tried to lift everyone's spirits by bringing out what he considered his trump card. Even without the Vaccine Man incident, King already had 4 confirmed kills of dragon-level monsters under his belt. He was widely revered as the strongest man on Earth. Thump 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 thump. Just as Zombie Iman finished speaking, an intense rumble echoed through the room, a sound like an engine revving up. It's already starting. The legendary King engine. Super Alloy Darkshine turned slightly, intrigued. It was his first time seeing King in action. I wonder who's stronger, Sensei or King? Genos muttered under his breath. It was a shame Saitama hadn't come along. Otherwise, he could finally settle the debate in his mind between these two titans. And then there was Swift Flash, clearly a formidable opponent, if Sensei himself saw potential in him. If he had that level of power back then, he could have destroyed the frenzied cyborg that wiped out his hometown. Oh. Looks like we can count on him after all. Atomic Samurai adjusted his straw hat, finally able to relax a bit. His main worry had been for his 3 disciples. But now that King was stepping in, there was nothing to fear. Ha! My blood's boiling. Let's have a contest later, King. See who can take down more aliens. Metal Bat shouted with excitement, and as if in response, the revving of the King engine roared even louder in the air. Off to the side, Kizaru nearly burst out laughing. The fact that King could still keep a straight face in a situation like this was impressive. Anyone else, even the most stoic, would have peed themselves by now. To be honest, Kizaru had long suspected the Hero Association's S-Class was full of entertainers, otherwise there was no way they'd all uncritically believe King was invincible. Still, Kizaru had no intention of exposing King. Not because he wanted to watch the joke play out, but because King's presence did genuinely boost morale. It also made monsters wary if they knew of him. Look out. Something's falling from the sky. Drive Knight looked up. Before his words were fully out, a massive shadow dropped from above and slammed into the plaza in front of Hero Association HQ, leaving a crater over 10 meters deep. What just happened? Looks like a person. Did they die on impact? As the heroes exchanged confused glances, a towering, muscle-bound humanoid figure crawled out of the pit. Despite being warped from the 1,000-meter fall, its body snapped back to normal within seconds. That damn Jerry Yugenshup just tossed me down here. I'm Melzergard, elite warrior of the Dark Matter Thieves. Among you Earthlings, who's the strongest? Which one of you is the prophesied warrior? Melzergard cursed while twisting his neck in frustration. But his eyes soon scanned the crowd of heroes before him. The heroes all turned to King instinctively. As far as they were concerned, he was definitely the strongest warrior present. And now, the sound of the King engine shook the air so violently it was like something was about to explode. Melzergard followed their gaze and locked eyes on King. So this was the one prophesied to rival Lord Boros. Don't get cocky. Earth isn't your playground. Spirit of hot-blooded slam dunk. Enraged that the alien hadn't even glanced at him, Metalbat charged forward and smashed his bat down with such force that he cleaved Melzergaard clean in two. The surrounding heroes froze. This alien had survived a 1,000-meter fall without a scratch, and yet had been taken down just like that. Ah. That's it. I thought he'd be tougher than that. Guess that means I'm stronger. Metalbat stared at his weapon in disbelief, then turned around proudly to show off to the other S-class heroes. But nearly all of them were staring wide-eyed, not at him, but at something behind him. Seeing their expressions, Metalbat grew even smugger, until he heard a voice behind him. No, two voices. That really hurt. Times. The grin froze on Metalbat's face. When he turned around, he saw the two halves of Melzergaard had become two Melzergaards. Boom. Both Melzergaards punched simultaneously, sending Metalbat flying back over 100 meters. He crashed straight through the thick outer wall of HQ and vanished inside. How dare you hurt Bat Boy? Angel Rush. Furious, Pori prisoner dashed in and launched a furious combo on both aliens. But even after he finished, the two Melzergaards stood unmoved. Then they looked down at him, literally and figuratively. If you're done, then it's our turn now. The two Melzergaard clones struck simultaneously, mimicking Pori prisoner's fighting style blow for blow, and within seconds, had pummeled him beyond recognition. But just as one of the Melzergaards moved in to deliver the final blow, Atomic Samurai appeared behind them, without anyone noticing, and was calmly sheathing his sword. Clang. At the precise moment the blade clicked against the scabbard, both Melzergaards were sliced clean in half at the waist. Atomic, Ikamanji slash. Atomic Samurai didn't let his guard down just because he one-shot the two Melzergaards. Even after resheathing his sword, his full focus remained locked on this alien enemy. And rightly so. The next second, the two bisected Melzergaards began rapidly regenerating. The top halves grew new lower bodies, and the bottom halves sprouted new torsos. In an instant, the two became four. Are you kidding me? Child Emperor couldn't help shouting. Split them in two, and they doubled, cut them into four, and they multiplied again. And each one was still dangerously strong. How were they supposed to beat something like that? What a terrifying ability. Bang frowned deeply. Against an opponent with such extreme regeneration, even if he pushed his water stream rock-smashing fist to the limit, it'd be hard to deal any lasting damage. Only Kizaru was calmly stroking his chin, quietly mulling things over. Was a treasure like Melzergaard even considered human? With regeneration like that, if he brought one of these things back to the One Piece world, Dr. Vegapunk might just faint from excitement. And Orochimaru would definitely want one too. Even ignoring its combat ability, just the immortality and free-splitting traits made it an ideal test subject for those mad scientists. Need more samples? Just slice a few pieces off. Done with an experiment. Toss it. Or keep it around for next time. Absolutely perfect. Before the newly formed four Melzergaards could even start talking tough, a sudden chill ran down their spines. It was the same kind of instinctive fear they'd once felt when they accidentally pissed off Lord Boros. If they hadn't had such absurd regeneration, they'd have been dead 10 times over before his fury cooled. Boom. Just then, another figure dropped from the sky, crashing into the Hero Association's plaza and leaving a crater almost identical to Melzergaard's earlier landing. But this time, the one who climbed out, Genryuganshup, hadn't suffered even the slightest injury. Falling from over 1,000 meters without a scratch, that kind of physical toughness was absolutely monstrous. You're too slow, Melzergaard. This isn't the time for games. Degree. Chapter 185, 185, Genryuganshup vs. Tatsumaki. Garibas, whose head and arms all had massive gaping mouths, growled in rebuke. Despite having no visible eyes, he somehow pinpointed Melzergaard's exact location. Though Melzergaard was fuming at being scolded, he didn't dare talk back. Not because he feared Garibas per se, but because he knew Lord Boros might be watching. And if Boros thought he was slacking off, even with insane regen, he'd be lucky to even leave a smear behind. Great, another one. Now things are really getting out of hand. Super Alloy Darkshine scratched his steel-like head, a bit uneasy. He'd become an S-class hero to prove the strength of his training, but facing these kinds of monsters made even him nervous. So, you've found it. The strongest native on this planet. The warrior from the prophecy. Soon, another figure descended, a floating one this time. Unlike his comrades who'd plummeted from the sky like meteors, the alien octopus lookalike Genryuganshup glided gently down with psychic control. Yes. We found him. That native. Melzergaard pointed straight at King in the crowd, secretly relieved that the first thing he'd done upon arrival was look for the prophesied warrior, otherwise, he'd surely have been punished by Lord Boros. The one being pointed at, King, showed no expression. But the momentary quiet was shattered as his King engine started rumbling once more. What are they talking about? A prophesied warrior. Bang strained to hear the conversation between Jerry Yugenship and Melzergaard, but the noise from the King engine was just too loud. Honestly, it was a miracle King's heart could beat that violently. Oh, so you've already found him. Idiot. Who told you the prophesied warrior was that native? Just as Jerry Yugenship was about to nod in agreement, he received a message from Lord Boros aboard the ship. All his tendrils snapped taut as the realization hit, and he erupted in fury at Melzergaard. He'd almost been dragged into a pit by that moron. Just the thought of presenting a random earthling to the impatient Boros made Jerry Yugenship tremble. What? How dare you deceive Melzergaard? For Melzergaard's roared at once toward the heroes. Not even when he'd been cleaved in half by metal bat or chopped into quarters by atomic samurai had he reacted this strongly, but this time, he was genuinely angry. I'll deal with you later. Garibas, take care of the remaining natives. And as for the strongest warrior on this planet, come with me to meet Lord Boros. Jerry Yugenship growled at Melzergaard, then turned and respectfully extended a tentacle toward Kizaru. They didn't even bother with threats or deception. They'd take Kizaru to Boros, and wipe out the rest of the planet's inhabitants while they were at it. Only then would their 20 years of star-hopping resentment be properly avenged. Leader to leader, king to king, huh? Real classy bunch of aliens. But it seems they really think Swift Flash is the strongest man on Earth. Atomic Samurai chewed on a grass stem as he spoke. Either the aliens were completely blind, or Kazaru was even more powerful than they had imagined. Now the real question was, would it be better to keep Swift Flash here and fight off the alien army together? Or let him stall their leader, while the rest cleaned up the alien troops, then regroup for the final battle? Humph. Like I'd listen to a damn octopus freak like you. Tatsumaki stepped in front of Kazaru, glaring angrily. She trusted Kazaru's strength, but marching straight into enemy territory. No matter how you looked at it, it was a terrible idea. That's not your choice to make. Psychic prison. Jerry Yugenship suddenly made his move. His tentacles surged with psychic energy, forming an invisible cage that dropped toward Kazaru. He didn't believe for a second that any warrior could rival Lord Boros. All he had to do was bring this planet's so-called strongest to Boros, then annihilate the rest of the natives. That way, he could prove that ridiculous prophecy was just a joke, without incurring Boros's wrath. After all, how could a backwater planet like this possibly produce someone strong enough to match Lord Boros? You're asking for it. Tatsumaki hadn't expected Jerry Yugenship to strike first, but then, she wasn't planning to play nice either. Her psychic energy, already gathered, exploded outward, colliding head-on with Jerry Yugenship's in midair. Zzzzzzzzzzzzz. The two massive forces of psychic power clashed, compressing and grinding everything between them to dust. Acid spit. Die. At the same time, Garibas and Melzergaard launched their own attacks. Garibas's three massive mouths all spewed out highly corrosive acid toward the nearest targets, Genos, Superalloy Darkshine, and Flashy Flash. The acid was strong enough to eat through a warship's armor. Even Melzergaard, with his regeneration, didn't dare touch it lightly. Incineration Cannon. Genos clasped his hands together and unleashed a roaring torrent of high-pressure flames, incinerating the acid midair. Flashy Flash barely twitched his legs, and his speed carried him clear of the attack in an instant. The acid that struck the ground melted a giant pit into the cement of the HQ plaza. Sizzle. Superalloy Darkshine was drenched in acid, yet he simply shook his hands casually, trying to fling the sticky goo off his body. Even Jerry Yugenship's acid couldn't faze him, his muscles, forged to be harder than steel, shrugged it off like water. As his two companions engaged the enemy, Melzergaard, now split into four bodies, also charged in four directions, toward Atomic Samurai, Bang, Zombie Mon, and Drive Knight respectively. With his terrifying regenerative abilities, Melzergaard wasn't just some freeloading undead freak. His offensive power could easily eliminate demon-level monsters, and every part of his body could morph to adapt to different combat scenarios. No exaggeration, unless you had a strategy tailored for Melzergaard, or the raw strength to exploit his weaknesses, each one of his clones could be considered a dragon-level threat on its own. Cutting into 4 pieces isn't enough. Then I'll cut you into 400. Atomic Slash. Atomic Samurai drew his blade again, his strike so fast they didn't even leave after images. The moment he sheathed his sword, the Melzergaard clone was reduced to scattered meat chunks. But before long, those pieces fused back together, now forming 2 Melzergaard clones. Slashes are ineffective. No, wait, that's Water Stream Rock Smashing Fist. Bang had been quietly observing the battle between Atomic Samurai and Melzergaard. When one of the clones finally charged at him, something clicked, and he struck instantly, reducing the clone to a mass of shredded flesh. But just as Bang reached out, trying to grab something from the remains, the clone's flesh rapidly coiled around his hand and sprouted dozens of sharp spikes, forcing him to retreat. Boom. At the same moment, Zombie Mon swung his axe and took a brutal hit in return, but not before embedding the blade deep into the clone's shoulder. You brainless savage, this kind of wound doesn't even tickle. The Melzerguard clone casually pulled out the axe. But as he turned to help the others, he saw Zombie Mon already standing back up, completely unharmed. Funny. Same here. Zombie Mon replied flatly, revving up his chainsaw. Two immortal monsters clashed again. Zombie Mon was promptly knocked away, but not before carving a fresh wound into the clone with his chainsaw. Highly regenerative enemy detected. Activating Plan J, Tactical Transformation, Electromagnetic Suppression, Mechanical Capture Unit. Drive Knight's arms snapped together and rapidly transformed. As a Melzerguard clone lunged toward him, his arms clamped onto it and released a surge of electricity, generating a powerful magnetic field that pinned the clone to the ground. While the top-tier fighters unleashed their attacks, swarms of grotesque alien pirates began raining down from the mothership, riding an assortment of bizarre flying devices. The dark matter thieves didn't dominate the galaxy solely because of Boros's unmatched strength. TCH. This sucks. I'm terrible at fighting crowds. Mini electromagnetic jamming device. Child Emperor bit down on a lollipop and whipped out a gadget shaped like a pencil sharpener from his backpack. The moment he activated it, countless enemy flight devices suddenly lost power and plummeted from the sky. Most of the pirates managed to dismount in time. Some even had wings or other flying appendages, but a few unlucky ones screamed as they crashed into the ground and turned into splattered pulp. Tank Top Charge. As soon as they landed, the alien pirates charged at the heroes, but Tank Top Master didn't flinch and met them head-on. Just a bunch of primitives. A particularly burly alien pirate stepped forward to intercept him. Judging by size alone, this alien was at least 3 times taller than Tank Top Master, covered head to toe in jagged bone-like spikes. It wasn't hard to imagine what kind of carnage would come from a direct collision. But Tank Top Master didn't hesitate for even a second. He roared and smashed straight into the alien, his muscles impaled by the spikes as he drove forward, turning the pirate into an explosion of flesh and gore. The shock of the scene made several alien pirates freeze in their tracks, but more of them kept charging toward Child Emperor. Without saying a word, Pig God stepped forward and blocked their path. As they came at him, he grabbed them one by one and stuffed them into his gaping maw. The aliens were tough, some of them were still wriggling after being swallowed. But within moments, they were digested completely. In the blink of an eye, Pig God had devoured over 100 alien pirates. His body was a bloody mess, but just as quickly, he regenerated completely. This one's mine. Tatsumaki shouted toward Kizaru as she fought Genryugenship with her psychic powers, worried he might try to steal her opponent. If she had started out with a bit of spite, now she was fully enjoying the thrill of battle. Until now, she had always been the most powerful Esper on Earth, even Fubuki, though also a psychic, was nowhere near her level. Damn primitives. This isn't the time to mess around. Move aside, I have to take the prophesied warrior to Lord Boros. Genryugenship's arrogant tone had shifted to panic. Boros was getting impatient, and if this dragged on, Genryugenship might be the next to die. Keep dreaming. You'll have to beat me first. Tatsumaki was in the zone, there was no way she'd let the alien get away easily. The clash between two master-level espers was nothing short of spectacular. Each exchange of attacks shook the ground and sky, it was no wonder the Hero Association's higher-ups considered Tatsumaki their ultimate weapon. Her destructive power was on another level. Do you think Sis can win? Fubuki asked nervously. She too was a psychic, but the intensity of the battle between Tatsumaki and the alien was far beyond her ability to intervene. Against a regular opponent, Fubuki had full confidence in her sister, but Genryugenship wasn't just holding his own. In fact, because he was desperate to deliver Kizaru to Boros, he was burning through his own psychic energy to finish things quickly. For the moment, he even seemed to have the upper hand, pressing Tatsumaki hard. Hard to say. In terms of raw power, they're nearly equals. If Tatsumaki's a 100, that octopus alien is maybe a 95. Kazaru activated his observation haki, though against espers, whose strength wasn't based on physical prowess, its effectiveness was limited. So Sis can win. Fubuki brightened at that. She knew just how sharp Kazaru's senses and judgments were. A difference of 5 points might sound small, but between fighters this powerful, it was enough to decide the outcome. Hard to say, Kizaru shrugged. In terms of pure psychic strength, Tatsumaki has the edge. But who knows how long that octopus thing has lived, its mastery over psychic control might even surpass hers. In terms of raw destructive force, Tatsumaki was superior even to some of the strongest fighters from Kazaru's pirate world. But her powers were a bit unbalanced, offensively overwhelming, but defensively vulnerable. In that sense, she was not unlike a certain snake-themed ninja from another world. Still, it wasn't exactly fair to criticize her. Compared to the other S-class heroes, Tatsumaki was clearly on another level. Even dragon-level monsters had a hard time threatening her. So whether she had a weakness or not didn't really matter much. Damn it. Fire. Kill the rest of the natives. Genryugenship finally lost patience. He hadn't been able to break through Tatsumaki's defenses, and now he barked an order to the alien pirates stationed aboard the ship. They weren't planning to take over this planet anyway. Once Lord Boros finished his fight, the planet would be destroyed. Might as well treat this like a dress rehearsal. The Dark Matter Thieves' mothership didn't have something ridiculous like a planet-destroying cannon, but it could still flatten an entire city in a single barrage. At Genryugenship's command, the hovering mothership began to transform, revealing rows of massive energy cannons. Fire. The alien pirates, used to pillaging and killing, showed no hesitation. Even knowing that hundreds of thousands of civilians lived in the city below, they launched the attack without a second thought. Degree. Chapter 186, One Shot. In an instant, countless beams of light lit up under the spaceship. The energy cannons, long since fully charged, roared in unison. Boom 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 boom. The ground shattered instantly, skyscrapers collapsed like dominoes, and the shockwaves of the explosions even swept up some of the alien pirates. When the smoke and dust finally began to settle. Aside from the Hero Association headquarters, which, like a fortress, only suffered severe surface damage, most of City A had been reduced to ruins by the bombardment from the Dark Matter Thieves' mothership. What is this? The association executives hiding in the underground base of HQ screamed in panic. For a moment, they truly thought death was imminent. Fortunately, the construction quality of the HQ held up, maintaining its structural integrity even under such terrifying firepower, especially for those hunkered down safely underground. However, as they looked at the satellite images of City A, nearly every executive fell into despair. They had never imagined an alien spaceship could possess such devastating destructive power. Even though the Association HQ survived this round of bombardment, who could say there wouldn't be a second or third? How could this be? Fubuki remained completely unharmed under Kizaru's protection, but her face was blank as she stared at the vast urban ruins before her. As a B-class hero, she had never witnessed such carnage, an entire city leveled by a single barrage from a spaceship. Even Vaccine Man, once classified as a dragon-level threat, had only destroyed a few blocks before Kazaru swiftly eliminated him, preventing further damage. They really are completely reckless. Kazaru slowly retracted his armament haki, which had just spread across the entire underground defense network of City A. To be honest, protecting the entire city wasn't easy. Even Kazaru, with his seemingly endless armament haki, had been stretched thin. Fortunately, most civilians had gathered in over a dozen fortified shelters. With those bunkers already sturdy to begin with, Kazaru managed to shield them as well. Even so, his observation haki still sensed thousands of civilians who hadn't made it to the shelters in time, lives lost in that single strike. These space pirates were no different from the lawless marauders of his original world, violent and utterly without restraint. This was just a warning. The strongest warrior on this planet, come face Lord Boros willingly, or more of your kind will be erased by the ship's cannons. Hovering midair, Genryugenship shouted loudly at Kazaru. He could clearly sense Lord Boros's growing irritation. Especially after seeing so many of the small fry engaging in battle, Boros was becoming increasingly impatient. That native, he's Boros's opponent. So the warrior from the prophecy actually exists. Are you kidding me? How could some backwater native be a match for the universal conqueror, Lord Boros? The alien pirates shielded by Genryugenship's powers kept sizing Kazaru up, trying to figure out what about him warranted their 20-year-long journey across the galaxy. You're so eager to meet me. Then I'll grant your wish, but first. Kazaru narrowed his eyes. Until now, he hadn't had much personal grudge against the Dark Matter Thieves. Their crimes were in another world, after all. But seeing these space pirates casually reduce an entire city to rubble, even Kazaru's calm nature couldn't stop the fury rising within him. Wait, you. Genryugenship suddenly felt a chill run down his spine. Every one of his tendrils went rigid, he felt as if he were facing a furious Boros himself. Before he could react, a flash of light bloomed before his eyes, and the universe's most powerful Esper's consciousness was utterly extinguished. From the other's perspective, Kazaru had merely raised a finger. A beam of light burst from its tip, and a neat hole opened in the octopus-like alien's head. One strike. That was all it took to eliminate Genryugenship, one of the top 3 combatants among the Dark Matter Thieves. Even Boros, seated within the spaceship, opened his massive single eye wide in surprise. Let your life pay for your crimes, the rest of you trash, leave them to the others. I'm going to meet your leader. Kazaru didn't wait for a response from the dazed heroes climbing out of the rubble. He stepped on the air using Jeppo, launching himself at high speed toward the floating spaceship. Just one hit. Child Emperor stared at Jerry Yugenshup's corpse in shock. With Jerry Yugenshup's terrifying opening attack, his command over Melzergard and Garibas, and his authority to order the mothership's artillery strike, the heroes had assumed he was the strongest among the alien invaders. Even Tatsumaki, ranked number 2 among S-class heroes, would be slightly outmatched one-on-one against such an opponent. His power was clear. Yet that same powerful alien had been instantly annihilated by a casual strike from Swift Flash. The difference in power was so overwhelming that Child Emperor nearly forgot they were still in the middle of a battle. He wasn't the only hero frozen in shock. Luckily, the alien invaders were equally stunned, and no one launched a counterattack during the opening. Jerry Yugenshub just died like that. Melzergard couldn't help but wonder if he'd been hit with some kind of illusion. Otherwise, how could he possibly have witnessed something so absurd? Though he, Garibas, and Jerry Yugenshub were all considered top-level warriors, Jerry Yugenshub had always slightly outranked them. It wasn't just about seniority, his strength was also the greatest of the three. Idiot. Don't just stand there. Kill these natives first. Garibas couldn't hold back a curse. After witnessing Kizaru instantly annihilate Jerry Yugenshub in one move, even the most arrogant of the alien pirates had to admit, the natives of this planet were something else. Just now, the 3 top-ranking fighters had teamed up and still failed to take down these powerful Earthlings. Now that Jerry Yugenshub was gone, even though the strongest of them had gone to face Lord Boros, the rest would still have their hands full. Damn it. That octopus head was my opponent. Your comrade's already gone to hell, guess it's your turn to join him. Tatsumaki had finally snapped out of her shock over Kizaru's one-hit kill. She had just released her psychic barrier when it happened, finally, someone worthy of being her equal, maybe even stronger, only to be wiped out by Kazaru before the fight even started. And the worst part? She couldn't even express her anger at him. So instead, Tatsumaki turned all that rage toward the rest of the alien pirates. Wipe out these invaders. Then we'll back up Swift Flash. Child Emperor shouted, lips tight with tension. As impressive as Kizaru's kill had been, no one knew how strong the alien leader really was. They couldn't rely on Kazaru to defeat him alone, S-class heroes still had their pride. What an impressive young man, but this old man still isn't ready to hide behind the next generation. Bang took a stance, the water stream rock-smashing fist. His body swelled slightly as every muscle tensed, and his once-bent frame straightened with purpose. If 400 strikes aren't enough, how about I slice you into atoms? Atomic Samurai narrowed his eyes at the clones of Melzergard and unsheathed his blade again. Kill them all. Glorbase roared, and thousands of alien pirates surged forward. The battle between Earth's heroes and the alien invaders erupted in full force. And just as war exploded on the surface, Kizaru, already aboard the mothership, had locked onto Boros's position using his observation hockey. He tore through doors, blasted through walls, and quickly arrived at the ornate temple where Boros sat. So you've finally come. I've been waiting quite a while. Boros spoke with an eerie calm, but to Kizaru's senses, he was a volcano on the verge of eruption. Who knew how excited this guy really was inside? Sorry about the wait. But I had to deal with your lackey first. Kizaru looked up with mild irritation. The last time he'd had to look up at someone, it was one of those insufferable celestial dragons, who he'd later quietly dealt with during Fisher Tiger's raid on Mary Geos. Jerry Yugenshub, was it? Doesn't matter. It's normal for the weak to die at the hands of the strong. Boros spoke indifferently. The only thing that earned his attention was power. If Jerry Yugenshub died, that just proved he was weak. I see, cosmic pirates really are just pirates. Kizaru nodded. Sure, there were exceptions like Whitebeard, who treated his crew like family, but most pirates didn't give a damn about their comrades, especially once they outlived their usefulness. You don't know who I am yet, do you? Let me introduce myself. I am Boros, leader of the Dark Matter Thieves. Boros slowly rose from his throne, stepping down the stairs toward Kazaru. Admiral Kazaru, Navy Headquarters. As Boros stepped up to him, Kazaru narrowed his eyes. This guy was stronger than expected, especially the energy pulsing inside him. If he unleashed it all at once, he'd be terrifying. No wonder he'd taken several hits from the bald Demon King and still managed to stay standing. I had more to say, but I'm running out of patience. Let's fight first. Are you ready? Boros cracked his neck, producing a sharp pop. I was just about to ask the same thing. Kizaru smirked. In the blink of an eye, the floor beneath Boros exploded, and he launched forward, smashing his elbow toward Kazaru's chest. Boom. The strike was flawless, both in power and speed. Against most S-class heroes, it would have decided the fight instantly. But Kazaru calmly raised one hand and caught the blow with his palm like it was nothing. So, you really are the warrior from the prophecy. Boros tried to push forward, but Kazaru's grip didn't budge. Still, a wild smile spread across his face. How about we skip the warm-up? Kizaru spoke lazily. Boros was undeniably strong, stronger than expected, but that only applied when he was fighting at full power. In his base state, Kizaru didn't even take him seriously. The armor Boros wore suppressed his own strength, just so he could draw out some fun from lesser opponents. But even so, it had been a long time since Boros had faced someone who could handle him in this form. Good. The smile on Boros' face grew even more unrestrained. Without making a single visible move, his armor clattered to the floor piece by piece, revealing the deep blue body beneath. His aura instantly surged to a whole new level. Kizaru could feel it clearly, Boros' power was still rising. In just a few breaths, it had already multiplied several times over. Now that's more like it. Before Kizaru could finish speaking, Boros had already grabbed his right arm in a vice grip, attempting to hurl him into the air with brute force. Boom. A brilliant flash of light erupted. Boros suddenly found himself clutching empty air. Before he could react, Kizaru's foot connected solidly with his body, sending him flying across the temple. He crashed through several stone pillars, finally slamming into the temple wall and leaving a crater more than a meter deep. The thick wall fractured into a web of cracks, testament to the terrifying power behind that single kick. Ha! Ha 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 ha. As expected of the warrior from the prophecy. This feeling is incredible. Degree. Chapter 187, Against Boros. Despite his chest being crushed inward from the kick, Boros, still embedded in the wall, laughed madly. Before coming to Earth, he had worried that warrior from the prophecy wouldn't be able to satisfy his thirst for battle. He had even specially prepared a set of armor to suppress his own strength, just to make the fight more thrilling. But now, it seemed the warrior was even stronger than his most optimistic expectations. This was perfect. Boros trembled with excitement, every cell in his body seemingly cheering in ecstasy. Round 2. Kizaru curled his finger, gesturing for him to come. No sooner had the words left his mouth than Boros vanished from sight, reappearing high above him. Even in his base form, Boros was easily the strongest opponent Kizaru had faced to date. His speed, strength, durability, and regeneration were all off the charts. And unlike most natural powerhouses, he lacked none of the combat experience or technique. There were no weak points to exploit. He was the very definition of a hexagon warrior. Kizaru couldn't help but wonder, did I have the power to match this? Rah. Drunk on adrenaline, Boros didn't even notice Kizaru momentarily distracted. He slammed down a vicious overhead kick like a bolt of divine thunder. The single strike shattered the floor of the temple and brought the massive structure crashing down. But Kizaru's speed was simply too overwhelming, he evaded it effortlessly. Flash, heaven speed kick. Before Boros could even hit the ground, Kizaru struck again. Still in midair, he launched a kick that sent Boros flying once more. Though they were each other's strongest opponents to date, Boros was still clearly outclassed by Kizaru. The difference in their physical abilities was absolute and comprehensive. Boom. Boros, along with a mass of temple debris, crashed through the ship's lower deck and pierced straight through the hull, hurtling toward the ruined city below. Mid-fall, Boros coughed up a mouthful of blood, his body twisting unnaturally. Even after learning from his earlier mistakes and mentally preparing himself, the brutal reality still caught him off guard. To think such a powerful warrior existed on this planet, someone capable of suppressing his base form with ease. That kind of strength was nothing short of monstrous. And while Kizaru was unleashing chaos aboard the Dark Matter Thief spaceship in his battle against Boros, fierce combat had also erupted on the ground between the heroes and the alien invaders. Atomic slash. With a dazzling burst of sword light, Melzergaard's body was once again sliced into countless tiny pieces by atomic samurai. Acid spit. Just as Bang and Flashy Flash were about to take advantage of the moment to destroy Melzergaard's core, Garibas, braving a barrage of missiles from Child Emperor, spewed a torrent of corrosive acid, forcing Bang and Flashy Flash to retreat and avoid being splashed. Only Superalloy Darkshine could completely ignore the acid thanks to his body being harder than steel. Even Drive Knight, whose body was fully mechanical, had part of his arm melted off after being hit by just a bit of the acid. Gwa. That hurts. Garibas. Your acid hit me too. Melzergaard, having reformed into humanoid shape, gritted his teeth through the searing pain of corrosion and brutally tore the affected chunk of flesh from his own body. Idiot. They've figured out your weakness. If you're that eager to die, I'll oblige you later. Garibas bellowed in frustration. Without Jerry Yugenship, the top-ranking fighter, backing them up, the two of them were barely holding on while being surrounded by these terrifying native warriors. The average space pirate was no match for these primitive fighters and couldn't provide any real help. No one knew why a planet with such an outdated civilization had so many insanely powerful locals. What? Damn it. How did they figure it out? Melzergaard started to panic. Only now did he realize that the S-class heroes had been deliberately aiming for his core during each of their attacks. His so-called immortality was his trump card. Aside from that, while his combat abilities weren't weak, they were nowhere near the level of the other top-ranked warriors. And after witnessing the sheer power of the S-class heroes, even someone as prideful as Melzergaard had to admit that, now that his weakness was exposed, these earthlings actually had the strength to kill him. Buy me some time. I'm going to use that move and take them all out at once. Before Melzergaard could even respond, Garibas launched into action, spewing thick purple mucus from his 3 large mouths and encasing himself in a massive, dark purple cocoon. His species possessed the ability to absorb genetic traits from enemies they devoured. With Lord Boros's permission, Jerry Yugenshop had once consumed a species with powerful metamorphic abilities and had absorbed their genetic talent. However, using that transformation ability in a short span drastically reduced his lifespan, which was why he rarely resorted to this ultimate technique. But now, faced with a group of warriors nearly equal in strength, even him, with all his arrogance, knew that just him and Melzergaard weren't enough to win this fight. Leave it to me, wait, hold on. Melzergaard instinctively agreed, but suddenly froze as a realization struck him. Originally, even with both of them working together, they were barely holding the line. Now that Garibas had begun its metamorphosis and couldn't fight for the time being, things were going from bad to worse. It was left alone, dragging a bunch of third-rate minions to face off against so many powerful natives, talk about rubbing salt in the wound. But Garibas didn't give it any chance to object, without so much as a word, it just went ahead and started evolving. By the time Melzergaard realized what was happening, he had no choice but to grit his teeth and face over a dozen S-class heroes alone. Bastard. You dare treat me like that? Metalbat, who had earlier been sent flying into the Hero Association HQ, had now regained consciousness. Teeth clenched and veins bulging, he stormed back in search of that damn alien. As an S-class hero, Metalbat didn't have any flashy powers and his ranking wasn't especially high, but he had a knack for turning the tide the longer a fight went on, often beating monsters far stronger than him. This thing has a core inside its body that keeps shifting around. You can't kill it unless you destroy that core. Bang stepped up to warn the others. Simply chopping Melzergaard into chunks was pointless, Atomic Samurai had already tried that. And if there was anyone better at slicing things up, they weren't present. You all can go to hell. Tatsumaki, already seething with rage, unleashed her psychic powers with reckless abandon. The space pirates scattered in all directions, utterly overwhelmed. They were used to watching Lord Jerry Yugenshop beat enemies to a pulp with psychic powers, now it was their turn to be on the receiving end of a psychic beatdown. You're not getting past here, no matter what. Melzergaard reabsorbed all 5 of his clones, merging into a giant, 5-headed form. His limbs transformed into a grotesque array of weapons, axes, saws, hammers, you name it. They might have looked like they were made of flesh and bone, but their durability rivaled steel. Like hell, that's up to you. Vest tackle. Tank Top Master knew full well his powers weren't suited for taking this guy down alone, so he opted to team up with Atomic Samurai. With a mighty charge, he tackled one of the giant's legs and slammed Melzergaard down right in front of Atomic Samurai. Tactical Transformation, G-Mode, Electromagnetic Restraint Unit. Drive Knight's limbs shot out like anchors, pinning down Melzergaard's transformed body, locking all 4 limbs to the ground like massive nails. Atomic Slash. Atomic Samurai, already poised and ready, drew his blade in a flash. A storm of radiant sword light burst forth, reducing Melzergaard to dust-sized fragments in an instant. Psychic Suppression. Tatsumaki took a moment from crushing space pirates to freeze the fragments trying to regenerate. At the same time, Child Emperor and Genos finished preparing their combo. High-temp combustion mist. Incineration cannon. Wearing a gas mask, Child Emperor carried a massive water gun-like weapon and unleashed a spray of explosive mist. Genos followed up by igniting it. An inferno of extreme heat engulfed Melzergaard's body, incinerating the flesh until nothing remained but the near-indestructible core, still conscious, still trying to escape and reform. Fong penetration. But the moment the core emerged from the flames, Bang, who had been waiting for this very moment, struck with deadly precision and snatched it clean. The core inside Melzergaard's body, purely in terms of defense, was even tougher than his outer shell. But in Bang's hands, that meant nothing. With a casual squeeze, the hardened core let out a crisp crack and shattered on the spot. And just like that, the second highest-ranking warrior of the Dark Matter Thieves was dead, less than 2 hours after descending upon Earth. Lord Melzergaard got killed by a native. This must be a dream. There's no way Lord Jerry Yugenshop and Lord Melzergaard could die at the hands of natives. Damn these savages. Hold on, once Lord Garibas finishes his metamorphosis, he'll avenge them both. The grotesque, bizarre-looking space pirates let out pained howls. If it weren't for Garibas, and their supreme commander Boros, standing behind them, desertions might have already broken out. TCH. Then I'll just take you all on, Savage Tornado. Annoyed that he hadn't gotten to fight Melzergaard himself, Metalbat turned his frustrations on the remaining alien pirates. Relying on his near-limitless stamina, so long as he didn't give up, he wouldn't go down, he tore into the horde like a wolf in a flock of sheep. Sure, he hadn't stood a chance against Melzergaard in a head-on clash, but sudden death fights were never his style anyway. Only when the enemy couldn't take him out quickly did Metalbat start to shine, growing stronger as the fight dragged on, until he could crush them with one massive burst of momentum. Nom 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 nom. Pig God stuck to his usual combat method, opening his fan-sized hands, grabbing a space pirate, and stuffing it straight into his mouth. If anything brought pure psychological trauma to these aliens, it was this S-class hero who clearly didn't care whether his food was meat or monster. Tempest Kick, Gale Cutter. Flashy Flash was treating the alien pirates like live-action training dummies. Countless vacuum blades slashed through the air, reducing the invaders to diced chunks. He was experimenting with merging the Tempest Kick into his own combat system. Compared to other heroes in the training program, Flashy Flash not only had an exceptional foundation, he was also a top-tier martial arts genius. It turned out that techniques like the Navy 6 styles were an excellent fit for him. And if he added in the chakra refinement method Kizaru had passed on. If he could fuse the best of all three worlds into one cohesive fighting style, Flashy Flash just might reach an entirely new level. 16. 17. Super Alloy Darkshine silently pummeled the space pirates that rushed him, letting their weapons and fists slam into his body, only to send them flying with a single counterpunch. This pitch-black S-class hero didn't have any flashy powers. If anything, it was his steel-hard muscles that delivered true despair to his enemies. Hold the line. No retreat. At least wait until Lord Garibas finishes transforming. As more and more space pirates started losing their nerve, a group of alien overseers, the equivalent of political officers, stepped forward, barking orders and threatening those trying to flee. They weren't fearless, just more terrified of the consequences of desertion than of death. In their eyes, Commander Boros was their anchor, their unshakable pillar. With him still on their side, they clung desperately to the hope that Garibas could turn things around, if they could just hold out long enough. By now, even the most stubborn space pirates had to admit, this so-called primitive planet was far more dangerous and powerful than they had expected. 2 top-tier combatants dead, their troops utterly routed, nothing like this had ever happened in the long, violent history of the dark matter thieves' rampage across the stars. Out of my way. Psychokinetic burst. But the aliens' hopes simply didn't match their strength. Especially not in the face of Tatsumaki, a psychic on par with Jerry Yugenshop, who made most of them look like cannon fodder. Boom. With a single, full-powered telekinetic blast, Tatsumaki annihilated over 100 aliens, leaving no trace of their bodies behind. Whatever morale the space pirates had barely managed to gather was shattered, completely crushed by her alone. The other S-class heroes took advantage of the chaos and moved in, wiping out the last of the invaders. Of the dark matter thieves who had landed on Earth's surface, only one remained, Garibas, still cocooned in his massive purple chrysalis. Leave this one to me, incineration cannon. Genos began charging up, face expressionless. Unlike Kizaru, the other heroes couldn't instantly detect civilian casualties across the battlefield. Degree. Chapter 188, 188, Evolved Garibas. Especially for hot-blooded young men like Genos, after the alien ship bombarded City A, he had already marked these aliens as the murderers of hundreds of thousands of civilians. Forget a minor leader like Garibas, if Boros himself showed up in front of him, Genos would attack without hesitation. Whether he could win or not was another matter entirely. Blazing flames engulfed the massive cocoon in an instant. While it clearly had some resistance to fire, under such extreme heat, it still began to melt. Just when it was about to be burned through, the evolved Garibas finally woke up. Energy absorption. After evolving, Garibas transformed from a vaguely humanoid figure into a blob of black sludge, not unlike crude oil. Yet when Genos' incineration flames reached its body, they were immediately absorbed by the black goo, as if the extreme heat was its favorite food. Dodge it. Bang's expression changed drastically, but before his warning had even finished, the sludge monster countered by launching the flames back at Genos. Battle protection device. Child Emperor reacted just in time, deploying a transparent umbrella shield that absorbed the blast like a protective dome. Hehehe. You've actually pushed me far enough to use this move. Not bad, you bunch of primitive monkeys. Despite being surrounded by multiple S-class heroes, the sludge monster didn't look concerned in the slightest. As Garibas' pride and trump card, its evolved form boasted more than 3 times the original combat power. Even against Boros, it could hold out for a few minutes, assuming Boros was still wearing the armor that suppressed his strength. Hurry up. Swift Flash is still waiting for our support. Zombieman spoke up to remind everyone. They had already spent quite a bit of time dealing with Melzergaard and the rest of the space pirates, and now this grotesque sludge creature looked like another serious hassle. And this was just a minion. Who knew how powerful their leader truly was? If they didn't speed things up, they might not even finish off the sludge before Kizaru was overwhelmed on his end. You don't need to tell me that. Tatsumaki's hair floated upward without wind, a sure sign that her immense psychic power was about to burst forth and crush the enemy into dust. Hehehehe. Don't get cocky. I'll admit you did well to defeat Melzergard, but if you think this level of strength is enough to face me, you're dreaming. Garibas's personality seemed to change after its transformation, more talkative, more arrogant. This was exactly why it rarely chose to evolve. Sure, its strength increased massively, but if it ever slipped up and said something inappropriate in front of Lord Boros, it would absolutely be executed. TCH, one of your buddies was already eliminated, and another was casually taken out by Swift Flash. You're next. Atomic Samurai sneered dismissively. At this point, they still knew very little about the aliens. If taunting them could squeeze out some useful intel, all the better. That fool Melzergard couldn't even hide his own weaknesses. He deserved to die. But don't think for a second that I'm in the same league as that idiot. The sludge monster let out a grotesque laugh. While all of the top-level combatants were technically of equal rank, both it and Jerry Yugenshop had always looked down on the not-so-bright Melzergard. Either way, you're all finished. From the moment you invaded this planet, no matter how strong you are, we'll wipe you out completely. Genos's eyes blazed like twin furnaces. To the justice-driven demon cyborg, these aliens, responsible for tens of thousands of deaths, deserve to be eradicated 1,000 times over. Hehehehe. Are you trying to make me laugh myself to death? Before you spout such nonsense, let me educate you a bit about our great leader, the undefeated, invincible conqueror of the universe, Lord Boros. Apparently amused by Genos's righteous fury, the sludge monster's gelatinous body shook like waves as it burst into laughter. Just as it was preparing to educate the primitives before it about the terrifying force that had its sights set on them, a sudden crash rang out as the bottom of the alien mothership burst open above them. Bang. Suddenly, a figure plummeted from the sky at astonishing speed, slamming into the ruins below with enough force to reduce a collapsed building's remains into dust. That couldn't be. Child Emperor gulped nervously. The figure had fallen so fast that he hadn't even gotten a good look at who it was. The other S-class heroes weren't any better. Even though Kazaru had shown some of his abilities before boarding the ship, it still took time for people to truly accept someone's strength. Before this, more than a few S-class heroes thought they were stronger than Kazaru. And now, seeing someone hurled from the spaceship, even Tatsumaki looked tense. He. Looks like it's settled. Even the warrior of prophecy can't compare to Lord Boros, eh? The slime-like alien laughed smugly, but before it could finish, several sharp-eyed S-class heroes had already spotted Kizaru casually running out of the hole in the spaceship, stepping on thin air with moonwalk. In other words, Kizaru was still in the sky. Which meant the person who just fell. Lord Boros. The slime creature was utterly shaken. It had never imagined a day would come when Lord Boros, the ultimate being it worshipped, would fall into the losing side of a battle. And not just lose, but get blasted out of the spaceship. Did he not even get a chance to fight back? Boom. Before the dust had even settled, the rubble suddenly exploded outward. A massive, muscular figure let out an exhilarated roar as he shot back up into the air, straight toward Kizaru. Boros was thrilled. The prophecy he had chased for over 20 years had not let him down. The warrior it foretold was even stronger than he'd imagined. Even after removing his power-restraining armor, he still wasn't Kizaru's match. Your skull's made of steel, huh? Flash armament, divine speed kick. Kizaru didn't flinch. As Boros charged straight at him, he calmly wrapped his leg in jet-black armament hockey, then unleashed a thunderous, lightning-like kick that blasted Boros downward once again. He needed to change his mindset. This guy's physique was leagues stronger than Kaido's, and as Boros continued to draw on his internal energy, his power was still climbing. If Kizaru didn't get serious soon, there really was a risk of slipping up, assuming Boros could keep pushing his limits. Bam, boom. This time, Boros didn't form a crater on impact. Because of the angle, he skidded across the ground for several hundred meters, carving a long trench before finally smashing into a section of rubble and coming to a stop. Lord Boros. That can't be right. I must be seeing things. The slime alien was completely stunned. If it had first thought Boros had just been careless, it could no longer deny the truth, not after seeing him knocked from the sky again by the warrior of prophecy. His faith crumbled. The almighty Boros it once revered couldn't even beat a primitive native from this backwater planet. Sure, the warrior of prophecy was supposed to be strong, but this was ridiculous. Was this even real? Now's my chance. Take him down. The closest to Boros now was Metalbat. His eyes lit up. Always the type to throw himself into battle headfirst, he didn't hesitate for a second, he hoisted his bat and charged. If he could be the one to take down the alien boss, he'd be the hero who resolved a god-level threat. Maybe he wouldn't become rank 1 in the Hero Association overnight, but he'd definitely leapfrog that annoying Flash. Maybe even bump that brat Tatsumaki down a notch too. And since Blast never bothered with him, he'd be fine settling for the number 2 spot. Out of my way. But before he could finish that thought, Boros, now back on his feet, didn't even spare him a glance. He casually swung his fist and sent Metal Bat flying several hundred meters, smashing him through ruins until he lay motionless in a heap. One effortless blow to KO an S-class hero famous for his endurance. This was the real power of Boros, ruler of the universe. The other S-class heroes who had considered jumping in froze. Many of them were stronger than Metal Bat, but if he got one shot, how much better would they fare? Well done, Lord Boros. Garibas nearly burst into tears. This was the Boros it remembered, invincible, unstoppable, unrivaled. What was with that one-sided beating earlier? No way some low-tech native could outmatch the mighty Lord Boros. Don't rush in. That guy, he's not just stronger than us, he's on another level entirely. Sweat beaded on Bang's forehead as he shouted a warning. This terrifying pressure, could this really be the god-level threat foretold in Shibaba's prophecy? That thought had barely formed before Bang realized something else. If the alien leader is this powerful, then how the hell is Swift FLSSH holding his own against him? No, actually suppressing him. According to the Hero Association's guidelines, god-level threats required all S-class heroes working together to even have a chance. But what Bang was witnessing now was Flash going toe-to-toe with the alien leader alone. Which could only mean one thing. Flash is stronger than all of us combined. Garibas. Don't let irrelevant pests get in the way. Boros scanned the battlefield coldly. He was already aware that Jerry Yugenshuk had been killed by Kizaru. What he hadn't expected was that all his other subordinates were dead as well. Pathetic. Weaklings, all of them. At least Garibas was still alive, and had even completed his transformation. That was enough for Boros. In his eyes, the newly evolved Garibas was still a decent plaything. Dealing with these primitive locals would be no trouble at all. As long as his subordinates could still follow orders, Boros didn't care how many had died. Ah. Why yes, Lord Boros. Garibas quickly responded. Seeing that Lord Boros was still as fierce and overbearing as ever, it calmed his nerves. Maybe he was just warming up earlier, Garibas thought. After all, this is the man who built armor to suppress his own power, just so he could enjoy a proper fight. Let's continue, round 3. Energy release mode. Hreya. Boros couldn't hold back his roar any longer. The energy within his body exploded forth, activating the transformation that chat group randos had once jokingly dubbed the Super Saiyan form. Interesting. Kizaru couldn't help but nod. Boros's power-up was even greater than he'd expected. In that case, I guess I'll stop holding back so much. Let's say 30%. No, make it 40%. Come on then. Let me feel the thrill of battle again, the rush I've been missing for so long. Boros launched himself at Kazaru like a meteor. Even Flash, the fastest among the S-class heroes, was horrified to realize he couldn't even see Boros move anymore. The alien leader's speed was on another level. Even if he surpassed his limits, Flashy could barely keep track of Boros. Kamii, afterimage. Kazaru narrowed his eyes, his body going loose and fluid, like paper in the wind. To Boros's shock, his supposedly unstoppable punch was effortlessly dodged. Kazaru shifted just slightly, almost lazily, and the attack whooshed past. For a moment, Boros looked almost dazed. The ruler of the galaxy, being toyed with like this. Then came the flood of rage. Humiliation. Unwillingness to accept this reality. He had searched for a worthy opponent for over 20 years, and even if he couldn't win, it shouldn't be this one-sided. In a fit of fury, Boros's speed suddenly spiked again, catching even Kizaru off guard. The alien nearly landed a hit. Flash Dragon Uppercut. Kizaru had planned to continue testing the limits of his evasive techniques, but Boros refused to cooperate. With a tinge of disappointment, Kizaru unleashed a brutal uppercut, sending Boros flying into the sky. Degree. Chapter 189, Despair-Inducing Enemy. This isn't how it's supposed to be. I haven't even started enjoying the fight yet. I have a reason to keep fighting. Boros, airborne and bloodied, lifted his head as blood dripped from his mouth. His mind grew foggy as his memories flooded back, battle after battle that had brought him to where he was now. From an unknown space pirate to the ruler of the galaxy, leader of the dark matter thieves, his strength had grown and grown, yet the joy of battle had long faded. Until he heard the prophecy, from the seer who spoke of a warrior that could truly match him. Boros had spent 20 years crossing the endless cosmos to reach Earth. Only to find that the warrior of prophecy was this strong. The gap between them was incomprehensible, even for someone like him. But this is what he wanted. Only when fighting someone far stronger could he feel that razor-edge thrill between life and death. That was what he had dreamed of, what he had chased across the stars. Like hell, I'm going down now. Raya. Boros's entire body erupted in a blazing aura of energy. His species was born with the ability to store and manipulate energy at will, saving it for battles against overwhelmingly powerful foes. And now, he would release it all. Energy release. The energy stored within Boros's body erupted all at once, its explosive momentum shooting straight into the sky. The next instant, Boros shot forth like a comet, unleashing unprecedented speed as he slammed into Kizaru with devastating force. In his released state, Boros was easily several times stronger than his normal form. If Boros in his base form still had a chance of being defeated by an S-class hero, then now, barring outliers like Kizaru or Saitama, he was practically invincible. Raha. Finally able to go toe-to-toe with Kizaru, Boros was ecstatic. The long-lost thrill of combat had him utterly elated, even exchanging basic punches had him as hyped as if he were high on something. Boom. 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 Every clash between the two titans sent out shockwaves with each impact, their fists colliding and compressing the air with incredible force. Down on the ground, heroes and alien pirates alike couldn't even see what was happening in the sky. Occasionally, they'd catch a flicker of Boros and Kizaru's afterimages, only to be followed by massive sonic boom clouds erupting in midair. When the two combatants skimmed low over the battlefield, unlucky bystanders who got caught in the aftermath were often pulped by the shockwaves. Luckily, most of the casualties were alien pirates, mere tools in Boros's eyes, useful only for crewing the ship and cleaning up the battlefield. The only exception was Bang, who'd gotten a little too absorbed watching the fight and was almost caught in the blast. But Silver Fang wasn't called that for nothing. Using his exquisite footwork, he barely escaped the sonic shockwave in time. The S-class heroes currently fighting the transformed Garibas couldn't help but go a little pale. Even without Kizaru's level of observation hockey, they could feel the sheer pressure radiating from Boros, an instinctive, primal fear like they'd encountered a natural predator. So that's the alien leader. Damn. He's terrifying. Bang, having just barely survived, muttered hoarsely. He figured that even if he threw in everything he had, he'd only last a punch or two against that alien leader. To think someone can actually hold his own against such a monster. Looks like Flash's strength is even greater than we thought. Atomic Samurai finally spoke after a moment of silence, his voice tinged with awe. When Kazaru had first landed in the S-class, ranked 9th, Atomic Samurai had simply seen him as a promising junior. Who would have imagined that the newly debuted S-class was powerful enough to stand toe-to-toe with Boros? Atomic Samurai certainly didn't think he could take on the alien leader head-on. Even his prized atomic slash seemed almost laughably insufficient in the face of such raw power. Damn it. That bastard Kazaru's this strong. Tatsumaki bit her lip in frustration. She had always been competitive, and even after getting involved with Kizaru, she had never stopped scheming about eventually flipping the power dynamic. Hey! Tornado of terror. Quit spacing out. Metal Bat shouted, having nearly been swallowed whole by the mutated Garibas. In its current slime form, Garibas had achieved near-total physical immunity and could devour almost anything it touched. At first, the S-class heroes hadn't realized that. Fortunately, Superalloy Darkshine had been the first to get snagged. Garibas couldn't digest him and was forced to spit him back out. After that, the heroes adapted their strategy. Tatsumaki would use her psychic powers to bind and control the slime monster while the others focused their attacks. But just now, Tatsumaki's distraction nearly got Metal Bat eaten. He was sweating bullets from the close call. Quit yelling. Just watch yourself. Tatsumaki muttered, a little embarrassed, but far too proud to actually apologize. Thankfully, she refocused on the fight. The slime monster that could devour almost anything was no match for psychic power. Under Tatsumaki's control, Garibas could do nothing but rage helplessly. Each of Boros's top 3 warriors had their own unique abilities, but unfortunately for them, Jiryugenship ran into Kizaru and was instantly vaporized before he could even speak. Melzergaard had been too cocky and got his core exposed early on. Had those two not been eliminated so quickly, and all 3 elites joined forces, without Kizaru or a certain bald-caped devil stepping in, the Hero Association wouldn't have stood a chance. Even if they did somehow win, it would have been a bitter, bloody victory, not this smooth team beatdown on Garibas. If it weren't for those 2 useless idiots. Garibas trembled with rage, his jelly-like body quivering under Tatsumaki's telekinesis. Psychic abilities were his worst nightmare. Normally, those kinds of enemies were handled by Jiryugenship, but that one got insta-killed by Kizaru before he could even react. Still, Jiryugenship's death hadn't been the worst part. Melzergaard, with his pseudo-immortality, should have been perfect for drawing fire and buying time. Who would have guessed that during his transformation period, even with help from a swarm of alien pirates, he'd fail to stop a group of Earth natives and get his core destroyed. Thanks to that blunder, Garibas was left to face a dozen S-class heroes alone, and now had zero chance of turning the tide. Target location locked out. Detected speed exceeds Mach 14. Drive Knight wasn't participating in the assault on Garibas. Instead, he had transformed into a massive detection device, trying to analyze Boros's weaknesses, searching for a way to defeat him. But no matter how he analyzed it, Boros's strength appeared utterly insurmountable. Missiles seemed barely faster than crawling turtles in front of him, and every punch he threw unleashed sonic booms, powerful enough to instantly obliterate most S-class heroes. Drive Knight didn't even need to consider whether they could break through Boros's defenses. A body capable of withstanding that kind of speed and power likely had durability that surpassed even Super Alloy Darkshine. What the hell kind of monster is this guy? Child Emperor, who was helping Drive Knight with the analysis, was visibly shaken. He was still just a school kid. Why did he have to carry this kind of pressure? So there's nothing we can do to help. Zombieman walked over, having just taken down the last of the space pirates. Now, only two enemies remained, Boros, still fighting Kizaru in the sky, and Garibas, who stubbornly refused to die. There were still plenty of alien pirates aboard the ship, but without Boros's orders, they wouldn't dare descend into battle, nor did they even dare move unnecessarily, lest they disturb their leader's enjoyment of combat. The speed gap is too big, Drive Knight shook his head. Even the fastest among us, Flashy Flash, can't keep up with the battle between Kizaru and the alien leader. Despite having turned into a full detection unit, Drive Knight's head was still exposed, perhaps out of some mechanical compulsion. Not necessarily. If it were King, he might be able to help Swift Flash. Atomic Samurai arrived with his 3 disciples. With Garibas now fully restrained by Tatsumaki and continuously scorched by Genos's flamethrowers, Atomic Samurai saw no need to waste time further. King hadn't lifted a finger throughout the entire battle, but the occasional thrum of the King engine clearly showed he was ready to strike at any moment. Even though the alien invitation had exposed King as not the strongest man on Earth, most assumed it was only because Swift Flash was too strong, forcing King to settle for second. Some S-class heroes even suspected King was still hiding his true strength, or that the alien simply hadn't uncovered his real power. I can't fly. King tried to say something, but facing the hopeful gazes of his fellow S-class heroes, the words caught in his throat. He had originally been mistaken for a dragon-level monster slayer when he only wanted the Hero Association to help him buy a video game. And each time he tried to clear up the misunderstanding, the opportunity slipped away. Over time, he'd come to realize that his false identity as an S-class hero, and the strongest man on Earth, had become a symbol. A source of hope. If the truth came out, if King's image shattered, who knew how many people would lose their courage? Left with no choice, King tried to find an excuse. Fortunately, he was quick on his feet, and his impromptu excuse was surprisingly convincing. Especially as the others looked skyward, where sonic booms thundered in the clouds. They could barely glimpse the battle, just flashes of Kizaru and Boros streaking across the sky like lightning. Everyone could understand King's concerns. What a shame. If King could have assisted Flashy Flash, we might have already taken down that alien boss. Zombieman frowned and sighed. The enemy's power was simply too overwhelming, far beyond what he could strategize around. But just as the heroes were despairing, Garibas, still bound in place by Tatsumaki's telekinesis and being continuously scorched by Genos's flames, let out a grotesque laugh. Keh, 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 keh. You ignorant natives dare to dream of defeating Lord Boros. Such arrogance, what a laughable delusion. Despite being roasted non-stop by flames, Jerry Yugenship showed no fear or distress. It remained utterly convinced that Lord Boros would soon defeat the Warrior of Prophecy, then come down and annihilate every last one of these pathetic earthlings. Boros. So that's your leader's name, huh? Well, since it looks like those two won't settle things anytime soon, how about a proper introduction? At least tell us what your goal is. Bang hobbled closer to Garibas. Honestly, he'd never met an enemy so durable before. Even Melzergaard's immortality had some kind of weakness. But Garibas, now transformed into a slime-like creature, was virtually indestructible. Getting too close risked being absorbed entirely. If it weren't for Tatsumaki being a perfect counter, the entire Hero Association might have been wiped out trying to stop him. Thankfully, they discovered fire could hurt him, though it took time. A lot of time. Keh, 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 keh. Don't think I don't know what you're trying to do. But in the face of absolute power, all your little tricks are meaningless. I don't mind telling you everything. The evolved Garibas now had a very different personality. In the past, it would have never revealed anything so easily. But now it didn't matter. The Warrior of Prophecy was strong, sure, but Lord Boros had already entered his energy release state. Victory was only a matter of time. The moment Garibas started speaking, even Metal Bat, who had nearly been eaten by the slime monster, unconsciously perked up his ears. Shibabawa's prophecy had been no exaggeration. Even without Boros himself, the 3 elite combatants alone were enough to rival half the Hero Association. If they hadn't responded properly from the beginning, it might have been the S-class heroes being overwhelmed by alien forces right now. Earth's destruction could have already begun its countdown. And if you factored in the alien leader still locked in combat with Swift Flash, even zombie men, who had the most faith in King, couldn't guarantee that Earth's strongest men could stand up to Boros. Degree. Chapter 190, Full Power. Lord Boros is the leader of the dark matter thieves, the supreme ruler of the galaxy. In this starry sky, he is an invincible being. No matter who the enemy is, they will all ultimately fall before Lord Boros. He didn't look like a good guy, but no one expected Garibas to be such a die-hard fanboy of Boros. According to him, Boros was a war god among war gods, the strongest warrior who had never known defeat across the cosmos. And yet, such an invincible existence had spent 20 whole years chasing down a prophecy. Crossing endless space to reach Earth, his only true goal was to fight the warrior spoken of in the prophecy. When the heroes heard Garibas' explanation, they had to admit their own imaginations were far too limited. No matter how hard they racked their brains, they never could have guessed that the alien's purpose would be this bizarre. After your leader finishes his battle with Swift Flash, will you leave Earth? Zombie Iman asked cautiously, holding out a sliver of hope. It wasn't that he didn't trust Kizaru, but Garibas' bragging was just too excessive. And Boros' performance so far had been truly astounding, the continuous sonic booms exploding in the sky were proof enough of that. While Kizaru's displayed power had shocked everyone as well, he was, after all, a newly promoted S-class hero. No one could say for sure that he, the so-called warrior of prophecy, could truly defeat the alien overlord. We don't need to care whether they leave or not as long as we just wipe them all out. Tatsumaki snapped, annoyed. Kazaru was trading blows with this so-called galactic overlord on equal footing, and even this slime-like creature had admitted it, Kazaru was the warrior of prophecy they were seeking. And yet the S-class heroes still couldn't muster a shred of faith in him. Unbelievable. Hey. We're the infamous dark matter thieves. Once Lord Boros kills the warrior of prophecy, we'll naturally destroy this damned planet. Garibas growled maliciously. He didn't exactly consider Jerry Yugenship and Melzergaard close companions, but they were the top-ranked combatants of their crew. And these damned locals had the nerve to trap him and continuously set him on fire. Even just out of spite, he was determined to convince Lord Boros to annihilate every single native life form on this planet. Now that is some truly terrible news. Atomic Samurai shook his head. Ignoring the filth of the ground beneath him, he sat down and closed his eyes, silently gathering his sword energy. For a true swordsman, the closer death loomed, the more they had to trust in the blade they carried. If Flashy Flash won, that would be best. But if not, he would at least strike the most glorious blow of his life against the strongest enemy he had ever faced. That would be enough to fulfill his life as a swordsman. His 3 disciples followed suit, sitting down beside him to begin their own mental preparations. There has to be something we can do. Think of something. Child Emperor scratched his head furiously, pulling out one weapon after another from his backpack, remote-controlled tanks with firepower matching real artillery, missiles capable of leveling entire buildings, even Gundam-style mechas equipped with ship-cutting swords. But the current crisis was unprecedented. All these tools, powerful enough to easily crush demon-level monsters and even stand a chance against dragons, were nothing but toys before Boros. Digest, running speeds up digestion. Pig God, in a rare turn of events, actually stopped eating. He stood in place, dazed for a long while, and then suddenly started running like mad, apparently hoping that by quickly digesting his food, he could reach peak condition and eat Boros when the time came. My muscles should be fine, right? Super Alloy Darkshine flexed his steel-hard muscles and looked up at the sky, where Boros and Kazaru continued to clash in a battle to the death. For some reason, a wave of unease passed through his heart. He had only become an S-class hero to prove the results of his training. But in the face of such a terrifying enemy, and a global crisis of extinction, Super Alloy Darkshine just couldn't summon the courage. My training still isn't enough. Tank Top Master clenched his fists bitterly. He was already an S-class hero, yet all he could do now was stand behind others in the face of such a powerful foe. Would it be too late if I called Master Saitama now? Genos glanced hesitantly at the contact info on his phone. His master was probably still busy training other heroes right now, and the distance between City A and City B wasn't too far. With just one call, Saitama could arrive in no time. But wouldn't calling now seem like he didn't trust Swift Flash? After several moments of hesitation, Genos ultimately decided not to make the call. He chose to believe in Saitama's judgment. If even his master acknowledged how powerful Flashy Flash was, then what reason did he have to doubt it? Fubuki, who had already stepped out from the safety of her hiding place, was now watching the fierce battle erupting in the sky. Unlike the other S-class heroes who were fighting to protect their home, only Fubuki knew that Kizaru wasn't even a native of this world. Technically speaking, even if Boros destroyed Earth, it had nothing to do with him. And yet, faced with the terrifying threat of the dark matter thieves, Kizaru still stepped forward without hesitation. To Kizaru, it was mostly because he wanted a strong opponent to spar with, but in Fubuki's eyes, he was doing it for her. That's why he was fighting Boros. Watching the two titans clash in the sky, their powers so evenly matched, Fubuki couldn't help but risk danger to come out and pray for divine protection for him. Meanwhile, Kizaru, still floating high in the sky, had no idea a group below was worrying about whether he'd lose to Boros. He was too busy relishing the long-lost thrill of battle. It had been ages since he'd fought anyone even remotely worth his time. Back when he first crossed over into the One Piece world as a child, Kizaru had already sent pirates in the nearby seas fleeing in terror. Only pirate captains with some real reputation could make the prodigious Kizaru feel like he was actually in a fight. When he entered the Navy Academy, not even the instructors could pose a challenge. Only Zephyr, who at the time had just become the youngest admiral in history, was capable of keeping the young monster Kizaru in check. Freshly graduated, it took less than a year before young Kizaru became known among pirates as a Navy monster. Even pirates with bounties over 100 million were nothing in front of him. Only the legendary pirates, those who had been making waves for decades, could still make his blood boil in a fight. When he shattered Zephyr's record and became the youngest vice admiral ever, it was only Admiral candidate Delocus, who coveted Kizaru's devil fruit powers, who could apply any real pressure on him. By defeating Delocus and capturing several notorious New World pirates in succession, Kizaru smoothly surpassed Zephyr's record and became an admiral faster than anyone before him. Even legends like Whitebeard and Roger no longer gave him that life-or-death rush he used to crave. Ignoring the lazy years before joining the Dimensional Chat group, in many ways, Kizaru and Boros were mirror images of each other. The difference? Boros went mad from the stagnation, clung to a prophecy, and crossed the galaxy over 20 years to find a worthy opponent on Earth. Kizaru, ever the womanizer, chose to play the dandy, using pleasure to blind himself from the emptiness inside. It's not over yet. Boros, fully immersed in this long-awaited battle, didn't notice Kizaru spacing out. Kizaru's strength was everything Boros had dreamed of for years. Even the previously half-serious Kizaru was now slowly getting pulled in by the intensity of Boros's fighting spirit. Every blow he delivered was heavier than the last. Boros could feel the pressure mounting, but he wasn't angry or afraid. In fact, this was exactly what he'd been yearning for. Lightspeed divine kick. As his leg struck out, Kizaru suddenly realized, at some point, he had begun using more than 60% of his full strength. Had he used the same kick during their first encounter, Boros, in his suppressed state, would have been instantly obliterated. Even in his energy release form, Boros might not survive it. Hurrah! Boros let out a furious roar, choosing not to dodge, he charged in and swung his fist head-on. That indestructible punch, supercharged by raw energy, unleashed terrifying power. If it landed on Hero Association HQ, it would probably level the entire building, underground bunker included. But in the face of overwhelming force, no matter how strong the will or fighting spirit, it ultimately made no difference. Boom. Kaboom. The biggest shockwave of their entire battle exploded in the sky. The resulting storm winds knocked the heroes on the ground off their feet. Fubuki, being the weakest among them, was nearly blown away entirely. And that was just the aftershock coming down from several thousand meters in the air. If a normal person were directly beneath Boros and Kizaru's fight, they'd be turned into red mist on the spot. Several S-class heroes, whose vision or observation abilities were the sharpest, were frantically trying to figure out what had just happened. It wasn't until Garibas, who had endured hours of being roasted without a peep, suddenly let out a horrific scream that they finally saw clearly. Kizaru was still floating in the sky, completely unharmed. And the mighty space pirate emperor, supreme ruler of the galaxy, Boros, was now reduced to a half-mangled body barely connected to his own head. Wanna call it here? Kizaru hovered in the air, one foot lightly tapping on the atmosphere itself as he used moonwalk to stay afloat. He eyed Boros's remains with a curious expression. He could sense that Boros's stored energy was almost gone, maybe 30% of his peak strength at best. For anyone else, having only half a torso left would mean instant death. But Boros's regenerative abilities and vitality were beyond absurd, even more tenacious than a cockroach. Even when Saitama had pummeled him into pulp with a barrage of normal punches, leaving only a single eye behind, he still regenerated back to full form. So by comparison, this was just a minor injury. With a bit of rest, he might be fully healed by tonight. Hoo ha ha ha. Incredible. This battle I've dreamed of. There's no way I'd let it end now. Raff. Panting heavily, Boros released the last reserves of energy he'd stored over the years. His mangled body rapidly regenerated again, fully restored. Watching Boros rise again, time after time without fail, Kizaru had a fleeting moment of doubt, like he was the villain here. You're giving it everything you've got. If I held back now, that'd just be disgraceful. So then, let me show you what the enemy you've long awaited should look like. Kizaru changed his mind. Initially, he'd wanted to spare Boros, hoping to bring him into the pirate world via the dimensional chat group, to use him as a probe, to see if Imu was hiding some deeper power. But now, that idea felt like an insult to Boros's determination. Even if he somehow survived, that wasn't the outcome Boros wanted. You've gotta be kidding me. Just as Boros had finished regenerating, he watched wide-eyed as Kizaru erupted into blinding radiance, as if a solar god had descended from myth itself. Good looks meant nothing to Boros. He had slain countless self-proclaimed gods worshipped by primitive civilizations across the stars. The problem was the energy Kizaru was now releasing. It was so immense that even Boros, born with the ability to manipulate energy, felt a primal, involuntary fear. As the battle-hardened ruler of the galaxy, Boros feared no enemy's strength. But this wasn't fear of the mind, it was his body reacting instinctively, completely beyond his control. Phew. Haven't gone all out like this in so long, feels kinda weird. Bathed in pure light, Kizaru casually rolled his neck, the joints cracking with audible pops. Even before joining the dimensional chat group, he had the habit of suppressing his strength, keeping it around the same level as Sakazuki and Kazan. That was to avoid drawing unwanted attention from the world government and the five elders. It wasn't until he gained a stand and his power skyrocketed that he began cautiously revealing the strength he'd long kept hidden. The goal was simple: test how the world government and the five elders would react. By then, he had a plan, and didn't fear a sudden reality-warping attack from Imu anymore. But the growth from obtaining the stand was so fast, even Kizaru himself wasn't sure just how strong he'd become now. From nameless space pirate to galactic overlord, Boros had fought countless powerful foes on his way to the top. But even at his weakest, not a single one had ever made him feel this kind of overwhelming pressure. Degree. Chapter 191, Divine Radiance. So this is your true power? Boros trembled slightly, his body reacting with fear, yet his heart surged with joy and excitement. This was it. An opponent this strong was worth defeating. More or less. But honestly, I've never used this power before, so I'm not exactly sure how strong I am. Kizaru raised a hand and examined the brilliant light radiating from his body with a slight headache. With his overwhelmingly powerful physique, the glint fruit's awakened state had become his default form. In this state, he was light itself, his combat ability was likely far beyond even his own previous expectations. But being lit up like a mini-sun wasn't exactly comfortable for someone like Kizaru, who had always preferred a low-key presence. Then let me see for myself, just how strong you really are, Kizaru. Boros let out an excited roar, turning into a streak of light and charging straight at Kizaru. Even knowing full well he couldn't win, he didn't hesitate for a second. He completely ignored the gap in power and launched a full-on challenge. Ah, now this really is. Kizaru squinted slightly, then threw a punch straight at the oncoming Boros. Regardless of their roles as enemies, Kizaru had to admit, he actually liked guys like Boros. A real headstrong type. Boom. Standing 3 meters tall, Kizaru had the reach advantage over the 2.4-meter Boros. But more importantly, his speed was so overwhelming that unless he allowed it, Boros couldn't even get a punch in. With nothing more than a casual, friendly facebreaker, Boros was launched back even faster than he had charged in. His once handsome face was now grotesquely deformed from the punch. His large eyeball bulged so far from its socket it looked like it might pop right out. Back in Naval Academy, and even after officially joining the Marines, almost nobody wanted to spar with Kizaru because he always aimed for the face. Even those stronger than him couldn't keep up with his speed. And anyone weaker, they didn't stand a chance. He was the kind of nightmare even dogs would avoid. Energy barrage cannon. Still flying backward, Boros snapped his arm up and fired a beam of energy at the golden Kizaru. Kizaru's speed made close-quarters combat nearly impossible, even for Boros. So he was trying to compensate with long-range firepower. Boros, ever the battle junkie, wasn't picky about how he fought. As long as it helped him defeat a strong opponent, he didn't care what methods he used. If not for Kizaru's insane speed, Boros would have even considered launching him into space. After all, a native who had never left Earth probably wouldn't last long in the vacuum. The high-powered energy beam shot straight at Kizaru. It wasn't quite city-destroying, but it could definitely flatten a few city blocks. Final flash. Kizaru raised a hand calmly. A blinding light exploded from his palm in the next instant. Boros couldn't even see Kizaru's movements. That unbeatable flash engulfed his beam and vaporized everything below his neck in an instant. Instant kill. The power gap between them was too vast. Boros didn't even get the chance to clash beams, proof enough they weren't fighting on the same level. His severed head floated in midair, stunned. Blood vessels in his massive eyeball began to swell, like it might burst any second. The mighty galactic conqueror Boros, how could it end here? He hadn't even defeated the warrior foretold in prophecy. He had only just witnessed the full extent of that warrior's strength, falling now would be no different than surrendering to fate. Meteoric burst. In a desperate moment, Boros miraculously regenerated his disintegrated body at an incredible speed. His race was born with the ability to manipulate and store energy. As long as he had enough of it, his physical body wasn't truly a vulnerability. Though he had already unleashed all his energy in the earlier stages of the battle, he still had one final trump card. A last resort technique, by burning through an enormous portion of his lifespan, he could forcibly extract every last shred of energy within him and release it in one final, explosive burst. Violent energy surged from Boros once more. While it still fell short of the overwhelming pressure exuded by Kizaru, it certainly didn't lack in visual impact. Impressive. Kazaru murmured softly. He himself would never use life-burning moves like Meteor Burst or Eight Inner Gates, but he held a deep respect for any warrior willing to sacrifice their life in pursuit of their ideals. Of course, that respect was reserved for genuine life-sacrifice techniques, not those fake, scripted, cheat skills that only looked risky on the surface but were secretly safeguarded behind plot armor. Kazaru always looked down on those. Let's end this with one strike, Kizaru. Take this. Collapsing star. Boros, fully aware this would likely be his death on Earth, showed not a trace of regret. His fighting spirit blazed, filling every inch of his being. As a long-lived species, the sheer volume of energy released by burning such a vast amount of lifespan was nearly uncontrollable, even for someone as naturally attuned to energy as Boros. He had no choice but to channel it in the simplest way possible. Boundless energy gathered and compressed in his hands, waiting to erupt and annihilate everything in its path. While the collapsing star roaring cannon didn't literally live up to its name, its destructive power was more than enough to level Earth's surface. Flash, solar deity. Kizaru did not disappoint. Knowing full well this would be Boros' final, desperate attack, he still chose to face it head-on. A radiant arc of light appeared behind him. Blinding light poured from Kizaru's body, illuminating him like a true god descending upon the world. Roaring cannon. Divine radiance. The energy beam and light blast collided in midair. This time, powered by his life force, Boros' attack had significantly closed the gap between them. The two forces clashed and held for several long heartbeats, until the roaring cannon, lacking sustained energy, finally crumbled. Kizaru's full-powered strike not only completely obliterated Boros, it flooded the entire world in divine brilliance. The ground-based heroes had to shut their eyes, or risk being burned by the light. The dazzling radiance lit up nearly half the Earth. Not just City B, tens of kilometers away, even cities over 1,000 kilometers from City A found themselves bathed in that impossible glow. Ag. My eyes. So bright. What's happening? Countless voices cried out in alarm. Even cities still shrouded in dusk or night were turned into day by Kizaru's brilliance. Thankfully, most of the destructive force of the divine radiance was tightly controlled and condensed by Kizaru himself. The widespread phenomenon was due to the unique nature of the glint fruit's power. Though the radiant burst caused widespread confusion and temporary blindness, no one was actually harmed, apart from the one caught in the blast. Boros. His body slowly turned to ash, completely engulfed by the light. And in that final moment, Boros felt fulfilled. He had given everything in him, perfectly. He had poured his life into a battle that, while not perfect, was more than satisfying. He had witnessed Kizaru's true power, and even felt that Kizaru had enjoyed their battle, in his own way. If he had one regret, it was simply that he wasn't strong enough to do for Kizaru what Kizaru had done for him. After all, for someone as powerful as Kizaru, forced to linger on this weak, primitive planet, surely he must be even lonelier than Boros ever was. TCH, don't flatter yourself. Who the hell asked you to fulfill me? It was probably a hallucination in Boros's dying moments, but at the brink of death, he actually heard Kizaru's voice. His body had been destroyed in an instant, and yet, for some reason, that instant felt way too long. He'd already reviewed his entire life in his mind, and was even seeing hallucinations he shouldn't be, but his consciousness hadn't completely faded yet. What's going on? Boros opened his one remaining eye in confusion. At this point, it was the only part of his body that hadn't been annihilated, and yet, bizarrely, he was still alive. He could even speak. What do you mean, what's going on? I haven't given you permission to die yet. Kizaru's figure emerged from the blinding light. It was the light itself that had halted Boros's disintegration, as if time itself had been paused at that very moment. The entire world was frozen in this second, save for Boros and Kizaru. I'm already done for. Even if you wanted to spare me, I've burned through all my remaining life force. Boros glanced curiously at the other figure standing behind Kizaru, an identical copy. At first glance, it looked like some kind of out-of-body soul projection, but the more he looked, the more it didn't quite feel like a real soul. Yet he could feel the same kind of oppressive pressure from this duplicate as he did from the original Kizaru, as if two Kizarus were standing before him. Time-stopping powers, and now a clone that seemed to double combat strength, neither of these techniques had shown up in their earlier battle. Realizing this, Boros couldn't help but feel a twinge of melancholy. Maybe it would have been better to just die earlier. Turns out he had fought with all he had and still hadn't forced Kazaru to go all out. It's just your lifespan. Tell me, do you want to keep living? I could show you opponents far stronger than you've ever seen. Of course, you'll have to become one of my men first. Kazaru gave Boros a satisfied look. His stand, the Flash, really was useful, especially for someone like him, a shadowy puppet master, a navyman carrying the banner of justice, of course. Most final bosses always died because they talked too much. But really, what's the point of spending centuries plotting if you don't get to monologue a bit in the end? Kizaru was different. He knew how to flex at the end without worrying about being suddenly defeated. He simply waited until all threats were eliminated before starting his act. Even if some protagonist tried to power up last second, it wouldn't matter. Just look at Boros now, helpless, watching as Kazaru showed off. To become your slave, huh, sure. If it's you, and if it means I get to fight even stronger enemies. To Kazaru's surprise, Boros accepted without hesitation, and went even further than he asked. The mighty universal overlord tossed his dignity aside without a second thought. TCH. I said subordinate. Who wants you as a slave? Not that Kazaru had anything against the term. It was just that two women had already called themselves his slaves, so the term had a specific connotation for him. Just imagining Boros emotionlessly calling him master made Kazaru's scalp go numb. Whatever. But one day, when I become stronger than you. Even as nothing more than a single eye, Boros radiated a terrifying intensity. Kazaru, mentally linked to Boros through some kind of psychic connection, could feel the searing heat of his fighting spirit. This guy wasn't just battle-hungry, he was born for it. If he had a tail, Kazaru might have mistaken him for a mutated scion. You can challenge me anytime, no repeat challenges though. Once every 10 years should be good. Kazaru was a bit surprised by how readily Boros accepted the deal. But when you considered that Boros, this galactic emperor, didn't even care about the lives of his own officers, it was hard to imagine he really thought like a traditional ruler. He'd spent 20 years journeying to Earth just to fight the prophesied warrior, and if he went back, that would be another 20 years. Even for someone with eternal life, wasting 40 years like that was extravagant. Honestly, Boros wasn't much of a ruler at all. He was more of a pure warrior, one who belonged in a coliseum, so long as the opponent was strong enough to satisfy him. Degree. Chapter 192, New Subordinate. Fine, but I'm already as good as dead, bringing me back is your problem now. Boros replied without hesitation. In order to match Kazaru's strength, he had burned through his long lifespan in one go. That gave him meteor burst, an overwhelming surge of power beyond his limits, but even that wasn't enough to defeat Kazaru. Fortunately, Boros didn't really mind. What he pursued was never just victory. As long as his opponent was strong enough to give him a satisfying fight, he was content. Lifespan, huh? Let's try pure gold first. Kazaru held up a piece of pure gold and compared it to Boros's giant eye, but no matter how he angled it, he couldn't find a good spot. He scratched his head, frustrated. At this point, Boros had nothing left but his eyeball. What was he supposed to do? Embed the gold directly into that? My race is born with the ability to manipulate energy. As long as I have enough of it, I can regenerate my body. Guessing what Kizaru was trying to do, Boros spoke up on his own. Death wasn't something he feared, but if there was a chance to keep living, especially if it meant getting to fight Kazaru again, he wasn't about to say no. As for becoming Kazaru's subordinate, others might feel humiliated, but Boros truly didn't care. He only formed the dark matter thieves to find stronger opponents across the universe. Energy, huh? Kazaru stroked his chin, then casually fired a beam of light onto Boros's giant eye. As the endless energy surged in, the eyeball-only Boros began regenerating his body at an astonishing rate. However, since he had already burned through all his lifespan, the regenerated body was weak and withered, like a dried-up husk of rotting wood. But once Kazaru embedded the pure gold into Boros's forehead, his body surged back to life like a withered tree catching spring, rapidly returning to its original form. A treasure that extends lifespan, but now this thing is basically my weak spot. Boros touched the pure gold on his forehead. Without any visible action, it quietly melted into his body like a drop of water disappearing into the ocean. No one could tell where he had hidden it. For Boros, whose lifespan was already gone, the pure gold that extended his life had become his greatest vulnerability. If it were ever removed or destroyed, he'd die instantly. A true warrior born for battle, instead of celebrating immortality, you're more concerned about gaining a new weakness, huh? Kizaru shrugged. Sadly, the only thing he had on hand that could save Boros was this pure gold, everything else was either too slow or too unreliable. A long life is only worth it if it means meeting more powerful enemies. Isn't that how you see it too? Boros asked righteously. For someone who spent 20 years traveling just to find a worthy opponent, immortality really wasn't anything worth getting excited about. Maybe. But can you still use that lifespan burning move of yours? Kazaru didn't argue with Boros's ideals, he was more interested in whether the pure gold allowed for a kind of cheat code. Even after defeating him, Kazaru had to admit that Boros in his meteor burst state was truly terrifying, definitely deserving of his title as Galactic Overlord. Of course I can, but using it would still mean instant death. Boros clenched his fist experimentally. This was his first time regenerating an entire body, his first time ever being beaten this badly. Thankfully, he wasn't the vengeful type. If it had been Kazaru instead, he probably would have written 10 full notebooks planning exactly how to get revenge in the future. So in other words, it's useless. Kazaru sighed in mild exasperation. Honestly, this was the first time he'd met someone as unrestrained as Boros. If he had to compare, it reminded him a bit of Garp. But Garp's devotion to justice wasn't nearly as pure as Boros's obsession with battle. If Boros had been in Garp's position, he wouldn't have cared about consequences. The first time he saw a celestial dragon commit evil, he would have just smashed them to pieces with a single punch. No matter. After witnessing your strength, I've found a new purpose. So, what do you want me to do next? Wipe out the natives rebelling against your rule? Or go conquer other planets? Boros flexed his hand, confirming his regenerated body felt no different from before, then asked, barely hiding his eagerness. He had just gone all out against someone like Kizaru, and now his craving for battle was sated, for the moment. So he didn't mind handling some chores he usually would have found beneath him. I'm not some cliché villain. First, we'll test whether you can travel to other worlds. Technically, since you're not human, you should be able to. Kazaru opened the dimensional chat group, and just as he expected, even with the entire world frozen in time, the dimensional chat and other worlds remained unaffected. Kazaru, anyone willing to help me run an experiment? Random user who wants to cling to Luo Feng's leg, me. What's Lord Kazaru planning now? Borsalino, ahem, I wanted to test something Orochimaru mentioned earlier, whether the chat group can accept species that look human but aren't actually human. Kobayashi, huh? I don't quite get it. Kazaru-san, could you explain a little more clearly? Random user who wants to cling to Luo Feng's leg, it's simple, right? Just send over someone who's not human, I get it. Random user who wants to cling to Luo Feng's leg, wait a sec. Don't tell me it's a monster. Orochimaru, unfortunately, I've already asked Miss Fubuki to help test that. Those monsters who used to be human still get classified as human by the chat group. Borsalino, not a monster. It's Boros. Random user who wants to cling to Luo Feng's leg, oh okay, that's fine, send him over. Random user who wants to cling to Luo Feng's leg, wait what? Boros. Orochimaru, hey. If I remember right, Boros is that suspected god-level galactic overlord you mentioned before, isn't he? Orochimaru, impressive. Did you capture him alive, Borsalino-kun? Kobayashi, god-level, sounds terrifying. Random user who wants to cling to Luo Feng's leg, holy crap. Kazarudano, don't play around with me. My scrawny arms and legs can't take this kind of chaos. Borsalino, relax, he won't go berserk, you guys don't really have anyone strong enough to catch Boros' attention, right? Random user who wants to cling to Luo Feng's leg, that's the problem. Please, I'm begging for mercy. Hybra AI, if you're sure he won't cause trouble, you can send him to me. I doubt a galactic overlord would be interested in a world full of ordinary people. Orochimaru, if possible, remember to save me some research material. Borsalino, I'll ask him for you, if he says no, not much I can do, at Hybra AI thanks. I'll send you a gift later. Hybra AI, just don't forget your promise to help me return to normal. Borsalino, of course I remember. I'll take you to Ein later, her return fruit should be able to restore your body. Borsalino spaced out a little, but Boros didn't think much of it. He was the kind to go with the flow and didn't care what others were doing. Alright, it's settled. You'll stay with her for a while. Don't cause any trouble, she's my partner. Borsalino said to Boros. There was still some time before he could return to the One Piece world, and it wasn't ideal to leave Boros lingering in the One Punch Man world. Not because Boros might hurt someone, but because he might try something suicidal, like challenging the Bald Demon King. Borsalino had finally gained such a powerful underling and was hoping Boros could at least stick around a while. Oh. Your partner? How strong is she? Boros looked intrigued. In his mind, anyone qualified to be Borsellino's partner must be no weakling. Maybe he'd warm up with her before taking on Borsellino himself. Super weak. Just an ordinary person. Her entire world's full of people you could wipe out with a single breath. Borsellino rolled his eyes. To be fair, not everyone in the Conanverse was a total weakling, but even the strongest among them, like that so-called S-class Kayagaku Makoto with strength rivaling Captain America, wouldn't even qualify as cannon fodder to Boros. Even if characters from crossover mystery series showed up, it wouldn't matter. A random grunt from Boros' alien fleet could stomp through Hybrid AI's world like Piccolo on a rampage. Still, that didn't mean Hybrid AI was useless to Borsellino. Her research skills, and APTX 4869 with its age-reversing side effect, were highly valuable. Even with pure gold on hand, it was impossible to mass-produce a true anti-aging treatment. Meanwhile, stabilizing the side effect of APTX 4869 made it potentially more valuable than pure gold. TCH, boring. Can't you send me to a world full of strong fighters instead? Boros looked genuinely disappointed. Unlike Esteth, who enjoyed both battling the strong and crushing the weak, Boros was only interested in real power. If it were Esteth, she'd find satisfaction either way. Sure. Once someone from the Dragon Ball world joins the group, I'll send you over. You can wrestle scions every day. Kizaru made the promise casually. After he explained to Boros what a scion was, the previously reluctant alien actually seemed fairly satisfied with the arrangement. To fight the warrior of prophecy, he had endured 20 years of loneliness aboard his ship, spending a little time in a different world was nothing in comparison. Soon after, Kizaru submitted a transfer request to AI Hybra and sent Boros over as if he were an item. As it turned out, Orochimaru's hypothesis was correct. Boros, not classified as a human by the chat group system, was transferred successfully into the world of Detective Conan. Hello, I'm AI Hybra. Welcome to this world. Staring up at the nearly 2.5-meter tall alien with a single massive eye, Hybra, who barely reached his thigh, couldn't help but twitch her lips. Kizaru never mentioned that this guy was being sent over in fully operational condition. She'd assumed Kizaru had subdued him first, maybe not chained up with all limbs broken, but at least with some kind of limiter to keep him in check. Instead, what arrived was a fully active, very much unrestrained, galactic conqueror. Thank goodness she hadn't prepared any research equipment yet, otherwise, she might have been responsible for the end of the world. Do you know where I can find scions? Boros asked seriously. Ever since Kizaru's explanation, he'd become fascinated by the scions, a warrior race that sounded an awful lot like himself. The thought that a whole race out there in the cosmos might be modeled after him thrilled him beyond belief. Huh. Hybra had not expected the first words out of an alien's mouth to be, that. Back in the One Punch Man world, Kizaru nodded with satisfaction after confirming Boros had arrived safely, and then released his time-stop ability. So, the fight's over. Genos tried hard to make out what was happening in the sky. Both Boros, in his meteoric burst form, and Kizaru, at full strength, were so overwhelmingly powerful that even S-class heroes struggled to keep up. They couldn't tell who was winning, only silently praying that the final victor was Swift Flash. Who won? Bang rubbed his eyes fiercely, but the blinding light in the sky was too much. Ironically, they were closest to the battlefield and yet saw the least, their proximity making the spectacle almost impossible to watch. Swift Flash. Swift Flash won. Using his advanced observation equipment, Drive Knight was the first to get a clear view. In the sky, only Kizaru remained, his brilliance now dimmed. That terrifying galactic overlord, Boros, had vanished. Normally stoic and composed, even Drive Knight sounded emotional. Impossible. Lord Boros can't lose. This is fake. It has to be fake. Garibas, still restrained by telekinesis, let out a panicked shriek. His gelatinous body trembled uncontrollably, like he'd seen something truly horrifying. Degree. Chapter 193, AI Hybra's Problem. Humph, just a glorified alien warlord. Tatsumaki raised her chin arrogantly. Even if she had been the one to beat Boros, she wouldn't have felt this satisfied. We finally won. Child Emperor collapsed to the ground, his body drained of strength as he reflected on all that had transpired. He couldn't even summon the energy to speak properly. Of everyone present, only Tatsumaki, Fubuki, and maybe Genos had truly believed Kizaru could win. The rest had been holding their breath in dread, never expecting a newly minted S-class hero to defeat a galactic conqueror who had crossed countless star systems. Incredible. Zombie-Mon muttered in awe. None of them had even managed to take down the alien's two subordinates. Kizaru had practically saved the Earth single-handedly. At first, Zombie-Mon had just thought of Kizaru as some side character who'd caught Tatsumaki's attention. But in the end, the entire victory had come down to him. I've recorded all of the alien commander's data. Anyone who needs it can come to me later. Drive Knight, now back in humanoid form, spoke with apparent calm. But inside, he was deeply shaken. Researchers had long debated the question of humanity's upper limit. How powerful could a human, or a hero, truly be? Once upon a time, Blast was seen as that upper bound. Then Tatsumaki appeared, smashing mountains and reshaping landscapes with her psychic power, overturning countless theories. Yet even monsters like Tatsumaki and Blast still existed on the same plane as other S-class heroes. Not because they weren't strong, but because humanity's ceiling was the S-class tier. That idea had become something of a scientific law, even Drive Knight had once believed it. But now, an impossible man had appeared. Swift Flash, a being who surpassed the very definition of an S-class hero. According to Drive Knight's data, Kizaru's final strike against Boros released an energy output that was several levels above Terrible Tornado's maximum. While the heroes on the ground were cheering, Kizaru had already gotten to work, securing the dark matter thieves' spaceship for himself. Though he found the design a bit ugly. Still, in terms of technological sophistication and raw power, it was the most advanced thing he had ever seen. He figured he could pass it off as the Pluton, one of the ancient weapons, in the One Piece world without breaking a sweat. It would be a shame to waste it. Gotcha. After taking out a few clueless space pirates, Kizaru, riding the momentum of having defeated the galactic overlord Boros, quickly seized control of the entire spaceship. Next, he had it delivered to AI Hybra's world, where Boros took over and handled the rest of the space pirates. That part, however, nearly broke AI Hybra. She could still manage to stash one Boros in her research lab. Even if the other researchers discovered him, it wouldn't be a big deal. Everyone had signed non-disclosure agreements, after all. But when she looked up and saw a spaceship over 10 kilometers long hovering above her facility, her mental state nearly shattered on the spot. She even grabbed a scalpel, ready to go all out on Kizaru. Thankfully, the space pirates on board quickly activated the ship's cloaking system. After that, Boros and his crew, under Hybra's very firm request, took the entire ship and hid deep in the Pacific Ocean. Even so, the damage was done. The appearance of such a ship terrified governments all over the planet. This wasn't your run-of-the-mill UFO sighting, it was a colossal spacecraft, witnessed by hundreds of thousands of people. A spaceship over 10 kilometers long clearly wasn't built by humans. With such massive scale and obvious military design, captured in countless photos, it was undeniably a weaponized vessel with terrifying attack capabilities. Luckily, the ship's sheer size worked in their favor. Even though it was hovering over Hybra's research facility, no one could conclusively determine it had anything to do with the lab. Still, the incident brought major trouble to Hybra. She had to suspend all ongoing research just to deal with the swarm of curious visitors the event attracted. And all of this, because Kizaru acted on a whim. At the time, Kizaru still had no idea just how badly he had messed things up for her. Riding high after subduing Boros and taking over the massive spacecraft, he landed cheerfully back on the ground. Yo, you guys still haven't taken care of this thing. He gave a casual glance at the still-burning Garibas. The slime monster was visibly smaller than before. At this rate, it would probably take quite a while to finish incinerating him. Monster. Seeing Kizaru, Garibas let out a shriek. Its body, already flattened into a splatter under Tatsumaki's psychic grip, trembled and tried to squirm away. Unfortunately, it was still stuck under her control and only ended up flattening itself further. For a flaming slime monster to be calling Kizaru a monster, the irony was kind of hilarious. Huh. Tough little bastard, isn't he? Kizaru casually fired a laser beam to help finish it off. But even after the beam tore straight through Gloribas, it only shrank a bit more. At this rate, the thing could probably survive a dozen more shots. Already scared out of his mind, Gloribas involuntarily trembled again at Kizaru's comment, recalling that nightmarish journey. He was one of the top 3 elite fighters of the Dark Matter Thieves. But when they had first set out, there were more than just 3 elites. Over the course of the 20-year voyage, countless unfortunate souls had been accidentally killed during Lord Boros's training. The only ones to make it to Earth were Garibas and Melzergard, because they were the most durable. As for Jerry Yugenshuk, he only survived because Boros couldn't derive any enjoyment from fighting him. Telekinetic users were too fragile to pose any threat to a real powerhouse. Especially when Boros himself was far stronger than Jerry Yugenshuk. Against Boros, Jerry Yugenshuk didn't even have room to struggle. So it made perfect sense that even someone like Garibas would be scared stiff after seeing Kizaru, the warrior from the prophecy who had defeated even Lord Boros. Based on current data, Drive Knight spoke up, we need to maintain this level of flame for another 28 hours to ensure complete elimination of the alien. Even though his hero ranking was much higher than Kizaru's, Drive Knight seemed almost nervous in his presence. After all, Kizaru had defeated the alien commander. I'll need a moment. At most, my fuel reserves can keep this going for another 30 minutes, Genos added, frowning. He had already dialed down the output of his incineration cannon to a low-energy setting, otherwise, he wouldn't have lasted even this long. Don't worry. The Hero Association HQ has extra fuel reserves. I've already notified them to deliver it, Child Emperor chimed in. Looking at him, it was hard to believe this grade schooler was also an S-class hero who helped save the world. Good work. I knew you'd beat that alien for sure. Tatsumaki floated over lazily and gave Kizaru a pat on the shoulder, a casual gesture of encouragement. In return, Kizaru unceremoniously pulled her into a hug and planted a kiss on her cheek, prompting a high-pitched scream from her as she darted off toward Fubuki like her life depended on it. Several S-class heroes who happened to be walking by witnessed the scene, and nearly popped their eyeballs out in shock. Especially Bang, who had quite a bit of history dealing with Tatsumaki. His expression twisted into something indescribable as he poked Atomic Samurai beside him. Did I imagine that just now? It was hard to blame Bang for questioning his own eyes. That screaming little girl was Tatsumaki, the number 2 S-class hero, Terrible Tornado. Everyone knew she had something going on with Kizaru, but this kind of something was definitely not what they had in mind. Maybe we all imagined it. Atomic Samurai quipped, though with his atom-precision, bad eyesight wasn't really a possibility. Still, Tatsumaki in a romantic situation. Now that was unexpected. Such a shame. I was hoping to get to know that handsome man myself. A-class rank 3 hero Okama Blade looked genuinely regretful. With his perfect combo of looks, strength, and style, Kazaru was dangerously appealing. Even this sword-obsessed flamboyant martial artist had developed a little crush. No, I think it's for the best. If a man that strong actually liked you, that would have been the real tragedy. Samurai Drill, Okama Blade's junior and fellow disciple of Atomic Samurai, didn't hold back his sarcasm. He, Iain, and Okama Blade made up the trio of disciples, currently A-class rank 2, 3, and 4 respectively. Speedo Sound Sonic is so strong. I hope one day I can be just like him. Iain, clad in Western-style knight armor, gripped his sword tightly, eyes burning with passion as he stared at Kizaru. He'd made up his mind, once he finally defeated his master, he'd set his sights on challenging Sonic next. Atomic Samurai, watching his disciples with a slightly deadpan look, didn't say anything, he simply adjusted the brim of his hat. He'd heard the Swift Flash's training camp was effective. He'd have to ask around and find out what the program involved. Then multiply it by 10. Let those little punks experience a true master's love. Not long ago, they'd always gush after battles about how strong and cool their master was. Now, they were fangirling over someone else. Shame that alien spaceship got away, Zombieman remarked. But I doubt they've got the guts to come back after this. He was in a good mood. For a crisis of that scale, the casualties had been surprisingly low. He'd expected A-City to be a graveyard, but according to the latest report from HQ, most evacuation shelters had remained intact. There were still casualties, of course, but compared to the literal end of the world, this counted as a miracle. To the heroes on the ground, it looked like the alien ship had used some kind of space-jumping tech to flee. No one suspected the truth, that the massive ship had been seized by Kizaru and sent to another world entirely. HQ's here. Tank Top Master, whose clothing had been shredded in battle, gave the heads up. He tried hard to keep his tank top intact, but as a close-quarters fighter, it was impossible to come out of that fight looking pristine like Kizaru, who didn't even have a speck of dust on him. The heroes turned toward the direction of the Hero Association headquarters and saw Madame Peruse emerging from underground with a group of staff and executives. We can't thank you enough. It's because of your brave efforts that Earth has been saved. On behalf of the Hero Association, and all of humanity, please accept our deepest gratitude. Madame Peruse kept her posture low, especially toward Kizaru, almost to the point of being too deferential. Since Drive Knight had captured data from Kizaru's battle with Boros, the Underground Hero Association stronghold had also gotten a glimpse of what he was capable of. Even if they couldn't compare themselves to Kizaru directly like Drive Knight could, the raw combat numbers were so far beyond any other S-class hero that even the dumbest executive could see the gap. Madame Peruse silently thanked the heavens that their plan to steal the training camp's secrets hadn't been set in motion yet. Until they found some kind of weakness in Kizaru, they couldn't afford to make a single wrong move. Still, the stronger he was, the better, because that meant if they could get leverage on him, the Hero Association would be theirs to control. Heh. Kizaru chuckled softly. No matter the world, people in power were the same, they never changed. Earth's destruction had only just been averted, and already they were plotting their next shady move. Too bad for them, Kizaru's sensitivity to hostility made it easy to sniff out even the most well-hidden ill will. Especially from someone like Madame Peruse, who stood this close to him while harboring ill intent, she might as well have opened her mind and invited him to take a peek. All your contributions have been recorded. Madame Peruse continued, oblivious to her own misstep. Once we've tallied everything, we'll update the rankings and distribute hero compensation accordingly. While she babbled, the Hero Association staff had already begun gathering the alien corpses left behind, perfect materials for research. A few of the top-ranking warriors had even managed to overpower S-class heroes during the invasion. Degree. Chapter 194, Spoils of War. Unfortunately, only one slime monster was still alive. If they had gotten leverage on Kizaru earlier, maybe all 3 alien officers could have been captured. Lord Swiftflash, are you sure the alien leader has been completely eliminated? Madame Peruse put on a kind and gentle expression, trying to probe Kazaru for information. Although Boros had been defeated in front of everyone, he had already demonstrated an extraordinary regenerative ability. Aside from Flash himself, no one could be sure whether the Cosmic Overlord was truly dead. He should be dead, probably. That was my first time using that move, so I'm not entirely sure it's lethal. Why don't you guys try it out and see? Kazaru feigned a joking tone as he made a veiled threat. Madame Peruse's smile froze slightly. She thought she had already humbled herself enough to speak respectfully with Flash, yet he still refused to give her face. She hadn't heard such openly hostile provocation in years. Even with all her composure, she couldn't help cursing him in her heart. The more viciously she cursed inside, the more the corners of Kazaru's mouth lifted into a smirk. With their vast difference in power, and at this close range, the effect of malice perception was at its peak. Now, Madame Peruse had no secrets in front of Kizaru. If he wanted, he could even find out the sizes of her boy toys. TSK, this old woman's assets aren't bad. I can use them to help fund Fubuki's B-class fan club later. Oh. So you were involved in capturing Tatsumaki and Fubuki for study. I'll make sure to tell Tatsumaki about that. So you were Metal Knight's old flame, huh? Dr. Beaufoy, right. I'll raise your whole hideout later. Transhuman project, immortality plan, monsterification plan. And you dare say you're not a villain? The two stood face to face, exchanging small talk on the surface, while their inner monologues ran wild. If someone had mind-reading abilities, they'd be totally overwhelmed right now. After rambling on for a while, Madame Peruse was left unsettled by the meaningful look in Kizaru's eyes. She felt a deep, inexplicable unease. In the end, she awkwardly said a few polite remarks before trying to order the Hero Association staff to pack up and remove the valuable research materials. Hold up. I'm taking that one, Kizaru said, pointing at the slime monster, Garibas. He wasn't actually interested in Garibas. Sure, it could take a hit, but that wasn't enough to get Kizaru genuinely excited. But since Madame Peruse seemed to want it so badly, Kizaru didn't mind taking it away as a bit of advance interest. What? The exclamations came from both Madame Peruse and Garibas, though their emotions were completely opposite. Garibas was one of the few alien warriors who could go toe-to-toe with multiple S-class heroes. If not for Tatsumaki's psychic powers being a hard counter, Garibas might not have even lost. Among all the research material the Hero Association had collected so far, Garibas was top tier. Many elite research labs had already reserved it in advance. Now Kizaru suddenly wanted to take it away. That was outrageous. Yes. Yes. I get to live. Garibas quivered with joy. Nothing sounded better than not dying. Sure, the one who saved it was Boros's enemy, but cosmic pirates had no concept of loyalty. If the warrior from the prophecy was stronger than Boros, then it only made sense to follow the prophecy's warrior instead. Lord Swift, may I ask what you intend to do with this alien? Zombieman sensed the tension and quickly stepped in to mediate. If it was just Kizaru making the request, none of the S-class heroes would object. After all, Swift Flash was the acknowledged savior of Earth. Without him, no one was confident they could have taken down the alien leader. But now that the association staff also wanted to take Garibas away, Zombieman stepped up to try and prevent a possible conflict. Oh, I just thought this guy seems really durable. Figured I'd take him back to the training camp so everyone could practice on him. A punching bag this sturdy should last quite a while, right? Kizaru said it with a straight face, but the horrifying implication made Garibas, who had just been excited, tremble in fear. It wasn't the idea of being a punching bag that scared it, just the traumatic memory of being used for warm-up drills by Lord Boros. I'm in favor. As a member of the training camp, Flashy Flash agreed instantly. A practice dummy that couldn't be broken and could give feedback. Perfect training gear. That actually sounds kind of nice. Even Genos was starting to feel interested. As the main damage dealer who took down Garibas, no one understood better than Kizaru just how tough that alien was. But Genos wasn't trying to keep him for himself, he mainly wanted to bring the creature back for Saitama-sensei to take a look. Maybe this guy could actually survive a punch from sensei. Wait a sec. You're not the one who captured this thing, why do you get to take it? At that moment, Metal Bat stepped forward indignantly. He'd only thought of it after Kizaru had reminded him, but he wanted a piece of this living punching bag too. Oh. So you're saying that next time there's a crisis, I should just hang back and let others do the work, then swoop in and claim the spoils? Kizaru let out a cold laugh. Whether by credit or by logic, he had every right to take Gariba's. Worst case, he could just call Boros over and have him officially confirm Gariba's ownership. Bastard. Who are you calling a coward who hides behind others? Furious at the implied insult, Metal Bat roared, only to be restrained from behind in a surprise hold by Super Alloy Darkshine. All he could do was swing his bat from a distance at Kizaru in frustration. Lord Swift Flash, this alien is highly dangerous. If you take him to a training facility packed with people, what if it escapes? Lady Peruse tried once more to argue. Even a dragon-level monster corpse had immense research value, let alone a live one like Gariba's. Letting Kizaru drag this rare research subject off just to use as a punching bag. That was the definition of waste. Humph. There's no way he'd escape with me around. And even if he did, Kizaru could take him down in a flash. Tatsumaki had floated over with Fubuki in tow. Though her face was still a little flushed from earlier, her expression toward anyone besides Kizaru and Fubuki was back to its usual proud and haughty self. She had no interest in Gariba's. This kind of low-grade life form that was completely helpless against psychic powers was, in her opinion, worthless. But since Kizaru wanted him, even just as a punching bag, she'd make sure he got what he wanted. Since Miss Tatsumaki insists, I'll leave it to Lord Swift Flash then. Lady Peruse had no counter-argument. She could only force a strained, kind smile while suppressing the urge to grit her teeth. Even the Hero Association would need Tatsumaki's powers to contain Jerryugenship. And now that Tatsumaki was siding with Kizaru, there was no point arguing further. If they tried, he could just ask how they planned to secure such a dangerous alien without her. No. No. Kill me. Just kill me already. I don't want to be a punching bag. Trapped inside a psychic cage Tatsumaki had formed, Gariba screamed in terror as Kizaru carried him like a pet. He didn't know that the ones who'd be training with him were just the heroes from the facility. He thought it was Kizaru himself who was planning to use him as a sandbag. Even Lord Boros, the ruler of the universe, hadn't been able to match the warrior from the prophecy. In Gariba's terrified imagination, Kizaru had already evolved from a brave warrior fighting the Demon King, into an ultimate Demon King who crushed the previous one. Just thinking about facing someone that terrifying made him want to be burned to death on the spot. Anything was better than the nightmare ahead. Poor guy looks kinda pitiful. Bang muttered while stretching his back, his expression a little odd. At first, he'd thought Kizaru demanding Gariba's was a bit much, but after seeing the alien's pathetic howling, he realized this was probably the best outcome possible. Stupid alien. Serves you right. Child Emperor stuck his tongue out at the caged Gariba's, clearly enjoying the moment. The alien had swallowed several of his gadgets during the battle, and now he'd have to stay up late fixing or replacing them. He was still just a kid. Staying up late too often would stunt his growth. I'll carry it for you. Seeing that Kizaru was holding the cage with one hand, leaving no room to carry Fubuki, Tatsumaki offered generously, taking the psychic cage with Gariba's inside. Then, without hesitation, she settled herself on Kizaru's shoulder. Yep, this spot was still the most comfortable. And more importantly, from here, she was taller than him again. Fubuki. Feeling the soft pressure on his shoulder and the faint scent at the tip of his nose, Kizaru simply smiled, and reached out a hand toward Fubuki. Now that the dark matter thieves had been eliminated, there was no reason to linger at Hero Association HQ. Next up, drop the punching bag alien brand back off at the training camp, then pay a visit to Metal Knight's lair to catch some rats. Fubuki, still basking in the attention, blushed a little but stepped forward on her own. In full view of the stunned heroes, most of whom nearly dropped their jaws, she was scooped up by Kizaru and soared into the sky. GH. How the hell did that guy pull it off? Metal Bat muttered, half-stammering. His slow reflexes meant he was just now realizing how suspiciously close Flash and Tatsumaki were. What was worse, Flash was somehow bold enough to two-time right in front of Tatsumaki, and the other girl was her sister. It was hard to say if it was jealousy or disbelief, but damn, it hurt to watch. Young people these days really are something else. Bang sighed meaningfully, tapping his sore lower back with the hilt of his silver fong. Time to go drink tea with his brother. Wait, that's an option. Sounds like I've still got a chance after all. Okametachi's eyes sparkled as she watched Kizaru fly off, but before she could dream any further, Atomic Samurai knocked her out cold with a clean karate chop. No, you don't. Pick this idiot up, we're going back to the dojo, Atomic Samurai grumbled. No way in hell was he letting this idiot get involved and bring Tatsumaki, or Flash, storming down on them later. These dumbass disciples were getting harder and harder to manage. That settled it, Okametachi's training was getting doubled starting tomorrow. I gotta hurry back to school too. Child Emperor patted Drive Knight's arm and looked up at him seriously. Drive Knight rubbed his temple silently, sighed, then transformed on the spot into a high-speed aerial transport and flew off with Child Emperor toward the school. Let me help clean up the wreckage. Super Alloy Darkshine pounded his iron-hard chest. He felt like he hadn't contributed enough during the fight, so now was the time to make up for it. My boys and I can lend a hand too. Tank Top Master offered. While a lot of his Tank Top squad weren't exactly model citizens, and he'd had trouble keeping them in line, there was no denying Tank Top Master himself was a real hero. Count me in too. Tank Top Boy. Super Alloy Boy. Let's do our best together. Looking like he'd been through a meat grinder, Pori Pori Prisoner struck his signature pose, only to be immediately dragged off by a team of medics. Of all the S-Class heroes, he'd taken the worst beating by far. Meanwhile, Atomic Samurai's 3 students had been off slicing through grunts and came out nearly unscathed. Degree. Chapter 195, Shameless Alien. Madame Peruse. A William Group executive crept up cautiously, wearing a rather awkward expression. No one knew whether Madame Peruse, after being so thoroughly humiliated by Flash, might take her frustration out on them. I'm fine. These S-Class heroes are just so full of personality. Madame Peruse smiled with what looked like maternal warmth. That smile, however, made the executive shiver without knowing why. Meanwhile, Kizaru, now en route to the training camp with both Tatsumaki and Fubuki, suddenly narrowed his eyes. What is it? Perched on his shoulder, Tatsumaki was the first to sense the change in his mood. Oh, nothing, just a rat in the warehouse trying to meet up with the one hiding in the sewers. Kizaru smiled as he spoke. For someone who hated thinking too hard, his ability to sense malice was absurdly convenient. Even if someone offered to swap it out for future sight or the ability to hear the voice of all things, Kizaru wouldn't hesitate to turn them down. Malisense was just that good. Rat. You mean Metal Knight? Who's the other one? Tatsumaki, still sitting on his shoulder, tilted her head in confusion. In her memory, Metal Knight's relationships within the Hero Association were even worse than her own. She'd never heard of him being close with any other S-Class heroes. And now that Kizaru had already demonstrated such overwhelming strength, who would be dumb enough to side with Metal Knight? Sure, there were a few S-Class heroes who didn't fear authority, but in this particular conflict, it was clear Metal Knight was in the wrong. His earlier surveillance could barely be excused, but once Kizaru confronted him, not only did Metal Knight show zero remorse, he even sent a war machine to launch an attack. That kind of behavior could only be described as downright insane. Tatsumaki couldn't understand why anyone would still associate with Metal Knight at this point. It was that old woman, looks like she's trying to team up with Metal Knight to cause me trouble. Kizaru said with an amused chuckle. To be fair, Madame Peruse had been extremely cautious. She hadn't even told her own secretary. But her efforts were all in vain. Kizaru's malicious intent detection was far too effective. Unless someone knew about his ability and had Conqueror's Haki strong enough to interfere with his observation Haki, any scheming was meaningless. Against Kizaru, all plots and conspiracies were laid bare. Madame Peruse. How could it be her? Fubuki, still lying in Kizaru's arms like a princess, cried out in shock. While the Hero Association didn't technically have a president, Madame Peruse had always been considered one of its most powerful and influential figures. Who would have thought she of all people would willingly conspire with the infamously shady Metal Knight, just to go after the very men who had just saved Earth? What's so surprising? That old hag was never some kind of saint. Didn't you two get locked up in a research facility when you were kids? She had a stake in that place. Kizaru said casually. What he didn't expect was for Fubuki to suddenly tighten her grip on his arm, her soft body stiffening at the mention. That period, being locked away and used as test subjects, had always been the deepest wound buried in the sisters' hearts. They had been too young to remember the details, and after becoming heroes, Tatsumaki had tried to investigate the past. But she'd found nothing. And now, from Kizaru, they were finally hearing news about the people behind their suffering. Worst of all, those same people had spent years pretending to be allies right in front of them. We're going back. I'm going to flush that old woman down a toilet until she drowns. Tatsumaki trembled with rage. She had never killed a human before, but right now, she truly wanted Peruse dead. No need to rush. It's best to catch them red-handed. Once both rats crawl out of their holes, we'll take them down in one sweep. Don't worry, I've got this. Kizaru held Fubuki tighter, gently patting her back to soothe her. Compared to her hot-headed sister, Fubuki, being younger, had fuzzier memories of that time. But that made the trauma all the more nightmarish, lingering in the background with no shape or form. You said that woman had a stake in that place. Who else was involved? Tatsumaki floated down from Kizaru's shoulder, hugging Fubuki tightly to comfort her before turning with a vicious glint in her eyes. Her thirst for vengeance could almost rival Kizaru's. Now that she had a lead, she didn't just want revenge, she wanted to track down everyone involved. That I don't know yet. My ability only lets me sense someone's thoughts when they develop malicious intent toward me. The deeper the malice, the more I can pick up. Kazaru began explaining his malicious intent detection. Unless he willingly kept it secret, a power like his couldn't stay hidden for long. It was like Katakuri's future sight, even if he never said it aloud, anyone who fought him enough would eventually figure it out. Besides, there wasn't much point hiding anything from Tatsumaki and Fubuki. Aside from being a transmigrator and part of a dimensional chat group, Kizaru had no secrets from the girls around him. Especially since Nami even knew where his private stash was hidden, though somewhere along the way, the cat burglar had started treating that stash like her own treasure hoard. So unless that old hag actively thinks about her past, or her hatred for me reaches a certain threshold, I won't know who else she's working with. Kizaru shrugged to show his hands were tied. But really, it wasn't a huge issue. Once they caught her, getting answers would be easy. These self-important schemers might be good at pulling strings behind the scenes, but once they fell from power, they usually cracked faster than low-level pirates thrown into impel down. Once we catch her slipping, I'll make her regret ever being born. Tatsumaki growled through clenched teeth. But despite her vicious words, the intensity of her malice was nowhere near what Kizaru was used to sensing. In his estimation, it'd be impressive if Tatsumaki could even manage to kill Madame Peruse with her own hands. Well, maybe this wasn't a bad thing after all. A kind-hearted girl was nice too. While cold-blooded queen types like Esteth had their appeal, Kizaru figured he still preferred soft and cute ones. Master. Oh great and mighty master. Please allow me to serve you. I'm the most elite interrogation and torture expert, nobody's better at inflicting pain than me. Garibas, locked up in a cage of psychic energy, suddenly started shouting. By now, he'd figured it out, Lord Boros had died at the hands of the prophesied warrior. There was no point in staying loyal to a corpse. Compared to getting treated like a punching bag and suffering endlessly, it was way better to grovel and cling to a new powerful backer. Even if that meant becoming a minion to an earthling, it was no big deal. After all, this was the man who defeated the cosmic overlord Boros. Serving him was an honor in itself. What did you just call me? Kizaru's mouth twitched slightly. It wasn't like he hadn't seen shameless types before, it's just that he'd almost been planning to return this guy to Boros if Boros ended up behaving. Master. Oh mighty, no, Supreme Master. Please forgive my earlier offense, it was all Boros's fault. If he hadn't forced us to attack this planet. The ooze-like creature in the cage started rattling off complaints about Boros non-stop, clearly thinking it was the best way to curry favor with Kizaru. What Garibas didn't notice, however, was that Kizaru had taken out a recording Den Mushy from his pocket and was quietly taping the entire monologue. His plan. When he eventually gave the guy back to Boros, he'd hand over the recording too. Why? For fun. That's it. No deeper reason needed. Chaos gremlins don't need a motive. Perfect. Once we catch that old hag, she's all yours. Tatsumaki, after hearing Garibas describe his torture techniques, immediately decided to hand Madame Peruse over to him. If Kizaru hadn't insisted on waiting until they had hard evidence, Tatsumaki would have already stormed back to Hero Association HQ to make that old woman regret ever being born. Meanwhile, at the Hero Association's training grounds in City B, the temporarily resting heroes were still quietly whispering about the strange event just moments ago. It was as if the entire world had been bathed in a mysterious light, flooding everything, everywhere, in endless brilliance. Thankfully, the phenomenon didn't last long. But even so, it was more than enough to spark intense curiosity among the heroes. Coupled with the Hero Association's emergency summon for all S-Class heroes to report to HQ, it didn't take a genius to guess something big had happened. The real question was, what kind of disaster was serious enough to require every S-Class hero? Could it be a god-level threat? The kind that was only theoretical, until now. Aliens, a cosmic overlord, that does sound kinda awesome. Saitama scowled down at his phone. He'd already talked to Genos and gotten the full scoop on the alien invasion in City A. The other aliens didn't matter much, but the leader, someone who could actually go toe-to-toe with Kizaru, that sounded like a real challenge. If he'd been there, he might have gotten to fight that so-called cosmic overlord himself. Too bad he'd promised Kizaru he'd stay here and supervise the hero training. Because of that, he'd missed his shot. Man. When's Kizaru gonna finally agree to fight me? Saitama scratched his shiny bald head, frowning. These kinds of things that needed thinking were such a pain. If only Kizaru were a bad guy, then he could just punch him without needing permission. Mr. Saitama, would you like the barbecue spicy? As he sighed, a member of the Blizzard group, currently on grill duty, cautiously spoke up. At first, most people had assumed Saitama was just mooching off free food. But after watching him sprint 100 laps around the training ground in under a minute, everyone instantly bowed down. Even the prideful A-class heroes now trained under his guidance, humbly obeying every word, despite the fact that Saitama was still officially just a C-class hero. Yes. Actually, not too spicy. Just a little bit. 1 second Saitama was sighing, and the next, as soon as he heard someone from the barbecue squad calling out, he perked right up. Top-grade beef tasted great even grilled plainly, but he still preferred bold, spicy flavors. That said, after nearly getting wiped out by some devilishly spicy grilled squid last time, Saitama wisely told the squad to go easy on the spice. Lord Swift Flash and Lady Fubuki are back. Just as Saitama was digging in, one of the sharp-eyed Fubuki group members spotted Kizaru descending from the sky. With so many people watching, Tatsumaki's pride wouldn't let her keep sitting on Kizaru's shoulder. She and Fubuki dismounted early and landed ahead of him. Kazaru followed soon after, along with Gariba's, who was still trapped in a telekinetic cage. Despite Gariba's groveling and licking his boots, Kizaru showed no intention of letting him roam freely. Flash and Tornado are back, so the threat's been dealt with. That thing in the cage is the enemy. Is it a dragon-level monster? Doesn't look that tough to me. Did they really need to call all the S-class heroes for this? A few training heroes gathered together, whispering among themselves. Gariba's, in his slime monster form, didn't exactly look intimidating. It was hard to believe this gooey, mud-like creature had been able to hold its own against an S-class hero. You're finally back, huh? What the hell is that thing? Looks nasty. Saitama greeted Kizaru casually between bites of grilled meat, then walked over to the cage Tatsumaki had created, peering in at Gariba's. You're the one who looks nasty. Bald-headed native freak. Gariba's was outraged. He was considered the best-looking specimen in his entire species. And now this disgusting little earthling had the audacity to call him ugly. Unforgivable. Sure, Gariba's thought all humans were hideous, but at least most of them had hair. Judging from the ones nearby, this guy was easily the ugliest among them. Screw you. You don't even have a head, you're just a pile of slime. And you want to talk trash about my hair. A twitch ran across Saitama's face. Losing all his hair from overtraining was still a sore spot, and now this wretched blob had just poured salt into the wound. And just like that, an earthling and an alien were in a shouting match across a cage. If it weren't for the barrier between them, fists would have been flying already. Of course, the result of that fight would be all too obvious. No matter how durable Gariba's was, the bald-headed Demon King would end it in one punch. Lord Kazaru, is that thing in the cage a monster? Lily from the Fubuki group asked curiously. Normally, the monsters she'd seen were either mindless or outright savage. This was her first time seeing one argue with Saitama. A monster, probably not. I mean, do aliens count as monsters? Kizaru scratched his chin, then turned toward Fubuki, who had by now returned to her usual calm demeanor. The definition of monster in the One Punch Man world was admittedly pretty broad, but it still generally referred to Earth-based beings. Technically, Gariba's, being from outer space, shouldn't count. Degree.